we've got a quaddie this weekend. We've got the Rapids, we've got the Rockies, we've got the Nuggets and the Avs. Yeah. That's a blow your waddy for the quaddie, baby. Get high.
2-1 Miami in the 62nd minute. Looking long for Yappy. Yappy in the box. Darren Yappy. Yes. Instant impact from the homegrown. In front of 70,000 plus. We are level in the 62nd minute.
In the air, right center field. And diving catch will end it. Troy Johnston coming through with the bat, coming through with the glove. And the Rockies have knocked off the Dodgers 9-6. 2 in a row against LA.
Goes on top to Rudy. And he throws it away. Leaking out is Bruce Brown by himself. Two hands. Triple-double Nikola Jokic in game number 1 of round number 1.
Drury back with it. Sends it off a stick. Here's Logan O'Connor off the weird bounce. O'Connor, he scores! OC's playing, baby! For Logan O'Connor, it's his 3rd goal in his last 2 playoff runs, and the Avalanche have doubled their lead. It's 2-0 Colorado.
That's a blow your waddy for the quaddie, baby. Get high.
And welcome. A couple of really, really good games from over the weekend. And yes, if you want to go the full quad, I'm not going to say the rest of it, but the quad about it, then you can. Because it has been almost exactly, I think, what you were looking for. You know, and we can start with the Avs from yesterday. Because the Avs did something, and in this series, I think we all kind of understand what this is going to be. LA is a team that wants to slow you down. They want to make the game dirty. To a certain extent, LA played the style of game that I think that they wanted to, because I think the way that they know they're going to win, the only shot they have is make a game that looks a lot like the one that we witnessed yesterday and hope you get a bounce or two. I think that's their plan. And are the Avs going to be disciplined enough just to keep sticking to it and getting opportunities? You know, that's a 2-1 game that very easily could have been at 5-1, 6. I mean, I think you hit 3 crossbars in the game alone. Yes, the Kings had a couple opportunities, too, that they missed, but it's another one of those examples of, like, you can tell who the better team is on the ice. Can you just stay attached to your game, play disciplined defense, make sure that LA doesn't go out and find an odd man rush, get a 2-on-1, a 3-on-1 going the other way, a breakaway. You just got to stay on your P's and Q's against that team because that's what they want. They want that game driven in the mud and then them to spring out with just one opportunity somewhere and to take advantage of it that way. So for the Avs to go out, stick to their game, and finish that one 2-1, I think a lot of games against LA in this series are going to look that way. And I think that's totally fine. You know, it's great to see Scott Wedgwood going out and performing like that. A couple of huge saves made to keep that game. Looked like it was heading for shutout territory. But Wedgwood making huge saves all throughout the night. And then the guys who score the goals for you, one of them, Arturi Lehkonen, who is, he's always right place, right time. Always. And for him to fight through all of that pressure and the guy hanging on him right in front of the net, basically to out-physical him to the puck, was huge. And then Logan O'Connor, who always seems to be a guy who finds an opportunity at some point in the game to be able to finish that and kind of put you at ease. Once you got the 1-0, you're like, all right, good. At least we have the lead. But you wanted to be a little bit more comfortable. It allowed you, with 2 minutes left in that game, I suppose. They're on a power play, plus they got the extra attacker out there. Panarin throws one in to make it 2-1, but you still were kind of, I'm not saying you didn't have any nerves, but I don't know, you guys felt, even with sort of the vibe of that game and where it was going, took a while for you to get on the board. I never had that. I never was like nervous. It still felt like you were totally in control. And here's what I love about a game like that is LA was going to make a point, and you actually did it early in the game. I think the Avs are the one that sort of initiated this sort of style. It was physical. And I know all that ramps up when the playoffs start, but it was especially like every single time that you got an opportunity to put somebody up against the boards, to throw a hit on somebody, you did it. And Josh Manson was one of the guys that was leading the charge on that. Josh, he was out to hit everybody last night. If you were just in his general vicinity, you were going to catch one to the kisser. And that's what he did at the very beginning of the game. You know, he throws sort of the reverse hit that people are saying, how is that not interference? I mean, whatever. There's plenty of examples I could throw out in the middle of that game that I would tell you. You probably could have had some penalties that were called that weren't. And a lot of them were in favor of the Avs. But the two guys I think led the way to setting the tone in a game like that was Josh Manson and Gabe Landeskog. Gabe, like, you just see the impact of your captain being out there. Somebody takes a run at Cale Makar, he's going to get in the guy's face, and if you want to throw down the gloves and start swinging about it, I will. You know, you don't want to go to the box. You don't want to get you don't want to fight all that often because you want to be out on the ice. But you know you got a guy that's willing to do it. We'll have Bednar on Wednesday. Another game is going to pass before we talk to him. But if we had him on today, I would ask him about the goalie interference call, and he would tell me what he always tells us, which is, I don't know what it is. Like, I really don't understand how that first goal is not allowed. When you got somebody that it wasn't even unintentional, but throws an ass bump into you, and that sends you careening towards the goalie, I don't know what you're supposed to do. You're basically telling the skater who gets hit or bumped, it's your responsibility after you take the bump or the hit to not glide in it's like you're on ice. You can't have the guy who's getting hit responsible for where he goes after he got hit. And I thought for sure that was going to get overturned. And then they came back and they said the call was confirmed. And that's what I don't understand. You can't have goalie interference when you can't control where your body is going. I watched the replay like 100 times. Sorry for the volume there. I'm just rewatching this thing again because I just want to make sure that when Jack Drury's getting hit, he's about 3 feet outside of the crease or outside the blue paint as he's angling to go back up towards the play. The only thing that throws his momentum back into Forsberg is a bump. And, like, here's what I think. If that is going to be called goalie interference, if you ever have, like, a mad scramble in front of your own net, push everybody into your goalie and then have it be goalie interference? Like, I really don't get it. Texas says, we've had years of goalie-related calls. It makes no sense. Our goalie had his mask knocked off in the Stanley Cup Finals, and then play continued while they go. No, you're right. We had Darcy Kemper's mask knocked off, and they continued play. Imagine if he takes one off the face. I just don't get it.
You know what it kind of reminds me of is when you're watching a football game and some defender's like chasing down a wide receiver and the wide receiver takes one step out of bounds and then the DB blows him up and everybody's like, oh, late hit out of bounds. Like, yeah, okay. By the letter of the law, did he hit him out of bounds? Yes. But is he a 200-pound dude running 70 miles an hour? Yeah. How do you expect him to stop on a dime? And so, yeah, did you interfere with the goalie? Technically, yes. Do they maybe have to call that by the letter of the law? Yes. But what are you supposed to do?
But the thing about that, like, it's something that's entirely out of his control because he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, which is getting to the front of the net, trying to provide a screen, get a deflection, do something. Just create chaos in front of the goalie. That is his responsibility. He does that. But I mean, look, if I'm going 80 miles an hour on the highway and somebody fishtails my car, and as my car's fishtailing, I hit another car, how would I be responsible for where my car went after I got bumped? Like, that's the whole thing that really grinds my gears on this is you're telling the other person, the guy who received a bump or hit, that it's his responsibility to know where his body's going to go. And I just don't get it. Anyway, it ends up not mattering. The Avs still win. They take a 1-0 lead. That's what you want to see. It's just I feel like no matter what happens, when the Avs are in on a goalie interference-related call, whether on the receiving end or not, I just don't feel like you ever get it. One last text on this. He says, I think it was that he wasn't pushed and checked into the goalie. He got bumped, but the defender stayed on his normal path. Dottie had a right to stay on his normal path. True, but his normal path isn't sticking his butt out in the way that he did. Like, that's a hit. That wasn't incidental contact. He knew exactly what he was doing. And I thought that was the whole thing was, if there was an intent to lay a hit on somebody, I don't know. Maybe I don't know the rule well enough. I know I don't. We get the guy who coaches the damn Avs, who's on here every Wednesday, and I ask him, he's like, I don't really know. So how the hell would I know? 303-504-0925. I want to get to the Nuggets from Saturday, which was, to me, like a really frustrating start that turned into a really good finish. So we'll get to that in a few minutes. And what do we have here, Nally? It's another day full of keywords for playoff tickets.
Yeah, what we're going to have to do for the playoffs, we're going to have to color outside the lines a little bit of our usual Tuesday, Thursday rotation.
Yeah.
So you want to win tickets to see Game 2, Nuggets, T-Wolves, tonight. You got to be listening all day.
So on the 20s, every hour, every show, and we have your first keyword coming in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned for that. Again, the Avs, big win yesterday as they take a 1-0 lead over the Kings. The Nuggets did the same thing against the T-Wolves on Saturday, which we'll break down in just a couple of minutes. We're broadcasting for the Bacchus in Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. It really was, though, overall, this wonderful weekend. I don't believe the Dodgers had lost to a National League opponent all year, and now at least, depending on what happens today, the Rockies are coming away with at least a split in the series against the best team in baseball, which after a little skid that they were on, they've now won 3 of their last 4 and a chance to win the series against the Dodgers tonight. So we'll get to that a little bit later. But coming up, Keyword to get yourself in Ball Arena tonight for Game 2 against Minnesota and how the Nuggets won in Game 1. Next. Who else in town is doing what we're doing? It's like every day we're giving you tickets to go to the playoffs, every single day. And game 2 is tonight against Minnesota. You have a chance to win tickets. These are limited tickets, or there are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/playoffs, but your chance to win them is right now by texting the keyword Newton. Newton in your first and last name. I said that like Kreckman. Newton in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gives you a chance to win. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is Newton, and we'll announce the winner at 9:55. Speaking of, game 1, I was really frustrated at the beginning of that game. And I'll tell you what the Nuggets looked like. They looked like a team that hadn't played for a week and a half. And it was taking them a second to get back into the rhythm of the game. So, that part of it was killing me. They weren't playing defense. There were turnovers. It was just driving me nuts. And then they started to settle in a little bit. And the second they did that, I think they got Minnesota really frustrated. Now, look, you enter the second half, and it's a tie ball game because you play better in the second. You got a chance to grab the game by the cojones, and they do it in the third. But they had to get contributions from a lot of different people. A lot of missed shots early in the game. I think they were 2 for 12 to start the game. Started to pick up a little bit as the game went on. Wasn't great shooting from 3, but they had to find a spark. And I'll tell you who gave it to them. It was Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown was the spark plug to the entire game. Playing tough defense. He would make plays. He would get the crowd into it. I thought that he was a gigantic reason for why that game sort of flipped when it did. You just needed somebody to kind of settle the game down. And at the beginning of the game, it was very clear, and this is going to be a common theme, not just in this Minnesota series, but if they do get past Minnesota and move on, what was the defensive strategy from the Minnesota Timberwolves? They were going to leave Christian Brown wide open, and they were going to leave Bruce Brown wide open, and they were going to leave even Cam Johnson open. They're saying, I will let them shoot. It is not going to be Jokic and Murray that kill us. Now, because Jokic and Murray are stars, they find a way. And that's exactly what happened. Murray actually got to the free throw line a ton. 16 free throw attempts, which for him is bizarre. That doesn't happen all that often, but he's playing with an aggressive style, which you love to see. Jokic had only 1 free throw, but still really effective, 11 of 19 from the field, 13 boards, 11 assists, of course, another triple-double. That style of play that they turned on in the second quarter is going to be the thing that you have to do every night against this team. Minnesota plays really, really physical, and you have to match the intensity. Have to. If you don't, you will have guys like Jaden McDaniels and Dosunmu and people like that are going to bother you. Match the intensity, and you can see things like you did in game 1, Anthony Edwards getting frustrated. You know, I noticed it early. Anthony Edwards wincing and sort of hobbling up and down the floor at times. He is not totally right. He has what they call a runner's knee, I think is what they call it. It's the same thing that kept Steph Curry out for months. So he's trying to battle his way through it. Do not make anything easy for him. And I thought that they didn't. You know, outside the initial part of the game where it felt like Minnesota was getting open looks. Defensively, you weren't on it. Anthony Edwards finished 7 of 19 from the field. If you do that consistently over this series, you're going to win it, I think, fairly easily. They have guys who can play on that team. Do not get me wrong. DiVincenzo was really hot to start from 3. McDaniels can play. Randall can score. But if you make it difficult on them, I don't think they're the type of team that handles adversity well. They will get frustrated in a hurry, and I think it affects their game. It certainly affects Anthony Edwards. Again, they're very talented, but they do feel a lot like frontrunners to me. When things are going good, everything's good. When things are going bad, and honestly, I think it starts from the top for them. It's their star player and their head coach. The first thing Finch does after the game is go to the podium and point out, like, I couldn't believe my ears when I heard this. And Nelly, let me know if we got it. Jamal Murray's a flopper, is what he said. Now, I will say, Jamal Murray getting to the free throw line 16 times, wildly out of character for him. The most he's had this season is 16 free throw attempts. He's had a couple with 15, but he's only had like a handful of games in which he's gotten over 10. Like maybe 5 or 6 games where he's gotten over 10. But he goes immediately to the postgame, calls Jamal a flopper, and says Jokic does it too in a game that Jokic had 1 free throw. I don't think this team handles adversity well at all. And you do. You had a bad start, that's fine. The Nuggets have sort of lived in this space. Well, they will fumble around a game for about a quarter and then be able to turn it back around and flip it on its ear. Handling adversity. Well, how about this? The guy that I think is the most important ingredient, I guess extra ingredient, to your winning formula is Aaron Gordon, and he leaves the first quarter with 3 fouls. Now, I was questioning why you kept him on the floor in the first when he had 2 to start with, but he gets that offensive foul call, you challenge it, you lose the challenge, and now it's sort of panic time because the Aaron Gordon replacement off the bench is typically Peyton Watson. He's not available. But that's where I think they went to that change in the lineup. They threw a couple of guys in, and that's where I think Bruce Brown really provided his impact. You need to have guys with a certain attitude. And I love it when those guys come off the bench. Say what you want about Russell Westbrook last year. Russell Westbrook gave you a little bit of that energy, that fuel coming from the bench. There's guys who are like, Tim Hardaway's a very good player. He can knock down threes, and he can get animated too. But there's like a grit that Bruce Brown plays with, a sort of sandpaper feel to his game that I think can energize the team in an arena. And the second he came in, the game flipped and never really went back in Minnesota's favor. They would have a run here and there, but the Nuggets kind of took off with it since then. But I just, look, man, it's just a reminder. And this is kind of how the playoffs go. Every time you play a team in the playoffs, you find this newfound hatred for them, and they'll like climb up your power rankings of most hated teams in the league. And Minnesota's been there before. But it's kind of like you forgot about Minnesota for a little bit. I anyway, was more focused on like, man, I can't stand Oklahoma City. Still can't stand the Lakers. And the way that they go about their business is just really distasteful. And I think by calling them what I said earlier, that they are a huge front-running team is the God's honest truth. Because they do not handle adversity well. They like to win and rub it in your face, but they are terrible losers. And we talked about that going into the game, going into the series. That team, when they lose, they sort of melt down. It's a woe is me attitude. It's everybody else's fault. And that can be exploited over a 7-game series. But this is what I'm talking about. After the first game of the series, and out of all people in the league to call a flopper, it's Jamal Murray. Unreal. Here's Chris Finch.
Yeah, I thought we played really good defense. I thought on him, a lot of those ones in the second quarter, we were there, we were physical, we were vertical. He initiates the contact, he spills away, and then he gets rewarded for it. Jokic does the same thing. We got to be solid around that. 16 free throws is a lot. 16 free throws, it's almost as many as we shot all game.
Yeah, 16 free throws is a lot. But I see Minnesota fans complaining about the flagrant call that happened early in that game when Jamal took a three. And look, I'm not a huge fan of making those flagrants. I know why they have that rule in there, is too many guys can turn an ankle and stuff like that when they're in the, quote, landing zone. But if you watch that replay, Jamal is trying to avoid the guy's foot. He actually turns his feet off to the side to not step on it. And if McDaniels doesn't move, then his foot's not going to be there. But I saw multiple examples throughout the course of that game of Minnesota just not being disciplined. And, one of them is Jaden McDaniels just hauls off and shoves Joker in the back. I don't know about you, Nelly. When I saw that, I thought Joker was going to haul off and hit him, and Joker was totally calm. Didn't do a thing. And I think that's because the foul that Jokic had on him earlier where he went for the ball and ended up hitting him in the face or whatever. I mean, deal with it, dude. So, yeah, my Minnesota hatred is very quickly ramping back up in a hurry. Couple other things from that game. One of them they have to get figured out quickly, and they did as the game went on. But the Nuggets, when they were struggling, they had 6 turnovers in 13 minutes. That cannot happen. That is giving away free buckets to the opposing team. And especially when you're playing in the playoffs against a team that's good, turnovers will absolutely demolish you. And they did 6 in the first 13 minutes. I think they had, 6 the rest of the game or something like that. They finished with, 13 total. So 6 in the first 13 minutes, 7 for the final 35. That's much better. But you can't turn the ball over and give that team free buckets. Just continue to make it difficult. I don't know how many other people picked up on this, by the way. Christian Braun hit a 3 early in that game. It was in the corner right next to the Minnesota bench. And Bones jumped up off the bench and, took some steps at him and yelled. Christian ended up making the bucket anyway, but he was pointing at Bones. I don't think you can do that. You can't have a guy jumping off the bench. And, look, he didn't throw a hand in his face, but he got pretty damn close to him. It's another example of why I just find everything about that team distasteful. They're good. They have talented players. I do believe the Nuggets are better, and I think you saw that especially as the game wore on Saturday. But I think from a very simple analysis standpoint, as long as the Nuggets stay disciplined, they're going to win because I don't think Minnesota's capable of it. Here's more Chris Finch in the postgame.
More globally, defensively. I mean, you have different guys guarding Jokic at times. I mean, what else defensively do you need against this Denver offense?
Well, the 16 free throws from Murray is a head scratcher.
How many times is he going to harp on that in the postgame? But this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's there's nothing that we could have done differently. It's all about things that are beyond our control. Keep going at a team and frustrating them. This one can implode. Just from a mental standpoint, they can't hack it. So 303-504-0925. Texture says, when does Peyton Watson come back? I don't know. There are rumors he might not come back for this series. So we'll see. And look, you would have loved to have had a Peyton Watson the second that you watched Aaron Gordon leave with 3 fouls in the first quarter. But to the Nuggets' credit, they stayed together. And they made it work. Texture says, Finch is going to go ballistic when he learns of a guy named SGA. No, he already did that early this year. It was after an Oklahoma City game. He went straight to the podium, did the same thing about foul baiting and free throws and all that stuff. It's just like it's sort of his MO. And this time of year, is he trying to do this out loud to talk to the refs to get them to change their behavior in this game? Or I don't know. But bottom line is, I just feel like that stuff's weak. When you go to a press conference in the post game and the number one thing on your agenda after a loss is discussing something you don't have control of, I think it's silly. And for you to do that to what? Try and curry favor in game 2 so that the refs are a little nicer to you in that game? It's weak to me. It's a reminder to you guys, if you want to be in the building and if you want to see how many free throws Jamal is going to shoot tonight, the keyword for this hour is Newton. So text Newton in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a winner at 9:55, but 3 more keywords for us on the 20s of each hour to try and get you in the building for game 2. Broadcasting, as always, on that Altitude Sports Radio app where you can listen to us anywhere in the world. And that is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So we can talk more about the Avs and Nuggets from over the weekend. I do want to take a look more broadly at the playoffs in each sport, especially with Dallas losing Game 1 to Minnesota on the NHL side. So we get to all of that in a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right, the Nuggets and the Avalanche, both 1-0 series leads for them as we head into tonight's Game 2, Nuggets and T-Wolves. I do want to talk a little bit about what's going on around both the NBA and NHL playoffs. Look, there's nothing too crazy, but I will say this. Things of note that the Luka and Austin Reeves-less Lakers ended up beating Houston in Game 1. And it was not because LeBron totally dominated. He was great in that game. But guys like Luke Kennard scored 27 points for the Lakers. So they have a 1-0 series lead. Orlando, on the opposite side of the bracket, over in the Eastern Conference, they take Game 1 as an 8 seed against the Pistons. So that a little bit interesting. But everything else feels pretty chalky. What I do want to discuss is that Minnesota beat the Dallas Stars in Game 1. And we all know if the Avs get past the LA Kings, they're facing the winner of that series. And I think we all just kind of assumed it would be Dallas. But Minnesota came out and blitzed them in Dallas in Game 1. 6-1. But it was almost immediate. They take a 1-0 lead in the first period, immediately 2-0, then 3, then 4, all with 6-7 minutes into the second. Completely took care of them. And we'll see, because they play again. Is their next game tonight? I believe it is. Yeah, they play tonight at 7:30. So see what happens in that series, but that is one to keep a sharp eye on. Because if Minnesota does make it through, I think it changes what a lot of people thought we had in store for the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. I do want to mention and give a shout out to this. I know there's bigger fish to fry from what took place over the weekend, but I just want to tell you that over the course of this year thus far, the LA Dodgers entered Coors Field with no losses against National League teams, and they've just lost 2 straight with a chance to lose the series tonight against the Rockies. The Rockies, I was going to say, beat them up last night. They did for most of it. Until the 9th, where I thought they might blow it. His bases loaded. Your 9-4 lead went to 9-6. But Troy Johnston, who not only was raking yesterday at the plate, makes a diving play in right field to close the game out. And now the Rockies have won 3 of their last 4, including 2 of 3 thus far against the Dodgers, as they take on the Dodgers one more time at Coors Field tonight before possibly winning a series against LA. We'll see. But these, I think, look, man, in a season for the Rocks, which is going to look a lot like I think the beginning of this has, there are going to be moments where the Rockies look good, and then they're going to lose 6 straight games, and you're going to feel like they're terrible again. And you have moments like you did over the weekend where you take 2 of 3 so far against the Dodgers, where all you're looking for is moments of growth. And I do think that this is just another sort of notch in one of those moments of the arrow pointing in the right direction. So, good start to this series for the Rockies. Let's see if they can close things out as that game starts at 6:40 tonight. So maybe get a few innings in before we watch Game 2 of the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. There is so much more audio that I want to get to a little bit later that emerged from the Nuggets game. I will say this about Scott Wedgwood. I watched his post game. This was later in the night. They were doing one of the intermission shows for TNT, and they interviewed Scott Wedgwood earlier in the day. Oh, wait, this is a great point. Sorry, before I totally move on. I want you guys to hear. You want to see how shocked a team that spends $1 billion on their roster is when they lose a game to the Rockies? This is Dalton Rushing. Now you have this ready to go. Dalton Rushing, post-game, making accusations about the Rockies. Go ahead.
I think it could have been a little bit of both sides. I think they had a good game plan as an opposing team, and maybe I pitched into their game plan as far as calling pitches. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's odd some of those hitters that do what they do. They go up there and they were only the first pitch that was thrown. So it's fishy.
He's calling the loss to the Rockies fishy. Imagine you have no explanation for how your team can lose to the Rockies, that you're going straight to the cheating one. And again, it's just another example of sour grapes from the losing team of somebody who played Denver. Happened all weekend. Now, where I was getting at with Wedgwood, he was talking to the TNT boys and said a couple really interesting things. Number one, he is incredibly sharp. Incredibly. And they talked to him. They're like, you broke down. The last time they talked to him was after, I think, a game in Arizona. The Avs win. They talked to Scott Wedgwood, and he's breaking down the game like an analyst, and they were kind of blown away by how informative his answers were. Now, Wedgwood, he's a guy who can talk. But he told the guys on TNT, they were giving him praise, saying, hey, that's great. Good win today. You played awesome. And he was going into his preparation for the game, that he's got all these notes on all these different guys that they face. And that he's basically like grinding tape and notes before that game, and it helps him be successful, and he works hard, is the whole thing about it. He also said, he was asked about his relationship with Blackwood, because it is a little bit odd. You're going into a postseason in which Blackwood is being paid as the number one, but Wedgwood has been the better goalie all year, so he gets the first start. And he said, did I say Arizona? Utah, sorry. But he said to Biz that they are going to rotate. So if you were expecting Wedgwood to be the goalie every single night in the postseason, he basically said in that postgame that's not happening. And he echoed the same sentiment that was said to us, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago from Bednar on the show. I asked him, do you have a number one goalie that's going to play every game in the postseason? And he said that the rhythm of their team all year has been Wedgwood and Blackwood both playing. He is not going to change that when the postseason starts. That was something that was said to us on these airwaves a couple weeks ago and then echoed almost verbatim by Scott Wedgwood after the game. Now, I don't know what this rotation looks like. Does Wedgwood get the start again tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe they go to Blackwood. I have no idea. The point is they're comfortable as a team playing both. But I think if there's any struggle at all out of Blackwood, it's going to be pretty quickly the Wedgwood show the rest of the way. But it is kind of, you talk about the rhythm of your team. That's been the rhythm of the Avs. Wedgwood starts, Blackwood starts. You just kind of rotate back and forth. That's how they played all year. They aren't going to change it now. I'm, to a certain extent, I don't think I'm too fond of that as of now. Results can change my mind in a hurry, though. If they continue to win and you still get goaltending of the level that you got last night. Or yesterday afternoon, I suppose. Because Wedgwood was fantastic. Made a couple of really big saves in a tight game that are necessary when the playoffs come around, especially against a team whose entire game plan is, I don't want to give you anything. Damn the scoring on our part. I'm going to make it my sole job that you don't do a thing. Nick Waugh, after the game, said this, that the game was kind of as they expected. Not too much offense. We know they have a really good defensive team, so if we have to win games 1-0 and it takes a while to get goals, then so be it. They know the strategy here. But to do that, it involves you having the ultimate trust and faith in your goaltender. So again, I don't know if that means that Blackwood is going tomorrow. I don't know if Wedgwood's going to get another start. But you're going to need your goalie to come up with some big plays for you in a series like this, because all I was thinking when that game was 0-0, but it felt like the Avs were dominating play, is one stupid bounce could really change the feel of this game, and thankfully it didn't. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Again, we're giving away playoff tickets all day today on 92.5, so listen to those for those keywords on the 20s of each hour. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and also on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It was a hell of a weekend. Both the Avs and Nuggets 1-0 series leads in their opening round of their playoffs. The Rockies have won 2 in a row against the Dodgers. You had Messi in town. Yes, the Rapids lost, but played them tough. If you were at Mile High, you saw Messi score a couple of times. It's a pretty damn good weekend. Discuss it more. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
we've got a quaddie this weekend. We've got the Rapids, we've got the Rockies, we've got the Nuggets and the Avs. Yeah. That's a blow your waddy for the quaddie, baby. Get high.
2-1 Miami in the 62nd minute. Looking long for Yappy. Yappy in the box. Darren Yappy. Yes. Instant impact from the homegrown. In front of 70,000 plus. We are level in the 62nd minute.
In the air, right center field. Diving catch will end it. Troy Johnston coming through with the bat, coming through with the glove. And the Rockies have knocked off the Dodgers 9-6. 2 in a row against LA.
Goes on top to Rudy. And he throws it away. Leaking out is Bruce Brown by himself. Ah! 2 hands. Triple-double Nikola Jokic in game number 1 of round number 1.
Drury back with it. Sends it off a stick. Here's Logan O'Connor off the weird bounce. O'Connor, he scores! OC's playing, baby! For Logan O'Connor, it's his 3rd goal in his last 2 playoff runs, and the Avalanche have doubled their lead. It's 2-0 Colorado.
That's a blow your waddy for the quaddie, baby. Get high.
The weekend went basically as good as it could have gone. Not only do you get 1-0 starts from both the Avs and the Nuggets to start these playoffs, they beat the Dodgers, and the Dodgers immediately accused the Rockies of cheating. They're like, "This doesn't happen. You guys cheated. That's the only way you win." But a mess to get into from the weekend this weekend, a mess of things, I should say. And let's start with yesterday, Moj. That is the sort of feel that I think we expected going into the game. Nick Waugh said as much. Like, this is not going to be a series where we score 5 goals a night. We might have to win 1-0 every night, and we're prepared to do it. The thing that I enjoyed most, I think the Avs initiated the physicality early in that game, and it was Manson and Landeskog kind of leading the way.
I told you the LA Kings, what do they like to do? And what are they going to do?
Bang.
They're going to bang. That's exactly right. They're going to hit you. And let me,
Bang! Come on, man.
not Tarnasky like. Let me try to get the total here, Vic. I believe it was 59 hits for LA. I believe. Let's see here. Okay, I'm sorry. It came out to 49 hits for LA, 35 for the Avs.
Yeah, 84 was the most combined hits all season or something like that.
And it beat the previous combined, which was the Avs in LA, which was 58. So, I mean, it blew the doors off the previous game, and that's what the LA Kings are going to do. I'm telling you guys, every game is going to have its own thing. Every game is going to be different. It's going to have its own personality and so on. Yesterday, to me, felt like a feeling out type of contest.
Yeah.
The Avs were the better team, though, and we know that. Top to bottom, they were the better team. And I thought defensively and between the pipes, that's where it all started. They were spectacular defensively and in their goaltending.
I thought Wedgwood was awesome, and he provided a couple early saves that just like, ooh, man, that could have been scary. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. This Kempe character is something.
Adrian Kempe, yeah. He's a pretty good player, huh?
Yeah, he doesn't mind hitting.
No, he does not, and he's not a small guy either, and he's incredibly talented. This guy, it's so funny. Johnny Lyles said it. You know, his release is, and then he comes down and Wedgwood makes the save with the blocker, but I mean, in a tiny little shoebox.
Yeah.
He's somehow able to get all of that torque on that puck. It's just amazing to me. These guys are really good players. But I would argue to you that the Kings, I don't know if they can play better than that.
I was going to say, they played a great game.
And I don't know that they can.
They also caught 3 crossbars in, you know what I mean? Like,
correct.
The Avs looked like they could have put 5 or 6 on them.
Correct.
Just missed.
That and had one taken away, obviously.
Right.
And I'm sure we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and ask me, because I don't friggin' know. I friggin' don't know. And by the way, boy, do I have Minnesota Wild fans who hate my guts, hate our whole broadcast guts.
Yeah.
Dallas fans who hate our guts. These are the dumbest people in the history of hockey. Clearly, it was Drury's fault. He initiated the. I'm like, Jesus.
Here's what I don't get about this, though.
I hate these commentators, bro.
Here's what I don't get. Like, you ended up winning the game. Guess it doesn't matter. Whatever. But Bednar, thought it was worth risking going on the penalty kill for.
Well, he's got the number 1 penalty kill unit in the entire world, so.
But I don't understand how Jack Drury can be responsible for his body when somebody else forces him in a certain motion.
That was a veteran move by Doughty.
His veteran move. Yeah. But you could tell not only is he not near the blue paint when he's contacted, he's circling back towards the play until he gets the rump thrown in his hip. And I'm like, how are you going to punish a guy for taking a hit, essentially? That's what I don't understand.
I have never seen a phase of the game change and become so nebulous. The goalie interference now has gone from pretty cut and dry to I have no idea what you guys should say, think, assume. I have no idea. None. Zero. And I don't know how they do either anymore. I don't know what to think of it anymore.
Who made it? Was that Logan on that play?
LOC, yeah.
And then he just got one later for good measure?
Exactly right. Vic, I don't know either. If they called it a good goal, I bet it stands. They call it no goal, so it stands.
But he confirmed it. He did say confirmed.
Right. Well, I guess let's address this right now. I don't know what I don't know because I don't know it anymore. I really don't, and obviously Coach Bednar doesn't either. If I don't know and the coach doesn't know, how are the fans even remotely going to know?
No chance.
Yeah.
So and everybody's throwing conjecture. Everybody's saying, "Oh, you idiots! Oh, you missed this." Nobody knows the real answer here because you could form any opinion and turn that opinion.
So Doughty's entitled, Vic, to back in. I mean, he's on his straight line and so on. He's entitled to that. I thought, Johnny, I mean, listen, I'm doing the game with 2 former players, a forward and a defenseman. And while they do Avs games, they both go, trust me when I tell you, Doughty knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what's going on there. He's been around. I mean, obviously, he's a future Hall of Famer. He knows exactly how to work that situation and go, oh, I don't do anything. You know, that kind of, he knows. But that does not translate then into it's clearly a goal. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is.
Well, to have success in this series and to score, you're just going to have to really, really be a grinder. And that's, I think, the perfect example is Lekkonen's first goal of the game. Like, I just need to outwork this guy in front of the net and find a way to get a stick on this thing. And finally, like, I was never nervous that the Kings were going to take over, but I was nervous that you're putting in all this work. It feels like you're sort of dominating the game, but it's still 0-0, and I'm waiting for the weird bouncing puck to go the wrong way, and then the game flips a little bit. So I'm just glad you got on top first. And Lekkonen needed to do that.
Well, just get that first game out of the way. I think get that out of the way, and it was a close game on the scoreboard. We all know it was a close game statistically, for crying out loud. It was, but it's okay. Get that out of the way. And now maintain the pressure, maintain the dominance that you are.
Here's Vic, can I give you a little reality of the situation? Yeah. How many wins do the Kings need to win this series?
They need 4 wins now to win. Yeah.
Okay, that being said.
Yeah, it's not happening.
In the last 26 games between these two, how many wins do the Kings have?
Let's see. Well, they didn't get any this year.
Last 26 games.
This is regular season, clearly.
Yes.
I don't know how many wins do the Kings have? 3.
They've got 4.
Okay.
They're 4-22 in their last 26 against the Avalanche.
Jeez.
Are they going to win 4 out of 6? I don't. They could.
Be tough.
They're a hell of a hockey club. But I mean, statistically, if you play your game, if you're the Avs, you play your game correctly, you're going to be okay.
You know, I'm not really worried about the outcome of this series. I think the Avs will win. I'm more worried about any type of health issues that may arise because the Kings play that style.
Yeah,
that's honestly top of mind. The only issue I have is nobody delve into that. Nobody fall for that because that's all you need is losing a key player to that team because of the way they play. By the way, Moser, I was up in your broadcast booth last night.
Saw you step on in there.
Why were all 3 of you up there? Why wasn't Riker downstairs?
Because ESPN was doing the game.
You tell ESPN that this is our house.
Or sorry, it was TNT.
You tell TNT that this is Denver.
Okay, well, anyway, Brian Boucher was down between the benches and Eddie Olczyk was upstairs.
You tell Brian Boucher to check with me next time.
Just let Brian Boucher and Riker both stand at the same spot and call the game from there.
Actually, in some buildings, it's big enough they can.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I have a question. It's sort of like protocol, what do you do sort of thing. When you're up 2-0 in a playoff game with 8 minutes left, but Kempe starts going after your star player in Kale McCarr, what's protocol? Because you don't want to take a penalty. You don't want to do anything stupid. You don't want to do this and that. What are they supposed to do there? I mean, I know Landy got in his face, but it's like...
Well, they both got roughing penalties.
Yeah.
How about Gabe Landeskog? It's funny that you point that out. Now, he's had his battles with Matthew Tkachuk in the past, got suspended for one. He's had battles with other guys. But the battles that Gabe Landeskog has had with his fellow Swedes,
yeah,
the tuning of the up of the, he beat the snot out of Braden Shin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's, but boy, oh boy, Countryman doesn't matter when it comes to Stanley Cup playoff hockey.
No.
Like, oh, we're in the Olympics together a month and a half ago? Bang!
Dude, I'm telling you, between him and Manson, especially early in that game, it's so funny. You can, I think, in 30 seconds, you play a 30-second clip of a random game, you'll be able to tell immediately whether it's a playoff game or not.
Totally.
Because every check is being finished. Mm-hmm. Anybody who touches the puck is getting thrown against the boards. And I'm telling you, that hit early in the game, the sort of reverse hit that Manson had, that people were saying is interference. At least online, people were saying that was interference. I don't know what you felt about that, Moj. But it was the one that just laid the dude out, and I can't remember who it was.
It was Scott Lawton.
Yeah. Where Lawton takes one, gets airborne, and then ends up on his face on the ice.
Are you talking about in the first period?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is. I'm going to send this to... Every now and again, I love it when something pops up and I hear the late great Peter McNabb. I just love to hear his voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to send this to Steve. Well, this is the time that Landeskog beat the living snot out of Matthias Ekholm, who was playing for Nashville at the time. And it shows you that Landeskog is not going to suffer fools. He's just not going to do it. I mean, the captain is back, and he's Landy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's full on Landy.
You know what that game was yesterday from a fan perspective, watching the Avs? You know the Avs are going to win this series, but it's almost like a collective relief. Like you win the game. It's just you're relieved. All right, they got through it. They're going to win the series. Let's relieve our way through this series. Am I off on that?
No,
let's relieve ourselves.
Yes, that's going to be the theme now.
Let's
go.
Going
to be on T-shirts everywhere.
Let's go to that little piece of grass outside and let's relieve ourselves.
Let's relieve ourselves through this series.
Well, it's something I want to get to later. If you do, I wasn't expecting Minnesota to just throttle Dallas in game one.
And we'll get into that too. Can we hear the late great Peter McNabb, please?
Rips the helmet off right here. There was something going on earlier because of this. Now off comes the helmet that he threw it, and now here comes Gabe Landeskog, and Ekholm just wasn't ready for this. Not at all. Yeah. And Moj, you and I, we've been around the Avalanche. Gabe Landeskog's a big man. He's strong. And strong as a bull.
Yeah.
Gabe Landeskog's up. He's a big man.
He's a big man.
And he's strong, yeah.
So
that's the tone being set in game number one.
1-0 series lead for the Avs, now to the Nuggets. And by the way, I don't know anybody else that can do this except for us. It's just us, this station. Keywords again today. Why? Because we're going to try and get you in the building tonight. Ball Arena Game 2 against the T-Wolves. Tonight's game.
No way.
Yes. So be listening on the 20s of every hour, every show for those keywords and a chance to win tickets to Game 2 tonight against Minnesota. And we break down Game 1 next.
Guys, low testosterone is coming, and something that men younger and younger are experiencing. It's kind of crazy. And maybe your game isn't quite what it used to be. Less energy, less drive, not feeling like yourself. Well, you deserve to feel your best. I had low testosterone treatment from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and maybe you should look into that too, because they've got everything going on for them, for you. Plus, they've got the advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. They treat the low T, other hormonal issues, help you shed pounds as well. Have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, everything. So don't be old or take control. Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better everywhere, if you know what I mean. Be confident in every part of your life. Give them a call today. The number is 720-440-7900. They've been in business on the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. They got 5 locations, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. That number again, 720-440-7900. Get back to feeling like yourself. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Again, I don't know who else is doing this.
Right.
Game 2 is tonight against Minnesota, and you have a chance to win tickets right now for tonight's game. There are still limited tickets available at nuggets.com/playoffs, but here's your chance to win. Text the keyword Manziel, like Johnny Manziel. Right now to 303-504-0925. It's your chance to win with your first and last name. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. But again, this hour's keyword is Manziel.
Why would Johnny Manziel be filtering into our Nuggets ticket giveaway?
I don't know. I don't see the theme in this one today either.
Boy, do I have a question for one Vittorio Giuseppe Rocco Lombardi.
Fire.
Boy, do I let's test your hoops knowledge.
Yeah. Let's see if you know.
Let's
see if you know ball. Do you know ball?
You don't know ball.
Hey,
you don't know ball, bro.
You don't know ball.
The end of that Sabres game was great last night.
Oh, friggin'
you don't know
no ball. Let's see if you can tell me.
Yeah.
When I knew the Nuggets were going to win.
When that crazy play occurred and Jamal had to throw it from half court and the Nuggets beat everybody to the rebound and it ended in an AG dunk and that secured the win.
Good.
That's when I knew.
I knew sometime around late second quarter. Nuggets were coming back, coming back, and they finally obviously got it tied. They didn't like all that high-scoring first quarter for the T-Wolves. I liked the Nuggets high-scoring second quarter. I did like that. But I didn't like the high-scoring half, if you will.
I hated the beginning of the game.
Too many points. Yeah, way too many. But they're down by, 12 in the first, 14, whatever it was, right? They're just turning the ball over, being knuckleheads. But when they made that push late in the second quarter, this is why I know ball. This is why I'm me, Vic, and you're you.
Hey.
I'm like, they got this. They have this. And all the push by the T-Pups late and so on. Third quarter was brilliant.
Third quarter was a defensive push. They allowed only 17 points.
Spectacular third quarter, and I knew late in quarter number 2, okay, stop, palpitating, Moj. You're okay. They're okay. It's going to be okay. Cam hit a couple of big shots.
It was, I think, a brutal start to the game. They couldn't make a shot. They couldn't
brutal.
get a stop. AG leaves with 3 fouls. You're like, oh, my God, dude, you're turning the ball over. And then they settled in.
Yeah.
But this is something that we mentioned this going into the series. And I saw so much of it not only during the game, but in the post game. I think Minnesota mentally is soft. I really do. The fact that Finch, the first thing he does when he goes to the post game is complain that Jamal shot 16 free
Saw
throws.
that coming.
First thing.
Yeah, saw that coming. We predicted that upstairs. I said as soon as I saw those stats from Jamal, I said that's going to be a talking point for them, and it was.
But I think, we talked about this with Ant's mentality, and I really think it comes from the top of that team. It's Ant and it's Finch. They do not handle adversity well. They don't. And they get frustrated so quickly. You saw it with Jaden McDaniels, so he got popped in the face on accident when Jokic was going for the ball, and the first thing he does is give Jokic a 2-hand shove underneath the hoop. And credit to Joker for literally not reacting at all. Didn't do a thing. I was shocked that he wasn't going to take those huge Serbian stomps towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like you got under their skin so easily. So easily. It felt like it took him out of the game, Vic.
Yeah, a couple observations from that game. Number one, Anthony Edwards doesn't look right.
He was limping in the first quarter.
Yeah, he doesn't look right. He doesn't look explosive. He had a couple nice drives that you're like, okay, nobody's stopping that. But he didn't do it enough times. He didn't look right, number one. That's number two. This is a different Minnesota team now that they don't have Cat to guard Joker.
Yeah.
Because when it's just Rudy versus Joker, and I thought Rudy actually did a great job.
I thought Rudy was pretty good. And by the way, Vic,
for giving up a triple-double, right? You give up
that's
a
correct,
triple-double,
yeah.
and that's a pretty good job.
But if I say, hey man, it was a strip-a-thon, what do you think?
Sign me up.
Right. See, that's what exactly.
Yeah.
You're thinking the ballet, the Glendale Ballet.
Uh-huh.
But in that first half, it was a strip-a-thon. I mean, Joker's down there, and he's just turning the ball over all the time. And I'm like, Gobert had active hands, Vic.
Yeah, they took care of the ball in the second half. That proved to be the difference. That third quarter, the defensive vice by the Nuggets playing, they're not going to be a great defensive team, but they can play in runs, right? There's moments where their defense really buckles down, and that proved to be a difference maker in the second half. The one thing I love going into Game 2 tonight, and I really believe if the Nuggets win Game 2, they will win this series. I think it comes down to tonight's game.
You said Game 1.
Well, yeah, the winner of Game 1 will win the series. Game 2 will make me more comfortable winning the series.
Oh, okay.
If you lose Game 2, it's an open wound. Okay, you win Game 2, you go there 2-0, and I feel a lot better. The thing is this: it's so glaring to know that the Nuggets on a bad shooting night, where this is the number 1 3-point shooting team in the NBA accuracy wise. And they were 10% lower than their normal standards.
Yeah.
They shot 27% from 3. I think they finished 1 for the last 17 from 3. 1. And they still won the game. What was the final? They win by double digits? What was it?
Yeah, 116 to 105.
They still won the game by double digits. They still pulled away in a game in which Jamal Murray, 0 for 8. This guy's one of the best 3-point marksmen in the game. He couldn't buy one and still finished with 30, and they still won the game. So I don't know if you're going to find another game in the series where the Nuggets will shoot the 3 that poorly, and they still won. That is great news.
Okay, so a couple of things. Number one, I think that somebody was a massive difference maker. Massive. When I saw AG leave with 3 fouls in the first quarter, I was like, oh, my God, what are they going to do now? There's no Watson to step in. I thought Bruce Brown was remarkable.
Well, he had 5 steals.
And just setting the tone for what he's one of those spark plug guys, right, where he makes a play and then he'll let the crowd know about it, like all that sort of stuff.
It's the little things he does, too, man. When you tap the ball away and it leads to a turnover. We had him on the post-game show, and he finishes, with 7 points, 8 boards, 5 steals. It's the steals, guys. It's being dynamic. It's the kind of stuff they've been missing, causing those little turnovers that can change a game. The second unit, Mose, you mentioned how the second quarter it was relief to watch them come back. Well, they did it without Joker. They were +6 in those non-Jokic minutes.
I like the attitude of Bruce Brown. I just like his attitude. I like his feistiness.
He's got some of that Russell Westbrook stuff from last year.
He's got the spice that comes in. I like that.
Hey, Nelly, do you have the Chris Finch sound on Jamal Murray and the fouls? Because, listen, this is the politics of basketball. I knew this was coming. And frankly, if it worked the other way, if it's, Jaden McDaniels going to the line 16 times, I'm sure the Nuggets may bark something. This is gamesmanship, right? You guys see it. You knew this was coming, right? You knew they were going to complain about fouls because they hope that somebody listens and it carries over into Game 2. But listen, I want to point something out after you listen to him talk about it.
Yeah, I thought we played really good defense. I thought on him, a lot of those ones in the second quarter, we were there, we were physical, we were vertical. He initiates the contact, he spills away, and then he gets rewarded for it. Jokic does the same thing. We got to be solid around that. 16 free throws is a lot. 16 free throws, it's almost as many as we shot all game.
Okay, 2 things. You got into the bonus early in the game. They got into the bonus the Nuggets did with 7:29 into the game. So if you're complaining that it's a lot of free throws, quit fouling. You guys foul a lot. You foul a lot, and you send the opposing team to the foul line a lot. That's number 1. Number 2 is Jamal Murray, of all the players in the NBA, and I'm trying to remain objective.
This is what pisses me off, yeah.
I'm trying to remain as objective as I possibly can. Who is the least likely to flop in this series?
What, Vic? Are you talking about noted flopper Jamal Murray? All people? Really?
You can make your case for Joker. I get it. But please don't make that accusation. Jamal Murray, I can't remember. He just doesn't do that.
He's never on the floor. And by the way, he got 16 free throws. 3 of them were from the flagrant, where it was Jaden McDaniels' foot in the landing zone. And if you look at that replay, Jamal's actually trying to avoid hitting his foot. He turns his feet when he lands to the side, and McDaniels was the one who moved his foot into
Well,
him.
if there's one way to turn an ankle, that's the way to do it.
And then he got one other free throw off a technical foul. So, 12 is still a lot of free throws, but to say 16 is a little fraudulent to start with because 4 of them came off techs. Secondly, to say that about Jamal Murray is one of the most insane things I've ever heard. And it didn't stop there. Anthony Edwards after the game.
No, not really. We expected it to be a game like this. If that's the case, then we wasn't mentally ready because we knew how it was going to go. And, yeah, they're going to get foul calls, and we might not get none, and that's okay. So we got to be ready for that and mentally prepared for it to go their way and not go our way, and we should be okay with that.
Just quickly, I just want to talk about, I don't know if there's a bigger disconnect that I've seen. Then multiple teams have done this. Steve Kerr has said this about the Nuggets before. Chris Finch now has said it. Multiple people have said it. Oklahoma City fans think this. The perception surrounding the Nuggets getting foul calls from people outside of Denver as opposed to inside, I cannot find a bigger contrast.
Well, everyone's going to have a different viewpoint based on your fanaticism, right? I'm watching that game and I'm saying, wow, Minnesota's getting away with a lot of physicality here. How many times did you guys see AG on the ground getting pushed, shoved?
Yeah.
Right? This is going to happen. Each side is going to claim that the whistle wasn't fair. This is what worked. This is how it goes in the postseason. But, man,
it's going to go the other way. We're going to come in here on these airwaves going, oh, my God, man, what a bunch of bunk. That's just the way it goes.
The Jaden McDaniels
by the way, Vic,
shove.
Same thing. Look, the Kings took plenty of penalties yesterday, but Kadri gets tripped up out of nowhere, and there's no call at all. You're like, okay, if you're going to eat the whistle, eat the whistle. That's all.
So the Jaden McDaniels shove, two-hand shove to Joker out of bounds. Now, it was preceded during that play. Joker was trying to knock the ball out of his hands, and he slapped McDaniels in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And McDaniels was mad. So his response is to two-hand shove Joker out of bounds. Thoughts?
Well, my lovely wife goes, well, that must have been a hard shove because that's a big man he shoved. I said, yeah, that was a hard shove.
He sold it.
Thoughts on how the Nuggets reacted or the
on
initial
thing?
I think it's weak. What, you took a foul because somebody was swiping at the ball. He missed. He caught you in the face. Probably doesn't feel good.
He's one of those guys you were talking about.
He's a front runner.
He's not poised.
No, he's a front runner. That whole team is front runners.
Yeah, he's not a poised player.
When they're playing well,
unravel.
Yes, when they're playing well, everything's hunky-dory. They're laughing, they're joking. But if things aren't going their way, that team melts, man.
Yeah, he lacks poise.
It was complete frustration because they couldn't make a bucket. Nuggets had built themselves a double-digit lead. He finally made a little floater in the lane, then the shove. Pure frustration. Pure.
Can I point out something else? I don't know how many other people picked up on this. It was early in the game. And I think it's pretty clear what the T-Wolves were trying to do, especially early, until Jokic and Jamal just didn't care. They were leaving Christian wide open. They were leaving guys wide open to make sure that Jokic and Murray weren't shooting. But Christian's wide open in the corner. He's right in front of the T-Wolves bench. Throws up a three. Did you see Bones jump out of his seat on the bench and get like this close to Christian while he was shooting?
I did not.
And Brown hits the shot, and then he points and starts laughing at Bones because I'm like, that's not allowed. You can't have somebody like, I know it's not like a hand in his face, but literally jumped off the bench and did one of these, like right as Christian's in his shooting motion. I'm like, what the hell was that? Again, Bones Highland. I said maybe sneaky, punchable face in this series.
Yeah. Well, you don't think he wants to beat Denver? The way it ended
I don't
here?
care what he wants.
For
Yeah,
what?
I know.
It's
I
his
don't
fault.
care what he wants.
I get it. The other factor about this game, why I slept well, and you won a game in which you didn't play your best. The value of Aaron Gordon, I don't think we need to explain how valuable he is to this team.
Yeah.
But he gets 3 fouls early. That third foul is like, okay, whatever. 3 fouls, and you're like, oh, geez. They have to survive the second quarter without him, and they do. They do. And then he comes back, and the little plays he makes in that game prove to be a difference maker. He is so valuable to this team.
I wish I have to record your pre and post game because I watch it all. Have to.
Are you watching the new series of Beef on Netflix. You do watch it all.
Nope, you don't got to say anything to me, Moser. It's okay.
Go on.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what he just said. I don't think he knows what he just said.
Yeah, I do. I watched last night. I binged like 4 of them.
No, I watch all of you. I watch you and Chris and Chris, Katie. I watch the pregame and I watch the postgame. And you did.
I don't watch you at all.
Fine. I don't give a rat's rip. A lot of people do. That being said, he had a classic Lombardi comeback.
What's that?
I got to record these from now on. I have to record them, and I've got to have.
Are you going to make fun of my carnival barking again?
Absolutely.
It was so loud. We had dude, we had Bruce Brown.
People here.
We had Bruce Brown on the postgame show.
Yeah.
It was so loud that my ears were ringing all day yesterday.
Oh, I bet it would, dude. The crowd was packed. I mean, it looked like it was hella fun.
I have a question. I don't know how any of you guys would know the answer to this.
No.
So wait, what are you referencing that I said? What did I say that resonated with you?
It's just that long
No, it's the
stretched
tone.
out. It's the long stretched out. Hey, man, mama. Look over there, there's a baby.
Hang on, I have a question, and maybe a texter who was there can answer this for me. So they kept showing the crowd outside a ball, right? That's watching on the big jumbo screen.
And by the way, both crowds were really killer. The Avs crowd got there earlier.
So here's my question: is that a totally live feed connected to the arena, or is it delayed?
Dead live.
Okay, so they can't hear a roar. Can they hear a roar before something happens?
Well, how can they hear inside the arena?
I mean,
they're outside on the street, and they're
pretty loud.
It's pretty loud out there.
Brett, one game is played indoor, and those guys are outdoors.
I think that you could still hear a little bit of a roar. You're staying right outside the stadium. You don't think you could hear anything? Maybe I'm wrong. I figured.
I don't know.
You're telling me if the McKinnon goal from the Blues series during the Cup run, where he goes coast to coast and scores, you couldn't hear a not a titter outside? Nothing?
That was heard. That was also heard in Tallahassee.
Yeah. You heard me.
I don't know that you can hear from inside the arena. I don't know that you can or you can't. I don't know. But I do know that the people who took advantage of that, Avs Alley and Base Camp 5280, it was pretty cool, man, because they got a giant screen with a stage. They've got...
No, it looks killer.
They've got,
it's awesome.
All kinds of, things you can check out and drinks and all. I mean, it was really cool.
You want to know how to ruin something like that? Play tonight's game with the tip-off at 8:30, and it won't go till probably 8:50 tonight.
I know.
I mean, my goodness. I know we complain about this a lot, but jeez.
Well, I mean, once I get done with the show, I'm going to grab my kayak. I'm going to go in the Pacific Ocean. You guys know how close we are to that.
By the way, what's the game on tonight? What network is it on?
Is this another prime game?
I don't even know. I don't know what it's on tonight.
I mean,
honest to God, don't know.
I've got to hunt.
No, this is on NBC.
Or the Peacock.
NBC.
Crap. Well, I don't have NBC right now. They're in a fight with my provider.
Isn't it crazy, man?
Well, then you got the Peacock.
No, go. Wait.
I do have the Peacock.
But yeah, if you have the Peacock, you can access NBC. If you don't have NBC because of fights with Comcast or whatever, get yourself an antenna. If you don't have
That's true, yeah. The antenna works. Just do that.
Get the antenna. If you don't have that, I don't know what to tell you, man. This is ridiculous. I don't know where to go anymore.
Reminder to you guys that the keyword for this hour, chance to get you in the arena tonight for Game 2, the keyword is Manziel, like Johnny Manziel. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. That is the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. You can play all your favorite games, Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life. And tonight is the Powerball, $87 million up for grabs. And here's the good news. If you download that Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC, you can play your first lottery game for free on me. So download Tulatero, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
Refractive lens exchange. What is it? Sounds intimidating a little bit, doesn't it? Well, let me tell you what it is. It fixes your eyes so you can read the menu, so you can read the computer, so you can read the phone. It does things to your eyes so you can be normal again. Vic Lombardi here for Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision. I know you're having trouble reading things close up. I mean, I've been having that trouble for years now. And you need glasses, you need contacts. Perfect vision is tough, especially at this age. Cutarelli Vision RLE is the permanent solution to spending your good active years without reading glasses. Here's the cherry on top. If you get the procedure done, you'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli, Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. Whether you need the LASIK, the refractive lens exchange, whatever procedure, you can trust him to tell you which one is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. Visit coloradorle.com. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, and guess what? No cataracts.
Oh, yeah, I'm jamming. That's what I like to do, man. Jam.
Okay.
That's not very good, is it?
I got a Bob Marley album, The Greatest Hits, back at the house.
So
One
do
of my
I.
favorite
Yeah,
things.
so do I.
Yep.
Legend.
So listen, a lot to discuss here. I do just want to spend, can I have 2 minutes? Because I know this is an Avs and Nuggets day, but just 2 minutes on the idea that the Rockies could beat the Dodgers in a series today.
So good.
Just 2 minutes.
I don't even know what to say.
But before you start your 2 minutes, and we'll start the clock.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the amount of Dodger fans parading to Coors Field with their Dodger regalia chanting Dodger chants?
I feel like that happens every year.
No. This was like a different deal. I don't know, Moser, have you ever been to a Premier League soccer game? Like when all the Premier League fans, they march to the stadium and they...
I have been to a Premier League game, yes.
This was happening at Coors Field. For those who attended, there were Dodger fans out of the woodwork who gathered together and marched in place like there was some sort of protest.
Well, they've left disappointed two of the out of the last 3 nights. And here's what's so funny to me.
Take that L on the way out.
The Dodgers took game 1. The Rockies win game 2, I think it was 4-3. Dalton Rushing, the catcher for the Dodgers, after the game said this.
I think it could have been a little bit of both sides. I think they had a good game plan as an opposing team, and maybe I pitched into their game plan as far as calling pitches. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's odd some of those hitters that do what they do. They go up there and they were on the first pitch that was thrown. So it's fishy.
Saying it's a little fishy. I just love the idea that the Dodgers lost to the Rockies and one of their players is like, the only way they can do that is cheat. That's it. Something fishy going on. By the way, Dave Roberts immediately said, no.
Called it fishy last night, the way the Rockies were on Will Klein's stuff. Did you see anything unusual that inning, or did it just kind of look like they were sitting soft against them?
I saw some bad breaking balls. So
I don't think there was anything fishy behind it. I think there were some bad pitches.
So there you go. But
what does he mean by sitting soft against him? What does that mean?
Who?
Rushing? The reporter said, or were they sitting soft against him? That's what he said. That's the terminology.
I mean,
used.
I would assume that means sitting on a breaking ball.
That's okay.
That's what I would assume that means. But the funny thing about this is, so the Rocks win. I don't know if you guys saw the end of the game yesterday. It was a little bit after the Avs game wrapped up. They're up like 9-4. They have this big bases loaded, no out, 8th inning where they scratch across, I think, 3 or 4 more.
Well, they scored 3 in the 7th and 3 in the 8th.
So they're up, I think it was 9-4 heading into the 9th inning.
That is correct.
And then the Dodgers just kept getting on base. And then it was 9-6. I'm like, for the love of God, get out of this game. And Troy Johnson makes the diving catch and right to close things out. So they have the chance. They've already split the series at minimum, could win against the Dodgers. And just to wrap this up, I think this is just indicative of what the Rocky season is going to be. Hey, they're 6-6, 500. Yay, maybe they're kind of fun. Then they lose 6 straight games, but now they've won 3 of 4 again. I just think they're going to, as Moser would say, porpoise for a lot of this year.
Listen, that was a little bit longer than 2 minutes, and that's okay because they beat the Dodgers. And we
Thank you. That's all I want. It's the Dodgers. Yeah.
We hate the flipping Dodgers. Now, that being said, before we get into more meat and potatoes here right at the top, you guys watch any other Stanley Cup playoffs? I mean, what you were talking about
Buffalo last night. That was dynamic. What, they score 3 in 6 minutes?
That's correct. They were down 2-0, and they scored all 4 goals in the final, 5 minutes of that game?
So I watched Montreal and Tampa yesterday. Great game. And I'm telling you, Moshe, I do want to spend a second on this because, look, it's not over. You got to win 3 more games here, but you're feeling good about the Avs' chances against the Kings, right? And so we're all kind of like, while we're watching this series, looking a little bit ahead to like, oh, God, you're going to have that Dallas series again. To watch Minnesota blitz them in their own barn in game 1, they're up 4-0, like, 6 minutes into the second? You're just like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, Vic, what does the Italian hockey coach say? Mamma mia! Hey, man, that was, I'm not going to get mouthy.
Hey, be careful what you wish for, because I know everybody wanted to stay away from Dallas, but Minnesota looks dangerous.
I'm just kind of marveling that Minnesota did that.
Minnesota's young Swede goalie. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
That being said, on the other side, their goalie was not very good. To watch Ottinger give up 5 on 23 shots, you're like, whoa, bro. Wow. I mean, it was 4-0 before you knew it, right? I mean, not even halfway through this second.
Yeah.
It's 4-0 and you're going, whoa, this is not the way I expected it. I think that's going to be a 7-game series. I think it's going to be long and ugly, and I hope it is. I mean, assuming the Avs can get by the Kings, and I hope to God that that's the case.
Yeah.
Man, you want these two teams to be ugly with each other.
But I think the relative assumption is that, well, okay, let's tire out Dallas. What if you get a very confident Minnesota team?
Yeah,
that's fine. And they've got, Matt Boldy is a very good player.
That dude's like a magician. Since his run in the Olympics, I've been watching him closely. He's really good.
He's a very good player, Vic. Very good. I mean, look, he's he's American first-round stud. Yeah, that's what he is.
Clutch is what he is.
Kaprizov, obviously, is super dynamic, and they added some angst and anger to that team. They got Foligno's brother in, right? They traded for McCarron from Nashville, and he's a giant. This guy is huge.
Yeah.
That being said, up the middle, they are less than ideal. I mean, you look at the Colorado Avalanche up the middle. They are as deep as you will ever find in the history of the game.
I love Nick Waugh's game, too, by the way. I thought he played great.
Played a good game.
You know, the
silly turnover that led to a penalty.
Yeah.
You can't be making blind backhand passes off the half boards in your own zone.
Right. The funny thing is, you look around both the NHL and the NBA playoffs so far. Like, Vic, I didn't expect the Lakers to go out and win game 1 against Houston.
That one was weird. First of all, the mysterious Durant injury that came out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to an old-time hockey guy yesterday. He's like, what is with the Durant situation? I said, you got me. He's like, he's got a knee contusion. He's like, he goes, this is my old hockey thinking, and times are different than they used to be. But I can't even imagine not playing with a, quote, contusion.
Crazy to me. They gave up a game. And if the Lakers, here's all I want, because Oklahoma City is going to waltz to the Western Conference Finals. At least give OKC a scare in a game.
A push.
Something. Because they may have the easiest path to the conference finals in the history of the Western Conference playoffs.
They've earned it. But I understand your point. Yeah.
But it is so easy. Houston, you could see why, guys. I've been pleading. Well, it is what it is now. I always wanted the Nuggets to play the Rockets in the first round. You could see why now, right? That team can't shoot. They're not good.
Especially if KD's hurt.
I know, but even when KD's healthy, it's all they have. They have nothing.
Yeah.
They're not very good. Well, they're just overrated.
They got thrown out of whack when Van Vliet got hurt. Was it before the season or really early in the season?
Before the season.
Then they don't have Steven Adams anymore. He's not going to help the shooting category, but decent player.
Can I give a tip of the cap?
But Vic, how do you got a bruised knee? Can't play against the Lakers? I mean, what are we doing?
Hey, tip of the cap to what was, I don't know if you will see that many sports fans in Denver, Colorado show out for different occasions in different games. Let me recap. Let me recap the sports weekend. All right. This is just 2 days. You got a near sellout at Mile High Stadium, 75,000 people, to watch Lionel Messi do his thing. And granted, the Rapids lost. That sucks. They came back, tied it to a piece
Good
late.
game, though, yeah.
And Messi put together one of the greatest. That goal he had to make it 3-2. I don't know if you guys saw the goal. Phenomenal.
Greatest player in the world stuff.
I know, but he for a guy who's soon to be 39, the way he can mask a goal and just mask the ball so not even the goalie can see it, just phenomenal. They got their money's worth at Mile High. Then you got Ball Arena, 160th straight sellout for the Nuggets. Sellout, obviously. Then you've got 2 games at Coors Field over the weekend that the Rockies won. They took 2 out of 3. The first team in Major League Baseball with a sellout, by the way, to win consecutive games against the Dodgers. And then you've got the sellout, as usual, at Ball for the Avs. Sellouts everywhere.
Yeah.
Fans everywhere. Sports everywhere. Denver is the sports center of the world right now.
One last thing before we get out of here, get back to breaking down the Avs and Nuggets from over the weekend. Did you guys see this morning from Schefter that looks like the A.J. Brown stuff might finally be coming to a close, that he has called a trade to New England is now considered likely about A.J. Brown. So, the team you face in the AFC Championship game, going to get a good player. I have no problem with him not being on my roster, though. You can keep the brain damage over where you are.
Because when you get a player like that, well, he just seemed really discontent.
Yeah.
In Philly, for God knows what reason.
Despite winning Super Bowls.
Correct.
Not happy. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Back after this.
oh mama, oh mia, oh mama, moo moo momo, woo.
I'm glad that your mic was off during that.
What's that? Mine was?
No, Mose, you're in a good mood this morning, and you should be, because the
dude, the whole
Avs
weekend
and
was
Nuggets,
killer,
I know.
man. Hey,
it's so great.
I want to go back to what Vic said real quick. I mean, Inter Miami's in town, and Messi is the star, and the goal that he scored to win it, I don't know how he sneaks it through everybody, and then, I call it top shelf, Vic. But you had nearly 75,000 at Mile High. That is badass.
You got 75,000
This city
there.
is badass.
While you already have a sellout at Ball, you have 19 plus
Badass.
at Ball, and then you have another 42,000 walking to Coors Field.
Badass.
I didn't know we had that many damn people here.
Studs.
Where's everybody?
Studettes.
Were you guys hanging out?
Love it.
Hey, so I got a question for you, Moj. I listened to Scott Wedgwood. It was later in the day on TNT. It was during intermission, and they were doing the highlights of the Avs game. And they said, we had a chance to catch up with Scott Wedgwood after the game. Here's that interview. They played the whole thing. And Wedgwood is first of all, incredibly smart. Like, he is so prepared and knowledgeable.
If you were a goalie, Brett, you'd just be out there trying to stop shots, right?
Well, he's talking about, like, he has notes for all these guys,
Correct.
that he grinds this tape, what their tendencies are. He has it all in his head when he takes the ice, like all that different stuff,
And
right?
he says it's not to say that that's what they're always going to do, but he wants to have that data,
Yes.
that computer data.
He also talked about, it was late in the interview, they asked him about his relationship with Blackwood. Now, I want to go back to something. This is from April 1st, almost 3 weeks ago on the show. Bednar was on with us, and I asked him about goaltending and what the plan was going to be heading into the postseason.
I think we're comfortable with both of these guys. Like, I don't know how exactly it's going to play out. Someone obviously is going to get the start for game one of the playoffs, and I don't think we can be afraid to continue to deploy our guys like we have all year. It's worked for us. If one guy stumbles, the next guy goes in the net. And when you run for 7 months a certain way, and then it works, conventional thinking for me is just you gotta continue to do what you're doing. It's the rhythm of your team. It's the way it works. To say, like, well, this guy's going to be our starter and he's going to play every game of the playoffs, that doesn't make sense for me.
So remember the quote, it's the rhythm of our team. Because here's what Wedgwood said with the TNT crew yesterday.
You got a guy that's, in your corner. We're going to use both of us in this playoff. It's been the rhythm of our team. And, when he gets in there, I'm going to be obviously the biggest fan for him. And, if we can keep winning games, either one of us, whoever goes, it's obviously helping the team. And it's just it's a lot of fun being able to have a guy like that you can lean on. You don't feel like you're, talking to an enemy by any sense when he's sitting there behind you.
It's just interesting to me. I don't know how many teams have rolled out two different goalies back and forth during the course of a postseason. I kind of thought that Bednar was just giving you the diplomatic answer when he said that 3 weeks ago. What you just said, they're going to do it. Like, Blackwood could start tomorrow.
Could. I think that he very well could. When you look at it, I know people are going to second guess things, and
maybe in this first round you can be a little more experimental.
Maybe. But that being said, if it's what you've done and it works, is it really experimental? I guess the conventional wisdom would be, hey, listen, ride a guy, ride him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I put my trust in the coach and in the players themselves, that they know what works best for them. I know it seems a little unorthodox. It doesn't seem like something that other teams, quote, would do or don't want to do or are afraid to do.
Yeah.
But if it's working for you and everybody is bought into it and everybody feels comfortable with it, then why not continue to deploy it?
I think, look, I don't know if I'd do it. I don't blame them for still sticking to this, though. I do think that if Blackwood has a rough go at it, I think that hook's going to be pretty quick, and maybe you go away from that pretty quickly.
I just think in this first round, the Avs are so confident in what they bring to the ice against LA. If you want to swap out goalies every other game, knock yourself out. But when push comes to shove, I think we know who we're getting.
Yeah, if it's game 7, I think it's going to be Wedgwood. The other thing that kind of surprised me, Moj, is I guess a mild surprise that Ross Colton was the healthy scratch and Kiviranta was in?
Kivy had 8. How many hits did he finish up with? Because at one point he had 8 hits.
Landy had 8. Since
no.
Kivy only has 1.
That's not right. Landy did have 8. Kivy was all over the place, though. He
was, yeah.
He was. Look, he wants to stay in the lineup, and he's playing like he wants to stay in the lineup. He wants to play the game that the coach. I mean, he's again a fire and forget missile.
Mm-hmm.
You know exactly what you're going to get out of him.
What do you think went into that decision, though, to make Colton the healthy scratch?
I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe Ross's game isn't where the coach wants it to be.
Yeah,
consistently. But the thing is, though, you could put Ross back in.
Sure.
On the third line, and he would haul ass. I mean, so you're building want in these guys.
I cannot overstate the importance of an Arturi Lehkonen on this team.
Mm-hmm.
And the way he gets he scores the kind of goals that you need. They were trying to beautify one, they couldn't. And then there he is, just scrapping away, a dog digging for his bone, just digging and digging.
Yeah.
It's what he does.
There was a couple of moments, like, it became very clear you were only going to score if you really, like, grind one out. Nate just had an opportunity that I don't know why he didn't shoot, but there's a couple of moments like that, Moser, where it's like you got an open lane, kick it, and he tries to kick it back to McKinnon in traffic. It's like, shoot the puck, man.
They both did that at times. I mean,
it's like, you're a goal scorer. Go score.
They're looking for these seam passes. They're trying to knock it into the slot. Nate just had the Kadri had a beautiful feed to him. His pass was blocked. He got it back, feeds Nate just, and what does it do? Hits the flipping crossbar.
Brett, you have toddlers. You have little kids. You know, Lecky is that guy. His face is dirty. He's got,
pig
mucus
pen.
on his.
He is a hockey pig pen.
Right?
Hockey pig pen. Yeah, he is.
But if he coughs around you, you're like, all right, well, I'm sick.
Come on.
I'm sick immediately.
Stop it. Snot bubbles
but
everywhere.
You know what, Vic? You have to have those guys. I mean, think about how clutch he is, though. I mean, he was clutch in Montreal. He's been clutch with the Avs.
Yeah.
His series-winning goals. I mean, and you know who he fended off to score that goal? A future Hall of Famer in Drew Doughty. Drew Doughty was all over him, and he made the play.
He's the kind. I said this to baby Jamal Kale the other day, and this is Lehkonen. I said, "How did you get spaghetti sauce on your ears?"
Yeah.
It was on her ears. It's like, how did that happen?
I thought that conversation was going to be different. I thought you had like a deep hockey conversation with baby Jamal.
Sweetheart, listen, we have to talk about winning puck battles.
She did. Hey, she was downstairs with me. She looked up the TV, saw the Avs game, and she goes, "Let's go Avalanche," and did the clap and everything.
Yay, good girl.
She's into it.
Now. But I'm just saying that you have, Vic is so right. You've got to have guys like that, and he plays such a bigger game than his stature.
He does.
And he's fearless. And he's the most reserved guy. He's like, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Punched in the head. Yeah.
Can I bring up something that I thought, because I think it was shortly after Nate just passed up that shot to try and kick it back to McKinnon. And I'm like, guys, just shoot the puck. You just get the puck on net. There was a moment, sort of chaotic. Puck goes to Kadri he was like in front of the dot. But Moj, it felt like he had the puck with nobody around him in the same place for like 4 seconds.
He did.
And it's almost like he was like, are we still playing? Why is nobody coming after me?
Well, exactly. I mean, he was all by his lonesome. He had too much time. But I thought that Riker and Johnny broke it down really well. He's waiting for Forsberg to make the first move. To drop or whatever, and then he's going to snipe because he has all this time. You never, ever, ever see a guy below the dots with all by his lonesome just be able to walk in and look.
Literally for like 4 seconds.
But they had a staring contest.
That's exactly right, Vic. And Forsberg's a big dude. He's 6'3". He's wide, right? He's a big old guy. He gave up nothing. I mean, he did not drop into his butterfly. He didn't show 5-hole, really. I mean, he really held his ground and waited Kadri out and forced Kadri to fire it into him.
Yeah. It's just crazy.
As I'm walking around the arena, going from scene to scene.
Yeah, what were you doing there? What was your story?
I'm
what's your
a sports fan. I'm a fan of Denver sport. So I go to sporting events, as many as I can. I was there to check on you. Hey, who's that little guy, when I say little, smaller than me, running around in that silver suit?
What's this guy's deal?
Moj, who's that guy? He had a silver suit on head to toe.
Like an actual suit or like a guy in like a Tin Man suit? What are you talking about?
He was wearing like a shimmy silver suit. It's something that Rycroft would wear.
Like a fishing lure?
No, it's something Riker would wear.
Wait. Like a bodysuit or like a suit?
Suit.
I have no idea. Where was he?
He was walking around. He was upstairs in the press box. I saw him downstairs.
Oh, was it Daryl Evans?
Was that who it is?
The Kings radio guy?
Yeah, maybe that's who it was. Does he always dress like that?
Yes, he's got a plethora of dude, he's not like Riker. His stuff is like exquisite, like sequined and
it looked like he was coming like he just got done doing an Osmond show.
Yeah, like exactly right. Yeah, that's Daryl Evans. Great.
What is going on there?
Well, he was a good player and he's a great dude.
Hang on a second. After Vic just proclaims that he is this guy?
Yes, that guy. He was
Yeah, Daryl Evans, yeah.
Yeah, I was going, who I thought for sure he was Rycroft's father.
So after Vic proclaims, I'm a sports connoisseur. I go where the sports are, wherever they are. His next statement was, who's the guy in the suit?
Yeah. Did you know who that was there, Brett?
No, and I wouldn't care. Just be like a weird
guy. I was just curious. That's why I asked Moser. I'm a curious mind.
If the league was like it was when he was coming up, he would be a longtime NHLer. He was mostly an AHLer, great AHL player, but the league hadn't expanded a boatload the way it has now. Great dude, great broadcaster.
So, Moser, I was there
to
support.
Great ambassador for the Los Angeles Kings.
I was there to support you, Johnny, and the crew, and Riker. Will you be there tonight to support me?
Not a chance in hell. Wait. What do you mean?
850 tips are tough,
You were there to support us.
Support you.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
We're calling the game. He swings the curtain open, takes a video, and leaves. That's his support.
In case you needed anything.
What do you mean you're there to support us? You didn't do squat.
Just there for moral support. Emotional and moral support.
Sweet.
You know, I'm there. Brett, as you well know, I support my friends. In time of need, in time of hard work, if they need something, I'm there. At that point, if you needed anything, I'm there for you.
Just swing open the curtain, get my own personal video, and walk away.
Get the hell out of there.
All right, so again,
if the game was at 7, I would be there. But this whole 8, they're probably not going to tip off until what time, Vic?
Oh, God. 8:30. I say it tips off tonight at 8:47. 8:47. Needless to say, I will not be in my best behavior tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I mean, the Avs are a little better, I suppose, tomorrow, where they're at 8, but that's probably what, 8:12, 8:15?
Well, no, it's probably longer than that. I don't think the puck's going to drop maybe until 22.
Hey, Moshe, so how does that stuff...
It's something crazy like that, yeah.
Excuse my ignorance. How does that outdoor area work for fans? Okay, so you don't have a ticket to a game. You go to the outdoor
No, you have
place.
to have a ticket to get in, but the tickets are free.
Okay, so you go there, you gather, you watch the game on the monitors outside?
Well, it's a gigantic television. It's like a big 30-foot. It's huge. It's loud. It's like you're almost. I mean, it's really cool. It's loud. It's great.
Well, I saw them setting that up Thursday when I went to the last regular season game.
That is still, guys. That's on the east side of Ball Arena.
The east side
there is no, it's not.
What are you talking about?
The east side of Ball Arena is where that is placed. It is not south. South would be the parking lot there.
Bro.
No,
guys, when you're at Ball Arena and you're staring at Mile High Stadium, what direction is that? What direction is that?
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna say something right now. I ain't having any stragglers not from my town come in here and tell me what is east and west.
It's essentially southeast, but when you consider Spear is east
of Ball Arena.
Mile High
so
is
you
west.
guys try to contend. I'm right. You're wrong.
I don't know any way. I don't know any way that's not south.
You're stupid.
There's not.
I swear to God, I'm not doing this
show
anymore, dude. Outside Ball Arena, When you look at where that fan area is, that is directly east of Ball
right
Arena.
there.
No,
It's right
no.
there.
It is east of Ball Arena. The mountains are on. So
That's
take your
east of
finger.
Ball Arena. Spear Boulevard.
No,
What are we
no.
talking
You guys
about?
are dumb. You guys are dumb. You really are. I don't know if you skipped that day, compass class or whatever it is. Did you skip it? Did you skip direction class? Denver is the easiest town in the world to understand directions. West is the mountains. Directly the opposite way of the mountains is east.
Vic, there's nothing you can see as a human being right now. You might as well shut your hole.
Yeah.
Shut his hole.
You get all of them.
Shut every hole you got, because I am not going to buy into this. I don't care what you say. Spear Boulevard is east. Mile High is west.
Spear
Chopper
Boulevard
Circle south.
is north. It's northeast. It's more north from where the arena is.
North, yeah, but what?
Hang on.
I hate this guy.
Again,
I hate him.
Again, you guys don't have 57 years of vast knowledge.
Got another keyword coming your way in a couple of minutes. Chance to get in the building, and you can decide for yourself what direction
Shut
that is when you get there.
your
Keyword next.
hole.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat and has introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets. It's available across the NBA, the MLB, and the NHL. So here's the deal. You tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app. You build your squad from the sport that you want, then pick your market. Points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and finally set your target. So if you like hoops, pick 4 players, combine for 100 points. Or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 guys. Like, if you're talking about the playoffs tonight, you could throw together Jamal, Jokic, and 2 other guys from across the league. It's that easy. Then you sit back like a GM, watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. But here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live. Cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets only on the Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, another keyword, a chance to get you in the building for Game 2 tonight against Minnesota. There are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/playoffs, but this is your chance to win. The keyword is Howard. So text Howard in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. But again, this keyword for this hour is Howard. I did get hit with a reminder, by the way. And this happens when the postseason rolls around. It happens quickly. I have my hatred power rankings just mentally for teams that are in the league. And teams that jump up and teams that go down.
What about dudes?
Same thing, but over like the last couple of years, I mean, Minnesota was near the top, and then they've kind of fluttered because OKC's worked their way back up. And it's a nice little refresher on how much I dislike the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't like really anything. I don't like their coach. I don't like Anthony Edwards. I don't like Jaden McDaniels. I don't like anybody really on that roster. Not a single one. And I'm telling you.
I kind of like Naz Reid.
Yeah, he's fine. I see that team as a bunch of front runners because they're really, really happy when things are going well. I think they got a tough time when things aren't. Like they have a tough time mentally. And Jaden McDaniels is, I think, the key example of this.
Watch the end of games when they know they're going to lose. Watch his antics. He usually gets kicked out of a game, get teed up out of a game.
It's like when I saw it out of Draymond in that final play-in game. Yeah. Like they're down 20 points with a minute left, and then he wants to bark at Devin Booker. It's like, all right, dude, what? You want to get kicked out at the last second, and then he's amping up the crowd, whatever. I don't get it.
You know what they have, Minnesota, for a team that's never won a title? They have this swagger about them that's it's
unearned.
Exactly. Like who do you think you are?
Well, I mean, they've been to conference finals.
Okay, great. Great. You've been to the conference finals. Wow. Look at you.
No, they carry themselves with some sort of unearned confidence that is higher than what they actually have.
Anybody who listens to this program, anybody who listened on Friday, anybody, please be honest with me. Nuggets game Saturday. When you saw Kyle Anderson check in and the camera panned to him, what did you think?
I told you he was going to play a lot.
Yeah, you did. Well, he played 7 minutes. But what did you think when you saw him check into the game and they showed his face?
He was very ineffective in this game. I don't know what I thought.
Yeah, because he's a buyout guy.
That's not what I'm getting at, Vic. That is not what I'm getting at.
I don't have the same, visceral reaction to him stepping on the floor.
I got a visceral. Oh, you want me to show you visceral?
Sure.
I will show you visceral.
So
you could land a 747 on his head.
Guys, the Nuggets won a game by double digits, and these games are going to be close. If you're thinking that at Ball Arena tonight that the Nuggets are going to win by 30, I think it's just not going to happen. They lull you into this. They lull you into these slop games, and it's what it's going to be. The one thing that the Nuggets have going for them, first of all, they've won 13 in a row now, 13 straight. The Nuggets, since March, early March, they've figured out this clutch game stuff. They're figuring it out now.
Thank God.
It was a problem. Now they are executing in the clutch and making plays happen. Do you remember now, during that game on Saturday, 6.5 minutes to play, Minnesota cuts it to 2, and you're thinking, oh boy, here we go. And when they cut it to 2, the Nuggets counter with a 19-10 run to finish the game. They made all the necessary big plays down the stretch. They are clutch again. And that's what allows me to sleep at night when you're facing this team. I think it's going to be another close one tonight. Clutch factor will play a role.
Yeah. It's a hell of a freeze frame on you, by the way. It looks
hell
great.
of a freeze frame on Vic.
But I think there's 2 things that happened that were really important. Stuff was going very poorly early in the game due to what? Turnovers. They had 6 in the first 13 minutes. They had 7 in the final 35. The final 35 minutes looked pretty good. The first 13 looked terrible. That's a huge part of it.
And some shot selection.
Guys.
I'm like, oh my God, please no.
Another reason, and again, I usually don't play this role, but I'm just trying to speak it into existence. The Nuggets won a game by double digits in which Jamal Murray was 0 for 8 from 3.
Yeah.
He still scored 30.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen again tonight. It's not going to happen.
The other thing, you brought this play up, Vic. It was the turnaround heave end of the clock from Jamal that ends
Biggest
up
play of the game.
in the dunk from Gordon. I literally was like, I don't think that touched rim until they showed the replay where it barely grazed it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was huge. Huge
Biggest play of the
and,
game.
And look, we've mentioned this 1,000 times, but it's worth saying again. I don't know if I can really quantify the importance that Aaron Gordon has on this basketball team. In every aspect, rebounding, defense, offense, all of it. He is such a difference maker. And when he left early with 3 fouls, I was straight up, not just with 3 fouls, he was grimacing at multiple points early in the game, had me nervous.
Thank goodness Spencer Jones was active yesterday because you needed a bigger body forward to deal with Julius Randle. When AG was out of the lineup, you needed some bulk to deal with Randle just pounding away, and Spencer gave you that. They don't have many players that can fit that bill. I will be interested to see tonight what they do with the second unit. Peyton Watson is still listed as out, by the way.
Yeah, this is the series, right?
Yeah, this is. I mean, should I be? Well, I guess I'm always concerned. But how bad is this hammy? I mean, what happened to it? What's going on with it?
Well, I mean, if you're going by the same timeline, Aaron Gordon, remember, Aaron Gordon came back, re-injured it, and then sat out again. And it looks like the same thing's happening to Peyton Watson. Came back, re-injured it, sitting out again.
Yeah.
It's been now 3.5 weeks.
Yeah.
And usually that's a 4 to 6er.
Well, it was the same thing as AG, right? That he.
Yeah.
I mean, he rested, and then came back, and then immediately had to leave again. Yeah. So I don't know. You're obviously going to need him at some point during this run.
You know, in this series, though, the more I think about it, second unit can get away because you need him in like the Spurs series and the OKC series. You need him against those wings more so.
Right.
They can survive this series. They can. What the Nuggets, I'm really interested to see what Minnesota does tonight. Is Rudy going to continue to go one-on-one with Joker, or are they going to switch that up? Because I thought he did it effectively. I mean, think about it. We're thinking of a player who effectively guarded Nikola Jokic, and Nikola still finished with a triple-double. But I think we can all agree that was effective defense, correct?
Yeah. It also seemed, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a wrong read on this, especially early in the game, that Jokic was not aggressive enough for my liking.
Well, you know, I thought the same thing, and I was complaining the same. But here's what they're doing. Let me tell you what they're doing. Because I keep saying, God, go down low, down low.
Let's see if you know ball. You tell us what you think they're doing.
They are purposely keeping Nikola Jokic out of the lane to keep Rudy up above. And the longer you keep
Rudy, the Nuggets are doing that?
The Nuggets are doing that. And the longer you keep Rudy out of the lane, it allows people to score with that shot blocker at the rim.
And that's probably a reason why Joker took 7 3-pointers in the game.
Of course it is. You want to lure him outside.
Yeah.
So if Joker paints himself in the key, then what happens? Okay, here comes Jamal for a drive. Here comes Aaron Gordon, and Rudy's right there waiting. So you get him out of there. And that's why they're doing it. Joker, if Rudy's going to guard Joker, Joker's going to sit up at the elbow. That's what's going to happen. The last thing you want to do is put that shot blocker in the middle of the forest there to wait for people. They're not going to do that.
Yeah, but I like Joker's chances one-on-one.
But it muddies things up, though. I'm telling you, in hindsight, they're doing it the right way because Joker, let's say you got your back to the basket and you're trying to back down Rudy and Rudy's guarding you, and then you pass out of it to a cutting Cam Johnson. Rudy just turns around and his big wings are right there to block that shot. Get him out of there entirely.
That being said, though, Vic, that being said, though, Joker was pretty dang efficient. I mean, from the elbow in, he was pretty dang efficient in that game. And not so much in the outside. It was okay. Made a couple threes, but he was pretty efficient down low.
You know what, guys? Minnesota lulls you into just sort of like an ugly brand of basketball.
They play physically. Yeah. That's still there. I agree with you, though. One of the reasons why I don't think this Minnesota team is as good as maybe the one a couple years ago, I think not having Cat makes a big difference for them. It's a big thing.
And I don't think Anthony Edwards is 100%. Nowhere close.
No. Well, he's got, they call it the runner's knee. It's the thing that kept Steph Curry out for like 2 months.
What is that?
I have no idea. It's just like a pain in your knee that doesn't go away without rest, and you can't really rest it right now.
Right. Runner's knee. It says, or patellofemoral pain syndrome, common overuse injury causing dull, aching pain in the front of the knee or around the kneecap. Stems from improper kneecap tracking, often caused by weak hip-thigh muscles. Oh, yeah. Increased training intensity or structural issues.
But you can tell, like, it was the first quarter, Vic, and he was, like, kind of keeled over with pain in his face. Like,
a lot of that's being out of shape because he hasn't been able to play as much down the stretch.
Yeah.
Playing at altitude. Win tonight. Listen, Nuggets win tonight. I'm feeling great. I mean, clearly you still got to take care of business in Minnesota.
Why are you feeling great? Why do I feel, okay, if you're feeling great, can't believe I'm saying this, Brad. Why do I feel so uptight?
Because that's what Minnesota does. Because I think the scar of Minnesota.
No, not just the Nuggets, but with the Avs too. I feel uptight right now.
You're just that kind of individual. Very uptight, stick up there kind of guy.
Yeah.
Stick up where?
Tight, yeah. Bend over and I'll show you.
Yeah. I just feel a little uptight. I'm nervous. I don't know. There's a lot riding on this postseason for both of these teams.
God, I don't feel any degree of tension with the Avs whatsoever. None. Not with this first round.
The only thing that I have when it comes to the Avs is I feel like they couldn't do it 4 times.
I don't care how they won 2-1. Oh, that was close. Come on.
Hey, man.
No,
but
everything's
going to be
what
different.
I'm saying is that I'm worried about the exact feel that game had midway through the second period where I'm like, dude, you've had so many chances to score. You haven't. Are they going to get one of these stupid bouncing pucks that goes off somebody's shoulder and then skips over Wedgwood?
And then they'll turn it on.
But Wedgwood had that one, this is exactly what I thought, Moj. He took the one off the beak, pops up to the glass, hits, I don't know, was it the top of the boards? Bounces back to his left shoulder, and he was able to see it.
I know.
But that bounces off his back and rolls in the net. Something like that I felt like was going to happen if you didn't figure it out.
Let me go back to the series against the Blues in 2022. Actually, I don't want to go to that series because that was a second rounder. But I mean, things get tight, man. Things are the Avs in Game 2 against Nashville. I mean, they blew out Nashville overall.
Yeah.
But Game 2, man, was a 2-1 game in overtime, and Cale Makar wins it. They had blown out the Preds 7-2 in Game 1, but they were in overtime in Game 2 against the Preds in a series they swept. I mean, during the course of a series, you're going to play tight games.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
When I'm watching Oklahoma City just blow out Phoenix, just blow them out.
I know.
I'm thinking, God, that must be nice to live in that world where the game is over from the moment the ball's up in the air. That's just not this world right now. All right? You've got to adjust to your world, Moser. Adjust to it. This is the world.
I'm trying to adjust to my world, bro. Help me out.
What did the Nashville series, the first round in 22, feel like? I know they swept them, but were the games blowouts too?
All but that second game, yeah.
Gotcha.
The Avs put up 7 and 7 and 6 or something crazy. I mean, they smoked them pretty hard.
I know we got the Nuggets that are on, but at 7 o'clock tonight, it's Dallas and Minnie. I think that's appointment TV for me. I got to see how Dallas responds after that first game. You get wrecked in Game 1 in your home building, and I already know that they're probably pissed. They're like, boy, we have to schedule these games of the first round of the playoffs. And I said this before. I hate that format, but I got to tell you, Moj, when you're sitting at the mountaintop.
Looks a lot better from this view.
Not too bad. Not too bad when you're sitting where you're
sitting.
Until
you get the winner of that series in round 2.
I get it.
Right?
But
I'll say this. This is a must win for the Dallas Stars.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, is Game 2 a must win? in a 7-game series. For Dallas, it is tonight, I promise you. With not only losing that first game, but the way they lost.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby.
Because what, they gave up like 3 and 4 minutes in the second period or something like that, right? Crazy.
Moj, do you remember years ago when the Wings came here, won the first 2 against the Avs, the Patrick Roy Avs, and then the Avs won 4 straight to win that series?
Yep. Crazy. I mean, that was abnormal, though, Vic. That was not a normal. Doesn't typically happen.
Reminder to you guys, Game 2 is tonight against Minnesota, and you have a chance to win tickets by just texting the keyword Howard. Text Howard in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Oh, by the way, next.
Refractive lens exchange. What is it? Sounds intimidating a little bit, doesn't it? Well, let me tell you what it is. It fixes your eyes so you can read the menu, so you can read the computer, so you can read the phone. It does things to your eyes so you can be normal again. Vic Lombardi here for Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision. I know you're having trouble reading things close up. I mean, I've been having that trouble for years now. And you need glasses, you need contacts. Perfect vision is tough, especially at this age. Cutarelli Vision RLE is the permanent solution to spending your good active years without reading glasses. Here's the cherry on top. If you get the procedure done, you'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli, Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. Whether you need the LASIK, the refractive lens exchange, whatever procedure, you can trust him to tell you which one is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at ColoradoRLE.com. Visit ColoradoRLE.com. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, and guess what? No cataracts.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world that we feel like you should be aware of. First of all, oh, by the way.
Hey, whoa. Everybody's texting in coward.
Look, man, I don't know how I've emphasized things.
Howard.
Howard.
Like Howard Cosell.
Oh, by the way, Vic, do you think this matters or not? That the Orlando Magic took game 1 as the 8th seed against the 1-seeded Detroit Pistons?
I was always suspicious of Detroit, and I think, that's one of those teams that's a try-hard team that plays all-out defense during the regular season, but in the postseason, everybody plays defense.
Yeah.
And that's what you saw.
I still think they take care of Orlando, but still
probably,
a little
but
bit weird.
I don't fear.
If Banchero plays that way, who knows?
Detroit's, come on.
Yeah.
The East, come on. Hey, guys, the East, come on.
It feels so much like 23 where whoever comes out of the West.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, by the way, Adam Silver said the NBA could adopt a, quote, division of European teams due to the league's best players being from Europe and due to, quote, advancements in supersonic air travel.
All right.
If he does this,
okay,
I mean, what are we doing?
I mean, come on.
Hey, whoa.
Is every response going to be, come on? I think every response I'm going to do is, come on.
The Concorde don't fly no more. There's no Concorde anymore, bro.
Can you imagine the travel schedule from the western part of the U.S. if you're playing in parts like if you're playing in Munich, Greece? Are you kidding me? You would have
no.
I don't know, dude. Unless you develop a transport window that gets you there in an hour and a half.
So hang on a second. Boom Supersonic, is based right here in Centennial, right? At Centennial Airport.
Okay.
I believe. Boom Supersonic, they've already broken the sound barrier at 1.7 Mach with their prototype. They think that they're going to have perhaps commercial flights by 2029.
So what does that mean?
Yeah, how long? Exactly. For those of us who don't understand.
You can fly from New York to London in 3 hours.
What did the old Concorde do then?
Like something like that.
So what happened to that?
Oh, man, it got, the big crash that happened in Paris at de Gaulle, that was bad. And then it just got too expensive, I think. It wasn't financially sustainable.
So why is this one going to be financially sustainable?
Air France and British Airways.
Okay, so what's the difference now?
I don't know, man, but it looks totally
the technology's been there.
Yeah, but Boom Supersonic, it looks rad. Brett, it looks rad.
Oh, by the way.
No, let's talk about supersonic airplanes.
No, we're done with that one.
I like supersonic airplanes, bro. Check this out. With the United. Look.
It looks cool, Moj. I'll give you that. It looks cool.
Look at that. How badass is that?
Thanks, by the way, the one conflict game that we have in the first round between the Avs and the Nuggets is Thursday's game.
Thank goodness that the
which is
Broncos
also
have a
conflicting
first-round pick.
Yes, with the first round of the NFL draft. And I don't know how people are going to handle that one. Now, I know the Broncos don't have a pick, so it's not going to be as fun for people in Denver as it usually is. But that's a lot of stuff happening at once on Thursday.
Yeah, but this airplane's super cool.
Do you guys have, what is your interest level in the first round of the NFL draft with the Broncos not having a pick?
In the first round of the draft?
First round, Thursday.
Given the fact that the Nuggets and the Avs both play essential playoff games that night,
Zero.
I'm not supposed to say this into an open microphone, but I don't care. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
I guess but are you kidding me? You got two teams playing huge games that night. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Brett, name a random animal.
Gazelle.
I would be more interested in the mating habits of the gazelle than I would the NFL draft. With the
And
Broncos don't have a pick.
I really do. If you call yourself, and I'm going to call people out. If you call yourself a Denver sports fan, not just a football fan, because we're all football fans by default. Obviously, we love football on this show. But if you're a Denver sports fan, and you look me in the face and say Thursday night is essential to the Avs and Nuggets first and foremost, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Unless you somehow trade back into the first round, right?
Which they are not doing.
I got a glance at Leggy's top 100 and his first pick of the draft. I was like, what? Who?
No, remember,
This is
first
not the
pick
first
of the
pick of the
draft.
draft.
It's
I
his
know.
number one player.
His number one player, who he considers his number one player. Do you guys know who it is?
I don't.
Arvell Reese, edge
Really?
rusher, Ohio
Yeah.
State.
No kidding.
Do you know who number 2 is on his list? Jeremiah Love.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude, he's a stud running back.
I mean, Jeremiah Love is probably going to be the earliest running back taken since Saquon, who's number 2 overall.
He's got, by the way, he's got Fernando Mendoza, number 7.
And again, just so people are aware, his rankings are best players in the draft regardless
Not
of
who's
position.
going to go where.
Correct.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
I got one for you.
Go ahead.
You guys see John Rahm won the Live event in Mexico City this weekend?
Before they ran out of money?
John Rahm, at one point the best player on the planet. Still probably top 10 overall, right?
Oh, yeah. Still really good.
Nobody watches, nobody knows, nobody cares, anything's Live, man. They're gone.
So
they're going to be, they're pulling the funding, they're going to be gone.
So listen.
Live gone.
Bryson, you guys saw him having meltdowns about the course they were playing.
Yeah, the bunkers. He didn't like the bunkers.
Well,
he didn't like the rough.
He was in the rough, but his rough was in a dirt patch in the rough, and he goes, "What is this?" Then he pulled out of the event saying that he was hurt, and I'm pretty sure Bryson was just over it. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Live and die.
I'm just done.
I got one. Oh, by the way, caught a ton of heat over the weekend on this because I let my opinion be known, and I want to get your opinions, guys, sports fans. So Saturday, I come home from the Nuggets game, and I had an event to go to that night. I wanted to sit in front of SportsCenter, turn on my SportsCenter, and watch all the NHL and NBA playoff highlights, like recap what happened. I turn on SportsCenter. It's around 10 o'clock. And I get hit with 27 straight minutes of WrestleMania interviews on SportsCenter.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand why ESPN is in bed with WrestleMania. It sells. I understand why. But SportsCenter, to me, SportsCenter, the highlight show, is sacred ground where you show highlights of sports, not 27 straight minutes of, hey, what do you think of tomorrow's main event? I just don't understand it. I don't get it. I never will.
You gotta beat the man.
I have one big question surrounding the WWE stuff on ESPN. What was negotiated in that contract where they have carved out that much airtime and interviews? I mean, they're everywhere. They're at the Masters. They're like
Moshe, you are an aspiring young television guy like myself. Could you imagine getting your dream job at SportsCenter? You work your butt off, and they say, "Oh, you're interviewing Cody Rhodes and asking him about tomorrow's big match." I'm like, "What? Wait, but this is scripted. It's not real. It's okay. Come up with it." Could you imagine that?
Here's the thing. It's not that I'm against wrestling being on ESPN. Go ahead.
No, go knock yourself out.
Absolutely. It's not my thing. It never has been my thing. From the time I was a kid, never my thing. But if it's your thing, that's fine. But SportsCenter is about real sports.
It's about sports.
It's about unpredictable outcomes. It's about
what happened in sports today.
Correct.
Who won the games?
Correct.
Who won the games
and people
today?
are saying, well, they put poker on there. Yeah, but they don't.
Not on SportsCenter.
They don't sit on SportsCenter and interview poker winners. They don't do that. You want to sell your air. Sell your air.
Hang on.
It's
embarrassing.
Polo. I don't give a rat's rip.
Hang on. This is better.
What?
I just sent something to Nelly. Nelly pulled up behind me. Buffalo is back in the postseason for the first time in a long time, and we know the fans of Buffalo. They're crazy, right? So Buffalo is playing Boston. You want to see how they got themselves ready for this game?
Saw this. They
Moshe,
did
have you seen this?
WWE themselves.
So this is one of those like punching dummies that they have thrown a Boston sweater on. And look, these guys are in rollerblades.
Oh!
Now wait. Coming back, this guy's got his dukes thrown up, throws a couple of punches, and bam!
Oh.
This guy takes the thing out and just starts hammering him. I don't know what it is about Boston tailgates, but everything is consumed.
Buffalo.
Or I'm sorry, Buffalo tailgates. Everything is consumed in violence.
It is.
They just want to break
th-
stuff.
They are the WWE of fan bases.
They're the Limp Bizkit of these fan bases. They just want to break stuff.
Do yourself a favor. Go to Buffalo sometime, bro. Go to Buffalo.
I would love to do that for a
because
game.
if you've ever been to Buffalo, and I have many times, you will understand the sentiments of this exactly.
One more thing on the wrestling.
Gotta go to Buffalo, bro.
People are chiming in saying, hey, guys, you don't understand how much money wrestling makes. I don't care. And listen, if ESPN wants to run it, knock yourself out. Run it. I don't care. Run it. Stay off SportsCenter. Keep it away from SportsCenter. 3 hours I watched SportsCenter and not one Nuggets highlight. Not one. But I got 8 hours of Cody Rhodes. Who the hell is that?
Nelly, one for the way out?
Yeah, oh, by the way, you remember on Thursday, Game 82, Avalanche and Kraken. Things got a little bit silly on the broadcast, courtesy of Moser and Riker.
Time for tonight's Taco Bell take.
I was waiting for the ding. We didn't get one.
Reich's is more of a dong.
Yeah. I would have taken either a ding or a dong.
Either one.
Got neither.
Moser, you mentioned that your producer, Lee Blair, sandbagged you a few minutes later by making up for it and hitting you with the ding or the dong about 2.5 minutes later. Well, I had Jeremiah at Altitude TV pull that tape for me as well.
And then feed Poland backdoor. No doubt he is a skilled player. There you go, Reichs. Is that better?
Wow, that wasn't bad. Just was that 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind?
A little bit.
The tape, that was something else.
Fired ahead, LOC. Quick shot, a blocker save by Osman.
That scared me a little bit, I gotta be honest.
It scared me too. When you're not ready for that dong and it comes your way, pretty loud.
Well, I thought Hell's Bells from AC/DC was about to start next, Moj.
You weren't ready for that dong, huh, Moj?
It scared me too. When you're not ready for that dong and it comes your way.
Are you ever truly ready? Are you ever?
How do you get ready?
Playoffs start on Sunday.
Well, so you tell me then. All right, smarty pants.
What?
Was that a ding or a dong?
This is game 82, folks.
It does sound a lot more like a dong. I'll
Okay,
give that
Nelly,
to you.
could you dong me one more time, please? One more time.
Skilled player.
That's not a ding.
It scared me too. When you're not ready for that dong and it comes your way.
Yeah. Never really ready. Moj, who is Oh By The Way brought to you by?
It's brought to you by my friends at Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and, of course, Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Thank you. Visit rockheating.com. See, the dong still got me.
And then someone said to me,
visit rockheating.com. That's ROCKheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
And I need your help on this because I got into this discussion because I was complaining. I just want my highlights of the NHL and the NBA. What happened today? Someone said, well, that doesn't happen. You have to curate your own highlights now. What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Somebody help me. I'm old. What do you mean curate my own highlights? Can I watch a highlight show? Do they exist anymore?
That's not what SportsCenter is anymore, dude.
Where is
Sorry,
it?
I don't know.
Where can I get one? Does anybody want one? Am I the only one that wants one?
George
Do I still want one? I want one.
George Michael's Sports Machine.
I want one. All right, Moj, do you want a highlight show where you can get the daily course of highlights? Do you want
100%.
One? You do.
Yep.
Hey, Brett, do you want one? Do you want that?
I really need to know what Roman Reigns is thinking heading into this week.
Okay. All right, so I'm just curious. How many of you people want that? Why isn't it there? And I'm not curating anything.
All right.
We didn't even get to the parachutist at Virginia Tech crashing into the scoreboard and ruining it.
We can later, along with more Avs and Nuggets winning over the weekend next.
Winning.
we've got a quaddie this weekend. We've got the Rapids, we've got the Rockies, we've got the Nuggets and the Avs.
Yeah.
That's a blow your waddy for the quaddie, baby. Get high.
2-1 Miami in the 62nd minute. Looking long for Yappy. Yappy in the box. Darren Yappy. Instant impact from the homegrown. In front of 70,000 plus. We are level in the 62nd minute.
In the air, right center field. Diving catch will end it. Troy Johnston coming through with the bat, coming through with the glove. And the Rockies have knocked off the Dodgers 9-6. 2 in a row against LA.
Goes on top to Rudy. And he throws it away. Leaking out is Bruce Brown by himself. Two hands. Triple-double Nikola Jokic in game number 1 of round number 1.
Drury back with it. Sends it off a stick. Here's Logan O'Connor off the weird bounce. O'Connor, he scores! OC's playing, baby! For Logan O'Connor, it's his 3rd goal in his last 2 playoff runs, and the Avalanche have doubled their lead. It's 2-0 Colorado.
That's a blow your waddy for the quaddie, baby. Get high.
About as good of a weekend as you could hope for as the Nuggets and Avs both start their respective playoff series 1-0.
You did something during the break. I can't forget, Nelly, before the end of the program, remind me, Brett did something during the break that really bothers me, and it says a lot about a person, who you are as a person. Just don't let me forget. Go.
Well, now I'm curious what I did.
It doesn't matter for right now. We'll get to it a little bit later, but
Okay.
I'll say it. Just trust me, people will, everybody, when I say it, everybody will be able to identify in one way or another.
Okay.
But you could not have asked for a better start. I mean, you've got 2 upper seeds winning their games. Despite the fact that it was 2-1, again, DJ Smith, after the Avs beat the Kings, head coach DJ Smith, the interim coach, says we got to get more physical.
Yeah.
Fucking Rod's about
How much more physical do you want to get?
Well, you had 50 hits in the game.
I know.
So he said, I think we could be on the net more, and I think the only thing I take away is we got to be more physical. We got to hit their D more, and I expect that in the next game.
Okay, I mean, they could, I guess they could go harder to the front of the net. So could the Avs.
That feels like that's just a given coach thing after every game.
What can they do? Think about this. What strategy can they employ and change up their game to make it more effective?
I don't know. I thought they played as good as they could.
I don't know if they can do much more than they did. Now, that's not to say they can't score more goals or won't score more goals or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that they are who they are.
Did you guys hear Bednar post game, by the way? He was asked a question about Wedgwood. I just think this is really funny.
Scott Wedgwood's first playoff start. Just what can you say about? Yeah.
Didn't know that.
With that said, just what can you say about his game plan?
I thought it was fantastic. Yeah, did everything he needed to do. He played, obviously bigger stakes, more emotion, but played the exact same way that he's been playing for us all year.
That's his first playoff start, and he goes, ever? I'm surprised that Bednar didn't know that. I guess you don't do the research. You're just taking
forget.
the kind of player that, or the way that guy is playing at the moment.
Well, you can ask him on Wednesday.
Well, what? Ask him what?
Why do you know it was Wedgie's first win?
No, I'm not. This isn't me being like, how dare he not know? I'm just surprised that he didn't know that. That's all. And Wedgwood's been around for a long time. I guess you just assume that he probably got a game or two somewhere.
I don't know that the coach goes back to the history of. Yeah, maybe he does. I don't know.
But
by the way, Bedsy healing up quite nicely. Looking a lot better.
I was saying that to Moser earlier that you wouldn't think he had his face broken.
No,
a couple weeks ago. Looks good.
You know what he is? He's the opposite of Moser. He's what you call a quick healer.
Yeah, he's a quick healer.
Not a slow healer. Quick healer.
Moser, you can roll your eyes all you want to. You know it's true.
I just don't know why I catch strays for no reason.
Because you got stung by a bee and your leg was swollen for a month and a half.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that thing was swollen for a month.
Yeah.
From one bee sting.
Yeah. Moj, you've had a call for something in your system for 8 months.
No, 8
you are
years.
the slowest. Moj, in all due respect, I respect and love you. You are the slowest healer I've ever been around.
Bednar,
your body just doesn't heal.
Bednar takes facial fractures, and he's back out there with like barely even a mark on his face.
Do you feel that same way?
About you? It's not a question of feel, Moj. It's a question of fact.
Yeah.
Feel the same way?
You think you're scaring me right now?
Yeah.
You know what? If I wanted to, you know what I could do?
That's why I'm me, and you're you.
All right, so listen. I want to go back to this for a second because I do think this is interesting. This is unconventional. This is Scott Wedgwood talking to the guys at TNT.
You got a guy that's, in your corner. We're going to use both of us in this playoff. It's been the rhythm of our team. And, when he gets in there, I'm going to be obviously the biggest fan for him. And, if we can keep winning games, either one of us, whoever goes, it's obviously helping the team. And it's just it's a lot of fun being able to have a guy like that you can lean on. You don't feel like you're, talking to an enemy by any sense when he's sitting there behind you.
Like, I don't know if that means that Wedgwood is going tomorrow or not. Or I'm sorry, that Blackwood is going tomorrow or not. But they are going to use a rotation between the pipes.
Well, do you feel comfortable in both goalies?
Yes, but I do feel more comfortable with Wedgwood.
Yeah, so do I.
Not to say that, like, if Blackwood gets a start, I'm on edge or anything. It's not that. It's just, dude, Wedgwood has played so well.
I think it's smart of them to do this in this series specifically. I'm not at all concerned about this series. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. So if you're going to throw this rotation in there, let's start doing it now. As the games become more important, then perhaps you tame that down a little bit. Right now, let's go.
I don't want people to give me, well, they did this during their cup run in 22. It's because Darcy Kemper was poked in the eye. Frankie played due to injury. Now, he came in, won games, played well, like all that stuff, but that wasn't a rotation. Mm-hmm. That was necessity. It's different. So sure. I'm not even saying I don't like this strategy. It's unconventional. Well, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I'll say this. I mean, Blackwood he was 2 of 3 down the stretch. The one tough game was the Van game, but the whole team was awful in front of him, right?
Yeah.
He lost to St. Louis 3-2. Gave up 1 against Calgary. Gave up 3 in an overtime loss to Vegas. And again, we can talk about whose fault is what or whatever. And then he beats Calgary again. I mean, he hasn't played poorly. When you look
I know.
If you look at his numbers overall, they're really good.
Like, the one thing I'd say, though, Moj, is in a game like we saw yesterday, one misread of a puck changes the entire nature of that game. And you needed Wedgwood to play as well as he did to keep you through the ringing of crossbars over and over again, that sort of thing.
That is correct. You got to combine. And Wedgwood made some big saves. That one where he was leaning, Byfield fires it. He's leaning to his left, but he kicks his right pad out.
Yep.
It created a goalmouth scramble, but that's because he made the save, for crying out loud. I mean, yeah.
Got a little lucky on one of them, too. I forget who it was for the Kings, but had the wide open backhand that just kind of muffined on him a little bit.
Well, Panarin missed an open net. I think it was Doughty.
Doughty missed one early.
Well, Doughty almost scored on his own goal at the beginning of the game.
I know.
Yeah.
That one that hit the post. I couldn't believe that. Okay, I was having a discussion with buddies on that play.
Yeah.
Was that in... Who sent that? Was that Kadri or was Kadri waiting on the other side? Whoever fired it across the crease.
I think it was Kadri.
Was he intentionally playing it off him, or was he trying to find his man on the opposite side?
I think he's trying to send it through the top of the crease to the man on the other side.
That's what I think, too.
For a one-timer.
Yes. But it did have a look like it was coming a little bit back, and it was like, dude, maybe he was trying to play it off him. I don't know.
And I thought that Forsberg played pretty well for them.
No, he did. He played well.
Yeah. I thought he played pretty well.
But I think you said it. He should be kissing that post after the game a little bit, especially if things went better for the Kings. But
correct.
What were you going to say, Vic?
I'm not worried about the Avs. I am a little, I think the Avs in this state just stay healthy in this first round. I don't like the LA coach saying they need to be more physical after all the hits we saw. The last thing we need is to see an Avs player limp off. Just stay on the ice. You'll win these games, even if it's 2-1. It's fine. They don't have to be pretty, right? I'm not looking for pretty points here. I don't care. Get through this series.
What was going on? It felt like early in the game, there's a lot of slipping. A lot of guys losing their edges, falling down. Like even Nate had it.
By the way,
he got new steel. He went over and got new steel.
Oh, he did.
Right
Okay.
Away. Yeah.
There is nothing. If you've been to both Nuggets, Avs, there is nothing like the pregame hype of a Stanley Cup playoff hockey game. When the arena goes dark and they start playing the laser show on the ice, and the video board has that song playing and blaring, and the players spill onto the ice, that is the most hype moment you can have.
The Avs do that cool thing. They put all the lights at the basically around the rim of the glass, and it looks like they're in a cage almost. Yeah. It looks badass. But
it's hard for me to see a lot of that because we're turned around doing our thing.
You're staring at a curtain.
I'm doing this. Welcome to Monterey, everybody. Glad you could all be here for a wonderful game.
Are you mocking my delivery?
Am I mocking it? Yes, I am mocking it. You don't do it all the time. It's
because Vic's being his TV fraud self.
Yeah, it's those pan shots, those panning shots and that kind of thing, and where you're off camera and you're saying, going to break or you're welcoming people back. Look at this crowd! Oh my God, there's a Labrador in the corner and everything.
Vic, please, have one of the Carnival Barker cones the next time.
Oh, I'm gonna go.
Yes, please
tonight,
do it.
I'm gonna go so Carnival Barker.
Step right up, everybody. Let me get your weight.
Hey, Brett, I'm gonna have the coat with the tails and the top hat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna record you because listen. It's so you. It is you, but it's your thing. It's great. It's your cool stuff, man. I give you the business, but I like it because it makes me know I'm home.
Stick around at halftime. Jamal Murray's gonna wrestle a bear.
Hey, everybody.
So, speaking of the Nuggets, we'll get back to that in just a second as they take Game 1 against Minnesota. And what they need to do here in Game 2 to really, Vic, I'm confused. You said the winner of Game 1 is going to win this series, and now you're saying, well, they have to win Game 2 or else I'm nervous they're not going to win, which totally negates what you said on Friday.
I want everybody to understand something. This is my brain. These are my opinions.
Okay.
When I offer my opinion, it is my inalienable right to change any opinion I offer.
Yeah, but you said
Friday.
I
said the winner of Game 1 would win the series. I still believe that. And now I follow that up by saying, if the Nuggets win Game 2, they're going to win the series.
And now,
so all that is,
if they win tonight, you'll get on the air tomorrow. You'll say, well, they have to win Game 3, and then I'll be really sure they're going to win.
Yes. So if you don't agree with that, that's a you problem. It's not on me.
You were adamant on Friday. The winner of Game 1 is going to win this series.
And now the winner of Game 2 will win this series.
Yeah, right. Got it.
My God.
We'll get more into the Nuggets Game 2 tonight in just a second, along with your final keyword, a chance to get in the building tonight for Game 2 next. This is Brett Kane. The Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat and has introduced a new way to parlay, and it's called Squad Bets. It's available across the NBA, MLB, and NHL. And here's the deal. All you have to do is jump on that Fanatic Sportsbook app. You build your squad from the sport that you want, then pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and finally, set your target. So here's an example. If you like hoops, pick 4 players from tonight's game to combine for 100 points. And once you do that, you're set. You could also do things like 3 pitchers in the MLB to strike out 18 batters. Then you sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. So, for example, you want to make a 4-player 100-point night? Well, you grab Jamal, you grab Jalen Brunson from New York, you grab James Harden from Cleveland, and Anthony Edwards from Minnesota, and boom, there's your lineup. The difference is if one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack, so your bet stays alive all the way to the very end, and you can track it all live and cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets. It's only on the Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, your final keyword and a chance to get in the building tonight at Ball Arena. Game 2 against Minnesota. You have a chance to win tickets. There are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/playoffs, but this is your chance to win. So text the keyword Ryan right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. And you're entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you chances to win big on and off the court. So visit them at willhitewins.com. But this hour's keyword is Ryan. We'll announce a winner at 9:55.
What am I not getting?
I don't know. I can't
Newton,
put this one together.
Manziel, Howard, Ryan.
So my guess is that the Nuggets are playing the Timberwolves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cam Newton played for the Tigers and the Panthers. Manziel played for the River Cats of the CSL. Desmond Howard played for the
Wolverines,
and I think wasn't he also a Florida Panther? Carolina Panther.
Tried real
Is it football cats?
Yeah,
That's all I got.
Kevin's playing Harry Met Potter.
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
I could tell you this: the winner of Game 2, which is why I believe the winner of Game 2 wins the series. If the Nuggets win tonight, listen to this stat.
Is this a key? Is this a key? Do you want to make it a key?
Let's do it. Let's make it a key.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
8:30-ish tonight. Game 2, Nuggets and Wolves, Vic.
You know, you make a couple threes, you'll win this game, and I think you'll win it not easily, but every game's going to be hard. Consider this. The Denver Nuggets won Game 1 despite shooting 1 for 17 from 3 in the second half. I repeat, Jamal Murray was 0 for 8 in the game. The Nuggets as a team from 3 in the second half of that game. I don't know if you guys noticed this. I don't know if you just ignored it. They were 1 for 17 from distance and won the game by double digits. That tells you a lot. That tells you can win a game even if you don't play your best. And here's a stat you could take home with you. The home team that wins the first 2 games of a best of 7 in the first round wins that series 95% of the time.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. By the way, Moj, you can get your hometown coverage of Nuggets playoff basketball on Altitude Plus. Watch live pregame coverage 1 hour before tip with Nuggets Live. Then after the game, tune in for Nuggets postgame live. For full highlights and analysis, subscribe now for a monthly or annual plan at altitudeplus.com.
Love the Altitude Plus.
Coming handy on Thursday.
I
split screen.
love the Altitude Plus. Love. LUV. Hey, real quick, though. Am I to learn that Vic's key to the game is make more threes?
Yeah.
My key to the game
is... What's your key? I'm very confused about your key.
Your key is just keep doing what you're doing. You were able to beat them without playing your A game. That wasn't the Nuggets A game.
Correct.
That wasn't at all the Nuggets A game. That was almost their C-plus game, and they won.
Did you feel like as the game went on, though, that they started to inflict their will? I just felt like Minnie's like, ugh. I just felt like they had this,
Yeah. Well,
I mean, they had them down early, and then once they gave up that lead, Vic, you're tied at halftime. I felt so good, so relaxed.
The Nuggets defense just got so much better in the second half. They gave up 62 points in the first, only 43 in the second. And that third quarter where they only allowed 17, I don't know how much of that is Minnesota just missing shots or the Nuggets just being more aggressive. But whatever they did worked.
They had that stretch late in the game. It felt like the Nuggets could close it out. And Minnesota kept missing. You went down, threw up a 3 brick. And it was like that for 8 straight possessions.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here?
That's what I'm saying. The Nuggets managed to win by double digits despite not having their A game. You saw it. They didn't shoot the ball well.
Here's Minnesota's thoughts after the game. Chris Finch.
More globally, defensively, I mean, you have different guys guarding Jokic at times. I mean, what else defensively do you need against this Denver offense?
Well, I mean, the 16 free throws from Murray is a head scratcher.
Went on and on and on about it. By the way, here's Jamal's response to that.
Your team had a slow start, but you kind of just kept them tethered with your ability to get to the line.
I mean,
4 of them were technicals, before the ball gets in bounds and this and that. So, I mean, I thought I got fouled on every single one of them, so I don't know what everybody's talking about. It's real fouls.
Real fouls, he said.
They were real fouls.
Jamal's not a flopper. He's not.
It was a physical game, man. There were a lot of calls that were non-calls. That's just the way, playoff basketball is going to be. There's a lot of pushing and shoving. And, the one thing, Dan Hyatt mentioned this, and he's so right. The one element of the game that is hard to watch sometimes, somebody makes a bucket, and what happens after a tough bucket, even if it goes in? What does that player usually do? Both sides now, across the NBA.
And one?
They're always like, where's the call, right? Every single bucket made, especially at the rim, is followed up by somebody motioning toward the official. Hey, where is it?
Yeah.
And it's just sort of part of the game. And as an official, you have to be able to differentiate fact from fiction.
Right.
When every player does it, and they do, every player, there's a reaction when the shot's made.
Sure. Or every time the ball is now out of bounds, every time. I mean,
and trying to figure out which way the possession's going?
Everybody thinks it's off the other guy.
Oh.
I mean, even when it's pretty obvious, it's all that kind of thing.
What did you think, by the way, about you need to have the role guys playing well, and Cam Johnson was a little bit slow to start in that game, picked it up towards the end. Mm-hmm. I feel like he's somebody that if he has good games, it's going to be like really difficult for others, like other teams to kind of get around that. If he's your 4th, 5th option in the starting 5, but when he knocks down threes, it's a difference maker.
The only thing that came to my mind as I'm watching that game, and it'll come to my mind again, no contender, right, of the teams that are contenders for a championship, and I consider the Nuggets one of them, obviously, nobody has it tougher than Denver in this first round. Everybody's playing juicy fruit.
You like
juicy fruit? It's funny. I don't know what it means, but it sounds funny.
It means you're chewing on that gum and the flavor you lose the flavor in like seconds. It's the game. The series are over. It's juicy fruit.
Red Stripe goes away fast.
I think juicy fruit has the record for losing flavor.
You might be right.
It's known to man.
Double bubble. I can get a double bubble in the Avs dressing room, and by the time I walk down the hall to coach, flavor's gone.
What's
every other team?
Zebra Stripe. Those ones good, but immediately gone.
That's Fruit Stripe.
I haven't had one of those.
That's Fruit Stripe. Yeah.
Every other contending team is on a juicy fruit series, and the Nuggets, they got to plod, man. This is not going to be easy. They got to bring their plow to work.
Hey, Steve chimes in and says that Tony Brothers is officiating tonight.
It doesn't bother me. Tony's been fair with them for years.
He has? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not an issue. An issue.
As far as what they need to do, you were talking about earlier, Vic, that they're putting Jokic at either the elbow or even higher than that to take Rudy out of the lane.
100%. And I want to raise my hand because if anybody was watching the game near me, I kept saying, put him down. And I was like, no, upon further review, it was the smart thing to do because it just kept Rudy from blocking shots. How many block shots did Rudy finish with?
0. 0.
There you go.
Not one.
There you go.
I still would like a little bit more aggression early from Jokic, especially when the team is struggling. That's what was frustrating. They were like 2 of 10 from the floor, and I'm like, Joker, come on.
I don't think he took a shot in the first 6 minutes of the game.
That's what I'm saying.
He had 4 shots in the first half. He was 1 for 4.
He just didn't put the ball in the air, dude.
I understand the strategy, Vic. I just don't think that can happen. It's the playoffs. He can't have 4 shots in the quarter.
Joker's the definition of inevitable, though. You look at his numbers, you're like, okay. And then by the end of the game, you're like, triple-double. All right.
I know.
It's inevitable.
But when you got guys struggling to make shots, Joker, I need you to go make a shot. It's your time.
But at what cost, though? I mean, again, what he's doing early in the game, they're not going to clog the lane. And they just missed shots. They just missed them. And those are, playoff jitters, I guess.
Yeah. It's also like, I think that a week and a half off before the playoffs probably contributed a little bit to that slow start. They looked like they had a hard time getting to a rhythm early. But then obviously found it as the game went along. I think the biggest key here, they had, I counted them up, 6 turnovers in the first 13 minutes. That's when things were going really poorly. They had 7 for the rest of the game. And I think that's been the MO with the Nuggets all year. If they don't turn the ball over, they're really, really good. But when they get into that sort of sloppy game, you already have a quasi-tough time playing defense, and then you give them easy transition buckets. It just puts you even farther behind the 8 ball. Limit those, please. Limit turnovers, especially early. I know they can come back. I don't need you to have a giant comeback every single game, though. Please. Now, Moj, you mentioned this to me that we haven't touched on this a lot today, and maybe because it's inconsequential because the Avs won, but that disallowed goal is bothersome to me. I don't like it. I don't like how the onus is now put on Jack Drury to control his body after being hit while he's wearing ice skates.
There's a hobby for some folks out there.
Which is?
The hobby is for Dallas Stars fans and Minnesota Wild fans to jump all over the Avs on anything. Have you noticed that?
Dude, I saw a Dallas beat writer was sending out tweets about when Landy's stick got broken in half.
Yeah.
And I'm like, don't you have your own business to worry about here being down 4 in the second period?
Yeah,
At home?
Worry about your own situation, suckhole. I mean, we'll take care of you take care of you.
On the stupid Avs feed.
Right. The point is this.
Like I'm telling you, that guy's growing on me.
Those are the worst commentators in the league.
He had a meltdown. Somebody sent me he had a full-on meltdown over the weekend, as you can well imagine, right?
Uh-huh.
No, but all the Stars fans, and I guess Eddie saw it different on the TNT broadcast than we saw it. Here's what I defer to. Okay, I never played the game at the NHL level like Johnny and Riker. Okay, I'm not a coach like Jared Bednar. I defer to them. And people were going, why would Bednar challenge this? What's he thinking? All this kind of thing. And I'm like, well, he's got the number 1 PK in the league that he can rely on.
Sure.
And number 2, I think that he honestly thought that Drury got hip-checked into Anton Forsberg.
You guys did a close-up of his face right after the goal. He was looking down at the monitor to see if he wanted to challenge. And he had a smirk on his face, almost like this has to be a goal.
So Johnny says, look, Johnny played over 800 games as a defenseman in this league. He says, trust me when I tell you, Doughty knows exactly what he's doing there. Now, is he entitled to go straight back with his rump all the way to the top of his own crease and Drury's trying to slip behind? I mean, it's clear that Drury's going to miss Forsberg entirely unless Doughty hip checks him into his goalie.
Right.
Which is what happened.
And Doughty, look, he has a right to his path or whatever they were saying on the broadcast feed. But when you're in your path and then you stick your rump out an extra few inches because you know you're going to get the touch on the guy coming through, that's not natural anymore.
Can I ask you a question?
And Drew Doughty's got himself a rump, Vic.
Can I ask you this question?
He's got a rump.
Knowing the ramifications of challenging those calls, because if you lose the challenge, you're on the PK. Do you think Jared Bednar challenges that if they're playing Dallas?
Well, maybe it depends on this. If you're up 3-0, perhaps.
Same circumstances, let's say. Let's say call exact same circumstances.
Well, Dallas's power play dude is, they're
that's what I'm saying.
Power play merchants. They live on
That's
the
why
power
I have
play.
no problem challenging the call. And everybody's like, I shouldn't have challenged it. Your PK's fine. It's LA. Come on.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, it's all
That's the way I felt.
It's all circumstance. I think he really, honestly, truly thought that it was going to be overturned.
In a game that looks like it's going to be hard to score, by the way.
Yeah, let me go back. I think if it's called a good goal on the ice, I think they're going to say, yeah, Doughty hip checked him. I mean, they're going to.
I don't think so though, Moj, because they didn't say that the call stands. They said confirmed. That's different.
Okay, well, whatever vernacular you want to use. When I looked at the email from the league, because the league will send it out an email about 15, 20 minutes later, they didn't say anything about Doughty hip checking. They said Jack Drury interfered with Anton Forsberg, but the only reason he did is because he got hip checked into him.
Moj, if I grab you with 2 hands by the shirt and I throw you through that glass,
all they're concerned about is whether or not I hit the glass, not how I got there.
It's your responsibility to not be thrown into the glass by me? Is that what we're trying to say here?
To not break the glass.
Yeah.
Let's say Brandon's walking by. our hillbilly account exec.
Brandon might haul off and punch you.
No, and you push me into Brandon, and he goes, "What?
Ow!
Ow!
Ow!" Do better.
Did you say owl? What'd you say?
Owl. Ew.
Shut his hole.
All
and,
the holes.
And what they're saying is that it's not that Brett, it's just that I collided with Brandon. Not that Brett shoved me into Brandon.
Yeah.
And I don't get that.
Not that I drop kicked you right in the chest.
If Drew Doughty picked up Jack Drury in midair and threw him into his own goalie.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Moser.
I mean, what's the difference between that and hip checking him into the goalie?
This is what I'm saying. If there's ever a scramble in front of Wedgwood or Blackwood or whoever's in, how about I just take guys and throw them into them?
So I defer.
Can that not be a strategy?
Right. I defer to Riker and Johnny Lyles. Riker was a forward, Johnny defenseman. I defer to them and the coach when they say, "Hey man, Doughty hip checked him right in."
Hey man, it didn't impact the final outcome. The Avs
Agreed.
won. But the fear is that a call like that will impact the outcome of a playoff game.
Yeah, I don't want to put any cart before any horse or a cart on top of a horse. I don't want a horse driving a cart. I don't want any of that stuff. But if you get to a Game 7 and you don't know what you don't know, that's tough, bro. It's tough.
Texture says, Kane, how is confirmed different than stands or upheld? Okay, maybe my football brain is impeding on the hockey thing. I don't know if this applies in hockey. In football, when they go to a review, if they say the call stands, the translation is, we can't disprove it, so we'll stick with the call on the field.
That's basically the same thing.
Confirmed means, no, we saw it, and we know this is the correct call. It's splitting hairs, but that is the difference in the language on why they use it. Stands or upheld is can't disprove the thing, so we're just going to stick with the call that's already there. Confirmed means we watched it, we know this is what happened. So 303-504-0925. Reminder, your final keyword is Ryan. And that gets you a chance to get in the building tonight for Game 2 against Minnesota. So text Ryan and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner in about 15 minutes. Stick around. All right, game 2 tonight, 8:30-ish, we'll say, for the Nuggets and Timberwolves.
You said you were not going to let me forget.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, what happened?
I got to get Vic on here because I got to get his opinion.
So I did something that you think makes me a bad human? Is that what you said?
It determines what kind of person you are. I don't think it makes you a bad person. It's not the way I would do it, but it doesn't make you a bad person.
Okay. I'm very curious on where this is going to go.
I know, but Vic's...
well, in the meantime, how about this?
Okay.
Until Vic sits down, let me just do this real quick because the Nuggets look to take a 2-0 lead over the Timberwolves tonight, and the only place to hear a local broadcast of the game action is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Birdo. He'll kick off the pregame show powered by Ramos Lot 8 o'clock, and tip-off with Kaz is at 8:42.
Jeez,
so don't miss a second
man.
of playoff action on your home for the Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Vic, what are we doing at 8:42, bro? What are we doing?
Huh?
What are we doing at 8:42 tonight, man? Tipping off at 8:42.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
That means it'll probably go like 8:51.
All right, so a couple of breaks ago, we
have Marlo with us on our pre- and post-game show.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think he will be sleeping in the post-game.
I was going to say.
In fact, we'll have, how about a post-game show with Marlo just sleeping on the couch?
Yes. 100. Well,
just have him like a
Yes.
picture-in-picture screen of him
Yes.
just like there.
I've laid on that couch, and I barely fit on it, so I'm imagining Marlo probably won't.
Wait, is that oh no? Is that when he hauled off and hit Morris? Is that what that oh no?
I think so.
Yeah,
think
it's
so.
gotta be.
Yeah.
Gotta be. All right, so what's the deal? What did I do to you? What's going on?
So, Vic, a couple of breaks ago, we're all out talking, and Brett looks in Raj's office and flips him off.
That's my hello to Raj in the morning.
Okay.
Rightful. That's sort of a right of the morning.
I go, hey, Raj. And then I give him the bird.
I don't need a demonstration on camera, but what I need is I need you to tell me how you flip somebody off. Because here's how I do it.
I get the kickstand.
Well, you've got the wings and the kickstand. You got the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just tuck all the fingers in and just the one finger.
No, I like the kickstand.
So you
let
get,
that go out there.
Well, no, there's wings. See the wings? And then the kickstand. You do.
No, I tuck them in there.
Yeah, but you get the wings. These are the wings right here.
Yes.
You do the wings and the kickstand.
Mm-hmm.
Like a full-on, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like that's
like
too much.
I'm not doing it, but I bend them like this, but I keep my thumb out.
Yeah,
I
kickstand.
keep it out. Kickstand it. Yeah.
Nelly, how about you?
I'm a purist, man. You just need one finger.
Yeah,
That's
correct.
it.
That's the proper way. That's the proper way to do it.
Because I think of the middle finger as bleep, and then the kickstand's you. That's how I think about it. Just so hey, Raj. See, he doubled.
Yeah, he just did double
right
bird,
now.
Yeah. Vic, you ever bird somebody?
I'm here to talk sports.
Okay. Shut him off.
Just, Vic, kickstand or no kickstand is just the one question we have.
I honest to goodness, I mean, and I mean this with all
Don't you dare.
sincerity.
Don't you say you've never flipped somebody
I
off
cannot
before.
remember the last time I've done something so
come
sophomoric.
on. Come on.
I just don't do it. That's not necessary. I don't. Like, what's that going to do? Like, people that in cars, like when you
turn my
drive
camera
by,
off
like,
just so I can
oh
give Vic
boy,
one of
look at
these
you.
right here.
Perfect.
I turned my camera off just so I could do it to you right now. Just so you know. In the meantime.
Anyway, I was just curious because I think you do it wrong.
The Nuggets Playoff Hub at nuggets.com/playoffs has everything you need to stay up to date on all things Nuggets, tickets, including limited inventory for tonight, event listings, contests, and more, or even weekly trivia with prizes every Friday. So get to nuggets.com/playoffs now.
So talk sports to me about tonight. Talk to me about game 2. Settle me down.
Well, I mean, you're never going to be really settled. It's the playoffs. Anxiety is at a high. You know, it's interesting. The Nuggets got off to such a slow start in game 1, and yet they won the game. I'm more unsettled, and maybe I'm counterintuitive. I get more unsettled when the Nuggets get off to great starts. When the Nuggets come out and they start whipping up on the opposition in the first quarter, I'm always worried that they relax. When they have to climb that mountain after an early deficit, I'm more comfortable.
Can you just give me an okay start?
Yeah. How
I
about
don't
that,
need
Vic?
the great start. I just don't want a bad start. I don't want to feel
strips Joker again. I'm like, how many times are you going to strip him in the first quarter?
I know.
Guys,
What?
I mean, How many of you out there think this is not going to be an easy series? Every game is going to be painful. Every game is going to be a vice grip. Every game, your hand is stuck in that vice grip. You're trying to wiggle it out. That's what this is. You're playing Minnesota. This is a tough team. There's no other contender that would want to play Minnesota. Trust me. The Nuggets would switch places with every other contending team right now in the playoffs. 100%.
Sure.
It's the toughest opponent for any contending team.
But I'm saying,
what makes you think that suddenly this is going to be easy?
This is you're making up your own things again.
I'm not making up anything.
No, nobody thinks this is going to be easy. Nobody thought this was going to be easy. I'm saying, don't make it harder on yourself. Don't spot them a 12, 13, 14-point lead in the first quarter and have to battle your way back. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't have 6 turnovers in the first 13 minutes. Like, that stuff.
Yeah, you know what? I go full on Mother Teresa.
And maybe speak into your microphone when
I got something you
radio.
can speak. I go full on Mother Teresa. And that is when she said, I know the good Lord won't give me more than I can handle. I wish he just didn't trust me so much. I know the Nuggets can come back and win these dang games, and they won by double digits. They won by 11.
Yeah.
But damn, I just wish they would, I wish they wouldn't give themselves maybe they need that carrot out there. Maybe that's what it is, Vic. Maybe they need that carrot.
I thought, by and large, Christian Brown did a good job on Anthony Edwards. Again, Anthony looks a step slow.
Yeah.
He's wearing that sleeve on his knee. Doesn't look the same. AG is proving to be a difference maker when he didn't play versus when he did get a chance to get back in the game. The second unit, the one thing I'm looking forward to tonight is what do they do with their rotation? Is Jonas going to get minutes again? Because that second unit got him back in the game, fellas. Bruce Brown had 5 steals on that second unit.
Huge.
Yeah,
I think Bruce Brown was the reason that game started to turn. He brought a spark that they didn't have early in that game, and once he started making some plays, everything kind of flipped.
But how do you feel about Valanciunas coming in and getting 3 personals in 8 minutes? Just use them fouls? Is that what you're thinking?
Sure, why not?
Well,
use the fouls?
I mean, the fouls proved to be effective because you're talking about in the second half, right? Because the first half they rolled. In the second half, when he came in, things got a little choppy, and Minnesota got back in the game. So we'll see. Listen, if you give me what the bench did in game 1 again tonight, I'll take it.
Yep.
I will take it in a heartbeat.
And it wasn't even like a huge Tim Hardaway game. Like, he only had 7, but they played hard, and that's half the battle right now. Just go out there and play hard, give effort, especially against a team that you know is going to play physically and has some good players on it.
Right. It's the little things like that play in the fourth quarter. Bruce Brown is guarding Anthony Edwards. He comes around a pick from Rudy Gobert, and Bruce throws his hand in there and pops the ball away to Joker, who throws it back to Bruce for a dunk.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you have to force a turnover every time, but those little plays are the difference
for sure
in this series. And you know who makes those plays in volume? Oklahoma City makes those kind of plays.
Yeah,
those little
all
plays.
the time.
Yeah,
all the time. How are you feeling, Vic, when DiVincenzo, your favorite guy, came out and knocked down his first 4 threes in that game?
he buried him, man. He came out hot. Again, you got to sort of the first quarter, just chill out. Game's never over in the first. Never is. You can get back in a game.
I know that you play till the end. But DiVincenzo, I tell you what torqued me off. When he broke up that 4-on-1, torqued me off.
Oh, I know what play you're talking about.
It was a 4-on-1, bro.
Well, I don't know what Hardaway's doing. I think it was a 3-on-1 but he decided to go with the contested jump into him. It's like, dish it off and get somebody an easy bucket.
So
what are we doing?
And then on the other end of the floor, he's diving for that loose ball. Now he knocks it out of bounds. And I'm like, this game is over if this redhead will just chill.
I've noticed this a lot over the last couple of years in the NBA. When you have odd man sort of breaks and it's 2-on-1 or 3-on-1, those are automatic, and they don't feel automatic anymore because somebody takes the contested layup because they don't want to give up the ball, or they kick it out to somebody in the corner for a 3. It's like, just take the easy layup and go.
I swear
to
God,
doing?
when I see a break, 2-on-1, 3-on-1, and somebody kicks it out and a guy actually shoots it, I lose my bacon. Take the free points.
I think
maybe you'll get fouled and get a 3-point play.
I think tonight's game is going to be closer than game one.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Minnesota's tough.
Yeah.
By the way, if anybody cares,
I'm sure.
The Boston Marathon is on. I just watched a guy run it in 2 hours and 1 minute, 26 miles.
Yeah, I looked. The first Boston Marathon was in 1897.
What were the times back then? Like 18 hours?
Guy named John McDermott. He won it in 2:55:10.
And now we got guys almost going less than 2 hours?
Yeah, so you got, basically, it's 50. This guy finished, it took him 54 minutes longer to win the marathon, the very first one, as compared to today.
Let me ask these
how
people.
slow he would be today.
He's a bum. I'm going to ask something to the television, to these runners, that I used to be able to ask to Marty O all the time.
Why?
Where are you running from? What is this? What is this hobby that you've picked up of yours? And
Running's great.
Why is it
Running's
so important?
therapeutic. I love running.
Why are
I
we
wish I could run more.
Why are we running for 26 miles at a time?
That's a tough one.
Yeah, why are we doing that? I don't mind you going out and going for a jog.
Hey,
Let me ask you this.
when did that chick take the subway?
I don't know what you're referring to. The lady who cheated?
The cheater. The cheating chick.
Have you ever done this? When is the last time? So my
if you're going to say something about running, Vic, the answer is never.
Okay, but I want to ask
I'll make
you.
that real quick.
When is the last time, listeners, listen to this. When's the last time you decided? Yesterday I did something very stupid. My nephew he runs track for Ralston Valley. Right. And I said, let's race. Let's go. So we went outside. And I said, let's go around the block. See what you got. And I went about 20 yards before I felt my entire body just tighten up.
Yeah, we ain't doing that anymore.
When's the last time you went full sprint? Not just run. Like I run all the time. I'm talking about
Vic,
you let your body go.
It was
full sprint.
After a day from sunup to sundown of drinking at Vail Beer Fest. And I tried to race my friend at midnight, and 3 steps in, my hamstring blew.
Yeah.
That's when. And I've decided sprinting is not part of my life anymore. That's done. It's been done. It was just a reminder.
And it used to be so easy to me, like sprinting. Now it's like so painful.
Hey, man, 1980, chick took the subway.
It's my kind of running. You want me to do a marathon?
I mean, she's like, first mile, she's like, peace out. Went to the subway, got to the end.
Ate a sandwich.
Had a sandwich, had probably a couple coldies, ran the final mile, and goes, what's up? Give me the bread.
The winner and who is going to Game 2 tonight at Ball Arena is... Ooh, Mose, you're going to like this. Jeremy Hamlet. I'm trying to find a name that Moser will not immediately roll his eyes at.
Yeah, second place, Dave Macbeth.
Which is my new favorite game. Whenever I say the winner of one of these contests, I go, Moser, what if your name was Mark Hamlet? How would you feel about that? You like that?
Mike Romeo.
And Juliet. If you want to get the latest Avs ticket playoff ticket info sent straight to you, sign up for Drops and Deals and be the first to receive special deals and last-minute ticket opportunities at coloradoavalanche.com/drops. Game 2 tonight, 8:42 tip-off right here.
I mean, dude.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Dude, Hamlet. Come on, man.
Have a great time at the game.
Come on,
Jeremy.
Hamlet.
More keywords in ticket giveaways all throughout the day on 92.5. Keep it tuned right here. We'll talk to you tomorrow after, hopefully, another Nuggets win. Love you. See you.
Here's Moniak, 1 for 3. And Mickey drives this ball high and deep to right center field. Got a chance to fly. See you later. Mickey Moniak has put the Rockies back in front.
And barely out of the zone, off a fingertip. Drury back with it. Sends it off a stick. Here's Logan O'Connor off the weird bounce. O'Connor, he scores! OC's playing, baby!
Rebound down to Gordon. Breakaway. Jokic. Dunk-ish. Left-handed layup-ish.
Puck goes to the corner. 2 seconds, 1. Sound the horn. The Avalanche take game 1, and in the chaos that ensues after the final whistle and horn, it won't matter. Because the Avalanche win game 1 on home ice by a final score of 2-1.
Inbound goes to Dusumnu, and they'll burn the clock. Wait for the horn, people. There she blows. Denver wins game number 1, round number 1. Final tonight from Denver. Nuggets 116. Dogs 105. Denver closes out the game on a 19-10 run. And Denver will take a 1-0 lead.
It was a weekend of wins, playoff style in the Mile High City. And sure, we can throw in 2 W's over the LA Dodgers for the Colorado Rockies. But 116-105 in game 1 for the Nuggets on the back of 30 points from Jamal Murray. Just the second time they've won a game this year when Jamal goes 0 from beyond the arc. And then the Avs, I'll call it a very parental win against the LA Kings. 2-1 is the score yesterday afternoon. We're right back at it for the third of 4 straight days at Ball Arena. 8 p.m. pregame show right here on 92.5 with Berto for an 8:30 tip in game 2 of the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, that's the coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today, and we are getting you guys inside the building for the Nuggets and Timberwolves tonight. Keywords are coming up in 15 minutes.
This isn't for a game that's a week from now. It's for tonight's game, man.
Well done.
I'll tell you this, man. This weekend, you were living in sports nirvana here in the Mile High City. Especially for me, who was at 6 different youth sporting events. So I got to listen to I'm talking every bit of the Altitude Sports Radio calls of both. Like, I really lived the 1940s this weekend because I was in my car just listening, driving to Loveland and back. And what an exciting couple games for both the Avs and the Nuggets. And I know that the series against Los Angeles is going to be just what you told me it was going to be. It's going to be physical. It's going to get mucky. It's grimy. And what I loved about it, I love the fact that the Colorado Avalanche were A, okay with it. B, they engaged in some hitting themselves. They weren't going to be anybody's punk. And then C, boy, they had a lot of pucks hit the iron that I think some of those, they're going to find the back of the net.
I still think it was a parental win for the Avs.
Please explain parental. Like, is that like as in...
They just oversaw the game. They never got dragged into any of the crap after the whistle. They were there to step up for their teammates. Right. They never had to worry about, we're going to get hit so much that it's going to knock us off our game. They were engaged. They didn't panic when it was 0-0 late into that second period. And then going into the third, they finally open up a little bit of a lead. I know it ends 2-1 because of a 6-on-4 power play goal there. But there was no panic. There was never a point in that game for the Avs where I went, they don't have this thing in the bag. That's what I look at as parental. They oversaw a game.
I looked it up. I was going to make fun of you for being dumb, but you're not. It's any small or large moment where a child displays independence, kindness, or positive behavior. Yep. Or it's when a parent successfully manages a challenging situation without losing their temper. Good job, Raj.
That was very parental. On the opposite side of the equation, we started off the weekend with turnovers galore.
Oh, gosh.
A basketball team that had won a dozen straight games, then Minnesota comes in. The Nuggets are healthy. I know no Peyton Watson in game 1 and likely no Peyton Watson tonight or in the next couple of games. But in that first half, man, it felt like a disaster for the Nuggets. They go in, third quarter. They go on a 17-2 run to start off that second half. They close on that crazy run that you heard Kaz with. But Jamal Murray goes to the line 16 times. You get a ho-hum triple-double from Nikola Jokic. And despite having 4 turnovers in the first half, Joker has 1 turnover in the second. It took the Nuggets a half of basketball to go, all right, we're here, we're ready to go.
Yeah, I liked the yeoman's effort from the Nuggets. Unfortunately, we're getting a little too accustomed, even during this incredible 13-game Baker's dozen win streak that you're going through. And I know the playoffs restarts everything. It's different. But you're getting accustomed to these first half, or at the very least, like a first quarter deficit. And I'm freaking out because it's the playoffs. Like, I don't feel like you can just kind of play with your food for a quarter or two and just be fine in the second half. So I'm sitting there watching the game on my phone. You know, I'm pissed off. I'm giving everybody at my daughter's softball game a play-by-play of what's going on. Oh, man, we're not shooting well, and you're down by 10. I'm like, oh, why do we always start so bad? And somebody with some wisdom looks at me and goes, the altitude will hit Minnesota in the second half. Don't worry. I'm like, I agree with that, but I don't want that to be the path forward for the Nuggets, because it catches up to you when it catches up to you, that you've got to play good basketball against good teams for as long as you can. You can't just start in a deficit in a hole, because while Minnesota got some contributions in the first half from a player that I told you was going to be a sneaky player to hit a bunch of threes, and that was the first half of Dante DiVincenzo. I just kind of felt that was going to be a guy. And he hit 4 3-pointers. That was his entirety of his scoring. So he was only a 12-point shooter, so nothing crazy. But you can't bank on Anthony Edwards while he does look a little off. Can't bank on him shooting 2 of 9. You can't bank on Julius Randle and Jaden McDaniels from behind the arc shooting 0 for 7 combined.
Yeah, but I think you can go, maybe those guys hit 2 threes in game 2. Anthony Edwards is not going 2 of 9. I feel like there's an Ant game coming tonight that is 35 points.
Think about this, man. The rims were pretty tight for both teams early on in that game, really for the entirety of the game. Aaron Gordon 1 for 5, Cam Johnson 2 for 7, Nikola 2 for 7, and Jamal Murray 0 for 8.
Just the second time all year in which Jamal has played a full game. They lost a game to the Celtics in which I think Jamal played like 5 minutes or something like that in that game, and he didn't hit a 3. But it's just the second time that he's played a full game that the Nuggets have won when he hasn't hit a 3.
Your starting 5 missed 22 3-pointers. I mean, that's a lot. So I do think that's gonna turn.
But Jamal ain't getting the line 16 times again.
No, but he's probably not going 0 for 8 again. So, I mean, you make 3 threes out of 3 of 8.
I think that's the exact trade-off.
100%.
If Jamal hits 3 threes, I think he's going to get to the stripe between 8 and 10 times tonight.
Yep.
There's your trade-off. You need at least 3 Jamal threes.
Another just yeoman-like effort. Nikola Jokic triple-double fairly early in the fourth quarter. I'll tell you what, man. How good is it to have Bruce Brown on this basketball team in the postseason? Like, it was the ultimate nostalgia when you see him pulling down rebounds, bringing that energy. You know what I've discovered about Bruce Brown? You remember how much I couldn't stand Russell Westbrook a year ago? He is that Russell Westbrook energy without being a punchable face, without being a guy that's like overly concerned with his legacy, without being the guy that like, he doesn't care if he scores 4 points or 18 points. He just wants to he wants to be the spark that the team needs irregardless, and it was great having Bruce Brown.
Well, he's never been the level of player that like Russell Westbrook
I know
was,
that,
though.
but like he's that quirky energy to this team.
Yes.
Like if you look at Russell Westbrook at this stage of his career, he shouldn't start anywhere because he's going to be a volume shot player. You need to almost protect Russell Westbrook from himself by limiting minutes. They both have that energy that can be unbelievably infectious. But Bruce Brown is just such a genuine, authentic dude. He gives 21 minutes. I mean, 5 steals in a postseason game? 5 steals?
The second quarter was everything. For Bruce to come in that second quarter, I know you don't get a lot of minutes out of Jonas, but his 8 minutes were fine. I'd hope that it's a little bit north of what it was.
Dude, we didn't think he was going to get any about 12 days ago.
Bruce is the reason why that game was 62-62 at the second quarter. At the end of it.
To me, it was the energy of Bruce in the second quarter that brought that thing about. It's like all of the little plays. And when you play with that much energy, that much strain, boy, it makes taking care of the basketball seem that much more important. Like, why would I give everything I can and then all of a sudden we just get lazy with a little dish and we just give the ball away?
We got to talk about something. The energy difference from Saturday afternoon to Sunday afternoon inside that arena could not have been more stark. Saturday felt like a playoff game with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves.
You know what else? In our opening montage that KJ Granderson put together for this show, when you hear Connor McGahee's goal call, it sounds like he's doing it in a soundproof, like an entirely soundproof booth. And it's not. It's an open air booth. That's how quiet that building was.
Sunday, the energy in the building, and I'm not saying the way that the Avs played was this way. The Avs played a fine playoff game.
Yeah, and they were physical, and they were game.
I thought they were ready to go. I didn't think they were lacking anything. The power play was bad twice. It was good once. It doesn't score. The penalty kill was phenomenal. They played a good playoff game. They were ready to go. They started on time. They had a goal that was called off, all that stuff. The energy inside Ball Arena on Sunday afternoon felt like it was a game on Martin Luther King Day.
Why was that?
I don't know if it was because it was a day game, but then I looked 24 hours previous. That was a day game with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves.
And it was on fire.
It was probably because we look at this series probably as the whole of the state and go, you're going to handle LA 4 or 5 games. You're going to be okay.
Do you like that? Do you like that kind of it reminds me a little bit of my college football program. 25 years, you've won essentially 10 games or more. And everybody gets just bored and complacent, and the fan base just expects it. There's like no cheering for a touchdown. It's
I think there was an expectation yesterday.
And it kind of sucks. Like, if as a player, you're like, dude, can we just like hit the reset button like we do it? We as players have to hit the reset button no matter who we're playing. We got to give our best effort. You know what's funny is at one of my son's youth football games, the coach was trying to give away Avs tickets. And this was early. This was like at 10 a.m. on Sunday. He's like, I'm a season ticket holder, and I am pissed at Avs fans. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, nobody's buying these tickets. And I'm like, why? He's like, because Avs fans are spoiled. They're entitled. So if you're listening right now, which you are, Avs fan, bring the freaking juice on, would it be tomorrow night? Bring the dang juice.
I had to admit it, man. I've used the word a couple of times over the course of, I was on 9 News this morning, and then we did Between the Pipes like late, obviously, after the game.
Great job yesterday on 9 News.
I appreciate you. I used the word sterile. The environment felt sterile. I don't expect it to be like that tomorrow night. I wonder if it was just a combination of first game against a team that you know that you should and probably will beat. It was 80 degrees outside. The Avs, even though they win like 85% of their day games, it never feels convincing. There's always this weird energy. I expect it to be better tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We've got so much coming up on the other side of the break.
The most important things right when we come back.
Bringing back one of our favorite segments that is typically reserved for football season. We're going to have a big play replay on the other side. The 4 biggest plays from the Nuggets game, the 4 biggest plays from the Avalanche game, and for you, your chance to get inside the building tonight for Game 2 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. We're giving away keywords on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Ain't nothing like little Foo Fighters on a Monday morning after 2 playoff wins and 2 Rockies wins over the LA Dodgers. Who would have thought? It's your turn, your chance to get into Game 2 tonight against Minnesota. You guys are going to win tickets today with us in the morning sprint. Limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/tickets, but your chance to win is right now if you text the keyword Hinton, as in Kendall, Hinton, 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 right now to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message, and you'll be entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big, both on and off the court. You can visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Hinton, Hinton. Text that in to 303-504-0925. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55. You'll have a second keyword coming up at 11:20, getting you again inside the building tonight for Game 2, Minnesota Timberwolves, Denver Nuggets. KJ, we got to dust this thing off. We normally do this Monday after Broncos wins.
A lot of the Broncos wins, too. We had a lot of big play replays after dubs.
We're going to be doing this after every single playoff game for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. It's time for a big play replay. Let's get into it. Basketball. All right. That means we're starting with the Nuggets. It's one of my favorite SNL skits of all time.
I didn't miss that one.
Nuggets got down early to the Minnesota Timberwolves. You just search it. Search Round Ball Rock SNL.
Okay.
It's phenomenal.
I like it. I'll do it.
Nuggets got down early. They start clawing back in the first quarter. No bigger play than an alley-oop to Timmy Hardaway Jr.
McDaniels has it inside the arc. Drives in on Jamal Murray. Jumper's on the way. That one misses. Rebound comes down to Jokic. Jokic has it. Alley-oop. Dunk! 2 hands. Tim Hardaway. Nuggets are within 5, 27-22.
Denver was down 12 just a couple of minutes before that. Some great closeout defense. McDaniels misses that 13-foot fadeaway jumper, and then a beautiful vision, awesome pass from Nikola Jokic. Timmy Hardaway Jr., as he has all season, comes off the bench and provides much-needed energy.
Yeah, and he just has a great understanding of the space that was available on the floor. Great run from the right side from Tim Hardaway Jr. I thought Nikola Jokic, that stretch between that pass and then there was also a alley-oop. I don't think it was a dunk. It was like an alley-oop lay-in that went to Aaron Gordon from Nikola Jokic. I said, okay, Jokic's starting to feel the floor and feel his touch, both in the passing, obviously, and then his shooting started to come too.
We talked about Bruce Brown in the opener. Second quarter, there's a reason why this thing was tied at 62 going into the half. It's Bruce Brown.
8 on the clock for Murray. Step back 3. No good. Rebound Bruce Brown. Put back up and in. Foul as well.
Boy, nice job, Bruce Brown. Bones doesn't block him out. He gets it. Bones reaches, commits the foul, and he just flips it over the top of Rudy.
Those minutes with Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., if you can hunt Bones Highland, especially in the paint, going in and out rebounding that player, I think that's going to be a huge difference maker in this series.
I agree. Whether it's Bruce Brown, whether it's Cam Johnson, if you get the matchup, you got to go Debo next Friday or Friday style. My bike, Debo. That's what you got to do with that Bones Highland. You know, that call right there didn't quite do justice to think about the reaction that Bruce Brown had after that putback. And it was everything to me. That energy, he had that look in his eyes. You said, oh, wait, I remember that. That was 2023. That was the spark plug that probably every other game in the postseason en route, there was a moment that Bruce Brown's energy provided the exact spark that you needed as a team to go towards the correct outcome that needed to happen.
Joker starts off the second half with an easy lay-in. The Nuggets go up by 2. You said about a look in someone's eye, Bruce Brown's. How about the look in Jamal Murray's eye after, I don't know how he made this happen. I don't understand the physics of the layup, the finger roll that Jamal Murray had to start half number 2. This is how it sounded.
Jump shots on the way and no good. Rebound comes down to Jamal Murray. Nuggets lead it by 2. Gets a good pick from Gordon. He gets to the baseline. Reverse side layup on Julius Randle. What a play by Jamal Murray. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Never gave up on the play.
It was gravity defying. Again, I don't understand the physics of how he made that work.
Had some Jordan to it, didn't it?
Yes, a little bit.
There was, it just had that, like, you're floating and your body's doing things that normal bodies can't do. I mean, over the weekend, sports fans in Colorado at Empower Field were treated to Leo Messi. Like, there's some things that player did on the soccer side that he made look so easy that you watch a guy like Jamal Murray do, and it's the same thing. Like, that is not normal. That is not human to be able to do something and make it look so smooth and easy.
I was looking back at the highlights this morning with KJ, and I'm glad that we have Kaz and Scotty on the call, but Dwayne Wade was at a loss for words. And when you can make a Hall of Famer not be able to react to what you did, you know you've made a great play. Nuggets go up by 4 in the third quarter. We told you it was the Brucey Brown game.
Here it is again.
Breakaway dunk.
Has it up the left sideline. Goes on top to Rudy. And he throws it away. Leaking out is Bruce Brown by himself. Two hands. Triple-double Nikola Jokic in game number 1 of round number 1. 106-97 Denver.
Exclamation point put on that victory for the Nuggets. Bruce Brown, a breakaway dunk, a triple-double for Nikola Jokic. Those are your 4 biggest plays of the Nuggets round 1, game 1 victory.
Did you see the statistic from ESPN Insights? If you don't follow it on X, it's a good follow, at ESPN Insights, especially during playoffs. You get some really cool historical perspective of performances, and I loved this one. Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic had their 8th playoff game, with each recording at least 25 points, at least 5 rebounds, and at least 5 assists. So they've done that 8 times as a tandem. This ties Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen for the most instances by a duo in NBA playoff
When you talk about duos, that's a good duo to talk about. Yeah.
I don't care who you are. Like, that fires me the frick up that we here in Denver, Colorado, get to watch that, and we can be spoiled and act like, oh gosh, what turning the. I get it. These guys are freaking awesome.
Big play replay with the Nuggets after every single game. Well, it's kind of a double dip. We had a game on Saturday. We had a game on Sunday. Let's do the same thing for the Avs.
Why would we do that?
It hits, but it doesn't hit quite as hard as Round Ball Rock. I do love me some NHL Tonight on ESPN.
HOCKEY. Hockey. Is that a Saturday Night Live skit?
I don't know. I feel like Tim Robbins and Jason Sudeikis might have done a little bit better, but I appreciate the effort there, Coach.
It's terrible.
All right, the 4 biggest plays from the Avs. Round 1, game 1 victory over the LA Kings. The first star of the game was Scott Wedgwood. This is a huge reason why.
3:12 to go in the first. Trevor Moore. Save made by Wedgwood. Rebound is turned aside. Somehow Trevor Moore came out of nowhere. Drew Doughty now throws it towards the net. Save made Wedgwood. Rebound is not clear. Doughty missed a wide open net. Byfield up top. One-timer off a body, and it goes off the far glass. Boy, Wedgwood a couple of big saves, and the Avs get a break, and a huge miss from Drew Doughty on an open cage.
Big time blocker save in the first period on Trevor Moore. Throws that thing over to the corner. A little bit of chaos for the Avalanche. Drew Doughty, the defenseman, finds himself at the net front on his backhand. Right-handed shot. Can't quite get enough wood on it. And that thing goes wide. It ends up being 0-0. That could have changed the energy in the building right off the bat.
Now, save for what ended up being a 6-on-4 goal. This was essentially a shutout performance out of Scott Wedgwood in a really, really big spot. And here's what I liked about Scott Wedgwood. Tell me if I'm on the right track here, Raj, being a hockey guy. We know that Scott Wedgwood at times has that kung fu goalie nature where he makes wild saves. He was solid. He was in the right position, which has always kind of been the Mackenzie Blackwood staples. Like, hey, he's going to be positioned correctly. I thought Scott Wedgwood was just positioned correctly. And it was a good, solid, just being in the right place. Nothing crazy, but he didn't get exposed in a crazy way either.
Spot on. Scott Wedgwood, the 3rd oldest goaltender to win his NHL playoff debut as a starter at 33 years old. And I think 247 some odd days. He was fantastic in a game 1 win. We go to the second period. The Avs have a goal waved off, and they challenge it.
Logan O'Connor working with Jack Drury. O'Connor cuts to the deep slot. Now the near side circle. He scores! No, it's waved off. Drury was headed towards the net front, and it's immediately waved off by the referee.
Colorado is challenging that there's no goaltending interference.
Yeah.
After Colorado Scotia's challenge, the ruling on the ice is confirmed. There is no goal in the play. There's goaltending interference.
I think outside the Logan O'Connor goal in this hockey game, that was the loudest that Ball Arena was. The boos raining down on a failed challenge. It is 2026. We still don't know what goaltender interference was. I thought it was a 50-50 type of play. I didn't love the challenge because I didn't really think that they had a chance to win the challenge because the call on the ice was no goal due to goaltender interference. However, because it's the LA Kings and they don't have a good power play and you have the number one penalty kill in the world, I kind of understood why Jared Bednar did it. If this was Minnesota or Dallas, I don't think he pulls the trigger.
The more and more you saw angles, Raj, just take bias out of it. Take the fact that you are essentially employed by the Avs and you're on. Did you not see a little bit of like, there was a little bit of like posturing, leaning into? I think they got it correct.
If I'm a referee making that call in real time, I'm waving the goal off in real time.
Yep. But what about
replay? I don't believe that there was a chance for Jack Drury to get out of the way. I don't.
I thought Drury almost kind of like did like the lean in.
Oh, dude, he got hit.
He got hit, but he sought that. I thought he sought that contact too.
Brother, he was skating 15 miles an hour, got hip checked by a defenseman, and was on one skate.
But then he sprawled. He sprawled in a way that is goaltender interference.
I venture you or for you to try that.
I would
and
also
see if you could stay out of the goaltender's way.
I would also, this is another hot take that I had on the opposite side. I know people are going to be pissed off that I said that, but I understood the officials making the call when I watched it from multiple angles.
If I'm a referee, I wave it off on the ice.
Okay, secondly.
But I don't believe that Jack Drury had any chance to get out of the way of the goaltender because he was getting hit 3 feet from the net front, skating toward the net front.
Tell me if this is a hot take, Raj. On the Jack Drury, not that play, but on the player. For a guy that only really skated in the 10-minute range time on ice, he felt like he was really impactful on the 10 minutes that he was out there.
Yeah.
Like,
fourth line rocked.
I felt like, I after the game, like, Jack Drury was awesome. Like, he created it. In that kind of a muck-it-up game, he's the perfect player, man. He just created opportunities. Like, there were times that the fourth line had the better grade A's than you were seeing with your first liners. Pretty impressive.
Completely agree with you. Fourth line was stellar. However, the first line is the first line to break the deadlock.
Puck is free. McKinnon has it towards the net. Save made. Forsberg. Rebound. Score! We're up all night to get lucky. Mr. Dependable, always when you need him, Arturi Lehkonen cashes in on the doorstep. His 27th career goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the deadlock is broken. The ice is cracked. 4:31 to go in the second. Lehkonen has the Avalanche up 1-0.
Create chaos, throw pucks at the net from bad angles. That's finally what Nathan MacKinnon did. Just threw one at Anton Forsberg from the corner, and Arturi Lehkonen fights through Drew Doughty, kicks the puck to his stick, and playoff Lecky shows up big time.
It was awesome. It was exactly what you probably need to do more of. Volume in the direction of Forsberg, Forsberg was fantastic.
Very good.
He was really good. He's essentially goal save percentage this year, regular season. He was the 6th best netminder in hockey. So this is not some slouch that's at the tail end of their career. I mean, he's still a very, very good netminder.
I spoke with John Kelly, former Avalanche broadcaster who's now with the LA Kings on television before that game, and he goes, watch out for Anton Forsberg.
100%.
He is the reason why the Kings made the playoffs.
And it's also why, if you're going to play that muck-it-up style, like, you've got to find ways to get the puck in the direction of the crease and just go and just get bodies in front, get pucks in the area, and then just get ugly and be okay with it. You're probably not going to score a whole lot of beautiful goals in this particular series.
And the final biggest play of the game, he had one called off earlier, but in the third period, OC's playing, baby.
And barely out of the zone, off a fingertip. Drury back with it. Sends it off a stick. Here's Logan O'Connor off the weird bounce. O'Connor, he scores! OC's playing, baby! The first one got called back because of goaltender interference. This was a broken play at the Kings line. Not many knew where the puck was except for Logan O'Connor. Over the head of Edmondson, over the broken stick, and he goes high glove on Anton Forsberg. For Logan O'Connor, it's his third goal in his last 2 playoff runs, and the Avalanche have doubled their lead. It's 2-0 Colorado.
There's nothing like the energy that Logan O'Connor brings to that building.
Yeah, especially because he hasn't had a chance. How many games did he get in this year? Was it 20?
I don't even think it was 20.
And then he comes back and he's like, "Hey guys, I'm back. I'm gonna have one go in on net, and then it's gonna be disallowed, but I'm gonna find it again. Don't worry. Puck don't lie, baby. OC is back, and don't forget to get your. It's a big day to get in the ball arena today. I think there's a keyword out there, is there not?
That is your big play replay for round 1, game 1 of both the Nuggets and the Avalanche, and your keyword to get inside the building for round 1, game 2
is the most random keyword ever.
Is Hinton, Hinton, like Kendall Hinton of Broncos lore. Hinton.
To get into
Hinton.
To get into an NBA playoff game, you can think about a emergency third string quarterback that is from Durham, North Carolina, played at Wake Forest.
Brain plasticity.
Yeah, just sports in Colorado.
We're crossing
over
hemispheres.
the last 8 years. There we go. And there's a game in Colorado, so that's cool. There you go.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. That's where you're going to text that keyword to get inside the building tonight as the Nuggets have game 2, 8 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli, and 8:30 tip right here on Denver's exclusive home for playoff basketball and hockey. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach, do you know why we're playing Phantom Planet right now?
Oh, yeah, because OC's back, man.
Better believe it.
OC is back. What a great show. I grew up on that. Well, it was college.
Misha Barton,
Oh,
Rachel
man.
Bilson,
Oh, it was
Emmanuel Shrieky.
pretty good era of
Pretty
television. OC's back, baby. And you know what else? Just a reminder. Just hate all the LA teams. Hate them all.
Yeah, lost in the 2 playoff victories.
And I don't think it was 2 lost because I was watching that pretty close. There's not a sports franchise that I hate more on planet Earth than the Los Angeles Dodgers.
The Rockies have guaranteed at least a split with the Dodgers. They'll play tonight at 6:40. They lost 7-1 in game 1.
First National League team, period, to beat them. The first back-to-back victory against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Did you see the Lakers dominated the Rockets? I was like, what? Kevin Durant, are you ever going to play? I don't know, man. Raj, you were on to something.
I think I'm on to something. I also, when we went through our brackets, I will have to admit, if you guys weren't listening to it, with all my blustering about how Nuggets fans should be rooting for the Lakers, because if they get Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic
you picked
back.
the Rockets in 6, I think, didn't you?
I might have had the Rockets in 5.
Yeah. Did you know KD was going to be shelved? I don't know if you know if he's back for game 2. Wild. But Raj, did you hear the post-game comments from members of the Dodgers pitching staff about the Rockies, accusing the Rockies of all teams of potentially maybe some inside baseball? Go ahead and play that, KJ.
I think it could have been a little bit of both sides. I think they had a good game plan as an opposing team, and maybe I pitched into their game plan as far as calling pitches. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's odd some of those hitters that do what they do. They go up there and they were only the first pitch that was thrown. So it's fishy. Fishy.
Is that the first real compliment coming from another team, that the Rockies of all teams who have not used analytics, have not used any high level of baseball other than just instincts and go out there and get them, kid, for the last, 10, 15 years? They're actually using analytics now, and it's not a place that you can just show up and just get away with whatever you want to get away with. This is proof of concept that Paul DePodesta is in charge of this franchise and is starting to do things that this franchise has been so hamstrung by not doing, by playing modern baseball. And of course,
what was fishy about it?
Basically, like they believe
they jumped on first pitches early.
They believe that
in your first start at altitude this year, where your pitches probably aren't breaking as much as you want them to.
Yeah. I mean,
that's fishy.
It's fishy. But you know what I loved about it is that the Rockies, at least the people that run the Rockies social media accounts, they leaned all the way in. And then the Rockies decided yesterday's game to, after every base hit, they were fishing. They were using the fishing pole. Like, did I realize that I need Colorado Rockies pettiness in my life? Like, how good is that, man? Troy.
Wait, were they reeling in, or were they doing Gen X, like, I'm scooping up, I'm eating?
No, the dugout was casting. I swear to you. You got to pull up some of these.
I got to find this. I didn't see this yesterday.
They were casting, and then base runners were reeling in. And it was
phenomenal.
So good. It was, I wish they would have done like like at a bad, like a third wedding you kind of go to and you're doing the fishing pole dance. Somebody's the fish across the way. Somebody should have been throwing the gills up and then swimming around and then
someone should
place the hook.
Someone should have dead fished on a home run yesterday. Like, did Tristan Johnson hit another one? No, Mickey Moniak hit one yesterday.
Troy
Johnson. I think there's a Tristan
Here
Johnson.
it is, right?
somewhere.
Look at this. This is the very next day after being accused of being fishy.
Fantastic.
I mean, it's as
That's
good
phenomenal.
as they all did it. It was the whole day. And I'm like, did the Rockies that are landlocked, like no other team in baseball, they have a Miami Marlin player, a Marlin came in, and Troy Johnston, who has the unbelievable diving catch to finish this game in a high stakes top of the ninth in a very leveraged position. Are the Rockies fishy?
Like, if Hunter Goodman goes yard today, or if Kyle Karros goes yard again, when you get to home, I need you to dead fish on the ground.
Okay, explain the dead fish. Is that the one?
You just literally flop on the ground. Like you launch your shoulder from standing up height down into the ground like you are a fish out of water. And then you flop.
I thought that was like, I saw there's like a new celebration that I saw about 62 times this weekend in youth football where you grab your ankles, like you're on your stomach, grab your ankles and you just like flop around.
Sure, that's
kind of fishy.
That's similar.
Okay.
But you don't go to the ground softly. I'm assuming that when you were watching these children do it, they would like go down to the ground so they wouldn't hurt themselves and then they would dead fish. No, you're doing it from a full standing position.
Yeah, let's not get any Rockies.
Launch yourself.
I don't want any Rockies to get hurt.
I think you'll be fine.
Because I like
They're not going to Martin Gramatica this thing.
Oh, you never know, Raj. But I'll tell you that same fishy smells like some sun-kissed tuna over there. Yep. It also smells like you're getting closer to 20 wins, buddy.
It's 30 wins, dude. It's 30 wins.
Oh, shoot. Dang it.
You thought it was 20 wins this whole time?
This weekend.
You big dumb idiot.
I'm like, only 11 away?
It's like, Rob's just going to pay for my entire bar tab. Brother, it's 30 wins.
We got 21 to go.
Wins. You still got a while to go.
I was feeling pretty good, man. But I got till June 20th, man. It is April freaking 20th. I got 2 months to get 21 more wins. Ooh, that's going to be tough.
Some other scores from around the playoff action this weekend, man. A 6-1 final for the Minnesota Wild over the Dallas Stars. Jake Ottinger lets in 6 goals in game 1.
Is there a chance that we're going to have to channel not just our hate of Los Angeles and California teams, but are we going to have to continue our hatred of Minnesota-based sports teams?
I would prefer to see Minnesota. I took Minnesota in 7 in that series. I just have a weird feeling there's no science behind it. There's no data behind it for me. I just have, like Vic does, a feeling in my loins.
What happened? 6-1? The Dallas Stars. What happened? Are you missing?
They're missing Rupe Hintz.
Yeah.
And Miro Heiskanen played, but is hampered by injury. And Minnesota's they're a good hockey team, man. Kirill Kaprizov had a beautiful snipe. Dallas's power play.
Boldy was doing Boldy things.
Yep. Dallas's power play was nowhere near as good as I expected it to be in that game. Now, it could bounce back tonight and be just fine. I still think it's going to be a 7-game series. I just have a feeling it's going to be Minnesota. And Jake Ottinger is due for a stinker every now and again. Now, it just so happens it's back-to-back games. Remember what happened last year in the postseason? Peter DeBoer pulled him, and then DeBoer lost his job. So Ottinger shows up the game after getting pulled by Dallas, and they get ousted in yet another Western Conference final. He shows up, and he gives up 6.
Glenn Gulitson, head coach, the skipper, the bench guy for the Dallas Stars. Do you think that there was a type of belief that very veteran-laden team had in Peter DeBoer that you might, like, replacing a guy that's been as successful as Peter DeBoer was, even though he didn't get to the pinnacle of holding up that cup? There's some differences in style. I don't know.
I wonder how they responded to it.
It's going to be something to keep your eye on, because if that is a sign of things to come, this could be a quick series.
Part of the I don't think it's going to be a quick series. I think there's no way this isn't 7. Dallas is too good for this to be a quick series.
How do you get 6 piece to 1?
Jake Ottinger's, he's had those types of games, man. Remember what happened game 1 last year? Do you remember the final score of game 1 between the Avs and Stars?
Was it a 7?
It's 5-1.
5-1.
They had no chance. Like, he has these starts, and then he turns out and he'll stop 34 or 35 3 games in a row.
Man.
It was... The reason why I chose Minnesota in 7 in this series is because, well, they got rid of Mr. Game 7.
Raj, did you see all of the videos that were surfacing of loose rollerblade Buffalo Sabre fans that were...
What an energy that was last night.
It's the Buffalo Bills jumping onto flaming tables.
They're lunatics.
Dude, what is wrong with those people from that part of the world?
Lunatics.
They dominate pregame.
Do you see the bakery that made a bread saber?
It was a bread saber that looks more like something that you would see.
Looks more like a bread wrench.
It looks very
a bread hammer.
Is that
a bread pipe?
What? That's a pretty phallic tasting saber you made there, huh?
That energy at, was it KeyBank Arena or something like that in Buffalo.
Oh,
They're down 2 late
They
in the
looked
third.
lifeless.
They score 4 goals in the span of like 4.5 minutes.
Did they end up getting a fourth, or was it 3-2?
They got a fourth.
Okay.
It ended up being 4-3 with an empty net.
Oh, that's right. That's right. What a game.
What a game and a comeback for the Buffalo Sabres.
Montreal, huh?
And Montreal finds a way to get it done. 3 power play goals for former number 1 overall pick Uri Slafkovsky, and he finishes it off in overtime for the hat trick on the road at Tampa Bay.
And then I like my prediction from Friday. A little too much age in Pittsburgh. Philly's buzzing, man.
Philly looks good, but the LA Lakers find a way in the NBA to get a victory in game 1. A stunning turn of events where the Magic, the play-in team, take
crazy.
down the number 1 seeded Pistons.
Dude, the Pistons have all kinds of bad energy, man.
Kate Cunningham almost dropped 40 and they lost.
But even just, I don't know, it just feels like right now it's a market, it's a team. It just, even when they're good, they're not good. Like when it matters. I don't know. Just not buying the Pistons.
Coach, here's a stat that will solidify why you should never believe in the Pistons. They haven't won a home game since 2008 in the playoffs.
Oh,
holy cow! Palace, it's a new Palace, but it's bad Palace.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. The Nuggets Playoff Hub at nuggets.com/playoffs has everything that you need to stay up to date on all things Nuggets, tickets, including limited inventory for tonight, event listings, contests, and so much more. There's even weekly trivia prizes every single Friday, so get on over to nuggets.com/playoffs right now. But if you just want to win tickets, your next keyword comes up in 15 minutes on the Morning Sprint. Hour 2 of the morning sprint. Raj, the coach, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. PhD from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy 3 to 6. An extended Birdo's Blitz. And then an 8 p.m. pregame show for an 8:30 tip. Might be even closer to 8:50 at that point with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves in game 2.
I am so good with an 8:50 tip. So many youth sports. I'm solo parenting this week because my wife's out with her family.
Oh, dang. Good for you.
So me, 3 kids.
And you don't even have
jobs.
You don't even have a driver with the kids
Yeah,
yet.
my daughter's like 16 and a half and hasn't gotten her license
Yeah,
yet.
that's brutal.
It's not great.
You know what you should be doing this week? Go get the girl her license so she can drive the boys around.
Wouldn't that be great? Like, hey, here's your.
You know what we're doing?
Here's a beater.
You're going to what is it? Drive Master?
Drive Master.
Forget what the driving school is around here.
Oh man, what a glorious weekend of Denver sports, and gosh, it continues tonight, man. It's a gift that keeps on giving, and I am ready for some nighttime basketball.
You guys can get your hometown coverage of Nuggets playoff basketball on Altitude Plus. You can watch live pregame coverage 1 hour before tip-off with Nuggets Live. Then after the game, which you can find on NBC and Peacock, I believe, this evening. You can tune in for Nuggets post-game live for full highlights and analysis. Subscribe now for a monthly or annual plan at altitudeplus.com. You can also use that application to watch the entirety of the first round between the Avalanche and the Kings.
I did all that stuff that you just talked about on the Altitude Plus app. And I learned this. The Altitude Plus app, for whatever reason, wasn't available on an LG television. So I went out and got a Roku. And just
bought a new TV. Attaboy.
No, just like the little cheap box. It's like $10.
I thought you bought a whole new television.
No, you just plug it in and get it on the Wi-Fi, and boom, I get Altitude TV on my main television.
Before we get into some of the news around the NFL, and KJ's NFL notes come up at 11:20 as well today, I have to thank the Los Angeles Kings. I know this is going to be a 4 or 5 game series. Everything that the LA Kings showed you yesterday afternoon is what they have. They are going to hit everything that moves. They're not going to have any finish to their game in terms of goal scoring whatsoever. They're not really going to have good special teams. But it's going to feel like a playoff series because they're so overly physical.
Now, I would say their kill looked pretty good.
I would think the Avs power play looked not as impressive as it did.
Yeah.
Honestly, the power play didn't look great.
No, I agree.
And the kill for LA is a bottom 5. It's either a bottom 5 or a bottom 3 kill in the NHL. It's not good. The Avs had one power play where they were zipping the puck all over the place, and they had 3 grade A scoring opportunities that just didn't go in.
I also felt like you can make mistakes, you can commit errors, and it just doesn't feel like the Kings are capable.
Like it's going to bite you.
Yeah, it's a weird deal. Like they even when they're possessing it in their own ozone, you just feel like cool. Like they're not getting quality shots. There's not a lot of world-class ability.
They had 2 grade A opportunities yesterday. One went wide by Drew Doughty. We played it for you. And there was another one on the power play that Panarin could have buried on his off wing that Sam Malinsky made a stellar stick lift on. And they had to wait for a 6-on-4 with a bunch of bodies in front for Scott Wedgwood to finally miss a puck.
Is the Kings, this version of the Kings, are they a playoff team if Artemi Panarin isn't on that team?
No, absolutely
he's
not.
about the only class finisher that team really has.
Yeah, Adrian Kempe's solid. He's
Dude,
nothing.
What
to
a punchable face, though. Did you think that he was going to play that role?
No, I didn't. But I love that about the playoffs,
yeah,
man.
I know it is. Super talented, big cat. But man, it started in the first 3 minutes of the game, and he's got Nathan McKinnon. he's throwing bows at McKinnon. McKinnon's like, what are you doing, pal?
And Gabe goes off the ice, right? And they're both Swedes. They know each other from the Swedish national team. Gabe and Kempe go after it. They're cross-checking each other, slashing each other in the calves. Cale Makar gets a slash in there after Kempe gives Makar 2 or 3 jabs to the back of the head after a play was done. Landeskog takes Kempe off the ice for 2 minutes. The Avs go on a 4-on-4, and they get a couple of grade A scoring opportunities. I'll take that any day of the week. If Adrian Kempe wants to take himself out of the game, like if he wants to fight someone, fight Adrian Kempe. That takes their best player off the ice for 5 minutes. If he wants to take matching slashing and roughing calls and go off the ice and open up some space for the Avalanche. It was so funny, man. The final power play of the game that the Avs got, remember Marty Natchez took a holding call like 40 seconds in? Valenchushkin had a grade A scoring opportunity 15 seconds into the 4-on-4. Nathan McKinnon had a grade A scoring opportunity during that 4-on-4. Be my guest. Do you want to play 4-on-4 hockey against the Avs as the Kings? Let's do this thing all day long. And the Avs were ready to answer the bell. And the reason why I thank them is this. It's going to be a 4 or 5 game series, which makes you think, oh, that was easy, right? And then you have to wait for a 7-game series between Minnesota and Dallas to end. But what I'm thanking them for is this. They hit everything. They're going to be jerks the entire series. Therefore, you feel like you're playing playoff games. You can't get constantly hit without being turned on mentally in some fashion to playoff hockey. You are there, you're ready to play, you're ready to go. I thank the Kings for showing up for 8 days because they're readying you to play Dallas or Minnesota.
I think I made that point last week.
Yes.
Their style is going to be like it's like swinging the bat with the donut on it, right? They're the lighter version.
Right.
Than what you're going to be dealing with in round 2. Speaking of like bloodbaths, did you watch like the first 10 minutes of the Utah-Vegas game?
Oh, they hate each other.
Oh my, like that was next level. It was chaos.
Hatred.
It felt like those high school like videos that you watch of just you just drop everything and it's a straight war of just throwing bows and elbows, and that was a crazy first period.
Did you catch after the Knights go off with a 4-2 victory, they had an empty netter late to make it 4-2 instead of 3-2?
Oh, there were some choice words.
Nick Dowd,
oh my gosh,
former Washington Capital, who comes over, I think at the trade deadline, looks at Logan Cooley.
It wasn't hard to lip read on this one either.
No.
I am going to bleeping.
I'm coming for you.
I think he said I'm going to bleeping kill you.
Yes. He goes,
that's a wild.
Looks at him, takes his glove off, and looks at Logan Cooley, who can't be more than 22 years old out of Minnesota. Looks at Logan Cooley and points at him and goes, I'm coming for you. I'm going to expletive kill you.
Whoa.
I'm watching that game tomorrow.
There it is.
It's fantastic. Takes his glove off, points at the guy. I'm coming for you.
It's like blood all over all these guys. They all have shiners. They all have scray. Like those guys got after
fantastic.
It. You know what was pretty neat? Granted, it was in Vegas. That the goal that was scored by Utah, I think it started the scoring. They went up 1-0. First ever goal in postseason franchise history, if I'm not mistaken. So I think Utah Vegas. I think it's going to be I'm hoping that series deserves 7 games of just assholes and elbows and just I mean that's what it is, man. It's gross and awesome at the same time.
There was some big NFL stuff that happened over the weekend. Like Dexter Lawrence gets traded out of nowhere.
A lot of big deals, man. And you know what's great too is we learned that every single time that A.J. Brown scoops come up, the least likely connection to a rendezvous between Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel is A.J. Brown, the wide receiver. I wouldn't have had that on my bingo card. Now, of course, that A.J. Brown is now rumored to be inevitably he's going to be a New England Patriot.
That's what Schefter said this morning. Like it's happening.
It's happening. It's like post June 1st, right? Because the money gets right and the trade deals the contracts get right.
Start of the new NFL season.
But like you hear that, you're like, oh, okay. Rossini and Vrabel still cooking, huh? This because they started. It's where it all started. That was the origin of the rumors from Diana Rossini.
Schefter was out in Sedona apparently.
Like AJ Brown's sitting there, like
joking at him.
AJ Brown's sitting there, like, why am I connected to this? Like, why do I have to be the guy that reminds everybody of that potential affair?
I wonder what that haul is going to be. Is it going to be more than what the Broncos gave up for Jalen Waddle?
I don't think so, because I think that it's too clear that the Eagles have been trying to get out of this. Whereas I don't think that the Dolphins were making it widely known to the league.
So what you're saying is that the Patriots can kind of bend Philly over the barrel
a little bit. I think that's how motivated the Eagles are to get rid of them. And Raj, you and I were all in. I won't even put it on you. All in on AJ
Oh no,
Brown.
you can put it on me. We were the leaders of the bandwagon. We were driving that thing.
The more and more that I hear from people that I know in the National Football League, the more and more that I am very glad that I didn't get my wishes of A.J. Brown to Denver and instead got Jalen Waddle, who, by the way, I thought Jalen Waddle was too small of a body type for that to even potentially be a.
Because of who Sean Payton is. Okay.
Now, and I love that. I am great with the 5'10" guy that's got juice and runs big-time routes. Like, I love that guy everywhere I've ever been. I've never coached the NFL, but high level of collegiate football, like, I like a guy that's got full skill set, not just a big, physical, only really can get the high point football type route running. I'm glad the Broncos, more and more I hear, the Broncos got this right. Sean Payton, George Payton, even like Bo Nix, his connection to Alabama and Pat Surtain, like this was the right deal for Denver.
Even if comparatively, the Broncos will likely have given up more for Jalen Waddle than the Patriots will end up giving up for AJ
It'll
Brown.
be similar, I believe.
I don't know if it's going to be a first-round pick.
The difference is going to be, I think, that the Patriots are going to be the deal that they're going to be on the books for in, say, 2, 3, 4 years when they take over the entirety of the contract. He's been wide receiver 1 on a Super Bowl team. Jalen Waddle was he was wide receiver 2. So you're not going to pay true wide receiver 1 money.
Brown's got 4 more years left on his deal. He's a $23 million cap hit this season, 2022 in his age 30 season. AJ Brown's still in his 20s.
Yeah, he's not old.
$27.5 million in 2028, and the final year of that deal, his age 32 season, he's a $29.3 million cap.
And the risk seems like it's maybe a little bit more, but this is Mike Vrabel, who came from the Patriot way. Bring in the headache, and the ball is so good, the success is so good that we are the place that restores the individual towards being a productive member of our franchise. It happens so many times with the old Bill Belichick New England Patriots.
More on A.J. Brown, the Eagles, the Patriots, the Bengals dealing for Dexter Lawrence. The NFL draft is just 4 days away.
That's crazy. Does it feel like that?
No.
Like, real honest to God.
Well, because the Broncos don't have a first-round draft pick. No.
And we just had all the fun in every other sport except for football this weekend here in Denver.
And we're going to try and make sure that you guys can have fun tonight as the Nuggets take on the Timberwolves in Game 2. Your next keyword to win tickets for tonight's game comes up on the other side ahead of NFL Notes.
You got to listen carefully.
Game 2 is tonight against Minnesota, and you guys have a chance to win tickets, but there are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/playoffs. Your chance to win is right now, so text the keyword Surtain, as in Patrick Surtain II, Surtain. That is Surtain right now to 303-504-0925. Text it in with your first and your last name, and you'll be entered to win. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. You can visit them today at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword coach is
Surtain.
Very good.
Because he might be courtside tonight. I could see that.
I could see that. Is Kendall Hinton going to be courtside?
I don't believe so. I think that was a random clue. That's why Surtain makes me feel more certain that there will be a lot of texters that will fire in and try to get in that building tonight.
Surtain, Surtain. Text that to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner coming up in about 25 minutes from right now. Again, this is you entering to win tickets for tonight. So if you win, you're in the building for an 8:30 p.m. tip, 8 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. From a football player's name to football news, it's KJ's NFL Notes. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. It is NFL Draft Week. No, the Broncos don't have a first selection, but things are happening. KJ, what's first?
Well, Sports Illustrated's Eric Trickle, he has a new 7-round mock draft, and obviously the Broncos in his mock draft are staying at 62. And he has them taking standout linebacker from Texas Tech, Jacob Rodriguez, with his second-round pick. He says, quote, "This is a great linebacker class, and even with Alex Singleton and Justin Sternad resigned, the Broncos still have a ton of questions at the position. Their depth is concerning, and they should have a plethora of options at 62 to help upgrade the room. Rodriguez is a legit starter-quality linebacker. Sure, he has some concerns about his length and tackling, but his football IQ, instincts, and ability to generate takeaways are excellent." And, quote, "Also want to make sure I get out there that Tillman was officially signed on his Tinder today to come back with the Broncos." So,
why are you talking about Tillman's Tinder account, man?
Whoa.
What'd you know about Tillman's Tinder,
Let me calm down, man. I'll tell you
Are you
about
talking about his Tinder?
I'm talking about his tendies. His tendies, baby. I'll tell you exactly about his tendies in the break.
No doubt. Jacob Rodriguez, very, very productive college football player. Obviously, he was one of the stars for Texas Tech. I guess it was a bit of an unlikely run in the college football playoffs.
I mean, if you look at the money, nope.
When you look at oil money, it goes pretty far. But I like Jacob Rodriguez. I just don't know if you want your first pick in back-to-back drafts be a backup on defense. It's like a developmental player. That's what Jahdae Barron ended up being. He was a backup nickel. That's what he was. And there's no doubt in my mind that Jacob Rodriguez would be a backup Mike or Will linebacker to either Justin Sternad or Alex Singleton. Now, he would be the heir apparent to a aging Alex Singleton.
Are we convinced that both of those players that you just mentioned are fully healthy for 17 games this year?
No.
So why isn't this a good pick, if that happens to be it? By the way,
because you still are deficient at tight end. That's why.
Jeff Legwold has Jacob Rodriguez ranked at number 45 on his overall big board. So the value would be 17 picks below where Leggy has him, 6'2", 231 pounds.
Not a combine freak, is he?
Nope, ran a 4.57 40.
That's pretty good, actually.
Really?
For a linebacker? I mean, you look at a really highly productive, instinctive, and I'll call it like it is, Caucasian linebacker. Those guys typically are 4'6", 4'7". I mean, if you looked at Alex Singleton, I doubt he even had a combine invite. That guy's not a 4'5". He he doesn't run that well.
Here is Leggy's write-up on Jacob Rodriguez. He looks like a long-term starter at inside linebacker with 2 100-tackle seasons in a career filled with production, play awareness, and the ability to finish. He has forced 13 fumbles over the past 4 seasons, with 7 of those coming last year, where he led all FBS defenders. Rodriguez also had 6 career interceptions and 12 pass defenses in his 4-year collegiate career.
I agree. The guy's got tremendous instincts. You'd be adding a really good football player. And if you're the Broncos...
But you wouldn't be fixing a problem.
You might be fixing a long-term problem. Because like Alex Singleton is just probably not going to play 5 more years in the NFL. Not at that position. I mean, I go back to Alex Singleton. His 40 time, he only went to a pro day. His 40 time was roughly 4.65 at a pro day. Pro days do not use the electronic laser time. So that's probably closer to a 4.7, 4.72. I mean, that's a good time that you hear from Jacob Rodriguez, but I just don't. If you have a chance to get into the Eli Stowers conversation, which there's a lot of heat about that. I heard SI's Albert Breer is pretty high on the Broncos fit this morning in his article that he wrote about Eli Stowers, and that the Broncos should be willing to move to get in the 50s if he slides that much.
KJ, what's next?
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Well, Dexter Lawrence, star defensive tackle for the former Giants, was acquired by the Bengals this weekend, and he was traded for the number 10 overall pick in this year's draft. He goes on to pass his physical and signs a 1-year, $28 million extension, which now keeps him in Cincinnati for the next 3 seasons. Here's a quote from Lawrence on the team's website, quote, "I know they gave up a lot for me, and I appreciate that. I don't take that for granted. I have a fire in me," end quote. This is a man coming off of a half a sack season, as many have quoted all offseason. So what do you guys think led to the trade, and who will win this trade in the end?
Number 10 overall feels like something that Cincinnati should have hung on to. Are they going to pair this with a wide receiver for Jackson Dart this year? Like, is this Carnell Tate?
Jordan Tyson?
Or are they going to try and find a way to like beef up their offensive line?
Cam Scatterbo, Jordan Tyson, teammates at Arizona State. Dudes, I don't know if you saw any of Jordan Tyson's weekend workout tape, because he's trying to prove that I'm healthy. Holy smokes, does he look good. Former CU buff, freshman wide receiver.
Now, we've spent how many years criticizing the Bengals defense?
Well,
they got better.
Here's the word on the streets, and it was pretty widely reported this morning that league insiders are saying that this is a massive year for the Bengals to say, okay, is this it? With Joe Burrow, is this it with our extremely expensive wide receiver tandem? And if it just doesn't hit, so I think they're throwing a cure in the form of the best pass rushing interior defensive lineman, I'd say over the last 2 years. They're trying to throw a quick cure, and if it doesn't fix what ails that entire franchise, then your and my take, Raj, of Joe Burrow, heir apparent to Matt Stafford.
Could you imagine?
With the Los Angeles Rams.
I think the Rams, becomes brand new jerseys that are, the same jerseys.
Yeah, but they're a little bit more matte, but they're identical. They're literally the same.
So it was on Good Morning Football today. The Rams unveil new uniforms. And I went, no, they didn't. I think the Bengals are going to win this trade.
I think so too.
Dexter Lawrence is a stud.
And I also think the Bengals, they have to be competitive again soon. It feels like it's the right time for, like, Joe Burrow's going into a year where it just kind of, it's going to define his time. He's an Ohio boy. That's where he was born and raised. Dad was coaching at Ohio University when he was in high school.
Let's be very clear.
Athens, Ohio.
Let's be very clear about this trade. There is nothing that Dexter Lawrence can or cannot do to win this trade for the Bengals. This trade is won and lost whether or not Joe Burrow is healthy. If Joe Burrow is not healthy, the Giants win the trade. If Joe Burrow plays 17 games, the Bengals are a playoff team, and the Bengals win the trade.
Did you hear some of the stuff that came out this weekend? I think it was Zay Flowers was talking about John Harbaugh's practices that essentially like your body is going to get taxed because of how we practice. I'm wondering a little bit if there is nothing that means more to the longevity of an NFL player's career earning power than their health. And I'm starting to wonder if there's players like Dexter Lawrence, like Zay Flowers, are like, sure you want to play for John Harbaugh in New York? And there's been some rumors around guys in New York that are like, I don't know if I really want to do it. This is the first big one that dropped. I think Dexter Lawrence wanted to get out of there.
KJ, what's next?
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Before we get to this A.J. Brown update from Adam Schefter, you guys were joking about the Rams there. Well, there's reports coming out of Los Angeles as we speak that Jimmy Garoppolo is considering retirement as their backup quarterback. Now, why did that come out on draft week?
Steady.
Get a 6th-round draft pick for him?
Hey, you know what the Rams always say? Around draft time, what do they say? Raj, it's one of your favorites.
They say F them picks, but we normally mean like 1st and 2nd round picks. I'm not excited about F them picks for 6th rounders.
Yeah, but you got Sam Ehlinger, man. You're good.
Oh, they are good. Sam Ehlinger should be the backup.
Yes, you're good. Steady for a 3rd?
A 3rd? Jeez, man.
I'm trying, man.
It's not. You'll be lucky to get a 6th.
We're owned by the same company. The Rams.
Do us a favor? Hey, isn't that like collusion?
Hey, are you listening?
I feel like we're not allowed to do that.
Can you help our Broncos out? Give us a 3rd for Steady?
Gage.
All right. So, according to Adam Schefter, a post-June 1st trade between A.J. Brown and the Patriots could be on the way, but all elements remain in place to make it happen, and Brown to the Patriots is still the likely outcome. But Adam Schefter has another little teaser he wants to get out there as well.
The Philadelphia Eagles are open to trading him. The New England Patriots have wanted him all along. It's hard to see another team jumping in, but you never know what could happen over the course of the next 5 or 6 weeks. But there is that relationship that exists between the Patriots head coach, Mike Vrabel, and A.J. Brown, and now it'll be interesting to see if the Philadelphia Eagles would look to address the wide receiver position in the draft this week, or whether they feel it's sufficient to have gone out and signed Elijah Moore, Hollywood Brown, and traded for Dontavian Wicks. One other note about the Eagles here. That may just be the start for the Eagles, because A.J. Brown obviously is waiting to happen, but the Eagles always have a trick or two up their sleeve. Now, they had spoken to the Vikings about Jonathan Grenard, the pass rusher. Those talks have lost steam. I'm not so sure that trade is going to happen. But I think there are a handful of other scenarios that the Eagles have in mind, and it wouldn't be surprising to see them pull off another trade outside the A.J. Brown trade that will not happen this week and until June 1st, heading into the draft this week.
If they don't replace A.J. Brown, don't they become like a way easier team to defend? Stack the box?
You talking about the Eagles?
Yeah.
It sure feels like it.
I dare you, Jalen Hurts, to go over the top to whoever's catching balls in Philadelphia.
So did Dontavian Wicks end up in Philly?
Dontavian Wicks is...
I heard Schefter talking about former Packer.
Yes. As of right now...
And then Hollywood Brown also?
Hollywood Brown, Devonta Smith, Dontavian Wicks, and then a bunch of guys who we don't know.
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible.
I mean, Devonta Smith can get over the top.
It doesn't
strike
Wicks, fear.
When Dontavian Wicks was healthy for the Packers, having followed that team closely, he's a pretty damn good player. Hollywood Brown's the one that I just don't see. But you know what's really interesting with the Patriots? They appear to go all in. And I kind of forgot about the connection of A.J. Brown to Mike Vrabel.
Oh, his time in Tennessee.
It's the Titans. And also ESPN beat writer for the Titans, Diana Rossini, at the same time. I digress. What's going to happen to my guy, Kayshon Boutte? Are the Patriots going to make a move on him? Is he going to be available? Because that's a good player that can get over the top. Come on, Kayshon Boutte.
Does that matter to you guys at all? You can rest in Cancun, too.
It's Kayshon.
You'd move on from him? Well, your wide receivers there in New England would be Mac Hollins, Romeo Doubs, Kayshon Boutte,
because they just
and
made
A.J. Brown.
They just
It's actually not a bad room.
No, it's not bad at all. They want to give Drake May every single. It's what Raj, is what I've been begging the Broncos to do, and they did.
They did.
They did.
They did.
What Waddle, Surtain, geez, that's the key word. Waddle, Cortland Sutton, and recent draft acquisition,
Pat Bryant,
Marvin
Franklin?
Mims, Troy Franklin. That's a good room.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'd say I'd probably give the upper hand if you keep Keyshawn Boutte. I'd give the upper hand to New England.
KJ, give me one more.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Well, before we get to this interesting story here, there was another story that just came out not too long ago. Colts wide receiver Alec Pierce, after signing his 4-year deal this offseason, just had ankle surgery. He'll be out for the next 3 months. So that should walk him right up to training camp. So we'll kind of see how that all plays out. But stories coming out of Dallas. Brandon Aubrey and the Dallas Cowboys reached an agreement today on a deal that would make Aubrey the highest paid kicker in NFL history. It's a 4-year extension that will go 7 years per and a $20 million guaranteed. So here's a couple of things he's accomplished. 3-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro, 112 out of 127 field goals made. That's an 88.2% field goal percentage. First kicker with 360-plus yard field goals in a season. First kicker with 350-plus yard field goals in a game. And the first kicker with 10-plus 50-yard field goals in 3 seasons. So with Aubrey resetting the market for the kickers, who's next to help push the market forward?
That is wild to me that this is the first kicker to make $7 million per year.
Is it going to be the kid in L.A., Dicker the kicker?
Yeah, Charger kicker.
Jason Myers in Seattle,
So
something like that?
This is the first deal that pays a kicker $7 million or more in a year?
That's a
wow.
heck of a living for a kicker.
Yes, it is, but you want to talk about, like, if you really want to win a Super Bowl or you want to win, like, an AFC or NFC championship, you want that player to be right. You want that guy to be
but
nails.
you can't be paying him 7 per.
Dude, you're paying backup quarterbacks double-digit millions per. Some of these guys are making 10 plus. And your starting kicker that you're going to be looking to win games in a league that comes down to field goals is only making 7 per as the best in the league. And then with that being said, why the Cowboys pay a kicker? Because they're never in that high leverage position of winning a significant playoff game that could get a step closer to a Super Bowl. They haven't been. Troy Aikman was. Who's our kicker? Was Jason Elam a kicker also?
Jason Elam was here in Denver.
Was he never in Dallas?
I don't believe he was a Cowboy. I'm pretty certain he wasn't a Cowboy. Jason Elam was here.
I know he was a Bronco. I'm just trying to think of the last time that the Cowboys...
Like, is Will Lutz worth his 3-year, $16 million extension?
Oh, I'm thinking of Chris Boniol. 94 to 96. It's a pretty good one there.
I don't know, man. Paying a kicker 70 years nuts to me.
You don't think kickers are humans?
Not as much as quarterbacks are.
Well, you pay them like $45 million, and backups are getting 10.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That is Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We've got game 2 of the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. Keys to getting out to a 2-0 series lead over the T-Wolves, and more reaction to a couple of Game 1 wins over the weekend. Did the Avs play a bad game? Were they sleepy through it? Or did they just handle their business like a Stanley Cup champion should? We'll get into that next. The Nuggets are back at it, looking for a 2-0 lead over the Timberwolves tonight, and the only place to hear live and local broadcast of game action is right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, because the NBA took away your Altitude television rights and gave it to the Peacock. Berto's got the kickoff for the pregame show that is powered by Ramos Law at 8 p.m., and tip-off with Kaz is just shortly after 8:30. Don't miss a second of playoff action on your exclusive home for the Denver Nuggets and NBA playoff action. That's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're giving away tickets in like 8 minutes from right now to get you guys inside the building for tonight. And you know what? We complain a lot about these late tips and late puck drops in the early playoff rounds because, well, the national people and the schedule makers think that we are butted up against the Pacific Ocean for some reason, and we're not. It does give you some extra time to find a sitter if you win tickets tonight.
No question.
It's better than having like a 5 p.m. game and you win it at noon with us. And then you got to scramble, or you have to say, I can't take the tickets because I can't find anyone to watch Sally and Johnny. How many kids are named Sally anymore?
Not many.
That name's of yesteryear.
Yeah, not a ton. Not a lot of Johnnies.
Do you find that last night's win, rather yesterday afternoon's win for the Avalanche, was disappointing because they didn't like hammer the LA Kings?
I felt like it was you got Pat Benatar, hit me with your best shot. and you survived.
That's good. I like that.
I feel like you did. I feel like you got everything that hockey team is going to throw at you. It was physical. It was grimy. You didn't particularly put the puck on the net. You put it in the frame, and it hit the pipe. It hit piping quite a bit. Like, I feel really good about it. I'm actually starting to kind of feel, and I don't know if you feel the same way, I'm actually starting to kind of feel like not only did the Colorado Avalanche win a playoff hockey game when they didn't have their A game, I'm actually feeling the same way about the Denver Nuggets.
I agree. That first half was borderline disaster, and the fact that it was 62-all going into the third quarter, you went, oh, you had a gross first half. Aaron Gordon, 3 fouls like that. And somehow, without Peyton Watson in the fold to help you out, you get some solid minutes from Spencer Jones. So for them to weather that storm and be tied at half at home, and then just boat race is too strong of a word to say what they did in the second half, but they just handled it.
The great thing was the third quarter defensively.
17-2 run to start it out.
Well, you only gave up 17 points. Entire third quarter. That's a good defensive stop. Like, this is the quarter we have to win. And I actually heard Katie Wingy on the broadcast. She did a phenomenal job on the radio broadcast, breaking down like the huddle that David Alderman has. Is he plays games within games. Like, we got to win this quarter.
Your segments.
Yeah, you got to win. So like this run right here, and then he keeps track, and that's a way that he can keep it more focused on the now and the micro than being too caught up in the macro. And so I think if you can just keep those dang stupid, silly turnovers down, you're gonna get better shooting.
And you did in the second half. Dude, they had 9 turnovers in the first half, led to 14 points. I think Minnesota, I'm almost positive this is what the box score said. I thought they had 4 points in the second half off of turnovers.
Yes, you had, so a total of 17 of Minnesota's points came off of turnovers. And you had 9 in the first half and just 4 in the second half. Excuse me, 5.
Keep care of the basketball, stay out of foul trouble early. That was the game that Minnesota needed to steal on the road to win the series.
100%.
That was the game. And they let it go by the wayside.
Not to mention the best three-point shooting team in the NBA shot just 28%. And one of the most efficient shooters from behind the line in the NBA from behind the arc shot 0%.
You lost a game, Minnesota, in which Tim Hardaway Jr. and Jamal Murray, who were one of the historical best three-point shooting duos in the history of the NBA. You lost a game in which they went 2 for 14 combined from behind the arc. That was your game to steal. You lost a game in which I know he had a triple-double, and at the risk of sounding like a spoiled Nuggets fan and media member, it wasn't the best Nikola Jokic game.
I thought he read the floor well.
Yeah.
But
it
turned
wasn't
it over
him
in the first half.
dominating everything.
No. Actually, got to tip the cap a little bit because the strategy that Minnesota appeared to employ was Rudy Gobert. You've got Nikola Jokic. He did a good job on him.
So you lost that game. You know what's coming? A Jamal Murray game where he is efficient from three. And I know Jamal had 30 points. He went 16 of 16 from the line. You know what's coming? A game in which Nikola Jokic has 34 points and 12 rebounds and 14 assists.
You know what I did like about the game, though, was good, even distribution amongst the starting five, scoring-wise. 17, 12, 25, 30 for Jamal, and 12 for Christian Brown. Christian Brown getting 2 3-pointers to go down early on in his playoffs, that was good. Cam Johnson, for him to, I felt like he asserted himself well, and he showed up to be a good role player on the starting lineup in the postseason. And then, of course, no bigger spark than what was created by Bruce Brown off the bench. It was good. It was good to see.
We have not talked about this yet because we argued about it going into the postseason, Coach. If Peyton Watson was healthy, who gets to start? And you and I screamed at each other. My answer was Christian Brown.
Yeah, because
I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. I know Anthony Edwards' knee is ailing and it's bothering him. Christian Brown was the primary defender on Anthony Edwards last night, and he had 22 points.
On 7 of 19 shots.
CB deserves his flowers.
And would you also agree there weren't a lot of great looks when you watched Anthony Edwards' game?
I didn't ever think that there was a moment in that game where I went, oh no, Ant's coming. I never felt that way.
He was 2 for 9 from 3-point. And I felt like the closeout was good. Like you held Minnesota. Now, Minnesota also had a bit of a nasty shooting day from behind the arc.
So
31%.
Right. As I say, there is a big-time 3-point night for Jamal Murray coming in this series. As I say, there is a dominant triple-double for Nikola Jokic coming in this series. I do have to go on the opposite side of the ledger and go, there's big-time Anthony Edwards game coming in there.
No question.
Today is the anniversary of Michael Jordan setting the all-time NBA playoff record of 63 points in a win against the Celtics.
I remember like it was yesterday.
The closest that anyone has come since was 2020 when Donovan Mitchell dropped 53 on the Nuggets in round 1, game 1, and Utah lost.
That was 22, you said?
2020.
Oh, okay,
2020 when he was with Utah. Dropped 53 on the Nuggets and they lost.
Was that playoff Jamal? Was that bubble Jamal?
Jamal, I think, had 34 in that game or something. Like, Joker didn't go nuclear, but the Nuggets just had, solid, consistent scoring from everyone.
I find it wild. I was thinking about one of these little quirks of Rudy Gobert's game. Not a really dynamic score of the basketball.
Not at all.
Did you realize he has the highest field goal percentage in the NBA regular season?
Well, because he doesn't take shots. Every time that he has a field goal,
it's a layup.
His hands
it's a layup or a dunk.
His hands are on the rim.
It's a layup or a dunk. But then he's also a 52% free throw shooter. Like he's historically a bad free throw shooter. He is horrible this year. If you're struggling at all, why would you not just send that guy to the line with unbelievable frequency? Just make him he'll make 1 or 2. That's it. That's what he'll do. He'll make 1 or 2. And when you're closing out games, that's something to watch as this series continues. David Adelman, I think a little bit more of an analytics nerd than Michael Malone was. I think we're going to continue to see more of kind of like hack a Gobert, lick a microphone type of mentality at the tail end of games.
I stand corrected. That 1986 game in which MJ set the playoff scoring record, Boston prevailed in double overtime in that game, 135 to 131. That's going to do it for us today. PhD is coming up next. Thank you, KJ. Smokes.
My bad.
Congratulations to Adam Maynor.
We're going to the game.
We're going to the game tonight, man. So if you need to find some sitters or something for the kids, if you have them, get on the horn.
Raj, did you see the Abs Alley and the outdoor?
Yeah, that place rocks.
That is cool. I'm glad that Ball Arena's got an option for us that don't necessarily have $300 to scoop over right now. Go watch the game down there with your family. It's a great place.
If you guys did not win with us, you can win Next with PhD, or in the afternoon with Kreckman and Lindahl. Game 2 tonight, Timberwolves and Nuggets, 8 p.m. pregame show, 8:30 tip, right here on Denver's exclusive home for Denver Nuggets playoff basketball. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. PhD is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
This past weekend, the best soccer player in the world, Messi here. Best basketball player in the world, Jokic here. Best hockey player in the world, McKinnon here. Best baseball player in the world, Ohtani here.
And the cheating Colorado Rockies.
I mean, my goodness gracious. What an unbelievable weekend, and we can't wait to get into all of it. Tyler, good to see you. Welcome back.
Hey, it's good to see you, buddy. It's great to have you back.
And Scott, good to see you too.
Peace, brother.
Yeah. So as a lot of you might know, my dad passed away last Sunday on the 12th. And I've spent the week back in Massachusetts with Mom and our family and taking care of business. Dad was 89 and a half, as I wrote in his obituary. I like the half. I got to give him credit there. And, a lot of people have dealt with this. You guys all know what I'm talking about. And there's a lot of busy time, that you got to take care of stuff. So that prohibits you from working, obviously. But, it's crazy how much downtime you actually have in situ. I don't know if you guys have experienced that as well, but it's kind of one thing or another. Either you got a lot going on, you got to take care of stuff, or you're just sort of sitting around. I want to say thank you to everybody I work with, especially you guys, and our radio family, who could not have been more generous in reaching out with kind words and thoughts and memories about Dad, who I was lucky enough to have on the radio throughout my entire life. Never mind here, but throughout my radio career, he's made appearances up and down the dial. So there's a lot of people that feel like they had a relationship with him, which is awesome. I absolutely love that. And we sat around as a family and watched the last time he was on with us before the AFC Championship game. And I said at his eulogy at his gravesite that the last appearance was the sad moment before the Patriots beat the Broncos. Of course, this was said in front of all Patriots fans. Right. So we got a nice laugh out of that. And he was in the Army. My dad was in the military, and the part of the ceremony that choked me up the most, which caught me very much by surprise, is to see the military ceremony for him with a bugler, a flugelhorn, actually specifically, playing taps, and then the two military guys folding the flag and handing it to my mom. And seeing the American flag folded over your cool dad deal. Is whoa, dude! Like it caught me by surprise how much that impacted me and actually meant to me. Because my dad, while he always espoused to never trust authority, loved the country and fought for the country and was in the Army and in ROTC in college and that stuff, as well as playing hockey and baseball at Northeastern University, two-sport D1 athlete back in the day, and we've talked all about that over the years. So
former beau of Suzanne Flechette.
Yeah, that's when he was in the Army. He dated Suzanne Flechette when he was in the Army. He broke up with her, as my mom likes to remind everybody. And yeah, there's obvious sadness, and there's moments that you just can't believe he's not here, because I was like, man, he would have really liked this. He would have liked the laughs that we were having and the tears. He would have liked the conversations we were having and the memories. And what's another tragic thing in my family is that my brother tragically drowned 4 years ago, who was a year younger than me. And my dad was put to rest right beside my brother at that particular cemetery in Rockport, Massachusetts, that overlooks the Atlantic Ocean in a spectacular way that only kind of, places like on the coast can do, that we're not familiar with here in Colorado, but is how that area is defined. And throughout all of it, I just heard one thing after another from people. So I don't mean to necessarily go on and on about it. I did a little video about it this morning if you want to hear some more details. If not, that's fine. I really, really appreciate everybody's wishes, and I say thank you, and I love you guys, and I appreciate it. So
well,
that's it for me.
Listen, man, well said for sure. Great memories over the years. Peter's a funny man. Peter, a funny man. And you know what? I'm really glad at the end there, Scott and I were kind of pushing to have him on, and you're like, I'm not sure where he's at mentally. I'm not sure how that's going to go.
Right.
And we kind of reluctantly had him on one last time there.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm glad you guys did. You can see why I was probably a little hesitant about it. He was as with it during that particular conversation as I had heard him in weeks. So thank you for that. Thank you.
He was awesome.
He
was hilarious. He was himself. I mean, every time we've had him on, it's just been an absolute riot.
We were rewatching it, and he remembered Scott, but he didn't quite remember your name there.
That's
Tyler,
all right.
At the end, which was, of course, we got a huge laugh out of. So, I mean, that was a great guy. You guys would have loved hanging out with him and chopping it up with him. Everybody loved Peter McKee. Everybody did. So there you go. I will tell you this, though, just moving on as best I can. I was able to watch everything because, like I said, we had kind of a ridiculous amount of downtime. And yesterday I was in Logan Airport for the vast majority of the time the Avs and Rockies were on. And I enjoyed trying to figure out, watching the Nuggets on Saturday afternoon at the same time that the Rapids were playing soccer with Messi and I'm seeing Denver, Colorado. Like, you got to be kidding me with what we had going on, guys. I mean, Saturday in particular with the soccer, basketball, and baseball games, all three venues sold out. And I'm bummed that the Rapids lost, but who wouldn't sign up for Messi if you go to that game scoring 2 goals? Sadly, for the Rapids case, the game winner against the Rapids, but I don't think anybody felt gypped about paying and going to see that particular game.
What was their final attendance? Did they
70,000?
Yeah, it was over 70.
70 grand sold out. I mean, sold out.
And after the game, Messi was kind of ranting and raving about the atmosphere. I mean, for a guy that comes from big time atmospheres, he was
played in World Cups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was impressed by it.
I mean, again, not rooting against the Rapids. We wouldn't do that, but
it's fun to see a Messi goal.
I mean, right, too. He scored on the penalty kick, and then and it was funny just watching him real quick. He doesn't really run around a lot. I haven't really watched Messi really play a lot of soccer. But he kind of stands in like a certain area, conserves his energy, and then when need be, he just is he's like a specialist, like a goal-scoring specialist. He doesn't play defense. He doesn't really do anything else. He doesn't really run outside of a certain area. He just sort of conserves his energy and scores goals. It's actually it's remarkable.
So he's a striker.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then we get into the Nuggets and the Avs, and even the Rockies taking 2 from the Dodgers. They actually have a 4th game tonight, so they haven't won the series yet. It could still get tied. But still, I mean, wow. Just top to bottom. So
well, you leave town, and they go on a 6-game losing streak.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're getting on a plane to come back, and you've taken 2 of the first 3 from the Dodgers.
All right, so why don't we just take a quick break here because we have keywords to give away tickets for today for the Nuggets. And we could jump into the Nuggets first and then get to the Avalanche. We do have the Nuggets. The Avs had an optional skate, so we'll see if there's any news to tell you about whatever's going on there. Very late start for the Nuggets tonight. Boy, that's another thing being back east, guys. I don't know how people do it back there, like with the sports. I guess you just don't. I mean, it gave me a better idea of why Jokic has been ignored for so many years, right? Like, who the hell is...
this game's going to start at 10:30 back in Massachusetts.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. We'll take a break. We'll do the keyword, and we'll get going. Again, thank you to everybody. Love you very much. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, and don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore. And you may be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. Truth is, ED can ruin the moment and when you're getting intimate with your partner and you aren't able to perform the way you want or used to be able to. Well, that can be frustrating. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there are a wide range of advanced treatment options for every single stage of ED that can help you get back to performing again, maybe even better than you have in years. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic delivers advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. They use this advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond the pill. So call today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much. Get a T and a PSA test if medically advised a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. It's only $99. And with 5 locations up and down I-25, they're easy to find. Just call 720-440-7900 or visit my good friends at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your assignment might be chasing around Jamal Murray for parts of the game.
It's really tiring chasing him around. He's in like every action. If the first DHO don't work, it's another DHO coming, and it's a pin down coming for him. So they got a lot of tricks up their sleeve when it comes to getting him the ball, getting him off of people who pressure him, like not letting him bring the ball up the court. So they got a good scheme for him, but we got a couple of different guys we can throw at him, but he did a good job tonight. He played well.
Cam Johnson, game 2 tonight against Minnesota. Chance to win tickets. Limited tickets are still available, believe it or not, at nuggets.com/playoffs. There can't be many of those. But this is your chance to win. So text the keyword double right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is double. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. And then Nate and Andy. Will Nate and Andy have? Yeah, I guess they'll have tickets. They'll have tickets too, right? Because the game is so darn late, right? So no problem getting you the tickets. All right, Scott. Let's start with you. You sent us like 10,000 numbers today. What was rattling around in your brain about game one? Where's your head at with it?
I thought it was I thought they looked like they were nervous. We had Aaron Gordon on and did radio with Cause, and he said afterwards, because they had a slow start in the first and then played pretty good second, third, fourth, but he said, it's just all that time off. They had 5 days in between games, and for him, he had, another 4, right, because he didn't play those last 2 games, so all those days in between them also. So just not playing and just a little rusty, but listen, I thought it's a physical series. I thought a little bit like the Kings. I thought there was times Minnesota got a little cheapy, chintzy. But I think they know who the better team is, and I think that's how they think they got to win it, is just to be super physical, cross the line if you have to, and go win a game.
I tell you what, though, the physicality is going to make it fun. It's going to make it a fun series to watch. It's already a rival, so it's already something that you're passionate about. I know this about the Nuggets, but I was at the Avs game, and it felt like the complete opposite. It was a weird. It didn't even feel like a playoff game. So watching the Nuggets versus Minnesota, the physicality that's going on out there, the rivalry, that makes that matchup a whole lot more entertaining to watch.
Were you guys concerned in the first quarter?
Sure. I mean, I don't know if concerned is the right word, but it wasn't good. I mean, the majority of the first half, it felt like to me. In the third, didn't they go like 4 minutes of holding Minnesota without scoring a bucket like for 4 minutes in the third, and that's when they went on the run?
Was that? It was like a 14-0 run.
I think it was 70-2. That's what I thought.
It was 19-4 one time, 17-2 was right too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? The funny thing is, because we've watched this team all year long, and how many games have we seen on the loss column where they shot under 28% from the three-point line, and Jamal Murray was 0 for 8 from 3.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what it was, though?
They ain't won many of those games.
No, but, 16 for 16 from the free throw line. And our pal, Chris Finch, our buddy, you knew he was going to be griping about this one.
More globally, defensively, you have different guys guarding Jokic at times. What else defensively do you need against this Denver offense?
Well, the 16 free throws from Murray is a head scratcher.
You knew that was coming.
So for every yin, there's a yang, right?
Yeah.
So who touches the ball more for Denver than anybody else on the floor?
Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, he had 1 free throw.
He made it too. He was 1 for 1. Yeah.
So you're going to complain that Murray got 16. The guy you really beat up on, guess what? Got 1.
Yeah, that was
an and 1 late in the game. That was like
that was a great
at the
great
6
play.
or 7 minute mark in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So you complain about foul. Now, what people also don't realize, I think they were first in the league in fouls committed per game.
Okay.
So that's kind of their MO.
All right. That's a good nerd stat right there. That's
yeah,
a good
I think
one for
Denver was third in the league in drawing free throws.
Okay.
And I think they averaged 23 attempts on the year. What did they get in that game? 25?
Free throws. The Nuggets had 33 free throws. 33 free throws. That's a lot.
Maybe they averaged 25 and they got 33.
Yeah, that's more than they normally have. And hey, by the way, 30 for 33. Okay, we're gonna make you pay for it. I kind of laughed at the first quarter because we've just seen this over this year. This is nothing. This is nothing new. We've seen this with this Nugget, and then it's 62-62 at halftime. And we've seen the Nuggets just sort of, as the expression goes, play with their first half food and get serious when they need to.
I mean, listen, would I prefer that they come out at the gates hot? Yeah, I would. But in one aspect, if I'm being totally honest about it, it's almost a comforting feeling to see Denver. They didn't need a clean start in game one. They didn't need that. They didn't have that. The big swing came in the third, and they had the composure to wait it out until they turned the light switch on. They made the final push. They won the game. They took control of it. You know, like, to me, that's a team that can weather the storm of any game.
I tend to agree with you. And then, you can tell Minnesota just ain't. They don't have the same constitution, Scott, in my opinion. They don't have a championship constitution. It's been a hell of a playoff series against these guys, and I'm not saying it's over by a long stretch. But I just don't think they have the mettle. I just don't think they have what it takes.
Well, and I'll say this also. I know Jamal was great for the free throw line, but if Denver can win by double digits with Jamal Murray going 0 from three-point land,
0 for 8,
like, that's a pretty healthy sign for this team.
It's
right.
Yeah, of course, of course. Scott, you sent us the number real quick. You sent us the number, and I think this is kind of the bottom line. We talk about something else we talked about all year, right? Health. Can you get the healthy starting lineup to play? Now, I know AG had 3 fouls in the first quarter, so that kind of impacted things. But that being said, 24 games with this starting lineup. They're 19-5. You sent us these numbers. They've won 10 straight games when starting together, averaging 128.8 scored, 118.2 allowed. They've won 9 straight games when that starting lineup has started together at home. They've won 13 games straight, period. If you include last night and the end of the regular season. Guys, Scott, this is it. This is literally what we've talked about all year. Wait till we get to the playoffs with these guys healthy.
It sure seems like that. Those notes, by the way, for a big-time listener of ours, Dan Hyatt. So
there you go, Dan Hyatt. Yes.
Yeah, they when you see them in black and white, they just kind of pop out at you, and it felt like at times after 1 week turned into 2, that turned into 3, that turned into 5, that turned into 7, of all these guys missing. And by the way, I know he's not a starter, but the guy that kind of showed out and kept you afloat during the middle of the year when everybody was hurt, Peyton Watson not even played. I mean, right. he was in street clothes again. But yeah, it's pretty amazing what this starting 5 has done. And you what is it, 19-4? I guess that counts the beginning of the season too. But listen, man, in an 83 game season, and you've had those guys together for 23.
Crazy, right?
I mean, what could have been?
Could the
Western Conference? Could the Western Conference have had 3 teams over 60 wins?
I mean, at the beginning of the year, I remember having conversations with the Muggles after games. I'm like, is this team going to lose more than 4 games at home this whole year?
Mm-hmm.
And they did, because who knew that playing at home would be a bad thing? But seriously, that's how they look now. This is how they did look at the beginning of the season. And they have proven you really don't, and I'm sure it drives coaches and fans nuts, but you really don't need to play a full 48 minutes as long as you can play pretty spectacular for a chunk of time and turn the tables or put the dagger in the game. And that's what they've done. And my guess is that's what they'll do moving forward for the rest of the series. I'm not saying Minnesota won't get one. I mean, shizzle happens, right? I won't say that. But I'm watching Minnesota, and you got McDaniels shoving Joker. That's just, what are you doing? And hey, Joker's not a fool, man. He'll exaggerate that a little bit. He'll milk it for whatever it's worth. They know what they're doing there in the NBA. And Anthony Edwards ain't. His knee's not right.
I don't think he's healthy.
No.
He didn't
Clearly.
look 100%.
Clearly. And how many times at the end of the day has Joker got over on Gobert? I mean, give me a break. I mean, it's been like 8 years straight of that. And I heard some people talking, Gobert had a pretty good game.
Oh.
I know, man. Pick your poison, bro. You want to just leave Rudy on Joker? He'll take advantage of that. You want to double team him? Get ready for somebody else to have a big night, one way or the other. Gobert's a good player. I'm not saying he's not a good player, but give me a break on Gobert getting over on Joker. I mean, give me a break. I'm not saying he doesn't have a moment here or there, but my God, Joker's just dominated this fool for years on multiple teams. Why is that going to stop, Scott?
It's not. It's funny because I'm going to talk about it today, and we're doing a pregame show on Altitude Steel before the networks take over. It's really funny when they stick Rudy on him. This is just what I observe. That it looks like Joker's going to play as high as he can. He's going to play. I get the hiccups. He's going to play a free throw line extended at the elbow and above. But what does that do behind him? Now it keeps the lane open and one of the best, historically best shot blockers in the league. Guess what? It keeps him above the free throw line, and all of his effectiveness. I mean, he hasn't won a bunch of all defensive player of the year awards because he was standing out the 3-point line.
Hey, are you okay? Are you all right? Sorry,
I got
buddy.
this hiccup.
I'm listening to you, but
I got this hiccup. Just all of a sudden, hit me, man.
I can play Chris Finch crying about some more stuff so you can catch your breath. So
yeah, let's see. What else he cry about? And I like Chris. Chris is a good guy.
I do too, but he has his ways.
Yeah, I thought we played really good defense. I thought on him, a lot of those ones in the second quarter, we were there, we were physical, we were vertical. He initiates the contact, he spills away, and then he gets rewarded for it. Jokic does the same thing. We got to be solid around that. But 16 free throws is a lot. 16 free throws, it's almost as many as we shot all game.
Yeah, it's the coach of the Wolves accusing Jamal and Joker about being free throw merchants, basically. That's what that is. But whatever.
Yeah, it just sounds like but he did this in the last series we did, and they'll get calls.
Sure.
You'll be able to get on, and the whole purpose for coaches doing this, because you'll get out to start this game, and they'll beat on Murray just like they did last game with less calls, and that's the whole deciding of the game. Of course, maybe Murray only shoots 8 free throws instead of 16, but now he goes 3 for 8 from the 3-point line, so you still lose.
Hey, it was nice to be on the other side of it though for once. Getting the free throws, and unfortunately, what's unfortunate about the NBA? That's actually probably going to work. When he goes to the media and he starts complaining about the refs and he starts complaining about the fouls, I bet you that actually does work, and I bet you it actually does affect the way they call the game.
We'll see tonight.
Pat Riley used to be the king of that.
Yeah. Yeah, Adelman talked about the physical nature of the series.
Yeah, I mean it's a physical series. The playoffs are physical though. The only moment I just rewatching, AG taking the shot in the back from Randall was concerning. That's on our report for something that's bothered him. It was lower back, so that was unfortunate. But that's just the way the game is. These games are that way. Both teams are experienced. They're used to winning these games. They know what it means to play in a physical matchup. So there's a respect on both sides, but there's also a want to win, and that brings out a lot of intensity and physicality.
Yeah, man, this is nothing new to the Nuggets. This is nothing new. They're good.
I think you also ought to be careful. First time I had ever heard this, and I was a young player, and I got in the game, and I was a what stirrer. I was the guy that's stirring the pot, and I'm the guy hitting AG in the back, right? That's me. And I pop somebody pretty good, do something, whatever, stood over him. Come in at halftime, Scott, you got to leave him alone. I said, he's playing horrible. He said, haven't you ever heard you don't kick a sleeping dog?
Right.
And I'm like, okay, well, I've never heard that before. If dog's in the way, you got kicked no matter what. But I remember hearing that, and I'm like, it stuck back to that to me because Denver, like you just said there, and they've been through this enough.
So many times.
They've been through. That's how Minnesota kind of got back and won that Game 7 a few years ago, just getting real physical, and who cares? It's how they won that game 82nd in overtime that kept Denver out of the playoffs that year. They just play physical. But to me now, it's almost a point now, dude. You're kicking a sleeping dog.
Yeah, be careful.
I think you just need to be careful because you're gonna. I mean, we saw that great video this year when Joker got mad at OKC and them eyes looked like a serial killer. AG had a little bit of that going on towards McDaniels yesterday.
Of course he did.
He's Friday too.
He's gonna stick up for his boy.
So I'm like, they're too mature of a team. You can play physical and have defense, but I think little extra shots and being a little dirty, I don't think that's wise anymore. I think it was wise 9 years ago, 8 years ago. I don't think it's wise anymore.
Meanwhile, how about the Lakers, man? Golly. I mean, it helped with Durant being hurt, right? Like that no surprise there, but like they're pesky. And, San Antonio is going to cruise through that series, no problem. So is the Thunder. That ain't going to be nothing. It's going to just.
It's good to see Wemby in the playoffs. It's
Well,
good.
I will say this, though.
He is good.
Portland will make San Antonio earn it, though. They're just going to be able to walk in there. They're going to make them earn it. They'll lose a game. They'll probably be a gentleman's sweep.
Okay.
Phoenix is soft.
Oh, my God, they're terrible.
Phoenix was supposed to be in the lottery this year.
Yeah.
And give their new coach credit. I mean, I don't know how they made the postseason, but they did. So I give them a lot of credit for that. But listen, Booker's soft. That's a soft team. I know they got what's his name that tries to get up in everybody's chili, but yeah, that's 4 games. See you later.
I'm watching the East, and I'm like, oh my God, with these guys. I'm not worried about these guys at all. How about this one? The Sixers haven't beat the Celtics in the playoffs since 1982.
Wow.
Good luck in that series, fellas. Have fun.
Are you kidding me?
How about that? They have not beat the Celtics in the playoffs since 1982. Scott. I mean, we're going back to Andrew Toney time. Like that's sort of Billy Cunningham is the coach. Your guy.
And that game that series wasn't even close either.
I don't know, man. The Magic beat the Pistons. Like I'm like, holy cow, man, that just happened, huh, Pistons? So the battle, we know what the battle is. And listen, again, I'm not looking past Minnesota. You certainly have to stay focused. But it's pretty damn clear to me, at least, the 3 best teams in the NBA are the Thunder, the Nuggets, and the Spurs. And, it'll sort itself out one way or the other. But the rest of these teams, come on, man. Come on, brother.
Let me ask you this.
Come on, brother.
I know times have changed. And I think Edwards is pretty tough because I don't think he's 100% either, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But a contusion is a fancy name for bruise.
Yeah,
this is true.
What are you saying?
Yeah. You're missing a playoff game because you got a bruise.
Let them know, Scott.
And on that note, we remind you the keyword is double for Nuggets tickets for tonight. That's double. This hour's keyword. Another keyword comes up at 1:20. Jesse Montano of Guerrilla Sports is out with the Avs today. They had a practice. We'll hear what Jared Bednar had to say about their 2-1 win over Los Angeles. And between beating the Kings and beating the Dodgers, I love L.A. I love L.A. because you can't have wins without them. Colorado domination this weekend. We'll go over to the Avs side of the ice coming up next.
Hey, guys, if you're out there struggling with a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call them today. Ask about their Advanced FUE, 720-459-HAIR. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine. And, guys, you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, they're just fantastic at what they do, and they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
we've asked you about Lecky a ton over the last few years, but you guys get a goal from him, going to the net, winning a battle. Like, is that just him in a nutshell right there?
Yeah, he played great tonight. Made a lot of good breakouts. Getting to the paint, made some nice plays with Lombardi. We had some good looks off the rush, and obviously a greasy goal there. So, Lecky, he's been awesome all season. And if you're going to win, you need guys like that, and we're lucky to have him.
What about OC? Gets in, scores his first goal after fighting back all year.
Yeah, I thought he looked great every game. He looked better and better. Coming down the stretch, I thought against Seattle he looked awesome and just built on it. And that's what you need. You need guys to step up. You need everyone contributing, and I thought everyone did their job tonight.
There's our guy Jesse Montano from Guerrilla Sports talking to Nathan McKinnon after the 2-1 win. Jesse joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Before we go over yesterday's game, Jess, why don't we just catch us up to date with whatever's making news today out at the optional skate? Who was there? What was going on? What's Bedsy have to say? What's going on there today?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? They wrapped up. They did an optional skate today, so we didn't have a ton of guys out there. Both goaltenders, Jack Drury, Ross Colton, a couple of the D jumped out, but pretty casual day. But no, we just got done talking to Jared Bednar. Wouldn't give us any, cues for lineups tomorrow if they were making any changes or what, or what they were doing in net. But no, he mentioned the relationship that these two goalies have is going to make it a little bit easier for him to go. With that tandem rotation throughout the playoffs that they've done all season. So nothing super revelatory out at practice today, but good vibes around here. They're up 1-0 in a series.
So does it feel like they're going to just go back and forth like they did during the year and alternate?
That is what Jared Bednar is still saying, and he mentioned the fact that these two guys have a great relationship. They get along well, and that's going to make it easier. That they both understand the other guy's helping them win, and keeping it rolling with that. Now, he did mention this series sets up with some good rest throughout, but he said we know we're going to need two guys. So I don't know, maybe take that hey, we're going to get a lot of rest in this series. Take that how you will. If he's inferring anything there, but they are going to have a couple days off, so it's not like you're going to be having to ride one guy super hard. If you're wanting to go back to Scott Wedgwood, and I think he was great last night in a game where they needed him to be good early on.
It was really interesting, and obviously I haven't been to as many Avs games this year as you and DMac, but it really fascinated to me just to hear the way the crowd reacts to Wedgwood. Like, they freaking love that guy. They love that man. How much of that trickles down to the rest of the team?
So I actually think, Tyler, I think that's a big part of just the kind of aura that feels like it's around Scott Wedgwood. I watched him walk off the ice sheet today and sign about 10 autographs on his way to the locker room. He loves interacting with people. And I think, truthfully, that's a big part of why the team rallies around him so much and the level of success that he's had this year is, he's a battler. And, Tyler, you know better than I do about when you got a guy on your team that is competing and putting it on the line, it makes you want to go compete, just as hard for them. And I think that's a big part of it. And you see it in the way the fans love him. They start the wedgie chants when he gets announced as a starter. Anytime he makes a save, it's a huge ovation. I just think that's part of his demeanor. It's part of his personality. And it's been a big factor, I think, in, what has kind of made this feel like, such a fun run for him this year. Is not only is he playing at such a high level, he's a likable guy, and he's a guy that I think, a lot of the players on this team want to compete and battle for because that's what he does for them.
I thought one of the funnier moments was when the great Colleen Flynn brought up to Jared after the game. It was Wedgwood's first playoff start, and Bedsy didn't even know it. He was like, "Really? I didn't know that." I was like, "Wow, that didn't occur to you, huh?"
So funny. And wasn't that just total Jared, that type of stuff? He's like, I'm not paying attention to that. I thought that was great.
I guess not. Listen, man, I understand for competitive advantages, and hey, man, do whatever works, okay? So set your own course. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I trust you. I'll just tell you, though, I do not remember in a playoff series flip-flopping goalies, ever. So
I refuse to believe it's going to happen still.
Really?
Like it seems so obvious. I can't believe it's going to happen.
I've never seen a team successfully do it, and it's because you start getting yourself into the territory of anytime one guy gives up a goal, he's looking to the bench. Okay, are they going to give me the quick hook? If you do have a bad game and you go to the other guy, it's all right. Well, when am I going to get my chance again? And then if that guy has a bad game, you're stuck in the situation where what do? You've now pulled both guys. I'm with you guys. Like, I don't know how it can actually work to truly, just rotate both guys throughout. I'm with you. We'll see if he ever actually ends up doing it. But I do think that you're in a situation where, like in 2022, somewhere along the way on this run, you're going to need another guy. And I just think they should be happy that they're in a position where you've got two guys that you like. But me personally, I think you need one guy that is your guy. That's who you go to. You have faith, confidence, and you go back to him to really go 4 rounds deep. I just don't know if the tandem stuff, if you can actually do it, but we'll find out. I guess.
As you mentioned, Jesse, in 22, when they won the whole thing, man, their starting goalie went down. They used the substitute for almost the entire round, didn't they?
Yeah, that happens.
He won all 4 games in the conference final. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that's different. There was an injury. Darcy Kemper got like his eye poked out.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit different than this situation. That didn't happen because Darcy Kemper was healthy. I don't know.
Where are both these guys as far as save percentage and win percentage? They're both way up at the top, aren't they?
They are. Mackenzie Blackwood had a bad last few weeks that sunk his save percentage a little bit. But yeah, by a lot of metrics across the entire season, these are 2 of the top guys. They're co-winners of the Jennings Trophy, meaning they gave up the fewest goals in the league this year. So you've got 2 guys you feel very good about. But I just think that it feels like you got a little bit of magic around Scott Wedgwood right now in this season. And if it was me, I just don't know if I'd want to go away from that. I'd want to bottle that up and see how much I can get out of it. And I mean, he looked great last night too. So if they go away from him, one, he's going to have a great attitude about it and be a big supporter of Mackenzie Blackwood. But I just think it'd be interesting if they chose to go away from him, because I think he's given you such quality starts right now, and I think you need that to go deep.
We got to look at this though. As Jared Bednar got some cojones though, right? Because all you got to do is Blackwood go out there and give up 2 quick goals in that first period.
Oh my God!
And then all of a sudden, question. So right. I mean, on one hand, you kind of got to respect the guy that he's got this much guts on it. And if it works out, what are you going to say?
No, totally.
We know what you're going to say if it doesn't work out. We know what's going to be said if it doesn't work out.
And that in addition to just, I think this is a really interesting playoff run for the legacy of Jared Bednar. And part of it is what you're just saying there. If he can pull this off and do the tandem thing and all this, I mean, he literally has a chance here on this playoff run to kind of cement himself among the NHL, all-time great coaches. With the success that he's had, the way he's handled his players, his teams, if they can do this again, and especially if he can do it, with a tandem, I mean, this is a big legacy moment for Jared Bednar too. So you're right. He's, we'll see how big of a set, he's got if he's actually going to go do it.
All right. We'll look for great coverage as always on Guerrilla Sports from Jesse and Megan and the crew there. And we'll see you at the rink tomorrow night, Jess.
You guys are the best. Talk to you later.
Tyler, was there a Broncos reunion thing in a box?
No.
Were you paid to be at an Avalanche game?
I was definitely not paid. There was no reunion, but I did get free tickets. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So
there you go.
I was not paid. I didn't. No. Just
I know that gets you to Broncos games.
No, this is a friend of the girlfriend. Wasn't even my friend. Got us invited to the game. Incredible seats. I mean, literally midway on the ice. We in the
lower bowl.
No, you know where we were?
No.
We were in the handicap seats. And I was like, wait, are we doing something wrong here? Or are we allowed to be sitting here?
On the first
They're
level.
literally the best seats in the entire house.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding you. You've got all the leg room. You're in real cushioned chairs.
Yes.
There's nobody behind you, in front
Yeah.
of you. I'm not kidding you. Like, I don't think there's a better seat in the entire house.
That is essentially where I sit for Nuggets games. That's where the media row is for Nuggets games. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Amazing.
Yeah,
It was great.
They're great seats.
Yeah.
Got to know somebody, though.
Yeah. Well, girlfriend knew someone
who could get handicap seats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but she had a placard.
Listen, I'm handicap up here, okay? So don't worry about it.
We come back, we look at both games, and then a little bit of the Rockies too, plus that dude who flew into a scoreboard. You see that?
Oh, at Virginia Tech.
Oh my Lord! It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It is DMac, and Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat and introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available across NBA, MLB, and the NHL. Here's the deal. You tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app, you build your squad from the sport you want, then you pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and finally set your targets. So if you like hoops, you could pick 4 players combined for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18, something like that. Then you sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. And here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, that's all right. The rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the very, very bitter end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets. Only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Nuggets looking to lead 2-0 over the Timberwolves tonight. Where are you going to hear it? Well, it's right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto kicks off the pregame show. Powered by Ramos Law at 8 o'clock. Tip-off with Kaz at 8:42. That's the official tip, huh? 8:42? Holy cow.
Kaz and Scott. I mean, I need to promote her.
Oh, are you I didn't know that. You doing the radio?
Well, I did last game, and, you know.
All right.
Unless they don't want me to, then I won't.
I'm happy to. I don't know. I missed a couple of things here and there. So you're on the broadcast with Kaz? You're tonight.
Well, I did them. Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. Are you doing
it is the Kaz show.
Well, I'll say.
I'm doing the hour.
I'll say Kaz and Scott.
No, I'm doing the hour pregame on Altitude Television, and then slide over and do the color for the game, and then slide back over and try to do a couple things in the postgame show.
So I know for the Avalanche, they're calling it Avs Alley. Do we know? I thought it's 5280 Mountain House or something for the Nuggets. Same concept outside. Anybody?
I've not heard that.
Anybody? Dan? Tyler? Anybody?
I don't know.
I saw the Avs Alley, but I haven't seen what they're calling it for the Nuggets.
I was listening to the boys in the morning, and I could have sworn they said something like the 5280 Mountain House. Or why don't we follow up on that and get it right? I'll tell you this. So I was traveling all day yesterday, but my wife, and you know what a nut she is for the Avs, right? She was all about it, man, about Avs Alley. And I'm like, do you want to go to the game? No. I want to be in Avs Alley. And she's sending me like photos of like, hey, there's Connor McGahey. And I'm like, okay. Like, here's Mark Moser. He's like the Pied Piper. He's got like a 5- and 6-year-old trailing behind him. He's, hey, doing the Moser thing outside. And I'm like, all right, Avs Alley's kind of cool. And they cut away to it a bunch of times. And, she's got a weird sunburn because she's standing in the same place the whole day. And she said it was great. I just don't know if you're doing like 8:42. We hanging outside on a Monday night at 8:42 watching the Nuggets.
Well, I tell you what, the crowd was big for the Avs. I don't know how many thousands it was, but I mean, it looked easily like 5,000 to 8,000 to me.
She said, guys, she had the most fun. She had a blast. She had so much fun with all of it. But again, that game was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
Yeah. The TV, I believe, did a cut in out, and we were just calling it base camp, but I don't know if they're calling it something else.
Is that what
That's
it's
the name
called?
of it. Base Camp 5280. We figured it out.
Base Camp 5280 for Nuggets. Avs Alley for Avalanche.
That's right.
All right. That sounds cool. Base Camp 5280. I'm writing it down.
Anyway, they did a cut in on Prime, I think, did the first game. And it's that whole that road right in front of the Ball Arena,
Chopper
right?
Circle, technically, yeah.
Chopper Circle, yeah, from circle to circle, or from that one corner to the circle.
Yeah.
That thing was packed.
How about that?
Right? But
awesome
again,
is that?
it was a 1:30 start, so you're out there in a
right.
beautiful day. It was a beautiful day on Saturday. It was a beautiful day on Sunday.
Right.
So, yeah, but it'll be interesting to see now that these networks take the weekday games and, automatically screw, everybody with the 8:30 starts.
Yeah, 8 o'clock for the Avs, too, tomorrow night. Late. So we're doing Avs Alley and Base Camp 5280 for these night games, Dan? We're rolling with that?
I think we're doing them for all of the games.
Okay. Very cool. Awesome, man. I think that's great. It's I love the location of it, man. It's new. This is a new thing. So that's
they got
cool.
a huge stage set up there, and I think there's a big giant screen on the end of the stage where they're showing the games while the games are on. It'll be interesting. We got to check and see if they're going to do it for road games too.
Oh, Dan. Are we doing this for road games? I don't know if that makes as much sense right now. Like, why wouldn't you just
get it? Are you kidding me? You're going to tell me your wife wouldn't want to go down there with 6,000 of her favorite fans and watch an Avs game
for the road games?
200-foot screen TV?
Well, I'll tell you what would be psycho, and I don't know how you would do it, but you realize how crazy Thursday is, right? Thursday's insane because you have the first round of the NFL draft, and I know that's not all that meaningful in Broncos country here, But you also have the Avs, and it's the only time in the first round the Avs and Nuggets are playing at the exact same time. So
exact same time.
So if
Brilliant.
Listen, I gotcha. There's only like 4 markets that are.
It is unbelievable to me every time I see that happen that these leagues can allow it. Like,
So-
it's amazing to me that they can't figure this out.
It's Denver, Philadelphia, L.A.,
Boston.
I feel like there's one more. What am I missing?
Buffalo. Oh, no, never mind.
No, Buffalo. How about that? Huge win for the Sabres. That was great. Detroit, no, the Red Wings aren't in, right? So
I've got it.
What is it, Dan?
So Minnesota.
Minnesota. I forgot Minnesota. Right.
Denver.
Yeah.
L.A.
Yeah.
Philly. Boston.
5 markets. That's all you got to figure out, right? Like,
we had
let's
to
figure that
check
out.
and see in them other markets that they start their hockey and basketball teams at the same time in the first round. How many times have the network done that, or is it the lost time zone of the mountain?
I don't know,
that
man.
Anybody could give a flip about, and so they just do it.
But Thursday's the only the only conflict, and it's the first day of the draft too, which I'm listening to the guys in the morning. They're like, I don't give a flip about the draft this year, and the draft, nobody cares. I'm just going to point out, the draft is at 6 p.m., and the games don't start till after 8 o'clock. Like, you can do 2 things, you can do it.
We can always do the ratings thing, see how people care about the draft or not. We can play that game if we want to play that game. Nobody cares about the NFL draft. Oh, okay.
I listen to Moj and Vic. Like, I understand they both have TV responsibilities. So, okay, fine. I get it. But for the rest of us, like, we're going to do it all. We're going to watch the draft. And then we're going to watch the Avs and the Nuggets. It's going to be awesome.
So you guys will watch the first round, even though we didn't.
Of course I will.
Hell yes. Yes, definitely.
NFL draft is honestly one of the more
1000%.
exciting days of the entire calendar sports year.
Absolutely. And by the way, it doesn't conflict with anything. It's just one awesome night of sports.
Scott's team Vic and Moj. That's where he is.
Well, again, Scott's got TV response. Well, I don't know what you do. You're going on the road, right? You're doing road games.
TV and radio.
So him and Katie are going to be walking around outside looking for Nuggets fans outside of
Let's see.
Minnesota.
What time the game there is it 7:30 their time, 6:30 our time?
Minnesota's,
8:30 there,
I think we got an hour on them, I believe.
Yeah, they're central. I know that, but I'm thinking of the start time. What time they're starting it there?
7:30 Mountain.
7:30 Mountain, and the Avs are right there too. They were like kind of at the same time in LA, right? 8 o'clock or whatever, something like that.
I think they're at 8, so they might start at 7.
Oh, you're talking about the TV stuff, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You guys are doing your TV thing.
Yeah, Avs are at 8 on Thursday in LA.
You guys,
so they're 30 minutes after.
So who gets to be on Altitude 1? Who's
coin flip?
Who gets to be on the
Do we need to do an arm wrestling match between? Do we want to pick one guy from each broadcast?
Battling pregame shows.
The Avs will be on Altitude.
I choose.
Oh,
because guess what?
Right. That's right.
The NHL,
right.
the NHL gets to do.
Right.
They're still haven't screwed the regionals.
Right. They get to do the games. Sorry, my bad on that. That's right.
Although it was nice on game 1, flipping over to watch the Avs game and realize Comcast is still fighting with ABC.
How about
So
that?
I could not watch my Avs game on ABC.
Can you believe that?
And then I went over to the app, the Altitude Plus, watched it for a little bit until it froze, and then it was gone.
Good sales pitch. Way to sell the home team product, Scotty.
It was convenient. I'm telling you, it was awesome. I was watching, and I don't know if it's my Kevin because I've been having my internet has been sucky lately.
Beep. Okay, so that's what's going on there.
No, it did freeze. It froze on me.
No, we heard you. We heard you.
But I'm having a internet tech come out tomorrow. Check my internet.
By the way, I'm back in New England from my dad's stuff. Oh my God, with their obsession, Patriots.
Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossetti.
Oh my God.
Well, it's juicy, buddy.
Oh my God, they are talking about that story left and right and breaking it down, and it's like day after day. Every single show out there is talking about Vrabel Rossini.
So is Vrabel catching any heat out there, or are they just letting Vrabel slide?
It was kind of like, hey, he's got to at least bring this up with his staff and kind of clear the air and just move on. And like that. I mean, even that is kind of light. No, she's looking like the real bad person in this whole thing. And we really haven't talked about this story much at all because kind of like it looks like two people who had an affair on their significant others.
Yeah, it ain't good, buddy. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I mean, that it becomes a bigger story when she's resigning from her job. But I mean, what are we talking about here for access that Diana Rossini has? Like, is it really that big of a deal? But she gets the inside scoop with Mike Vrabel and the Patriots.
I think there's a lot of journalists that would say, yeah, it's a really big deal.
I don't know, man. I mean,
you don't think sleeping with coaches is a big deal as a journalist?
Coaches? Is she sleeping with more than one coach? What are you saying here, Tyler? As far as I knew, it was just one dude. Really? There's an here? There's an
None of your businesses.
I don't know, man.
Well, Tyler, you want to share any history?
Yeah, I mean, I've shared some. Never mind.
What are you saying?
I've already told you people stories. Okay, I don't need to get myself in trouble here.
Well, you're kind of leading us all down that path right here.
I said
No kidding, you said We heard you say That's why we're looking at you.
Yeah.
A little side eye. Like, what are you talking about?
All right.
At least you didn't go Santa Claus on us.
Let's make it singular. Sleeping with the coach is not a big deal to journalists?
I don't think if it's one coach.
Really?
Is it a big deal? It's a big deal having people listen to you talk about affairs and people having sex with each other. That appears to be a big deal. Other than that, I really don't care what inside information Diana Rossini may have gleaned from an affair with Mike Vrabel. I mean, to me, it's irrelevant. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Did you see how much of the resort cost that they were at?
No, it's pretty.
It's a couples only, exclusive romantic place, no kids, adults only type of deal.
Where were the 6 other friends that were just outside of the picture?
$2,500 a night. That's what they were spending for that little rendezvous.
Well, he makes a lot of money, brother. He does all right. He's an NFL coach.
I guess so.
He does good. I don't know, man. They couldn't stop talking about it back in New England. It was every freaking day, over and over and over and over again. So
Scott McLuhan's wife loves her.
All right,
like I said,
if I'm missing something.
At least you didn't go Santa Claus when you're talking about her.
All right. Anyways, no, he's what does he got to do? He's got nothing. Her career is over and he's fine.
Well, she's the only one. Colin Cowherd said it pretty well when he was talking about it. He said Diana's got moral and ethical problems out of this, from what she does for a living.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel's got moral issues at home that he's going to have to deal with, but not from a professional standpoint.
All right. We all can see they were probably having an affair, right?
Well, looked pretty clear, yeah.
Right.
Didn't look very questionable.
Well, listen, I guess there's. It seems like there's some ethics with the coach, planning information too.
What? What's that?
Well, she was all over the A.J. Brown story that finally got confirmed today, by the way. Did you guys see that?
Is that 100%?
Well, Adam Schefter is reporting it basically as a done deal.
Oh, really?
That after June 1st, the Patriots will trade for
A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
And she was first on that?
Oh, she's been on that for a long time.
See these.
Wow.
Now the jokes.
I didn't even mean to do that. It was not intentional.
Now the jokes.
Yeah.
So.
It's like 2007 all over again, isn't it, Darren?
I gotta tell you, man, I'm not wishing bad things on Diana Rossini. I don't know anything about her, but I always laugh at any kind of Patriots misery. Although they don't seem that miserable. It all seems to be landing on her lap.
Whoa. Jeez.
All right.
See, now you're doing it on purpose.
All right. We'll have a keyword for you to win Nuggets tickets coming up next.
Hey, guys, if you're looking for a new car, go check out the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer over there for a very long time because I think relationships matter, and that's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've done it many times. I know them, love them, trust them. They're going to take care of you. They're going to respect you. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Here we go. Here we go. Game 2 tonight against them Timberwolves, them crying Timberwolves. Jamal, free throws. You have a chance to win tickets. There are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/playoffs. But this is your chance to win. Text the keyword DUO right now to 303-504-0925. That's DUO, first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is DUO. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. David Adelman on the non-Jokic minutes.
Yeah, I thought they played great defense, to be honest. We made some shots. Jamal Murray's a special player. Went to work during that time. He drew a lot of fouls in that quarter because he got fouled a lot. And, I just thought those guys, they really held it down defensively, and that got us out in transition. Not to mention in the first quarter, we just missed wide open shots. I thought we were playing well. We just didn't make shots, and eventually not making shots, their defensive rebound, now they're playing with pace, now they're playing downhill. That's a recipe for a problem. I thought the second quarter was our offense throughout the season and a much better defensive effort that really, started trending into the second half. And I thought the guys really sat down and guarded it, throughout the second half.
Let me throw some quick thoughts your way, Scott. Tyler, see what you think. Bruce Brown energy, real good, right?
Beautiful.
We like that. Hardaway Jr., okay. He'll have better moments. Jonas, okay. I mean, whatever.
It's all right.
Spencer Jones. Welcome back, Spencer Jones, huh? Okay. So Spencer Jones, not Julian Strother, or was Spencer Jones just kind of a result of AG getting into some foul trouble kind of early?
I think it was an AG thing,
Yeah.
And probably just need a little more physicality and size and energy defensively. I don't think Strother gives you energy defensively.
How do we like Valanciunas and what he added?
It was solid. I mean, he didn't play any minutes, right? Rebounded well.
Got 3 rebounds, played 8 minutes, +2. They were +7 in the non-Jokic minutes. So, hey, we'll take that. And we got energy out of Brucey B, which was, that's the magic we're looking for, right?
Yep.
Remember we said the best way to replace Bruce Brown was just to get Bruce Brown back?
When you try to catch lightning in a bottle twice, it usually doesn't work out.
I know.
But
it was pretty good on game
my
1.
gosh, it's fun when Bruce is that spark plug, man. It's everything that you remember. It's everything that you want it to be. It's beautiful.
What percentage of the victory would you give credit to the second unit and the energy they provided? Where would you put them?
I'd give a bulk of it because if you remember and I know a lot of the starters start coming around the 5-6 mark, but you're still down after the first quarter and you're tied at halftime, and that's why that started that second unit mostly in that second quarter. They weren't as good, I didn't think, in the fourth quarter, but I thought they got to standing around and just watching Jamal Murray a little bit in the fourth quarter instead of just playing like they did early on. But listen, Bruce brought the energy he got. I was told before the game that Tim Hardaway was actually in the game plan to beat Denver because he had averaged 19 points a game in the 4 games that they'd played this year.
Okay.
So they really concentrated on trying to know where Tim was. What, he finished 1 of 3, I think, from 3-point line or something?
Yep. I mean, the Nuggets shot like crap from 3.
That's the part that I was
128.
But also pretty cool, man. I mean, the fact that you could win by double digits with Jamal Murray going 0 for 8 from 3-point land.
That's one of the worst 3-point shooting nights I've seen from the Nuggets in a minute. 26%? Or 28% rather? And win.
Yeah, it was like
and
27 something. Yeah, because I was going back and charting throughout the year, and when you looked at games they lost, how'd they lose it? Well, they're 20% in the Memphis game shooting 3. They were 27% in this game, and the 3-point line crushed them in a lot of their losses this year. So Yeah, to shoot under 28%, and as Tyler just said, Murray 0 for 8.
That's crazy.
And yet you win the game.
So what happens when they shoot 42%, which they eventually will?
They win by 24.
Right. You just won it. You won a game you probably should have lost, or there was enough, or you could have. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. But meanwhile, who is Minnesota? Like, what are these guys? What's their excuse? And their excuse is Anthony Edwards is hurt. And in all honesty, they're not a tough team. They're a soft
They're trying
team.
to be a tough team. They're trying to play with physicality. It's clearly what the entire game plan is. I mean, I don't know, Scott. Do you think they're fake soft? Or I mean, soft?
No, but I think they'd be better if they just played hard and fast. And listen, you've probably seen this too in football. When guys who are pretty good players try to take on a personality a little different than who they really are, when a tactician at the offensive line all of a sudden decided in one game he wants to be a mauler, they take a step backwards. They're not as good. And now as a tactician, they're all pro type play. So I DiVincenzo is not a tough guy. Don't act like it. Quit trying to be a tough guy. McDaniels is a Bruce Brown that can score better guy. Be that guy. I think Ant's probably hurt a little bit. Randall, he's like a guy to me was a little bit lost in the sense that it's not his show, and I think that bothers him a little bit. And if you keep him off his left hand, he's just a guy really. So
yeah, like
it is what it is. Dosumo's a guy
he had a good game.
He's a solid. I tell you what, he's got an ugly shot. He shoots a 1950 Bob Cousy set shot 3.
Yeah.
But it goes in, and defensively, he's phenomenal.
Okay. All right, that's their guy. The rest, well, Naz Reid looks like he should be a monster, right? Like, but he's all right.
But again, just go play.
Right.
Listen, if he's so good, why is he still a backup?
I don't. There you go. You tell me. I don't know. That's
in today's day. There's one thing. Listen, Havlicek started a handful of games, but the Sixth Man of the Year award is named after John Havlicek.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the 5 guys that he was usually playing behind, they're all in the Hall of Fame, as is he is.
If the Nuggets just played the way they're capable of playing, they don't even have to do anything special. Oh my God, they're not going to just be fine because this team isn't tough. I don't think the Timberwolves have. Listen, man, I know what they've done the past couple of years getting to the conference finals. I got it, and I respect that. No doubt about it. I mean, they got over on the Nuggets one of those times. This looks like a different team without Cat. It just does.
Yeah.
And I think they missed that dude.
And miss his size.
And nobody's scared of Rudy. Rudy Gobert. He's going to go down as one of the better players to come up empty on a championship, man. He just ain't got it. But he's got a lot of talent. There's a lot of possibilities there with Rudy over the years, but what's he done?
He's the first, you know what he is? He's the first evolution of Wemby.
Yeah.
And Wemby comes in actually longer and taller, and actually has touch, right? Actually has feel. Rudy has zero offensive mobility. But when he was younger, listen, when he was in Utah and stuff like that, dude, that Joker defensively was something else.
All right, so did the Nuggets?
I would say he's as good or better than Wemby at that age defensively.
Was this a game that you learn more by playing poorly, but you get away with a win rather than you play poorly and you lose? But you at the end of the day, you'd rather win. This wasn't your best.
I hope you get the rust off of you and you get the jitters out of you when playoffs start, the pressure jitters, the crowd jitters, everything else goes out. And now let's just go and win games. But the other side of that coin is that's who they're going to be, and you got to hope that because the second half Minnesota didn't shoot the ball very good either.
Yeah, how was the crowd? Looked great on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
It looked like a lot of fun.
Crowd's always great, though. They got it locked down.
This Nuggets team, I never know what I'm supposed to feel with them, but I'm in blind hope and optimism mode again.
Hey, brother,
I mean,
15 more to go.
It's been a roller coaster of emotions, of giving up, of tapping out. They can't overcome these injuries. Holy cow, how did they win all the games they did with all the injuries?
Yeah.
But they still are injured. We're going into the playoffs. It's probably going to catch up to them. And now I'm just like, let's do something epic. Avs are so stupid good. Let's go Nuggets, and let's do something epic here.
Well, they just won a game where they didn't really play all that great, including Joker, although he ends up with a triple-double, of course. So you need 16 of these things, right? Well, okay, how many games are they going to play well in? You got a couple, right? You got to figure.
16W, Dan, get your hat back out.
There you go. I'm telling you, DPT, double parade time. It's still on. We're 15 to go, 30 to go. We got 30 wins to go for both teams.
Yeah, Scott, now it's 15W.
15W. Like
actually, Dan, it's 30W.
Well, there you
right
go.
Now
That's
it's
right.
30W.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, let's not sell ourselves short here. It's 30W.
It was mission 32W, now it's 30W.
That's right. And it's Avs Alley and Base Camp 5280 and the whole kit and caboodle, and why not? Why not? And we'll dig deeper into the Avalanche here in a second. Uh-oh. Oh, what's this? Oh.
Oh, my.
What?
You know how pleasant last week was? Oh, my God.
Come on, guys. They beat the Dodgers twice over the weekend. You know who's awesome? This Troy Johnston guy. This guy is a shizzle-talking baller who, wants to be on the Rockies, who's hitting the crap out of the ball, making diving plays to save runs in the ninth inning. Have you caught this dude at all? I'm telling you, I know you got your guy, Lorenzen, because of
That's my guy.
The biceps
Yeah.
all. I know you got that.
I've worked on the biceps today in honor of him.
Good. We got this guy, Troy Johnston, man, that's I think if you dug into this cat, you'd kind of like him. It's kind of like a gym bro in the outfield doing his thing.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, man. You give him any credit for winning a couple games against the Dodgers?
Well, how'd they do before that?
Well, they lost to the Dodgers on Friday night, and they lost. Well, that was part of losing six in a row. So how did they do it?
Didn't they get swept in San Diego?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they got a little clown hammered in San Diego. That was rough. So how did they do it? How did a team that got swept in San Diego had lost 6 in a row?
Well,
how did they beat the Dodgers in back-to-back games?
Well, as a good old friend of the show, of all of ours, would once say,
yeah,
that's baseball.
Is that it?
I think so.
Or are they a better team?
I think that's baseball.
You just happen to beat the world champs casually?
I think so.
And the Dodgers had never given up 9 runs in any game this whole year, and you put up 9 against the Dodgers?
Well, it's confusing.
I would say this. Well, tacos, too, by the way. Get 7.
There you go.
I would say this, and I'm going to go on the DMac bandwagon from this standpoint. When you come out of a hole, the first thing you do, the way you turn a program around is you start at home.
There you go.
The Broncos did that a year ago. They're continuing it. The Nuggets hit down, but they're out of the hole now. It's just about winning games. But when you've been as bad as they've been, the way you turn it around, you've got 81 games at home. You find a way to win 50 plus. That's how you turn things around.
Dude, the Rockies had it going so much. This guy Dalton rushing the backup catcher for the Dodgers.
This is the best thing that's ever happened to the Rockies.
Was accusing them of cheating?
What is going on in your organization if you're accusing the Colorado Rockies of cheating? What exactly is happening right now? You just cannot believe the fact that you lost to the Rockies. You just there's no way
they had to be cheating.
We lost to the Rockies unless they got that first pitch.
I found out.
I mean, it was only the first pitch that was a problem apparently, but they had a way to cheat on the first pitch.
Yeah, here's this guy.
Both sides. I think they had a good game plan as an opposing team, and maybe I pitched into their game plan as far as calling pitches. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's odd some of those hitters that do what they do. They go up there and they were only the first pitch that was thrown.
Some of those pitchers.
So it's fishy.
It's fishy.
So some of those hitters that do what they do, some of those hitters that suck usually, they were pretty good.
You're the back-to-back champ, spending more money than anybody ever has had, with the best player undoubtedly not in baseball, but maybe baseball history. And you're accusing the Colorado Rockies? The reason you lost was because they were cheating somehow? Oh, wow. That's one of the greatest moments in recent Rockies history right there.
That's embarrassing for the Dodgers.
Tell me about it.
That moment right there is one that you can't live down.
That is hysterical. Way to go, Dalton Rushing. Thanks for the compliment. We're so good, the Rockies. We're such a nemesis.
Hey,
we're cheating.
And you know what I'll say?
Wow.
If we are cheating, good for the Rockies.
Absolutely.
Good for caring.
Hey.
Good for figuring something out. You know, like I'd be so proud of you if you were cheating.
You figured out how to cheat and beat the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Way to go. I thought that was so funny. It's fishy. What? We knew the pitches? So what? So what if they're still the Rockies, aren't they? You're the Dodgers.
Maybe it's more of the Rockies finally got an analytic department, and they said, "Hey, by the way, this pitcher likes to throw strikes on the first pitch.
Right.
Be ready from the jump because he wants to throw a strike on the first pitch."
But you, the Colorado Rockies, got in the head of the Dodgers. Dude, awesome. Absolutely awesome. We'll see what happens tonight. So while the Nuggets are playing, the Rockies will be they're playing, and then we go, it's Denver downtown sports. I mean, it's insane. Did you guys catch somebody drove their SUV on the light rail tracks?
No.
Did you see that?
I did not.
Scott, did you see that story down near Union Station?
Doesn't seem very smart. Seems like a good way to die.
Just an SUV on the light rail tracks, kind of muck things up a little bit.
I don't want to say anything. I know this will sound bad, but I do it half in jest. $5. It was a woman.
There you go, Scott. We're clicking all the boxes today. The keyword is
Dan. Thank you, Dan, for falling out of your chair laughing.
The keyword
laughter is a sign of acceptance.
The keyword is duo. Duo, that is the keyword. 303-504-0925. We've got no dumb questions. We'll talk skydiving and scoreboards coming up next.
Hey, I've talked about Trades and Wealth for a while now, but I'm actually a client, and let me tell you, they made retirement planning simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I feel more confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion from Trades and Wealth. Call today, 303-900-1189. My friends at Trades and Wealth are going to help you come up with a customized game plan for your family, for your finances, for your needs, and you're going to walk away calm and confident in your future. When I met with Trades and Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. I left that meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I'm a client now because I saw the difference. Call Trades and Wealth today to learn more at 303-900-1189. You'll love your experience with Trades and Wealth. They're different than other financial advisors. Visit them online at tradesandwealth.com. Advisory services through Trades and Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at tradesandwealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Well today at 303-900-1189. No dumb question when you're watching the parachuter smash into the scoreboard there at Virginia Tech. My no dumb question is, isn't it just a matter of time with these skydivers and
Don't
the
you put that on us, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on the Denver Broncos and the best skydivers in the world.
Did we have to find out if he had a Bud Light in his hand when he landed?
You know,
I don't know.
It is amazing because I guarantee you whoever that skydiver was, he wasn't as crazy as the dudes that dive into Mile High. I mean, what those guys do, it is so amazing and fun to watch that they've never, at least since that I'm aware of, I don't think they've ever had an accident there, have they?
I do not recall, but I'll tell you this. I have been there many times when they've just canceled the skydiving because the conditions weren't right for it. And from what I'm reading with this story, there were some weather conditions that maybe should have stopped the guy from giving it a shot. There were some like weather wind sort of issues. And when you watch it, it looks like he was just frozen. Like he could not, whatever you need to do to have the trajectory to glide into the stadium, he looked like he was just stuck in the air until he smashed into the scoreboard.
It was kind of reminiscent of Deadpool in the first one, right?
Oh, my God. That was so funny.
When the X team all parachuted.
Oh, my Lord. That was so funny. It was Brad Pitt that got fried, right? Like with the
Invisible Man. Here's Invisible Man.
I tell you what, man, that one scene might be the funniest superhero scene in any of those movies. Where it was like 4 or 5 of them that just went quickly down with the ship.
And the only guy to survive was like his buddy at the office, right?
All right,
the guy with the big mustache.
So no dumb question. Is this a funny story or not a funny story?
Is he hurt?
He was seen in a sling, but like
more or less okay.
Yeah. Not dead.
It's funny.
Well, then it's funny.
It becomes funny. Yeah.
I'm with Scott.
Yeah.
It's a fine
the
line.
Superhero lady in Deadpool going into the helicopter, not funny.
That's not funny. Well, that's a made-up thing, though. This was
Invisible Man going into the electrical wire is not funny.
Okay.
The guy emulating a Bud Light commercial like Peyton Manning. Becomes funny.
They don't give the guy's name here, but the parachuter reportedly was seen with his arm in a sling, but did not suffer serious injury. Should this stop people?
And Tyler, remember, it's never a serious injury if it's not yours.
Well, it doesn't hurt my body.
Do you want to see more parachuters in the stadiums or less after this?
I never want to see the parachuters stop at Mile High. I know that.
Yeah, those guys are sick.
Listen,
that is crazy.
As I've gotten older, seeing dangerous things, I'm okay with not watching.
Okay.
I don't like them cheerleader shows at halftime, and they're flipping them kids up and doing triple flips, triple lindies up there in the air. That makes my testicles go inside sometimes.
You are
scares the hell out of me.
Hey, by the way,
we're
still fine with like 5-year-olds being plowed by sheep and mutton busting.
Right?
That
will never not be funny.
We're still good with the 5-year-olds with the helmets.
I mean, the parents like it.
Getting stomped by sheep.
Parents enjoy nothing more than seeing their kids get run over by sheep.
It's a rite of puberty in Wyoming.
Puberty. The kids are like 6 years old.
Did any of you ever have your kids do that? I never had my kids do that.
We did it one time.
How'd they do?
They did like all these other kids. They fell right off.
Yeah.
They didn't get stomped. And after we did it, we're like, why did we just do that? I was all fired up for it. The kids were crying.
Like, surely my kid is going to make it to the finish line.
No, he did just like all the other kids. They hung on for like 2 seconds and just fell right over.
But can I say something? You're also going up against kids that live on a ranch and probably have done it before.
It doesn't matter. They're 5-year-olds.
And you've got a couple softy suburban kids jumping on a sheep.
I don't think it makes a damn bit of difference when you're 5 when that sheep starts rolling, whether you grew up on the farm or not, Scott. And I don't think that makes a bit of difference.
Hey, all I know is I'm watching video of some little 6-7-year-old girl in jiu-jitsu tournaments doing crazy stuff. And
That girl is unbelievable. I know exactly who you're talking about. That girl is an
gosh.
animal.
Yeah, she cleared.
Right?
It was that.
What is she,
a
like
back
7,
kick
8,
or
9?
something?
In some of these videos, she's like 7, 8, 9.
She's young.
All right, no dumb question here. I saw Carmelo Anthony, who's a TV star on, and it's hard to keep
Prime. I think he's on Prime.
Okay, boy, it is hard to keep him straight with all the whatever.
He might be Peacock. I don't know.
The 3 finalists, to nobody's surprise, for the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Shea. Oh boy, maybe I'm going to get this confused. I'm doing it off the top of my head. Joker, Shea, and Wemby. Wemby, right? Okay.
Who shouldn't be?
Nailed it. Carmelo goes, and somebody on the panel goes, well, these will be the next 3 for the next 5 years. And Carmelo goes, Joker, 5 years? And everybody on the panel kind of was like, what do you mean?
What year is he in?
He's 30 years old.
What year? It's more about the mileage than the age.
10.
To me.
I think
10?
I think it was 20, right, when he started?
Yeah, it's 20 with his rookie.
So he's 30, 31.
Can you be playing at an
It's closer to
MVP
31 than
level
30.
in year 15?
Ask LeBron James.
Well, I got from Carmelo. I thought the comment from Carmelo
You know
was,
what?
will Joker even be playing basketball in 5 years?
Well, maybe. I guess I was thinking of it from a different angle. But from the angle I was thinking of, just is it possible at year 15? I'll tell you this. If there's ever a dude's game that was built to survive in year 15 and 16 and 18 or however long he wanted to play, Nikola Jokic would be that man, that there really would not be a huge decline because athleticism is not the key driver.
Why do you think Carmelo was throwing a little bit of shade there, Scott?
Well, I don't. I'd have to go back and look at it. It was either because he thinks, as we've discussed here, that he would have other interests, and will he have as much interest as here?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's coming out. If you've paid close attention, and if you just kind of watch him, everybody says, "Well, he doesn't even love basketball. He loves it." I think he loves basketball, but you know what he really loves? He loves competition.
Yeah, he loves it.
And if you watched him in that game against San Antonio, that was a meaningless game, and yet he's playing with half the G League squad of the Nuggets. He's out there coaching these dudes, and he's moving them around, and he's doing it. And I'm like, that sure don't look like a guy that don't love the game.
You get your hometown coverage of Nuggets playoff basketball on Altitude Plus. Watch live pregame coverage. That's got Scott. Who's the crew on your pregame coverage? You, Katie, Vic,
Drew,
Demps.
Dempsey, and Marlo up in the Coso up in the stands, and then Katie and I running around outside, inside.
Yeah, are you going to be out in
base camp?
Are you going to be out at base camp today?
We got a hit out of base camp.
Okay.
We got hits down the floor. We got hits running out with the players. We got.
Wow.
Yeah, we're doing it all.
All right, and then you're on the radio with Kaz for a good chunk of the game as well.
Well,
most of the game.
Yep.
All right, but
so far, I mean, yeah.
But this is all on Altitude Plus, so you can watch live pregame coverage an hour before tip-off. See Scott, running around getting the steps in. Then after the game, tune in for Nuggets postgame live for full highlights and analysis. You part of that? Are you on duty there too?
Well, I was supposed to, but they took the camera away from me last game.
What do you mean?
Well, because he broke it.
No, we're limited to the number of cameras we have, because we don't have our own truck-like thing.
Okay.
So there's a mobile thing that goes in and does also the interviews in the locker room.
Uh-huh.
So they had already sent it to the locker room probably 25 minutes sooner than they needed
It's
to.
so quirky we get to the playoffs and everything is so weird. It's just weird.
Silly.
All right.
Silly.
Anyways, we're all here for you at Altitude Plus. Subscribe now for a monthly or annual plan at altitudeplus.com. It's tons of content. It's a great app to have. It's altitudeplus.com. It's a little weird from the regular season, but all your favorites people are still there doing their thing, giving you the best insight and having the most fun at altitudeplus.com. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, what is going on with that head? I feel like I'm in a fog. And the sex drive is, it's time to switch things up. Guys, low T is something men younger and younger are experiencing. Maybe, I don't know, game just isn't what it used to be. You don't have that same feeling like you used to. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there are advanced strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase that sex drive. There you go. And so much more. It helps bring you back to feeling your best. So don't just take being older as it is. Take control of who you are. Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom, and more confident in every part of your life. Just hit them up today. My great friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All right, boys. Thoughts on both teams after game ones, with both teams coming out on the positive end. Let's go through it.
Avalanche it's a radically different series, right? Like, they could have won that game 7-0, or they won it the way they did, just being in control and being the better hockey team. That's the way that they won that game, right? I mean, it wasn't anything overly exciting. Kings probably played their best hockey they possibly could, and that might be the best game that they play the entire series. Who knows? Nuggets, so total like cruise control. And I like the way that they play it also, by the way. They could win the low-scoring games just fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Total cruise control. Nuggets isn't, I wouldn't describe as cruise control, but my confidence is rising drastically by the day with the Nuggets.
Yeah, in all honesty, with the Avs, the Kings were lucky to get a goal when they pulled the goalie. That could have easily been 3-0, and it probably should have been 3-0, frankly. You get the empty netter, it's 2-0, and then you roll. And, you know, the Kings are going to try to muck it up and do all sorts. You know what's funny? You know who's kind of the same guy? Aaron Gordon and Gabe Landeskog are kind of the same dude. You know, you mess with one of our guys, that's the guy that's going to have your back.
That was pretty fun. I mean,
like
when Landy got into that thing,
because that's what he does. That's
I tell you what, you know what? I'll give is it Kempe?
Yeah.
I'll give him credit. He's the one that made that game interesting. He was.
he was trying.
He was the one that gave you something to root against, someone to boo.
Yeah.
He made that game fun.
And, you know, that's Swede on Swede crime there, Scott. We're Olympian teammates, but whatever. Them days are done.
Who was the guy that kind of gave Kel McCarr a dirty shot
Same
about
guy.
the 10-minute
Kempe.
mark?
Same guy.
Was that Kempe?
Yeah. And the Avs noticed. They all noticed.
Course.
Dude, it got scrappy, and the Avalanche were being responsible and they were being smart because they knew the only way that they could let the Kings back into this thing was by getting some stupid penalty and getting baited into some fight. And they weren't getting baited into it, but they also weren't backing down.
Who's your goaltender in game 2?
Darcy Kemper.
Well, that might be. He like they were debating that like on the broadcast about the Kings because Kemper's the backup there, and they're like, why isn't Kemper going here? I mean, I thought they played fine. I don't see that happen. But I mean, listen, who knows what goaltender interference is? By the way, hey Dan, I'm forgetting the dude's name. Who slid into Drury there? Who was the defenseman that slid his butt? Oh, you're fading on it. Our listeners will get it in a second. Was it? Oh, gosh. You know who I'm talking about, right? All right. Anyways, on that particular play, name's escaping me. We'll get it here in a second. You know, on that play, Drury's just trying to cut between them, and the dude from the Kings, whose name we'll get in a second, he knows what he's doing. And Bednar said that after the game. He said, you know, he did a good job pretending like, you know, he didn't know what he was doing. But he completely knew what he was doing. He's the one that shoved Drury, or at least edged Drury, into the goalie, and
it was Drew Doughty.
Doughty, right? Sorry for that moment. Doughty. He knew. He pushed him into Drury, who fell into Forsberg, and negates a goal. That's all acting. You guys realize that, right? That these guys have such great control in their skates. They know what's what. But again, with
I don't know. The rule's so confusing. When I first looked at it in real time, it looked like interference to me, but I don't understand the rule, so you're gonna have to tell me why it wasn't.
Well, if you push the other guy into your goalie, it's not interference. And
there was nothing we could have done to get out of the way. We didn't embellish it at all.
I don't think Drury embellished. I think he was cutting it close. I think he was cutting in front of Forsberg, but I don't think he was embellishing anything. I think Doughty ran his big ass into him, and he leaned into Forsberg, and the puck went past him. But whatever, man. You lost that. I like Bednar's explanation, though. Is like, well, we're going to challenge that every time. If we got to kill a penalty, we'll kill a penalty. Meaning if it doesn't go our way, we're not going to not try it. We just scored a goal. I mean, it's worth it. I completely agree. You keep going. I think this goalie thing with Wedgwood and Blackwood is fascinating. Tomorrow night, the decision to go, like, will you really go with Blackwood after Wedgwood played so well? Golly, man, that is... It feels like a no-win situation there, Scott, to do that.
Well, we said it earlier. It puts you in front of the crosshairs if you're the head coach, because if Blackwood does not play well and you scramble to win or even lose the game, then you're open season. Where, most teams, your hottest guy going in, even though both of them statistically have been good, your hottest goalie going in plays.
So it is a tough call as a coach. When you get to the playoffs, do you just keep doing what you've been doing because it's been good enough, or do you try to make a change that you feel like is going to better the team?
Well, I don't think they've played as well with Blackwood and as their netminder.
Well, I think just about everybody would agree with you.
Right,
but like Jesse said a while ago when we had him on, he was great until really the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, all right. I mean, the play was great until certain things happened, Mrs. Lincoln. I mean, I get it, I mean, things change. So what do? Ignore the most recent set of events?
Drew Bledsoe, we appreciate all the help and everything, and thanks for winning this the AFC West Championship for us. We're going to put you back on the bench.
That was balls to the wall right there with Belichick back in the day. Benching Bledsoe after the AFC Championship game to put Brady in Brady's second year.
Well,
that was crazy.
The only gutsier one that I can think of, like in the history of sports, would have been Nick Saban in the national championship game with Jalen Hurts.
When he benched Hurts for Tua.
That is one of the gutsiest
they all
things
worked.
I've ever seen.
It worked.
They all worked.
And you're a genius, but oh, my goodness. Because nobody would blame you for just starting Wedgwood again. Nobody would blame you.
Even if he played bad. Even if he played bad.
Hey, in a normal playoff scenario, how much are you playing your second goaltender?
Not at all. Zero.
If not at all, or if you're up 3-0 on the road, you might give him a shot because you
would never
3 other games.
You would never.
Well,
Never.
I bet it's happened.
Go find me an example. What do you think? Patrick
Well,
Waugh,
find me an example where two guys' winning percentage is what it is.
I got
and
you.
Save percentages are over 92.
I got you. We're in rare air here, man. We're in a weird, different circumstance. But who was Patrick Waugh's backup when he won 2 cups with the Avs?
I don't remember.
That's a great.
Do you remember?
Question.
I mean, I think Binnington was not Binnington. Billington.
No.
Billing something or other. I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? What difference does it make?
Yeah, you didn't know, did you?
You don't know. You don't care. I know, I knew the backup in Buffalo because, I was working for the team at the time. But do you think anybody could tell you that Steve Shields was the backup to Dominic Hasek, who was considered one of the greatest goalies of all time? No. There's no thought about it. You don't know who the backup goalies are to these great goaltenders. Who was Grant Fuhrer's backup when he was winning Stanley Cups with Wayne Gretzky for Edmonton? I don't know. I don't care. Who's the backup?
Oh, here you go. You ready? You ready for the 95-96
backup? Who didn't play?
Is it someone you actually remember?
Who?
I remember the name once he mentioned it, and I remember both of them. They were different. 96, it was Stéphane Facette.
Oh, my God. No,
I remember that.
Okay. I'm sure there's some Avs nerds out there screaming.
And in 2000, 2001, it was David Abisher.
Oh, Abisher. All right, now that you say it.
Right.
now that you say it, we get it. But it's like that. But we have a weird circumstance here, guys. And what will Bednar do? By the way, I'm not trying to gloss myself on this, but I think I looked a lot tougher with my black eye compared to Bednar.
Oh, is that right? He's healing up pretty nicely, isn't he?
Nelly did a side-by-side. I think I wore it a lot tougher. I'm not trying to rip on Bedsy or anything, but...
When you say tougher, what do you mean by tougher?
It looked worse and I was more active. I'm telling you, I was doing things looking worse.
You definitely looked worse.
Did you fracture your face also?
I did not have any fractures whatsoever.
You just had road rash.
I had road rash on my face.
Then that road rash was disturbing to look at.
It was tough.
Oh,
right?
There it is, right behind you.
Right, come on, man.
I mean, DMac definitely looks more beat up.
No, DMac, you don't look like you got in a fight. You look like you survived the grave.
Bednar looks like he won the fight.
Exactly.
Just took a shot.
Yeah,
you look like you
just
lost
crawled
the
out
fight.
of the grave.
Yeah, so I look tougher, right?
No.
Oh,
no,
come
you
on.
look more.
The tougher guy would
do.
not look like that.
Dan?
I mean, you look like
Hold
you got
on.
your butt kicked.
Yeah, we got to redefine
Yeah,
what
but
tough
that don't
means.
make you tougher. That makes you stupid.
Tough does not mean the dude that got his butt whipped.
I don't even know why Vic's in this picture, frankly. 'Cause it's almost embarrassing that Vic's even part of this. I think I wore it better.
Bednar looks like he got in a bar fight and walked out pretty much unscathed.
I think I look like all right, who looks more badass?
Not you.
Bednar.
Oh, come on.
No.
I don't look more badass than
You
Benzie
actually
and Vic?
make me want to vomit when I look at yours.
Doesn't look like I went through a little bit more? Who looks like they went through more?
Yes, it looks like you got your ass kicked. We all agree.
It looks like Bednar won a fight and you got your butt kicked.
He's not understanding that, Scott.
I don't know, man. I saw those side by side. I was proud.
Bednar's meeting the press after some dude jumped him and he's talking about winning it. That yours looked like a mugshot.
Dan, I'm guessing a poll. Who wore it better? Just put it up. Can you take Vic out? Like, why is Vic even in there? Like, he shouldn't even be in there.
It just looks like Vic.
I thought.
Well, it's his producer, and you got.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I just think I look more badass than Bednar. That's all.
Okay.
That's the question. Who looks more badass? That's it. Who looks more badass, me or Benzie?
Bednar.
With our messed up faces.
You are not understanding the term.
I'm just saying badass. That's all. Who looks more badass?
Bednar.
No way.
Bednar looks like he got in a confident fight that he confidently survived.
I'm going to win this one. I look more badass here.
We'll say DMac looks more down in the dumps. Bednar looks like he shook it off pretty well.
Yes.
Yeah.
DMac looks like he's been living under a bridge and just got robbed on like his ninth night under the bridge.
Which guy looks like he just woke up and stepped out of the curb?
Are you saying it's a fine line between tough and stupid?
Yes.
Okay. We'll have another keyword to win Nuggets tickets coming up next, and a new version.
And by the way, doesn't how you got injured have to be put in there?
No. That's irrelevant.
I mean, catching a cold hard puck to the face,
hold on.
or driving across wet cement and sticking your bike.
Hold on. Bednar technically got hurt because he had his hands in his pocket, not paying attention.
And you got hurt driving a bike in wet cement, not paying attention.
All right, I gotcha. I think both of us were pretty delinquent in our paying attention responsibilities. I don't think he got that injury doing something more heroic than I did. I think we were both idiots.
Hold on. He took a puck to the face.
I took a sidewalk to the face.
You crashed on cement.
Yeah. What do you think is tougher, a puck or a sidewalk?
A puck.
No way is
a puck.
Tyler, give me a break.
A puck at 86.
DMac,
86 miles
an hour. You're probably riding about 4 miles per hour, wobbling, and slowly fell.
Why would I be wobbling?
Because you fell.
You were that guy from Laugh-In with his little tricycle, and he just fell over. That's
you
what
guys
you were.
are idiots about what happened to me. It was like riding, bam! It was like punching the cement with my face. It was
wet cement.
I didn't fall in the cement, Scott. The cement dropped me to the ground where I smashed my face into the pavement. That wasn't wet cement. So hold on a second. You
think there's something tough about falling on your bike?
I think it was harder than taking a puck to the face.
You were out of your mind.
It's a puck. It's one puck. I hit an entire cement and just dropped in 1 second.
No, you're out of your mind.
Tyler, it was one puck. He hit an entire road.
That's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you for breaking it down, Scott. Our next keyword next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. They're turning up the heats. They've introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, available across NBA, MLB, and the NHL. Okay, so here's the deal. You tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app, which is sensational. You build your squad from the sport you want, whatever it is. Then you pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, whatever you want to put together, and you set your target. So if you like hoops, let's just say hoops, you could pick 4 players to combine for 100 points. In baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. It's like that. Then you sit back like a GM with your big fat cigar between your hands and just watch your squad go to work. With live tracking every step of the way, that is what we're talking about. Here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of the squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Love it. Track it live. Cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets, only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Colorado. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. All right, it's game 2 tonight against Minnesota. I can tell that I'm back when I'm looking at the text line and people are just screaming at me. It feels good. Like I feel like I'm like,
One thing that people always relate to
Yeah.
is you talking about how athletic you are.
Right.
And how tough you are.
Right. And so to hear people say things like, This is why it was good for DMac not to be here last week. It settles my soul.
Sure.
It makes me feel better about things that we could get to this point this quickly today. So that's good.
Nature's healing.
Yeah, it's very healing. Yeah.
Scott, you must have had a hell of a week. I mean, you got a vacation from all of us, man.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I had a vacation.
Okay, game 2. What does that mean?
I don't know.
What
Sometimes
does that
Scott
mean?
just like sometimes I think I'm teeing him up and like it's just it's confusing.
Yeah. Was it hard working with Berto? Or we love Berto.
No. Love Berto. He's very good. He came in one day and he wanted to punch everybody.
Berto wanted to punch everybody?
Oh, I can relate to that.
In a bad mood, and he didn't know why. And then he figured out it was because he hadn't eaten before he came in. He was hangry, so he ordered a hamburger and ate it in with Dan. And then he started making him feel better about 45 minutes in. And he's an emotional cat.
So you were dealing with an emotionally temperamental person who liked to eat while he was on the air? What's that like?
Am I emotionally temperamental?
No. You're pretty stable.
No, you're great.
Like you're pretty stably grumpy.
Game 2 tonight.
I just don't care.
Against Minnesota. You can win tickets. There's limited tickets available at nuggets.com/playoffs. Here you go. Our last keyword, Nate and Andy will have more, is pair. Pair. Like a pair of tickets. Not like I'm eating a pear. Just a pair. 303-504-0925, first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is pair. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. We're changing things because we're in playoff season. Scott, you should love this, especially because we're used to killing you with the draft. Well, not this year. Dan, I can't wait to hear it. Let's go.
I'm sorry?
Oh, Dan, you're going to change it every day?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
going to have a new intro every day?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Playoffs are every day, boys.
Wow, I'm really working hard around here. All right, let's play off go. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at Mountain High. Scott, you all right?
Yep.
You bored already?
As he just told us, he just doesn't care. He just doesn't
I don't
care.
have to pay attention till Saturday.
Okay. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's playoffs go, Dan. What's the news today?
All right, let's start in the Western Conference NBA playoffs. We'll start with the NBA playoffs. Those pesky damn Lakers, guys.
The Lakers.
Kennard tries a three. Got it! Kennard's cooking right now. Largest lead of the night, a 16-pointer. Kennard eventually gets it back, fires up a three, pokes it in. Luke Kennard nails it, largest lead of the game.
Yeah, the Lakers beat the Rockets in Game 1. No Luka, no Austin Reeves for L.A., no Kevin Durant for Houston. How surprising was it that the Lakers got over on Houston?
I don't know, man.
I think he's done.
He was going for like a loose ball in practice, and he bruised his knee, but Scott already ripped people that just have bruises. Like, it's like a non-injury injury. I don't know if he's done. It sounds like an inconvenient time for an injury, Scott, for KD.
Well, if it's super serious, then yeah, I don't listen. The reason they brought KD in is because they can't score. They couldn't score last year in the playoffs. That was their. And last time I looked, the games are still played on a scoreboard.
Ooh.
So that's why they went and got KD for scoring, and now all of a sudden you lose a low-scoring game to the Lakers, and there's no KD. That hurts them a lot, yeah.
Yeah, the Lakers. Maybe they'll pull it off. Can they win the series?
If KD doesn't play, they can, yeah. I mean, listen.
That'd be impressive for LeBron.
It sure would.
Houston's got a bunch of just really good role players. And
All right.
Şengün has to operate in a small box, free throw line to the rim, and if there's no one can make any shots outside, guess what? They all just collapse down on the block, and that takes away his effectiveness. And so, KD out, that crushes him.
Oklahoma City.
And then you know what? Maybe you get Doncic back and Reeves back if they can win this series.
Hey, you know
and
what?
Then, here we go, LA OKC.
You know what, man? If go Lakers as far as I'm concerned on this one, because if who would you rather face in the Western Conference Finals, Oklahoma City, where you're the road team or you're the home team against the Lakers? Well, we'll make them Lakers daddy, man. We'll figure that out again. I don't care if Luka is back. I'll welcome that moment. You guys, would you rather play the Lakers or Oklahoma City?
Of course the Lakers.
Lakers, Scott?
Of course.
Lakers aren't as good as Oklahoma City.
Yeah, is that a debate?
I got you. So who would you rather face?
Oh, give me the best. I want to play the best. No. I want to play the easiest. I would say the Lakers.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's move over to the Eastern Conference NBA playoffs. Big upset, fellas, in Game 1.
Yeah.
The 8-seed Orlando Magic take down the 1-seed Detroit Pistons. Here's Paolo Banchero on their Game 1 upset.
There's nothing you can do to go back and change what happened. At the end of the day, we're here in the playoffs, and we have a chance to, go and do, what we've set out to do since, October. So, like I said, you can't get too caught up in, what happened in the regular season and the frustrations, and, you got to just come together, realize that we're fully healthy right now, and, we feel like we're clicking as a group.
Guys, can a fully healthy Orlando Magic team upset the 1-seed Detroit Pistons?
I don't think so. But that was kind of crazy the way it unfolded. But Detroit's really good.
What felt weirder, seeing the Magic win a playoff game or Buffalo Sabres winning?
I'm gonna say the Magic. In all honesty,
I actually agree.
Buffalo has been rolling in terms of hockey. They just haven't won in 14 years until the other night. They're home. They're in Buffalo. They were down 2-0. They made an unbelievable comeback. And you can see how the sports fans in Buffalo embrace their team. Did you see that video of the guys dressed up in full hockey gear wearing rollerblades?
Oh, I love that.
Like taking out the Bruins dude.
I mean, the one dude crashes over a glove or something.
Right.
And he falls down. But give me that kind of energy. I want to see that kind of energy next time I'm at Ball Arena.
All right,
I bet you Buffalo, and you would know better than all of us, Darren, but with the Sabres getting this far, everything I've seen coming into this week in this first game is like party central. We're ready.
Yeah.
Here you go. Bring it in. I'm all. Was it Russell's kid, the actor, the Kirk Russell's kid, who said Buffalo's never going to do it, and basically a bunch of guys that didn't believe went and jumped in Lake Erie.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Like that.
That's funny.
To wash it away. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That's a riot.
They're doing some nutty stuff, man, and the excitement in that team for a team that probably didn't have a chance to win the Stanley Cup, but just to see what sports can do for a community to bring back that energy, huh?
Well, the funny part to me is the 6-7 years, whatever I was in Buffalo, the Sabres and Bills were both really good. They were going to Super Bowls, and the year I worked for the Sabres, they went to the Eastern Conference Final, and Dominic Hasek was the greatest goaltender in the world. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like a crazy thing for the Bills and the Sabres to be in the playoffs. We expected the Bills and Sabres. So we didn't have this kind of like insane fan reaction because it wasn't that unusual. This is just what you expected. Believe it or not, there was a time in Buffalo where the bar was winning a championship, even though they haven't, but still that was the bar. It wasn't just like winning a playoff game. Things have changed. And I guess you get more passionate when you go 14 years without being in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine a hockey team going 14 years not making the playoffs? How is that even
Why
possible?
do you exist?
I don't know, but I'm happy for him. It's just like when you see fans.
I do love Buffalo fans across the board. I like the
Yeah,
spirit
they're
animals.
fun.
Like they're fun. They're a blast.
Sure.
They're harmless. They're awesome. Give me that kind of energy. I love that.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather live in a city where the bar's set a little bit higher than just winning a game in the playoffs?
We were pretty happy
Well,
when the Broncos won a
back
playoff
up
game.
there.
Well-
It'll get back up there. 14 years, man.
You know, I
14
get it.
years,
I get it.
you know?
I got it. Wear your hockey gear outside, and it was all
Hey,
good. It's all good.
Last year, the Broncos have been, 10 seasons, 9 seasons without being in the postseason? That was like a celebration no matter what happened in the postseason.
I get it, but like winning an NFL playoff game is like winning an entire series. In Buffalo, they're going.
Well, that's fair.
They're going crazy for like 1/4 of a series.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, next story, Dan, which might be about this.
Okay, well, let's transition to this. There we go. There
hockey,
we go.
the hockey
Let's
music.
transition to the NHL playoffs, guys. Okay, so let me set the scene here for you. The Bruins have a 2-0 lead in the third period. Game's winding down. The crowd is silent.
Yeah.
The Sabres tie it up at 2.
Yeah.
Right after they tie it up at 2, this happens. This might be one of the greatest crowd reactions I've ever seen.
McLeod carries up ice and tosses in. Stick breaks on the back end for Hampus Lindholm. He gets a handoff. Here's a pass. A shot. Score! Martin Samuelsson! Absolute madness!
Guys, that is the sound of a crowd who has been waiting to erupt for nearly 15 years. That was awesome.
Yeah,
so
because
congrats to Buffalo fans.
Listen, again, I've lived there. It's people that are trying to justify living in such a kind of a weird area. I will say this though, at this time of year,
You can say it.
Well,
Terrible place to live.
I'm tempered a little bit because at this time of year, when it's not crap in Buffalo, like Lake Erie and Lake Ontario are actually really, really nice and cool. And believe it or not, when you think about it, it makes logical sense. There's a big boating scene and sort of an outdoor scene, and like the pier is a big nightlife place right on the water. Like,
okay, buddy.
I'm glossing Buffalo here a little bit,
Yeah,
but
okay,
there
buddy.
are times of a year where Buffalo's actually kind of awesome.
Whatever you say, buddy.
Whatever. I'm sitting here justifying life in Buffalo. I get it. Most of the time it sucks. But I don't know, they got a long history of successful hockey there in Buffalo. Good for them, man. Good for them. That being said, I think the Bruins win that series.
Long history of successful hockey?
The Buffalo Sabres, oh yeah. Yeah, they go way back.
Long history of no hockey.
No, they've Don't make me break out the French Connection on you there, Tyler.
Okay.
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 I could do it if I want to. Scott, you remember the French Connection?
No, I sure don't, other than the movie. And I'm assuming you're not talking about the
No, I'm
movie
not talking
with
Gene
Popeye
Hackman.
Doyle.
No, I'm not doing that one.
Popeye Doyle,
Yes.
Gene Hackman.
No, you know what? Never mind, Buffalo. Good for them. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, we've got a big Central Divisional matchup in the first round of the Western Conference NHL playoffs. The Wild kick the
how about
crap
that?
out of the Stars in
How about
game
that?
1.
Hughes again. Boldy fires and a blocker saved by Ottinger.
Boy, Wild have been going upstairs on Ottinger.
And they score! Eriksson Ek with his second of the game on the power play. It's 5-1 Minnesota.
Yeah, they'd go on to win 6-1 game 1 in Dallas. Surprised that the Wild beat down the Stars so badly in game 1, guys.
You know what? I got to be honest. I haven't thought for 1 second about the Wild actually winning that series. I've just been kind of obsessed in my mind about the Avs playing Dallas. I never even thought, like, oh, maybe it could be against the Wild.
Well, please. I mean, first off.
For sure. I agree. Yes.
Either team is a rivalry for the Avalanche, so either team would be fun. But Minnesota, you want to knock that one off for us?
Let's go.
Please.
I would way rather play the Wild than the Stars, Scott.
Yeah, listen, but don't sleep on the Stars either because they're pretty good.
Of course.
You know, so little retribution for McKinnon getting knocked out by the Wild in his rookie season, I believe.
Again, I don't care about playing a team at their best at this time of year. All I care about is my team winning. I don't care what the circumstances are. I don't need to play their best player. I don't need to play the best team. All I care about is my team. Period. The end. So
Amen.
Yeah, so you're hurt, good. You're out, super. There's no style points at this point of the year. I think it's more fun in the regular season. I'll give you that. Like, if you see the Spurs come to Denver, it's more fun to watch Wemby out there than sitting on the bench. But in the playoffs, screw that. Whatever. The easier the path, the better. I'll take it to the parade. Oh, nobody sits there at the parade and is like, oh, man, the Stars didn't have their best players. Nobody says that.
There's no asterisk on the trophy.
No.
No problem beating the Patriots without Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Cool.
Right. Like, do you think the Patriots for 1 second are like, oh, man, we got to the Super Bowl, but we did it without Bo Nix being on the Broncos. What a shame. Nobody thinks like that. So, no, however you get there, that's all that really matters. All right, good job, Dan. That was fun. We'll preview tonight's game tonight with the 8:42. 8:42 the tip. Let's look at the Nuggets and the Wolves as we are in playoff time here in Denver, Colorado. Tonight. Game 2. Timberwolves going against the Nuggets. We're going to be at base camp 5280, which is the same as Avs Alley. It's just we have a different sign that we put up.
But it's awesome.
But it's up. Let's go Nuggets. Yeah. I tell you this. I tell you what. You want the latest Avs playoff ticket info sent right to you? Sign up for drops and deals and be the first to receive special deals and last-minute ticket opportunities at coloradoavalanche.com/drops. Turn it up, Dan. Woo! Oh, yeah! Getting hammered on a Monday night. Watching the Nuggets take on the Timberwolves. That crowd is going to be juiced up tonight. All those babies, when people take their 3-month-olds to games with the headphones, you need double headphones tonight for that 3-month-old.
Babysitter.
How many people cannot find a babysitter? That's what I think. Every time I see like a 3-month-old with headphones on, I'm like, couldn't find a babysitter, huh? No.
It's more challenging than you'd think. It's been a minute for you.
Yeah, man, I don't know. You're probably right.
But you're making memories for the baby.
No, you're not. You're not doing anything for the baby. No. And 1-year-old birthday parties are a waste of time, too.
But they're going to see a photo one day.
They're not going to care.
Listen, I took my daughter out for brunch today. It's her birthday.
Well, that's nice. Happy birthday, Allie, by the way.
But I asked her this question. I said, what's the earliest you remember? There was a grandmother over there. Looked like she had her 1-year-old was sitting in a little high chair beside her eating, right?
Yeah.
And I said, what's the earliest memory that you can remember? And I said, and I made fun of her eventually. I said, you can't remember that long ago? I said, how about when you're my age? You're never going to remember it. So she was trying to think. Basically, it was last Tuesday.
Yeah. Right.
But I'm thinking, so they ain't making no memories at 6 months.
Wouldn't it be funny, though, if she said, well, I'm 12, so in 2015 when we kicked Tom Brady's ass, that was amazing. When I was like
that
1.
That was cool. Yeah,
remember that game?
Yeah.
Remember the AFC Championship?
Kids, man.
Wouldn't it be amazing? Wouldn't it be amazing?
I was home with Grandma for the AFC Championship game. It was fantastic.
I remember at 9 months when C.J. Anderson took that run in the snow. That was incredible. That was unreal. I still couldn't get over Brock Osweiler getting pulled.
At the Super Bowl, you did have to pay for infants to get in, whereas every other game.
You did?
At every other game.
What age? Like any age?
Like I think the standard is 2 and under. You got in free. And because you could just sit on mom and dad's lap or whatever.
Not for the Super Bowl.
At the Super Bowl, they made you buy the ticket
for a 1-month-old.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
so my 2 older kids, they made the cut. My baby, Kenzie, she didn't get to go to the game.
Is she scarred by it?
She does. I don't think she's even aware of it. I don't even know if she knows that was a thing.
Who is babysitting her?
We brought our neighbor. We actually flew our neighbor out to the Super Bowl with us.
So wouldn't that be a riot if she said to you, yeah, I remember, Dad. I remember you sticking me with the neighbors and I couldn't go to the game.
I was like, do I really need to spend like $8,000?
No, that was really nice. You brought your neighbors out. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was fun to have money, wasn't it, back in the day?
Yeah, that was cool. How do I get those paychecks again? I want those again.
That's some fun times when you can do crap like that. All right, Scott, tonight. What do we got tonight? What are you looking at? You got what are your keys to the game here tonight?
Tough game. This is the one game that they think they can steal, so they'll come out. You're going to probably have to withstand an onslaught early on, and probably it's going to look like last game, and then just take it over in the third, fourth quarter. Bob's your uncle. Get done. Have a day off tomorrow. Practice. I think that as early as they're leaving Wednesday, they'll probably practice there on Wednesday. And then see if all you got to do is try to steal one of those 2 games in either Thursday or Saturday.
Sounds good. Sounds doable. Sounds exciting.
Hey, here's
man.
something I was told earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that it's going to play out, but I don't know if you realize. I guess the Wild and the Timberwolves play in 2 separate buildings.
Yeah,
right?
I did know they 2 different cities. They're in
and
2
they
different.
They could actually have home games.
Yep.
Home games at the same time.
Yep.
We were talking about TV games on the road. for Denver and for the Avalanche in LA and Denver and Minnesota, but the Wild and the T-Wolves could both basically have home games the same day in Minnesota.
I think the Wild are in St. Paul, and I believe Minneapolis is where. Well, you would know with Minnesota. Is it in Minneapolis or St. Paul?
Mm-hmm.
What did you say?
I have never seen the line, but I think it's in Minneapolis.
You don't know what city you've been there like 10 million times.
We go to Minnesota.
It's all in Minnesota. It's all in Minnesota.
Well, stupid. Do they call them the St. Paul Wild? Or they call it the Minnesota Wild?
No, but they call them. They don't call them the Orchard Park Bills, dude. I
love when Scott calls you stupid.
Well, he's wrong.
It just sounds so relatable. Well, it should be the Lone Tree Broncos.
It's. Well, I'm not objecting to it, but I'm kind of in on Burnham Yard at this point. All right, hey, we have a winner.
The Burnham Yard Broncos.
We have a winner in terms of who wore it worse, me, Bednar, but John Mitchell sent me a text. Third game with the Avs. We're going to put it up on the big board. We'll describe it on the radio. Look at this if you can see it. Third game with the Avs. Took a slap shot that got deflected right between the eyes.
Good Lord, man.
Yeah, I got it now.
That looks like some pain right there.
So this was his third game ever with the Avs. A slap shot deflected between the eyes. January of 2013. John Mitchell wins this particular contest right here. Holy cow. He's got, it looks like it hit him above the left eyebrow, but
it looked like it caught nose and then eyebrow, right?
And then right between the eyes. It hit him literally right between the eyes.
God,
the nose is clearly broken. There's a huge gash on the forehead. And he's cut for some reason underneath his nose.
But you know what, DMac? For some reason,
his nose is bleeding. He's got a thing stopped up. Listen, that right there, here's why he wins. He's got them injuries and he's smiling.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah. I was just going to say that. That's why he looks tough and cool. Look at your photo.
I'm going to say.
Look at your old woe-is me. Everybody see all the cuts on my face.
John wins. Okay. But I'm a close second.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, because they had manly injuries.
Thank you.
You didn't follow the rules of the road and you drove through cones on wet cement.
Yeah, but fighting a concrete paved road.
Because you broke your road rules.
Well, they should have. I really should have taken Lone Tree to task. I could own Lone Tree right now. I don't think that was marked properly.
Then you could have really given some consideration to the Broncos.
Maybe. But Mitchie, my God, Mitchie, my man, dude. All right, son, you win the contest. Congratulations, John Mitchell. Way to go there, pal. He goes, nose.
That's why when he drinks that wine, it comes straight out his nose.
That's John Michael Lyles. That's not John Mitchell. It's a different.
Oh, this is John Mitchell.
It's a different person. Nose, then forehead, 15 stitches. Scored the same game after I got fixed up. Oh, Mitchie's going for the win here. He's winning this by a mile. Betsy looks like it's a little mouse under his eye. It doesn't even look that bad.
Betsy looks like he went to a bar. He saw a dude that was making him mad.
Yeah.
He got in a fight. He handled his business. He took a shot like a man, and he showed up to work the next day.
Well, he didn't show up for work the next day. He actually took 3 games off.
Well, you can't fly with a torn cornea.
I don't know. It's a little soft from Betsy not making that road trip.
Yeah, they didn't want him flying with his orbital bone in fracture state.
The difference is DMac looks beaten down and broken.
Exactly.
In that photo.
Yeah. Betsy looks tough.
Why did
and
I
John
ride my
Mitchell
bike
looks like he's
there
probably
was
concussed. He's going, look at my face. You know what? He's Spicoli. John Mitchell looks like Spicoli. He's like, listen to my skull.
Yeah, Mitch, you don't look too bright there, but you look tough. You look tough. Has all his teeth. Did not lose a tooth. Congratulations.
We gotta ask him next time we have him on if he got his nose fixed after that.
Let's have John on tomorrow. We'll have him on tomorrow. We'll preview the game and we'll get to the bottom of it. But
dude, he can't breathe if he didn't get that thing fixed.
Mitchie, my God, my Lord, son. He looks kind of proud, like, hey, Mom, I'm in the NHL. Check this out.
Yeah. I read the book, Red Badge of Courage.
All right, Kyle Solomon is our winner. Congratulations to Kyle, who wins those Nuggets tickets. It's crazy that we have these Nuggets tickets to give away. The only station to have Avs and Nuggets tickets for the playoffs to give away.
I wonder if he was named after Kiefer or King.
Kyle Solomon. I'd say King Solomon. Kiefer Solomon. Who's Kiefer Solomon?
Was he?
You mean
Kyle
Sutherland?
Keefe. Was he named after Kyle Keefe or was he named after King Solomon?
Well, probably Kyle Keefe. Okay, congratulations to Kyle. And that's that. Tonight we have basketball. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to be back in the building and get back in the mix and talk about it tomorrow. And I bet we're talking about a win. I think we'll be talking about a win. What are we going to be talking about? What's the headline going to be tomorrow, Scott?
Told you Aaron Gordon was important to this team.
That's the headline?
Yep.
What's he going to do? Where is he going to shine the most?
Listen, I just think he's a glue guy. I think he's the mortar between the bricks. He's probably going to in a series. He's going to have one of those monster big games. But I just think, listen, and he got in foul trouble, struggled. I think he was over 3 in the first half, and then came back second half and just absolutely was kind of what you needed from him. So I don't know if he's going to be ever get 28 or 30 in a game, but his presence makes a difference with that team.
Hey, is Peyton Watson out for this series?
I don't know. Doesn't look good, does it?
No, it does not.
I didn't even look today. Did they update anything?
Oh gosh, I don't know. What was his last listing? What was he listed as?
Might have been questionable.
Questionable, you could play. Questionable, you're about to go. Would he really have? What would be? All right? Are you missing Peyton Watson here? Is there something you can't do because you don't have Peyton Watson, or are we kind of cool?
No, but it's just
it's
an extra body that helps you. Peyton Watson out.
Oh, he's just out. Oh, wow.
Just out, so he wasn't questionable.
So he's missed a lot, and he's now missing at least the first 2 games of this series.
Yeah.
He's probably out for the series then, don't you think?
I thought we were getting close to the end of the year. I thought we were going to be okay with him.
Yeah, it kind of smells like there was a little bump in the road there. Feels like that, right?
I mean, he was starting
We'll talk tomorrow when I get there with you boys.
Can we talk now?
Yeah, what do you mean tomorrow?
I still got a few minutes on the show.
Well, why not talk now?
Now it's good. Now it's great for me.
What do you want to say?
Now good for you, DMac?
It's fine with me.
No.
So you got something you can talk to us tomorrow, but you can't say right now.
You tease in the breaks, I tease in the shows.
So tomorrow we find out what's going on.
No.
It's a cliffhanger.
All right, but it's
wait. But here's the thing that was confusing. Like, are we going to find out on the show or in a break?
Break.
Oh, okay. Cool. So what do you call that, Nate?
A cliffhanger where the rest of us are still hanging.
Yeah, it's just called flat out bad radio. That's
well,
what
I
that
can't
is.
wait to find out personally. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited about it, and I'm glad I'm going to be on the end.
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. In terms of sports weekends in Denver, that's kind of how we started. Where, Nate, Andy, where would you put this sports weekend for Denver, Colorado?
2 dubs, pretty good. Yeah, good start, man. Like we're off and running 1-0, which you should have been. I would call it a business-like sports weekend for Denver, right?
Well, 2 wins against the Dodgers.
This is
Messi in town.
Those things also did happen. UNC won a 21-inning baseball game against St. Thomas this weekend. We can keep going down the list. I'll
give you a nickel if you tell me what state St. Thomas is in.
Minnesota.
There you go.
Thank
Nate.
you very much.
You owe him a nickel.
I am 5 cents richer, everybody. Retirement
Is that St. Thomas Aquinas?
I don't.
How deep you want to go? Yeah, Messi played. Because I was a little worried he wouldn't.
He got 2 of them things.
Because I think he's got like a temperature cut off.
Did you notice how he plays soccer? It's really interesting.
I didn't watch.
He stands there for. Yeah.
He barely moves.
Yeah, he's a striker. He waits for the ball.
You know he's been notorious for this for 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh, I know nothing about how Messi plays soccer.
Even as a young player, that's how he played. He's always gotten heat for not being involved or not trying, and he just watches and waits and then takes off at the perfect moment.
If you have a guy that can finish like that, you go, cool. Sweet.
Pay him $500 million.
Exactly.
Here's the gross domestic product of a small country. Plays soccer that way.
I don't know if you guys have ever noticed kind of a low-scoring sport. So if you have a guy that can put the ball in the back of the net like he can, you go, okay, cool.
You get to stand around.
You get billions and billions of dollars for that skill set alone.
It's a wild. I guess I wasn't aware of it.
Yeah.
I really haven't watched him that much, but it was because I turned on the game and I'm
Pure
like,
striker.
well, this is really interesting.
As pure as it gets.
He just stands there for the vast majority of the game.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would probably drive me nuts if I were a fan.
It's
if
not
I,
exciting
if I
to
cared.
watch.
It's not, but now I've got a new goal. See, before my ultimate goal was to be a college football coach, to be fired. I would like $100 million to go away.
You want to be Hugh Freeze when you grow up?
$500 million.
Yeah.
To only run and kick the scoring goal.
Yep.
The game-winning goal.
It's
now you have me, sir.
I tell you what, it's key in sports to have a earnable skill set.
Oh, is that maybe where I'm lacking?
And I would say he's got one.
You more excited for the Avs or the Nuggets?
Yes. I am
Same?
equally excited for both
Exactly
of
the
them.
same?
Yes, we've got a
There's no excitement. This is all stress. I feel bad for the Avs. I feel bad for the Avs, man.
Why is
You know what?
Why is this stress? Why is this stress?
Because dude, you got to get a couple more here. The Avs.
It's round one.
Yeah,
I get it. If the Avs, but listen, the Avs either kick their butt or they're gonna, like there's no winning for them. They're the bully. They're the bully fighting.
That's what that game was, right? Like they didn't kick their butt, but they were just the better team.
Yeah.
that probably survived the Kings' best performance that they could give to them.
Let's hope.
I thought the Avs played
Look,
sloppy.
Anton Forsberg, don't let him goalie you.
I thought
think
the
Avs are
Avalanche
going to win the next game 5-0.
I hope so, but I thought they were gonna win
played
yesterday,
a
7-0.
sloppy game yesterday.
Yeah, it took a minute
I
to
thought
get
they
going.
were overpassing.
There's no doubt. Hey, don't get me started.
There was a
Andy's power
little-
play gripe came right back.
Little bit of rust
No
going
shots on
on.
the first one.
Yeah.
When our guy Eddie Olczyk, who we've had on during the playoffs,
That's our
who
buddy.
couldn't be more polite. He's like the most polite analyst ever. Goes, they might want to think about shooting a little more on the power play. That's Eddie Olczyk going, what the bleep are you doing? Let's get some pucks
But
on net.
they still won the game. Like
2-1.
The
Yes,
Nuggets
I
didn't
know.
play great. They still won. The Avs didn't play great. They still won.
What did you think of the shove? What did you think?
I think that's
between
a-
Julius Randle and who gave
Wait,
Nicola
which
the
one?
shove?
Well,
McDaniels?
There's two.
McDaniels, yeah.
There's McDaniels on Joker. I think it was a soft move. I think I don't think they're a tough team.
Hey,
You know
listen,
what it
I
was?
do think Randall went after the back on Aaron
AG.
Gordon.
Yeah.
I don't think that was accidental at all. I think that was a punk move, frankly.
It was. Oh, I love when Andy goes Dirty Harry and start calling
Oh, I
guys
can't wait.
punks.
Valanciunas, come on through. Come on through.
Just
Right on the wrist. How's that feel, bro?
I think it's popcorn muscles there with the Timberwolves, though. I don't think they're a tough
That's
team.
why I'm saying there ain't no popcorn in Valanciunas. Let him just have one.
okay. I think you're all way off. They're just frustrated. They were getting their asses kicked
Oh,
by a
that's
team
it.
that wasn't even
That's
playing
fine. I don't
well.
need Aaron Gordon hurt
That's-
because you know you're not going to win the series.
That's all it was. Like Julius Randle had a really bad game. Like
I don't see it getting any better.
He struggled mightily, and so I take a shot at Aaron Gordon. It was a physical playoff foul. I wouldn't get too worked up about it. Really, like what happened in that game was the Nuggets came out. They played an awful first quarter. They missed a bunch of shots, but they had some sloppy turnovers as well. And then once the Nuggets found their game, and it really started with Jamal Murray in the second quarter, that was it. That was lights out. And I know Minnesota, they battled their way back. You know, they fought their way back into that game. Thank God Jamal Murray's half-court heave brushed against the rim. That worked out in Denver's favor because that's a 5-point game right there, and that could have been a scary moment. But all in all, the Nuggets they handled their business. I think the Nuggets can play way better. I think they're probably going to. For Minnesota, Andy, I don't know what their answers are right now. With Ant banged up, with Naz Reid banged up, I don't know exactly what their answers are at the moment.
That Ant thing, you kind of wonder this time of year, a little bit of sportsmanship over guys. No, Ant's knee's legit not right.
Yeah. Yes. It's not. And he battled and he fought his way through it. But the Nuggets, by the way, like it's well scouted.
Hey, who'd you end up hating?
They have got Ant chasing Jamal in a massive way.
Don't tell me DiVincenzo wasn't annoying you with his threes.
Okay, that was a little bit annoying, but also like he ran out of gas. Like
Oh yeah, I didn't.
He got pretty ugly by the end of that thing. Honestly, if it was anybody, it was probably Rudy. But also the Nuggets made the decision well, Rudy can score. It's fine. We're not going to lose because Rudy Gobert scores 18 points or whatever. The Nuggets, I think they consciously made that decision. They didn't care if Rudy beat them, and they took advantage of it. Honestly, Andy, I'm watching this game and I'm like, one of the things that I was really focusing on, and I'm not trying to sound too arrogant about this because I still think Minnesota's good. Minnesota can win tonight, okay? But one thing is that I was really looking at is, okay, where are these two teams different than the last time around? Because even though that was a 7-game series, Denver spent most of that series on their heels, right?
Yeah.
And I would say this, not having Karl Anthony Towns is giant. And it's like you're lacking a less giant person. Cat's size and physicality could give Jokic problems and could allow Gobert to wander more and be more of a weak side help shot blocker kind of dude. Julius Randle cannot. Number one, he can't guard Jokic. Number two, he can't guard Aaron Gordon. Number three, he's not moving particularly well. And number four, he missed a whole bunch of bunnies inside the lane. Julius Randle's performance was a big reason why Minnesota lost game one, and it wasn't even competitive. I love my dude Ayo Dosunmu. He is not Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
That is an ugly shot, dude.
It's
all I gotta
goes
say.
in, man.
He took a couple.
Yeah,
it's
a push shot.
Woo!
Yeah, it's a push shot.
Yeah, it goes in sometimes,
but he can't defend like Alexander Walker can at all. And when Jaden McDaniels has to be on Jamal Murray the entire game, his effectiveness wanes. Mike Conley has aged in dog years. He's still a really good offensive player. Defensively, though, Jamal was like, give me more of that. I will kill this dude right now. And that's what Jamal went out and did. Jamal Murray is, and let's talk about some differences for the Nuggets. Number one, Jamal Murray is he was already a great player then. He's otherworldly now. He shot 16 free throws because his strategy in that game was catch the ball and get downhill. Force my way into them, force the action. We've watched so much Jamal Murray basketball over the years, Andy. He can get step back happy. He can get, all right, well, I know I can just cook you and hit an off-balance shot, which he does. That's why he's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. But now he's got but I can just go at you and kill you. I can go at you and pull up. I can force you onto your heels and either get you to foul me or initiate the action that way, and he did in that game. He's better than he has ever been, and to me, he was the difference in that game because after a hideous first quarter, the non-Jokic minutes of the second quarter, it was just Jamal being like, okay, guys, I'm putting you on my back, and that was when the game completely flipped in the Nuggets' favor.
Yeah, how about Chris Finch? Wondering why he gets calls.
Yeah,
I don't know. He's an all-star, Chris.
Yeah, it's that's called somebody got 16 free throws.
I know. He's working the refs.
My
He's
team
setting
lost.
It up.
I'm trying to do what I can to make a statement at the podium to complain about it, but here's the other part of it though, Andy. I think if you look at the shooting foul disparity, it was almost dead even. Minnesota, they were doing the dumb stuff, the grabby stuff, the get them into the bonus stuff. That was why the Nuggets shot so many more free throws. That and Jamal took 4 technical free throws in the game, so that's a big chunk. That's 25% of 16 free throws. Quick math. Thank you very much, Illinois Public Schools. So Jamal was huge. Also, again, differences between 24 and 26. Cam Johnson is so much more dangerous than Michael Porter.
Yeah, how about the one where Cam, he went coast to coast one time. Yep. He dribbled and it looked like he was going to settle for a three, got past his defender, went right to the hoop. And then he got out and played defense. He fought over picks. He didn't just stop and go, oh, I'm beat. Guy got in my way.
He had a great game, man. And he missed his first 2 threes, and I didn't even care. It was like, good, keep shooting them.
Yeah.
And he eventually they eventually
Someone had to
started
start
going
hitting
in.
them. They couldn't hit a 3 from anybody in the first quarter.
Exactly. And also, like, again, Cam's driving ability, like Minnesota knew how one-dimensional Porter was. And Mike is not as one-dimensional as it kind of screams, but, like, that's just the way the team's treated him. Oh, if he can't make 7 threes, no one's going to beat us because Michael Porter got layups or Michael Porter got floaters or whatever. They didn't care. Cam, on the other hand, like, he creates off the dribble. He's dangerous off the dribble, and he can knock down threes. Honestly, like, look at the numbers, like, as well as Mike. So Cam is so much better than Porter. Christian Brown is so much better than he was 2 years ago. His defense on Anthony Edwards in game 1 was elite. Like put that defensive game in the rafters of Ball Arena. How good Christian Brown was in game 1. And then
Andy hit 3. He had a couple open threes, which he had to do.
You're absolutely right. He made 2 He made 2 corner threes. There's one of them was in the second quarter where Jokic drived and whipped to the corner and CB knocked it down, and it was just like, okay.
There it is.
And the Nuggets' second unit shooting is everything. The Nuggets' second unit is so much better than it was. And it's so funny, like, we got in and, you know, the guys are talking about Peyton Watson. You don't need him in this series. You really don't. It obviously would be better if you had him, but you don't need him to win this series. Spencer Jones was healthy and was good. And Tim Hardaway and Bruce Brown, while Tim was quiet offensively, I still thought he played well. I thought Bruce played great. The second unit is so much better than it was. I'm going to stay with my prediction of Nuggets in 6. I'm not going to go off of it just because I respect Anthony Edwards in Minnesota too much. But, like, it's very clear who the 3 seed and who the 6 seed is in this series in a game where, again, Denver won by 11, and I didn't even think they played that well.
No, I'm with you. Look, I do wonder if the whistle changes a little bit thanks to Chris Finch's politicking, but we'll see. And again,
when it's going to change, it'll change in game 3.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I don't want to underestimate, to your point, I don't want to underestimate what Minnesota looks like.
Right.
They are going to play better. As you always say, come playoff time, role players shoot better in their home building.
Yes.
And so that'll likely happen.
Bones Highland will make shots.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but you know what? If you're the Nuggets, just go get this one tonight. Avs, go get yours tomorrow. Start out both series 2-0, and let's get ready.
Nuggets won by 11. It was. I thought they had a bad shooting game. I thought they had sloppy turnovers, and honestly, a for him quiet Jokic game.
Yeah, and again, it was interesting to hear that he was annoyed they had so much time off.
Right.
The reports coming from the Amazon broadcast about how he wasn't even psyched that they had to take that much time off.
He likes to play basketball,
He does, and I get it, and he's fine, but I do think, I think Aaron Gordon probably could have used the time off, so that was good.
Yes.
So.
I thought Jamal looked great. Cam looked great. AG physically, I thought, looked terrific. And honestly, like, blessing in disguise, the foul trouble wasn't the worst thing that could have happened. Given the result of the game, him not playing a second of the second quarter, when you look back on it and you're like, oh, Aaron Gordon played 29 minutes and you won by 11 points. Like, that's a fantastic playoff series result for the Denver Nuggets. So, huge win. We're going to talk today about Minnesota's adjustments. We're going to talk about Denver's adjustments to Minnesota's adjustments as we get you ready for Game 2 tonight at 8:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is, of course, as you've been hearing all day long, a playoff ticket Monday. That's right. Game 2 tonight against the Timberwolves. This is your chance to win tickets. There are still limited tickets available. Nuggets.com/playoffs, your chance to win. But you can text the keywords to us. We'll give you the first one on the other side of this break, and you could be going to the game tonight. This is your last chance right here on KNL this afternoon to win tickets to the game. So we'll get you all set up with that. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, the Avalanche are up 1-0 as well. I told you a lot about what I liked about the Nuggets victory. Yeah! I'm sure you will tell me everything that you loved about the Avalanche's victory, and you won't pepper it with any consternation or concern or critique in the slightest bit. That was sarcasm. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 2 tonight against Minnesota, and you have a chance to win tickets right now. Limited tickets still available, nuggets.com/playoffs. But this is your chance to win. Text the keyword 6th right now to 303-504-0925. 6th. S-I-X-T-H. 6th. Right now to 303-504-0925. Their first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword 6th. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck. Is that because Tim Hardaway Jr. is a finalist for the 6th Man of the Year?
That's a good call.
Yeah.
That's a good call by you.
He's going up against Keldon Johnson of the Spurs and Jaime Jaquez of the Miami Heat.
All right.
So best of luck to THJ in his pursuit of a 6th Man of the Year award.
By the way,
BT Dubs.
Apropos of nothing, I don't know why the Heat triggered this thought to me.
Okay.
I tried to watch some of that San Antonio game last night, that San Antonio-Portland game, because it was kind of a fun game for a minute. I know that...
Did you watch Wemby destroy everybody?
Well, the one where Wemby, talk about going coast to coast, got the rebound, did the spin move mid-court, and then, 2 steps and kind of a dunk, but it was still cool.
I find myself just having this thought from time to time when I watch him, and I know it's early. I get all of that. How is he not going to go down as the greatest basketball player to ever live?
He might. He really might. Because what's crazy about him, kind of like Marlo giving Scotty a hard time for telling everybody to quit letting the one Portland guy go right all the time.
Denny Avdia,
and he goes right all the time.
Yeah.
I can't fathom how Wemby's not, he's dribbling so long. Like, there's a lot of space, you know what I mean? A lot of room to try to steal that ball, yet nobody can.
No.
Nobody can.
No, his handle's good.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But you ruined my experience of watching that game. There were way too many colors. You want to talk about sensory overload?
Uh-huh.
I needed one of those quiet rooms. After 5 minutes of staring at my TV, I was like, what are we doing here? With the shirts, and then what was with the tortilla chips in the three-point line? Like, my brain was literally locking up. I think I started seeing squiggly line. Like, what is there's just too much.
Did you see
too much
the big bass drum celebration after the game?
I did not.
And they clap and everything?
No.
They're really leaning into the San Antonio of it all, which I think is smart on their part. But it does make for a Technicolor dream coat of a broadcast.
Good night. And the shirts, and I'm glad you're so coordinated.
It's very well done.
The Spurs have kind of got that old school, cool black and silver, whatever going on.
Yeah.
And it's like you got all this, there's all this other stuff.
But that's always been in their logo.
I know.
Yeah.
But it's just,
it's
Nate.
It's like a big piñata.
Can we calm it? It just looked like my kid at the age of 4 came home from kindergarten with a coloring project, and they made it the floor. Just too much. Holy cow. And then I thought it was hilarious. I don't know if she did it or not. The sideline reporter blended in with her pink. She happened to be in the...
I noticed that.
How about that? And then they were laughing because they go to show her and realize the guy over her shoulder somehow had an orange shirt on. Hey, guy, did you switch with the wrong people? You're not in the right section.
So again, if you didn't see the bass drum celebration, you would not have seen her interview with Wemby after the game, and the crowd's still going nuts. It is loud in there, but she's interviewing Wemby, and Wemby's like, I got to be honest, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's because you're 5 feet taller than her.
I'm way up here. You're down there, and there's so much noise right now.
Yeah, it's just not working for us. Good weekend in the NBA. A lot of blowouts. Detroit. Ooh, wake up, fellas. You might want to do that. But Nuggets Timberwolves, Andy, I thought it was good. I thought it had the playoff chippiness you would have expected between two rivals. It looked like, especially in the fourth quarter, looked like good rivalry basketball. But also it's very clear, and I know it's one game. The Nuggets they're just better than those guys. They're just better than those guys. They're in a serious place. You can see how locked in the group is. It's a good reminder with this team that they don't give a bleep and rip about the regular season. when you watch the way that they played. Like the Spurs game, the overtime game, they cared that day. Game 1 the other day, they cared. It's a good reminder of like, yes, the Nuggets kind of just do what they have to do to get to this time of year, and now they're there, and now it's like, oh yeah, this is a team full of killers that wants a championship in the worst way.
Yeah. Now again, let's keep the health and see where it goes. And now, I think you still have to be a little bit careful in Minnesota and what tactics they're going to take.
Of course. But, I think the Timberwolves still have they still got moves. They still got tactical changes that they can make.
Yeah, I just don't want to see that you've decided, we're going to take half you down with us if we know we're not going to get out of this series. Calm down, Julius Randle. Let's not take so many cheap shots.
Playoff physicality, Andy. It's going to be okay.
All right, that's fine. Shooting a guy right in the back because he went right where Aaron Gordon grabbed that game before he quit playing. So we'll see. Look, Adelman complained about it after the game.
He did. He's got to do his due podium diligence as well.
Well, we got to keep it even.
The key word is sixth.
Sixth.
Text sixth to 303-504-0925, their first and last name. And you are entered for a pair of tickets for Denver and Minnesota. Game 2 tonight. Again, you want to text the keyword sixth to 303-504-0925.
Will next hours be 7th?
Great question.
No, it won't.
Well, it could be.
It might.
Stay tuned. All right, Andy, 2-1 yesterday.
2-1.
Scott Wedgwood, 24 saves on 25 shots. Looked pretty damn good in his first ever playoff start. Arturi Lehkonen and Logan O'Connor.
Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
They got the goals for the Avalanche. Artemi Panarin managed to get one back in an empty net effort for the Kings, but then they took a late stupid penalty and really didn't have a chance to be able to tie that game up. Yes, the game certainly had its physicality to it. Adrian Kempe trying to get all tough on Cale Makar didn't really seem to have much of an effect. But all in all, Andy, after a 2-1 Game 1 victory out of the Avalanche, you, the guy that is on pins and needles more than anyone else I know when you watch the Avalanche, how'd you feel about that one?
I mean, look, they're the better team, and I was proud. I liked the way Scott Wedgwood played in his first playoff start. He was sharp.
Yeah.
Here's what I loved about Wedgwood's performance yesterday. He was sharp in the scramble moments, and if you go back the last couple years, especially against Dallas, where Dallas seems to get Colorado, is the scramble moments that not set plays, just pucks down. Now all of a sudden they can't clear. A couple dumb attempts trying to clear that they couldn't get. Then the puck's popping around like a pinball. And he just was always in the right spot to make a save. Maybe got lucky on a couple of them. I still don't know how Doughty didn't put that one in backside, but whatever. That's the playoffs, right?
That was good fortune.
Yeah, it definitely was.
But the goalie gave up. That's good work by the Kings.
That's a hell of a shooter there.
And then Panarin's great, and then Kopitar completely is just eclipsing.
Yeah, screening
everything for Scott Wedgwood.
It's a playoff goal. It's what I'm always talking about. That's what you got to score in the playoffs, and that's what they did.
Yeah.
Look, the bottom line, just get through that. This is all I kept thinking. Just get through this series. Just get through this series. You're the better team. Just make it happen. They had a couple chances to pot a couple in that first quarter that they didn't. I don't know how.
First period too.
My guy Marty Natchez, you're not getting picked first again. My God. Put a couple home.
Yeah,
Party. You were not causing me a party yesterday, Marty.
He had opportunities. Yes.
So let's maybe get that dialed in. And of course it was Arturi Lehkonen. I love what McKinnon did, just the big shot. Let me ask you this though, and Nate Kreckman's I hate hockey things at times. Not you hate hockey, but you hate the little
I hate for clarity's
Well, I might hate
sake.
this too. I don't understand.
I hate when hockey's stupid.
Right. You
I hate when the puck just bounces.
You don't like scores by accident.
Somewhere exactly.
That's fair.
It drives me nuts.
Let me join in this.
Okay.
I hate hockey scoring, and it bleeds over to the lacrosse world sometimes too. Why isn't it? I don't necessarily like. So McKinnon gets an assist on Lecky's first goal when all he did was scoop up a rebound and score. Now look, it was a hell of a shot that went off the chest.
See, I'll
Anton Forsberg.
I'll give you a little bit of pushback on this
Go
one.
ahead and push back.
Yeah.
I don't know that a shot should also be an assist.
Well,
that was a good, clean shot at the goal by Nate.
Yeah, but it was directly. So really, go back and watch it.
I did multiple times.
Lehkonen beeline to the front of the
Right,
net.
and that's why Nate decided he'd shoot that sucker.
Yes, exactly. McKinnon put it on net. Lehkonen, what was crazy was he tipped it.
And then kicked it.
It was saved, and then it came back to him, and then he put it in. And he did so with a future Hall of Fame defenseman giving him no real estate whatsoever. Like, it's a brilliant play by Lehkonen, but also, wasn't Nathan McKinnon doing exactly what you want him to do? Just wait until there's a body in front and then put the puck on net?
I love it. Shoot the puck.
Yeah.
Sometimes with these points accumulations, I'm just kind of...
Are you saying McKinnon stat stuffing?
No, not he is. I'm saying that the hockey, I mean, whatever.
Stat stuffer?
No, not that he's purposely doing
You going
it.
Kendrick Perkins on Nathan McKinnon right now?
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to. No. I'm just saying they go a first assist to McKinnon, which it was like, it's kind of a shot.
It was the
but
only
whatever.
assist. Yeah.
It is. I don't know. It just neither here nor there.
But that's what's funny about it is if you shoot and there's a rebound and then somebody
Then it's an
scores,
assist.
you get the assist.
Sure.
But also that's like, I don't know, aren't you you're passing it off the goalie?
Yeah, it's fine. It's why goals matter to me more than assists sometimes. But anyway, look, great job by Nate to just fire that thing at the net. They finally started firing that thing at the net a little bit later on. Somebody just texted in and said, what is goalie interference? You know what was interesting? Because then I watched TNT post-game a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the amount of debate on whether Doughty, again, it was Doughty, right, that bumped our guy.
That bumped Drury.
Drury into the goalie. I mean, again, Drury takes a shoulder, gets spun in a 360.
Hits the goalie.
What is he supposed to do?
I don't
Olczyk
know.
kept going, he knew where he was going. Of course he knew where he was going. He's going towards the goal for a rebound, bro.
Andy, I've watched that play, I don't know, 5-6 times or whatever. I don't know. Did Doughty hit him into the goalie or did Drury run into Doughty and then bounce into the goalie? I don't know. Ultimately, Drury bumped into Forsberg and the puck went in.
But he wasn't in. I mean, he got put out of control by Doughty.
Right, but what I wonder about though, well, and could the officials simply look at it and say, yeah, but you were going to cut in front of the net anyway, thus you were risking the possibility of contact with the goaltender. Plus, isn't the other part of it is when they waved it off immediately, then it's like with the call on the ice being what it was. It's a good challenge by Bedsy. He should challenge that every single time. But with the call on the ice being what it was, wouldn't it have made it really hard to overturn it?
Yeah, listen.
Because in real time, the ref is just going to look at it and go, oh, well, Jack Drury ran into Anton Forsberg, so that's interference.
All I know is, are guys allowed to go hard to the net? Yeah, you don't. I mean, again,
right.
If you're going to tell me, well, you were going to this and you were going to, what happened was he went to the spot he wanted to go to and got shouldered and spun around by their defenseman.
Sure.
Again, I guess I have a little less sympathy when the defenseman is the one causing the problem. When you're the one, if you want him out of the way, don't knock him towards the cage.
Well, here's a counterpoint. Isn't that good defense, though? If you're knocking an offensive player.
Not if you're knocking it into my goalie and my goalie gets hurt.
Well, the goalie was fine, and the goal was waved off. Like, that's what happened. And so if what you're doing is either through contact or angles, giving the offensive player very little real estate to operate in front of the crease right near the goalie, I would argue that's good defense.
I would argue that the offensive player was going to the place where he had the right to be. And you decided to create contact towards the crease and put him out of control.
And you gave him less room to be where he wanted to be.
Okay, but you spun him into the crease.
Yeah.
Is that good defense?
I would argue it was because the goal didn't stand.
Yeah, I think it's horse crap.
The keyword is not horse crap. It's sixth. Text sixth.
TH, folks. Spell it again. SIXTH. Sixth. Like the 6th of May.
It's 5th. It's 7th. Nope. It's 6th.
The 6th time we've had this debate, even though we've never had this debate.
To 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Let's talk about Scott Wedgwood. 24 saves on 25 shots.
Dude, I'm telling you,
Is
he's
it his
the guy.
net? Is it his net? It feels like it should be
How
his net.
about Olczyk saying he was surprised he was the starter, and then no, it wasn't Olczyk. It was Boucher. He goes, yeah, well, I thought, I don't. Again, I want to say it to the nation.
Scott Wedgwood led the NHL in goals against and save percentage.
Yeah, I get it. Blackwood is the likely future number one netminder of this team.
Yeah.
If the things go according to plan. But this year, the better goaltender, I think, more often has been Wedgwood. So I love the decision. And to your point, I hope it stays his net.
And yet,
we're not sure.
Bedsy is hanging on the fence.
Well, I think Bedsy likes playing the game with him.
I sure do.
Here's my question to you. If the Avs get up 3-0, does Bedsy let Blackwood try to close out a series?
I think he does. Yeah, I think he does.
I mean, we shouldn't be surprised if that's how this goes down.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I think he does. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Of just like, okay, here's a soft launch for you in the postseason, and let's see what we get. And what if Mackenzie Blackwood goes out there and has a 35 save shutout in Game 4, and then you're like,
then what?
Now I got a choice for Game 1 of the next series.
Sure. Well, but then you got Dallas not knowing. Although if it's Dallas, you got to throw Wedgwood against them. Although Dallas, I don't know. Maybe you need to get by Minnesota.
Yeah, they got their own.
I'm not
right
loving
now.
Minnesota either. By the way, to be clear, when Connor McGahey told us, "Hey, neither team is going to be any walk in the park," Kazansky, you like that? You know who Kazansky is?
I don't know.
It's Iceman.
Oh, Top Gun. Okay. I should have known.
Look, you default to your Caddyshack. I default to Top Gun, and so does Connor McGahey.
There you go. It works.
So someone did ask the question, if Jamal shoots and misses and someone dunks at home, is that an assist in basketball now?
So do you remember the term, the Kobe assist?
No.
Okay.
Is that a thing? Is that what he would do?
So what you call it is Kobe would take some stupid off-balance layup, miss it, and then Shaq was right there.
And just,
and he would hammer it home.
Break
and
the
so
backboard.
that's kind of what they started calling it, is the Kobe assist.
Yeah.
Fourth quarter, Jamal misses corner three, Jokic, boom, with the tip in. Like, when you've got a guy like that, like, no, you don't get credit for the assist, but it can be a good play to just put the ball on the rim if you have a great offensive rebounding big man in the middle. So
Shaq, the specialist in what I'll call the aerial teabag.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Jokic, when you guys lost to them in Game 7 last year, in 2024, excuse me, you said that team was built to beat us, but how has your team kind of grown heading to face them again this season?
I think it's some people say it's same team. I don't think it's the same team. People are more experienced. People are more experienced. Different players. One player can change the whole situation, the whole rotation, the whole momentum of the team. So I don't think it's the same. It's the same teams, both. But I think it's always going to be interesting game. I feel so whenever we play, it's always interesting. So we have different coverages, they have different coverages. So it's a really nice basketball, interesting basketball game.
It is funny to listen to Nikola Jokic talk about it afterwards as like a guy that is has a PhD in basketball, is a connoisseur of basketball. After the game, Nikola Jokic was like, it's high-level basketball that's out there getting played, which it is. And the chess match now goes into Game 2 tonight, and we have to see what the adjustment is going to be out of Minnesota. I mean, Andy, one adjustment that we did see in that game was, did you happen to notice the Nuggets had very good non-Jokic minutes in the second quarter? They were, I think it was, technically they said Val was a +6 in the second quarter because they made the sub in the middle of 2 free throws. Really, it was +7. They went from down 10 to down 3 by the time Jokic came back into the game. Jamal was spectacular in those minutes, especially Bruce Brown's aggressiveness, I thought was a huge key in that game. And Val was big, which is exactly what you need him to be in those minutes. When they did it again in the fourth quarter, it didn't go as well, but one of the adjustments that Chris Finch made was it was Io and 4 starters. He was just like, it's desperation time for us. And I think that's going to be one of his adjustments to try and do better in non-Jokic minutes is I'm just going to throw all my starters out there. And, Val and Hardaway were both -5 in the fourth quarter. His adjustment is just going to be, all right, well, then I'll put better players on the floor when Jokic isn't out there.
Yeah, well, I thought about that because you had told us that you had said last week you thought, especially with Rudy, they'd hunt some non-Jokic minutes with him, and then like you said, all of a sudden,
it was the entire
Randall
starting
was back
5
out there. Yeah,
yeah, except for Io was in for McDaniels. That was it.
So yes, it got interesting, but again, then they're gonna have to and look, maybe they have the conditioning to pull that off. I don't know. We'll see. But down the stretch,
do they though, man? Ant is hobbled.
Yeah, and he kept grabbing his knee multiple times.
Yeah. Naz Reid looks terrible, by the way.
Yeah, he did not.
His shoulder is.
They're not whole.
No, they very much aren't. Now look,
which is why you better go handle business tonight.
Yeah. You got to be up 2-0 going into their place. Yeah, you absolutely have to be. You have to have this game tonight. In your building with all the inherent advantages that come with being in your building. And again, like we talk about younger guys making shots. Spencer Jones, like 5 big points out of Spencer Jones. He made a 3 and he got fouled on another one, which, by the way, I did appreciate. I don't remember if it was Dwayne Wade or Candace Parker that pointed it out, but that Naz Reid fouled Spencer Jones because of Spencer Jones' weird shooting form, which I thought was kind of funny, which... it's something you got to learn in game 1 of a series. Like, oh, this guy's follow-through goes all the way across his body, which I thought was kind of funny. But no, like, those guys made shots. Do that again tonight. You have to be up 2-0 going into their place. God, the Nuggets offensively, though, they're so good.
They are when they get going.
They found their shot all night.
That first quarter was rough, but...
It was, but like... and
they'd had a week off.
The turnovers were annoying, but I liked the shots they were taking. And it was like, okay, this is annoying, and I think the Nuggets were annoyed. They weren't making their shots, but I thought they were getting good looks. The one thing that was weird about the first half of that game was, and I marked this down, Andy. I don't know if you saw the tweet from ESPN Insights at halftime. I brought this up with Dan Tanner on In the Paint. Jokic's, he was 2 for 3 for 6 points, and 3 turnovers with Rudy as his primary defender, but Minnesota kept him outside the paint. His shortest field goal attempt in the first half was from 19 feet. everything was outside. And it was a lot of him handling the ball either at or behind the 3-point line. If I'm looking for an adjustment out of the Nuggets tonight, it is I want to try and get Joker the ball on the block and force Minnesota to decide, is this just going to be Rudy or Randall or whomever is on him in those minutes, Nas, whomever is on him in those minutes, or are they going to send a double and can Jokic get them rotating and find an open shooter somewhere, which, spoiler alert, he can.
Yeah, try to avoid a little of that mid-range, like in between the key and the 3-point arc where he got caught a couple of times and Rudy kept knocking the ball out of his hands. It's frustrated him. And then, Jamal tried to force it back to him on that pass that Rudy picked off. And try to, like you said, maybe don't get him the ball a little bit lower. Get him the ball a little bit closer to his office, if you will.
Right.
Not saying he can't handle it out there, but teams, that's been one of those noticeable things this year. They're not afraid to try to poke their hand in there and knock the ball away from him when he tries to dribble in like that.
And also, don't you, I don't even know if I wonder this anymore. I wonder if it's just something I inherently know now. Like, Nikola Jokic is going to spend the first half of game 1 of a series just dissecting.
Yeah, he wants to see what you got for him.
Yeah. He's and a lot of it was just, okay, I'm taking a look at what they're doing and how they're dealing with me. And largely, Chris Finch's strategy was, and it's not the worst one in the world, was just, well, I got a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year in Rudy Gobert. I'll have him guard Nikola Jokic.
But do you think he wants to do that? Because they've talked about in the past, and I know some of the breakdown shows I've watched, as you kind of stated last week too, Rudy does want to be the float defender that can come over and adjust and mess with his shot that way.
Going back to what Joker was saying in the cut that we played coming into this segment, when they don't have Karl Anthony Towns anymore, and with Nas being banged up, Julius Randle, I guess he can front Jokic. If Julius Randle is on Jokic's hip or on Jokic's back when he catches, it just put the 2 points on the scoreboard. Like, he's going to score on him. He's going to dominate that matchup. They can try with smaller guys again. Like, you could put Ant on him and get Ant into his legs, but like, does Ant want to do that with his crappy knee right now? Probably not. I suppose they could throw Mike Conley in there to get kicked around a little bit, but
how much does Mike Conley have in him? 5 minutes tops, 4 minutes.
What did he play in game 1?
Well, I mean, not if he's trying to deal with Joker and be the small ball matchup. That's not going to last for him.
No.
For him, he looked tired the other night just doing what he did.
Yeah, Conley played 10:38. Yeah. I suppose, I don't know, like maybe Slow-Mo's the best matchup for him.
But he owns Kyle Anderson. He owns him all. Well,
he does.
I don't want any of this to be famous last words for tomorrow. That's all.
No, but these are the conversations that Chris Finch and Mike Inori and their staff are having right now of just like, what is the strategy for how do we play this?
Are any of the other series even going to be as fun as this one? There's genuine hate here. It is a rivalry.
Right.
They faced each other up. And look, again, are the Nuggets clearly the better team in the 3 seed for a reason? Yes, they are. We still know that Minnesota could bite them. Still know that Minnesota can give them trouble. Boy, I tried watching. What was that? OKC and Phoenix.
Oh, that was just
a brutal
game.
Them.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Rockets-Lakers game 1 was kind of fun. Kevin Durant didn't play. I thought LeBron had a very Jokic-like game. Was honestly like, I wonder if we've reached the point now where old LeBron is like watching Jokic film and being like, what can I pick up from what this guy does? Because I thought he had some of that. He had a very good distributing game. Plus, he can still get chase down blocks when he needed to. I'm right now, like this. I know this is going to sound like blasphemy. I root for 41-year-old LeBron. I didn't root for 31-year-old LeBron, but I root for 41-year-old LeBron just because I am also old and decrepit. So I'm rooting for a guy that is just on his last legs and has no help around him.
Well, and you got to hope if they could get it, because who would they face? OKC if this all goes chalk? The Nuggets would face San Antonio. They'd face OKC because there's no beating OKC.
I was going to say, I think we need Houston to win that series because at least they have enough size to knock around with the Thunder for, I don't know,
man, do they have the mental? Do you think they have the mental what they need to do it, though?
No. And if Durant's got a knee contusion.
Durant doesn't,
Yeah.
No. Durant's always a wild player.
He is.
What does he have? What's it called? Knee what?
He's got a knee contusion, I think.
Okay.
He was contused in his knee.
Sure.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Is he contused with his teammates still, or
I think so. Yes. I don't.
So now he ain't into it.
I don't think any of those guys like each other.
Kind of wants it just to be over.
I think it's. I don't think that whole thing has gone very well. I think KD was really hoping they wouldn't find his burner. He's getting a little sloppy in his old age.
Shoot. He always has a burner that gets found, though. Is that true? I think he wants them to find the burner.
Or is it just he's had so many burners, there's no way he can get away with all of them. Like too many irons in the fire. Too sloppy.
Are they all dedicated to one thing? Like is one speaking up for the whales or something? I mean, how do you manage that many accounts?
It's a great question. I could barely manage my own Twitter account. Kevin Durant, who's one of the most famous people on the planet, I don't know. He's able to judge. He's got those balls in the air, man. Let me tell you. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We got a top 100 to dive into with Leggy here today. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Good hour number 1, getting you ready for Nuggets and Timberwolves game 2, 8:30 tonight, right here on your home for the Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hour number 2, we got Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:20. Top 100 is out. Interesting pick at number 62. I think I gotta try and nail Legwold down on this one with who he put at number 62, which is the Broncos pick, as we know. Game for now. Game 2, Timberwolves Nuggets tonight. It's an NBC Peacock affair tonight, Andy. We get Michael Grady, Brian Scalabrine, Austin Rivers, Grant Liffman. I'm assuming that's sideline guy. But we got Scal and former Nugget Austin Rivers will be providing color analysis tonight. Michael Grady on the play-by-play after we got the Harlan, Candace Parker, Dwayne Wade trio in Game 1. Of course, we don't have a local broadcast.
But you can check out both Altitude TV and Altitude Plus for pre- and post-game coverage.
As you should. And you can, of course, listen to Kaz right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We do have the Avalanche on Altitude. That was
the Avalanche.
Yes, I did take in. Let's see. First period, I did the TNT first. I did the Altitude guys second period.
Are you pumped for this?
I was.
I am, Moj.
Yes, and then I
Cracker.
spent the third period flipping around a little bit and kind of getting a good taste of everybody. So good to have the multiple broadcasts available. Real quickly, back to the Amazon broadcast we got for Game 1 of the Nuggets. I don't need Dwayne Wade there.
I don't either. I'm with you.
Candace is a really good analyst. Just let her do the game. Dwayne Wade
just doesn't seem to have anything to say.
I don't think he added anything. I'm with you.
He was quiet.
Yeah. He's quiet. His energy sucked. Harlan was his usual brilliant self. Although I did even call Harlan out a little bit for this on Twitter. And look, Kevin Harlan, friend of the show, we love the guy. But when Jamal tried to throw the lob and DiVincenzo deflected it and broke it up, like good play. And Harlan gave that play the energy it deserved. However, my eyes were still watching the action as DiVincenzo then fumbled the ball away at the other end of the floor and had to go diving into the seats after it and turned it right back over to Denver while Harlan was still screaming about the deflection on the defensive end, which it's like, I know you want to get fired up, Big Kev, but like, you should probably point out, but then the guy kicked it away at the other end.
Could have been a great play, but rug burn for nothing.
Right. It wasn't good. Let's listen to Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray shot 16 free throws in Game 1.
Chris Finch was not happy.
He was not. He made all 16 of them. What did Jamal Murray have to say about getting to shoot 16 free throws?
4 of them were technicals, before the ball gets in bounds and this and that. So, I thought I got fouled on every single one of them, so I don't know what everybody's talking about. It's real fouls.
They sure were.
Yeah.
They were fouls. And Jamal got those fouls because, Andy, he forced the action. And by the way, he didn't make a single three. He was 0 for 8.
How about that?
It's stark when you look at the box score and you're like, he was 0 for 8 from 3, but he was aggressive. He was downhill. And, he caught Rudy on a couple of switches and took jump shots over him. I'm interested to see if in Game 2, what if Chris Finch just says, I'll switch everything, I'll have Rudy go out on Jamal, and then see how Jamal plays it? Because honestly, like if you're Chris Finch, like don't you kind of live with a mid-range jumper from Jamal Murray? Like he makes a lot of them, but like it's not the most efficient shot in the world. If Rudy can force him into that rather than, Jamal going into the body because Rudy's 11 feet tall, maybe it's not the worst outcome. Maybe that's how he plays it tonight. Because the couple of times that he did do that in Game 1, Jamal obliged and took the jumper. He made it a couple of times, but that's just because he's brilliant. But, like, you'll live with that, I think, if you're Minnesota.
Yeah, but then what happens with Joker?
Right.
If Jamal pulls him too far out, can he play that float defense to try to affect the Joker shot that he wants to do, he being Rudy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We'll see. Look, it's a chess match. Here's the thing. You got Tim Hardaway Jr. playing well. How about Bruce Brown? Flashes of Bruce Brown from the championship year in 23. Couple of big energy plays, right? I'm not telling you that Bruce Brown was the MVP of the game or anything, but gosh, that guy's energy at key times just reminded me of what he brought in that championship run a couple years ago, and it's good to have him back on the bench.
Yeah, it's so funny. Second quarter, I literally wrote, Bruce Brown's aggressiveness is making an impact. That's
one of the reasons why they made up that deficit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, those second quarter non-Jokic minutes were great with Jamal. Val, and he wasn't great, but, like, he was big, and he was physical, and, he used his fouls. He did what he had to do. We'll see how long Adelman sticks with it, if he's going to try and use Spencer Jones as a small ball five. Spencer looked good, by the way. I didn't notice. Did you think he looked at all like he was coming off of a hamstring injury? I thought Spencer looked good.
Yeah, I thought Spencer looked good.
Yeah.
The shot needs to get a little bit dialed in, but he's out there to do what he's going to do. I think if you don't want to stress his hamstring, you get you give Val that first quarter chunk or first half chunk, I should say, second quarter in the non-Jokic minutes, and then maybe you get Spencer in there as part of the anchor to the small lineup in the second half.
Right.
And that way you're not asking him to play too many minutes as he tries, because he's got to get back in shape along with making sure his hammy's okay.
Let's listen to Anthony Edwards. He reacted to Jamal Murray's 16 free throws in game one. He was asked about it in the post game. Here's Ant.
Some of the fouling on Jamal maybe carried over into other possessions and kind of affected you guys maybe mentally tonight. Did you feel that with some of the fouling tonight and maybe some of the tough stretches of defense?
No, not really. I mean, we expected it to be a game like this, and if that's the case, then we wasn't mentally ready because we knew how it was gonna go, and they're gonna get foul calls, and we might not get none, and that's okay. So we got to be ready for that and mentally prepared for it to go their way and not go our way, and we should be okay with that.
I would say this: the Nuggets got a pretty good whistle through the first half of that game. I thought the whistle kind of turned towards the Timberwolves in the fourth quarter. I don't know that either team can have the heaviest of complaints about that thing. Frankly, by the time the thing all ended up at the end of the night.
I want to play one more Ant cut, and then I want to revisit a little bit about what the Timberwolves' mental state is after that game. But listen to Anthony Edwards talk about dealing with the Jokic and Murray two-man game and what it's like to chase Jamal Murray around for 38 minutes.
It's really tiring chasing him around. He's in like every action. If the first DHO don't work, it's another DHO coming, and it's a pin down coming for him. So they got a lot of tricks up their sleeve when it comes to getting him the ball, getting him off of people who pressure him, like not letting him bring the ball up the court. So they got a good scheme for him, but we got a couple different guys we can throw at him, but he did a good job tonight. He played well.
Yeah. One of the things I've always appreciated about Anthony Edwards, and this is going back to his rookie year, Andy, like I remember like him doing a podcast interview like early on in his rookie year and just being like, I was not prepared for trying to rebound in the NBA, and talked about all the ways that these bigger pro basketball players were just kicking his ass on the boards and how tough it is to be a rebounding guard in the NBA and trying to fight through, deal with boxing out and everything like that. Like, I remember this interview really specifically because it was like, you never hear guys talk like that. A guy just being like, yeah, it is really hard to be an NBA player, you know? And right there, that's again, like he's not just brushing it off. He's just like, no, they have the number one offense in the NBA for a reason. Like, these guys are really, really hard to guard, and Jamal Murray never stops moving.
Here's what I would say to any young person out there. You want to be a better person, you want to be better in any path of life you go into, be a little like Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
You know what? Because he just comes out, he's rarely whining after games. Is he cocky? Is he brash? When he wins, he's going to tell you that. He's not going to be a good winner. however you want to say it. He's a sore winner.
Well put.
He's gonna dunk all over you. But you know what? He never cries or blames something. He is always very aware of what he is, aware of what the problem was. Like you said right there, in their building, we got to expect we maybe aren't going to get the whistle, so we shouldn't be crying about that. He knows it'll probably go his way back there. But the guy is never he's never up there necessarily whining about anything. He's just telling you it is what it is, basically.
He talks to his teammates or to his opponents in game.
Yeah.
Right? And he's loud and he'll MF guys and because that gets him going when he's out on the floor, but like it's also facade. It's also like this is how I motivate myself when I'm playing the game. Afterwards, when I'm talking about it, I'm just going to be honest and talk about what is happening out there. And then,
but he's going to tell you when he wins and he thought he had a good night.
Yeah.
You are not going to want to listen to that post-game presser like in, what was that, 2 years ago when they won in Game 7 coming down from 20.
Yeah.
If you're the opposing fan, you aren't going to want to hear any of his cuts. But the bottom line is I do think he's very aware of what he is. He's very honest about the situation. He doesn't make excuses for stuff. So
he played 38 minutes in Game 1. I don't know how Finch gets more out of him. I mean, I suppose so. He shot 7 of 19 from the field. He was 2 of 9 from 3. He took a team high 7 free throws for the Timberwolves. Like he could shoot better. There's no doubt. Like
he doesn't have the sudden burst though right now. Did you notice that? Like he needs a little wind up. He needs to get going and then he can go to the hole.
Yeah,
it's not just
when he got downhill.
First step deadly right now.
When he got downhill, it's still there, but yeah, it's a little bit tougher for him to get to that spot. I did notice that as well. And the Nuggets just, again, like they're blitzing him like Jokic is playing him at the level, and the Nuggets compromise with it in Game 1 was we don't care if Rudy scores, which Rudy had a good game.
Well, and I also do think that they're ultimately going to live off of letting the support players shoot well or not. Now, look, it may bite them in Minnesota. It may get them there because probably Nas shoots better. Probably DiVincenzo shoots. Although DiVincenzo wasn't horrible. He had actually made
4 for 7.
3 threes in a row.
Yeah, he was 4 for 7.
He just didn't shoot a lot.
He cooled off. He made his first 4, and then he missed his last 3. McDaniels was 0 for 4. Nas was 0 for 3. This is from behind the arc. Bones was 0 for 1.
And that's where they could close that 11-point deficit they had on you.
Yeah.
So you got to watch the 3-point shooter.
Nuggets, and here's the other part of it, though. The Nuggets can shoot so much better. They were 10 of 36, 28% from 3. Like, both Bruce and AG missed threes that could have put the game away. We know they had a cold start shooting the 3 ball in the first quarter. So if the Nuggets clean that up and get back to being, I don't know, the best 3-point shooting team in the NBA, that's just it. I think coming off of Game 1, both coaches and both teams will say we could have done many things so much better. I guess my argument for why I like the Nuggets tonight, and again, ultimately why I like the Nuggets in the series, is I think Denver's ceiling is higher. I think the Nuggets have more to get to than this banged-up Timberwolves team does.
Look, they've tried to come up with a deeper bench to get past OKC, and in the process, that deeper bench helps them get past you.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't shoot 3 for 11 from 3 and have 6 turnovers and get AG in foul trouble in the first quarter.
Yeah, which was unreal.
Yeah, you probably handle that game quite well. We have got another keyword for you on a Nuggets playoff ticket Monday. You want to go to Game 2 tonight? We've got another keyword for you to text in coming up here on the other side. Plus, we're going to talk to Jeff Legwald about his top 100, which you can view right now at ESPN.com. Interesting ranking at number 62. I feel as though Leggy was trying to give us something to talk about. We'll do just that next.
All right, guys, it's Andy Lindahl. Time to tell you again about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, if you're dealing with ED, I don't need to tell you the problems that it can cause. But if you've been looking for solutions to erectile dysfunction and you want to talk to people that can give you advice and guidance, it's the people over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's real easy. You make an appointment over there and you go and you talk to them. That first appointment is $99, includes medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free. Why go there? I'm sure you maybe heard some of these claims before. It's real easy, though. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, first off, they have multiple options for you, treatments at work, when the pills and the herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some that can even have you lasting an hour or more. And here's the other thing. It's about the guidance. I've told you about my GLP-1 journey with them and the weight loss stuff. It's been good to have their guidance as to what to do if you get in a bad spot. And they can help you with this. They can help offer you solutions and advice throughout the journey, not just one visit and you're done. So that's why you want to talk to the folks over the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, the day after your appointment, you could be ready to go again. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you in Fort Collins and the Springs, plus a great revamped location in Castle Rock, also locations in North and Central Denver. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Before we get to our own Big Papa, Jeff Legwold, let's get you with a keyword right now because Game 2 is tonight against Minnesota. You have a chance to win tickets. There are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/playoffs, but this is your chance to win. Text the keyword clutch right now. Again, clutch to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered for tickets to Game 2 tonight. It's all brought to you by the Will Hite Law Firm, giving you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, the keyword right now is clutch, C-L-U-T-C-H. Text that to 303-504-0925 along with your name, and you are entered to win tickets for Game 2 tonight. All right, Jeff Legwold. It's published. It's happened. It's right here on my screen. The top 100, Jeff Legwold ranking the top 100 players in the 2026 NFL Draft. And Leggy, you know I had to go directly to number 62.
Yes,
of
course.
And I wondered, I'm like, is Jeff Legwold doing this on purpose? Because I couldn't help but notice you got a linebacker right there at number 62, Josiah Trotter, out of Missouri. Is he a target for George Payton and the Broncos in the second round?
Well, I will say they've done they do plenty of work on everybody. I don't want to make it sound like, it's out of the ordinary, but they have done a lot of inquiry about his knee and all of the rest of it. He had arthroscopic surgery at the end of the season, but they did not have him in a top 30 visit that I could nail down. They did meet with him extensively, a formal meeting and all the rest of it at the combine. But they have spent a lot of time on him as a player. And I think if they take a linebacker in that area, Trotter or Jimmy Rolder are the two guys you should sort of keep handy in that general area. If it's a linebacker, I think the strength of the board will be defensive linemen at that point, though, and they may get forced in another direction.
All right, Leggy, you put Mendoza at 7. You said, and you tell people, I put the quarterbacks where they should be. Everybody else moves the quarterbacks up. The top QB in this draft, at least considered by many, goes at 7, and he is the number 1 quarterback in the list. Why there?
That's just where his grade fell for me. And it's an amazing season. I don't want to cheapen anything the guy did this year, and no red zone interceptions for 2 years. That's big time production. But at elite level play, he has really one season as a body of work. Tremendously accurate, precision. He is as precise a prospect as I've seen in a long time. And it's just the pocket mobility. I charted a bunch of games, and there isn't much between the numbers in that offense. So that's a little bit uncertain. So just some of those things, but yeah, he ain't waiting to 7. He's coming off at number 1. I've been told he's memorized 3/4 of the playbook already for the Raiders. So, or, however they have given him the information to deal with, but yeah, he's the top quarterback, and it ain't close. He's the only first-round quarterback in grade-wise in this draft for me.
All right, we got the quarterback out of the way. Let me bounce back into Nate's neighborhood because it is interesting. What I like to do when you pick someone, and you've got Josiah Trotter at 22, in case you missed the beginning of the interview, linebacker out of Missouri. That's 62. Number 62.
Yeah.
That's not what Jeff's saying the Broncos would do. So let's go and relate it to the Broncos now. They seem to have had an interest in the guards and the centers and the tackles. And I see at number 60, you've got Georgia Tech offensive lineman, guard center, Keelan Rutledge. Is this a guy the Broncos would have interest picking that high if he was in that neighborhood? Or do you think the number 2, their second round pick is maybe too high for them to go picking on the offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, that is in the modern NFL, that is a high pick for a center guard. In this day and age, they certainly didn't take Meinertz that early. But, this regime, and I thought it was when they did speak publicly last week, I thought it was interesting. George Payton made it a point to say best player available to a point, basically, it has to make sense, but he is worthy of that grade, 62 in my mind. And he fits their mold. He was in a run heavy offense with Tech, but a lot of movement skills. He is a right guard in college. That's not really a need spot for them, but a lot of times a top guard center prospect can play with either hand down, and that sounds simple, but it's not. Looking at things from the left and from the right can be very different, but I believe he could play either guard spot or center in the NFL, so he definitely would be worthy of the pick. I just don't know that they put that kind of value on a guard and center, but if the board falls a certain way, he's best player available in that realm.
Yeah, and you can certainly see a future need at that spot. The key word is clutch. Text clutch to 303-504-0925 along with your name right now, and you are entered to win tickets to Game 2, Minnesota and Denver tonight at Ball Arena. Leggy, how does the Dexter Lawrence trade with the Giants now having number 5 and number 10, how does that perhaps change what Joe Shane and John Harbaugh's approach is going to be to number 5, and now that they have number 10, how are they going to handle having 2 picks that high?
Man, I know an awful lot of people in the league, Nate, who are stunned.
Yeah,
they got a number 10 pick for a D tackle, as good as that D tackle is, but they control the board, really. I mean, other than the Raiders, the Raiders get to do whatever they want.
Yeah,
and until you get to the Giants, those teams have control, but the Giants control from 5 on down to 15, really, by what they do. They're gonna flip a lot of dominoes for people. On the board?
Does this make it easier to take Jeremiah Love now at number 5 if you've got number 10? Like they could get Caleb Downs easily right now. At number 10, they could a receiver could fall, whatever it may be. But does this give them more leash to make the luxury picks, so to speak, with a running back at 5?
Yeah, yes. B, they got a shot at getting 2 blues.
Yeah,
the proverbial blue player on the board, which is the highest scouting grade in a lot of the color coding a lot of the teams use. Love is worth any pick on the board, really. Yeah. I mean, you'd have a hard time taking him over the quarterback at 1 if you're the Raiders, but talent-wise, he is worth any pick on the board. A spectacular player. I don't live in the world. I get the analytics. I've studied them extensively. I understand it. I think 3 awesome years with a running back, if you're a team ready for that pick, like Arizona. I'm not sure Arizona is ready to put Jeremiah Love into their lineup and win. You know what I mean? I think if you're a team up in that realm and you're ready to, and I think the Giants are more ready, but he's a spectacular player. I will be stunned, the proverbial, if he stays healthy, if he just does not have a spectacular, he is an NFL modern day, multifaceted running back as you can find on the board in recent years. In the passing game, he doesn't just run routes. He runs precise routes. He gets exact depth. He's, the hands to the ball are perfect. I mean, this isn't just a guy catching passes. He's a receiver the minute he leaves the line of scrimmage. And the thing that impressed me the most beyond all of that is the number of missed tackles this player forced was incredible for me. And I've looked at running backs every year, and this is a really, really special type of player.
All right, so again, to keep a Denver angle on this, you've got at 53, Stowers, the tight end out of Vanderbilt, 56, Max Clare, the tight end at Ohio State. Is Stowers worth the extra cheddar in a trade to try to get up and get him versus Max Clare, or how close are they? Obviously, the grades are close. which is the more ideal fit for Sean Payton if they are thinking about jumping up there, Leggy?
Well, Claire's grade, based on having played the position longer, he's more refined. Dowers is the athlete, one of the best athletes on the board. To me, if he gets past 50 and I'm the Broncos, I'm starting to figure out, can one of those 4th round picks get me there? You know, that's really the only round they have anything in the upper half, you know. So package one of the 4th rounders with the 3rd rounder and some of the stuff late in the day on day 3 and see if you could make it happen. But I think if he got past 50, they got enough to do it. And I personally believe he would be worth that in this offense.
Now, wait, you said 3rd rounder, so you're trading the 27th 3rd rounder, you're saying?
Oh, no, I meant see if the 2nd round pick, see if you can use the 2nd round pick with one of your 4th rounders.
To jump the 15 spots or whatever?
Yeah, and then mix and match the late day 3 picks. They have almost all their picks on day 3. So, make some kind of package with those. I don't have the draft chart right in front of me, but I think off the top of my head, you could take the 2nd rounder, a 4th rounder, and some of the late day 3 stuff and make something happen. I think he would be worth it. I think, as long as you're not in the realm of he's got to come in and be an all-around tight end immediately and be proficient in all things in the playbook before he's involved, then don't waste your time making the trade. If you want him to go in and catch passes and run past linebackers and safeties, bring him in immediately and do that.
Yeah, and we've talked about this, guys. Like the Broncos, as a football team that does not have glaring obvious holes. Like, and you brought this up in regards to Caleb Banks, who's an absolute stud and could be tumbling because of a knee injury. These are the kind of guys the Broncos can draft because they don't have I honestly don't think they have a single starting spot available this upcoming season. Like the Broncos can flat out just say, we are drafting on future production and future potential and future ceiling.
I think the right inside linebacker could start. Maybe.
Okay.
I think the right like Sternad and the rookie would be flipping certain roles. I think it could happen. I think they're comfortable with the idea of Singleton and Sternad playing in the base, or what's Drew Sanders going to look like in camp, all of these things. But I think the right inside, like if Rodriguez somehow ended up in their lap, I think that's a walk-in just because of the way he plays, his awareness. There are several inside linebackers, in the upper half of day 2, I think would be worthy of coming in and really challenging to play. But it's a tough position to play as a rookie. But if it was just a 1st and 2nd down proposition, I think that is one spot where a rookie, and like Stowers, to me, it's like if you pick him, you already know the plays in the playbook you're thinking of it, so he would get important downs, maybe not starting downs, but he would get important downs.
So you're saying Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker out of Texas Tech at 45, if they were to fall to him, that's where you think maybe that's the guy that walks in? That's who you're referring to?
Well, he's prepared for that. That's the kind of player who's ready, just his game, his physicality, his awareness. He gets if you want to find the ball, just follow him and you'll find the ball, and forces fumbles, all the things rookies have a hard time doing at that position and I think physically you've got to be prepared for that job. And not all rookies are ready physically, but he is.
All right. Before we let you go, can you finally tell us who was the guy you were stressing over that you bumped 2 spots? Who was it?
Oh, I gotta look down now because there were several, but
who was the biggest stressor that Leggy felt stupid about later that you referred to Nate the other day?
Bryce Lance was
Bryce
Trey
Lance.
Trey Lance's
the
brother.
Receiver. Yeah.
I love him as a prospect, and I had a lot of scouts telling me, "Oh, you got him too high." I got him at 93. You got him too high, and he sat at 96 on my board from like November to last week. And I went back and I looked at snaps, and I moved him 3 spots. That is just an epic all-timer for me. But
good news for Logan Jones, who's now 96.
Yeah, no one cares but me. Like absolutely no one's gonna say, "Oh, I can't believe you got Bryce Lance at 93." But yeah, that's inside the warped brain of me right there.
There it is, everybody. He's Jeff Legwold, man. Leggy, excellent work on the top 100. You got to stop by on Wednesday, and you got to break this down with us even further as we get closer to the NFL draft. But as always, Jeff, excellent work. Great read. We appreciate you putting in all of that time and even agonizing over whether or not to move Trey Lance's brother up 3 spots. So we appreciate it, man.
All good. And I'll be ready to roll Wednesday if you want that.
All right. Jeff Legwold, we're going to spend an hour with Leggy coming up on Wednesday. Game 2 tonight, Minnesota and Denver. You got a chance to win tickets right now. Still limited tickets available. Nuggets.com/playoffs. But this is your chance to win tickets to the game right now. You got to text the keyword clutch. Clutch to 303-504-0925. Clutch. Like what Kempe was doing to Cale Makar yesterday.
Hey, a little more in the clutch.
Along with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is clutch. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Nuggets look to take a 2-0 lead over the Timberwolves tonight. Only place to hear a local broadcast of the game action. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bertinoli will kick off the pregame show, powered by Ramos Law at 8 p.m. Tip-off with Jason Kosmiski, 8:42. We're calling it 8:42 tonight. Don't miss a second of playoff action on your home for the Nuggets. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Can I speak to the manager? I don't care for the 8:42. I'd like 8 o'clock. Frankly, I'd like 7 o'clock.
I'd like
we are in the Mountain Time
6:30,
Zone,
yeah.
and I would prefer that. That's the problem with the national people taking this stuff over.
Think about if
Remember when we
you're
used to at least get one local time zone for the first round.
if you're a Timberwolves fan, the
Yeah,
game
that's
tips
10
off
o'clock.
at 9:42
Yeah,
for
you're
you
not
tonight. Since the first round went to best of 7 in 2003, home team wins game 1, they win the series 88% of the time. Home team wins games 1 and 2, they win the series 95% of the time. Win game 2 tonight, fellas.
Yeah, we need it. Don't chase the
would
series
help.
like you did. You know
No.
what's nice about this compared to the last one? Is that you're not chasing the series
Yep.
right now. Now, again, don't let that change tonight.
Yeah, keep that home court, fellas. Keep that home court. Better game 2s historically have been tough on this team. I think if they just come out and simply, I'm going to oversimplify everything. Andy, if the Nuggets play better than they did in game 1, they will win. They will win handily tonight,
right.
and I think that they can play much better. Process-wise, I was very happy with the way that they played game 1. I think in game 2, just if shot variance goes your way and you just, I don't know, shoot your percentages, you'll handle this thing, and I think handle it quite well. The Avalanche handled their game 1 matchup against the LA Kings yesterday. Scott Wedgwood got the save. By the way, got the start, his first ever playoff start, which Bedsy said after the game he was not aware of that.
Same with Anton Forsberg.
Scott Wedgwood, 24 saves on 25 shots, 19 saves at even strength, 5 on the power play at the age of 33. The Avalanche went with Wedgie in game 1, and he filled in the cracks beautifully. Now,
Wow, did you catch it? Did you catch it?
There it was. That's fair. Bednar. I can't push back on that one. Bednar on if the support between Wedgwood and Blackwood helps the team. This is Jared Bednar on his goalies being buds. Listen to Bedsy kind of keeping it up in the air a little bit.
Yes, no question. I think that you're built the way you're built, right? And guys play the way they play, and they earn things, and sometimes maybe it's not expected, but I think we've got a great group of team guys that have been unselfish all year and supportive of one another all year. The goalie tandem's a prime example of it. I think Blackwood is really happy for Wedge and the way he's playing. I think he understands it helps our team win, and vice versa. And when you have two guys playing the way they've been playing for us, it's not just one guy's net. It's not Tampa Bay with Vasilevsky. And so they've seen it run that way all year. The communication's kind of been that way all year. And now, I just feel like it'd be crazy to change significantly at this point. Now, this series sets up with quite a bit of rest in it. It's going to get more intense as it goes on, but having open and honest conversations with a guy like Wedge, he hasn't played too much straight in his life, and so you need to rely on both guys, and I think we're in a good position to be able to do that.
Andy, it's not just one guy's net. He's continuing to make that point. He refused to commit to Wedgwood as the Game 2 starter after Game 1 yesterday. And again, he continues to talk about this is a two-man operation. The question is, should it be?
It's working right now, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
If it were to cause some kind of problems with Scott Wedgwood, then, it'd probably be a bigger issue. And I would love to know one day what goes on behind some of this. Maybe it's gamesmanship, so the Kings and future opponents aren't sure if they can really lock in on Wedgwood. Should we study all our tape, or will he just surprise you and throw a Blackwood at you one time? I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen, at least outside the division with the Kings, I don't think they've seen the Avalanche a whole lot. So, what tape did they focus on? I don't know. So, yeah, I think the way Wedgwood can handle it, not a big deal. I know Wedgwood told TNT he loves the relationship because it doesn't feel like Blackwood's trying to, pull subterfuge on him, that he can have real conversations. There is a real trust there. So the fact that it's working, I don't think it's a big deal.
Does that also keep them both more engaged to that point?
Yeah, it could be. Again, yeah. I told you last week, the interesting thing about this, Nate, is that if there's a guy that's used to coming in to try to save the day or put out the fire or what be the break glass case of emergency, it's Wedgwood.
Yeah.
And so maybe Coach Bednar feels like he's got to manage Blackwood this way because he's used to being the starter most of his career. So I don't know, and again, maybe it's gamesmanship. I don't really know. Maybe deep down, Bednar knows the longer future likely lies with Blackwood, and he doesn't want to shake any of that confidence just because Wedgwood is the hotter netminder right now. I don't know. To me, you and I have talked about it. There's not a lot of question to me. Wedgwood is your number one, and I think it's a mistake not to trot him out there until he has some sort of crack in his game.
I agree.
So that's just me, but I'm not the coach, and they're not asking me what I do, and I know that Coach Bednar isn't doing this just to be, he's as upfront and straight a shooter as there is. There's some reason why he's handling it this way, period. So I trust that.
I think there's also there's the part of it. And like he said right there, Scott Wedgwood's never done this before.
Sure.
Now maybe he's about to. Maybe he is about to rip off 2 months of the best hockey that he's ever played in his life and go win himself a Conn Smythe. Like he could do it.
He could, but he already did at the beginning of the year.
Right.
That's why I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
He's already ripped off some of the best hockey he's ever played in his career.
But there's also the possibility that he won't, and there's a reason he's a backup goalie, and Mackenzie Blackwood's going to become that guy. But right now, I just keep riding the hot hand.
Oh, and look, unfortunately, what Bednar's dealing with that's similar to the Nuggets situation is one little tweak. I mean, both these guys, both Wedgwood and Blackwood, the woodshed has dealt with their share of injuries and funny little back tweaks and the other stuff that, so let's just see what happens. But yeah.
Did you happen to see this note from 20th and Blake this weekend? Rockies victorious Saturday and Sunday. 4th game of the series. We got a Friday to Monday 4-gamer, so they'll play again tonight. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts, this according to The Athletic, shot down the idea that the Rockies did anything nefarious during the pivotal 6th inning of Saturday's 4-3 loss, dismissing what catcher Dalton Rushing called some fishy swing decisions. The Rockies jumped all over reliever Will Klein, stringing together 3 consecutive base hits to open the 6th inning and take the lead. This is true. Hunter Goodman had a leadoff double. Zeke Tovar had an infield single that he hit pretty hard, and then Troy Johnston had a double to center, scoring the both of them and giving the Rockies a 4-3 lead. Rushing said after the game he was surprised at the Rockies' aggression to Klein's breaking balls, with all 3 hits coming off a sweeper or a slider, saying, quote, I think it's odd some of those hitters that do what they do, they go up there and they're on the first pitch that was thrown. It's a little fishy, but I'll wear it, close quote.
Yeah, I think you got to wear it, my guy.
Yeah, dude.
Because here's what I would tell you. This is a young team that's going to do what they're told to do. And until the weekend games, the true weekend day off games, Saturday, Sunday, they were on a losing streak.
Also,
so I'm sure Warren Schaefer said, hey, why don't we try something different and why don't you go first pitch swinging? That wouldn't shock me.
Also, like Hunter Goodman, it was a second pitch sweeper and he's an all-star. Ezekiel Tovar, first pitch sweeper, and it was a hard hit ball, but also like Ezekiel Tovar is an established major league player, one of the few on this team. Troy Johnston, doubled on a slider on the 4th pitch. But again, it was largely over the heart of the plate. Dalton Rushing. You're on the Dodgers, okay? Shut up.
Yeah.
Can you
enjoy your life?
Can you just shut up? Okay? You get to be Will Smith's backup, okay? You're teammates with a bunch of gajillionaires. You probably never pay for dinner. Your life is awesome, okay? They're the Rockies. They're doing their best. And you know what? They had a good weekend. Like, hey, 9-13, we'll friggin' take it right now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's because I think at this point last year, they were like already like 6-20 or whatever they were.
Yeah, and you know what? Guess what? They've done a great job so far this year of not letting that a streak go for 2 straight weeks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just lay off them.
We know, like, offensively, they're challenged. We get all of that. But listen to Dave Roberts after the game. Quote, I saw some bad breaking balls, so I don't think there was anything fishy behind it. I think there were some bad pitches.
I think
Close
you hung
quote.
a couple, pal.
Yeah.
It's Coors Field. It's going to happen.
Yeah. Dave Roberts going, do you know what our payroll is? Shut up. Okay.
And again, you've got the pitch count thing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like the only thing, and I know Spilly and
unless the Rockies are like hacking into the pitch comm audio somehow, which
Spilly and
this is what I will also say: if they are, good on them. They should be allowed to.
Yeah,
So
sure.
Shut up.
Because they don't have the experienced hitters always to do that. By the way, they showed how Shohei was trying to show up where he was trying to show his hitter from second base where they might be setting up with their pitches.
Yes.
Stuff is still going on.
Which you should do.
It's the Rockies.
Which you should
Buddy,
do.
you probably, if you really want to hang around, you probably shouldn't get beat by them too often. It's just what it is.
By the way, Edwin Diaz, news from the Dodgers today. Edwin Diaz has gone under the knife. Loose bodies in the elbow.
Not good. No.
Oh, man. Opening the door for the Rocks in the NL West. Look out, Dodgers. Here they come. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. 5 biggest stories of the day after Games 1 for the Nuggets and Avalanche right after this. Dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. That City of Longmont vehicles and equipment auction is still ongoing. That's right. You have until Friday. So go to roller.bid right now and check out this City of Longmont vehicles and equipment auction. Best place to buy a used car is Roller Auction. No dealership hassle. All of the buying is done online. Well-maintained vehicles straight from government service to the auction block. Get a great price on an affordable used car. Guys, we know that the used car market is absolutely out of control. We know there's an affordability crisis. Guess what? Roller Auction is here to help you out and help you find a new daily drive. Used car market is tough. It's not with Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right there. That enters you to win Rockies Diamondbacks tickets. Maybe watch the Rocks steal some signals against the D-backs. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We got more after this.
It is Kreckman and Lindahl on a Monday after a great weekend for Denver sports as we had a number of victories. Hopefully, both teams can extend their 1-0 leads to 2-0 leads. Of course, we've got the Nuggets coming up tonight. We are giving you a chance to win some Nuggets tickets so you can go to the game tonight. That's coming up with another keyword at 5:20, and then we'll draw a winner, and then you've got to be ready to get down there. Now, you have plenty of time tonight because what did we find out that tip time is, Spring? We're going to be looking at about 8:40 for that thing tonight?
8:42 for those who complain.
42. So, first off, you win these tickets, you got to hustle home and get down to the game. But then you got to be ready. Well, I guess you don't have to hustle home because, again, 8:42. So it's going to be a late
you got a couple
night.
hours.
Got a couple hours.
2.5 hours.
What you got to do.
We'll email you those tickets pretty quick if you win them.
Yep. So anyway, all right, let's go. It's time for the high five, the 5 biggest stories of the day. And it's always conducted by our man, Mark Springer, but I believe you got to read to do first, don't you?
Yeah, remember, Andy, it's Mondays.
It's Monday. How can I forget?
Well, I guess every night, if you're wondering what's for dinner, you try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Nuggets have a 1-0 series lead over the Timberwolves. Game 2 is tonight. After Game 1, David Adelman was asked about the physicality at Jaden McDaniels pushing Nikola Jokic in the back after a whistle. Julius Randle with a courtesy elbow into the small of Aaron Gordon's back. Here is David Adelman after Game 1.
Yeah, I mean it's a physical series. The playoffs are physical though. The only moment I just rewatching AG taking the shot in the back from Randle was concerning. That's on our report for something that's bothering him. It was lower back, so that was unfortunate. But that's just the way the game is. These games are that way. Both teams are experienced. They're used to winning these games. They know what it means to play in a physical matchup. So there's a respect on both sides. But there's also a want to win, and that brings out a lot of intensity and physicality.
Maybe you should just say upper body injury instead of his lower back is injured, so then Randall's not taking a crack right at that spot on AG.
Are we going to go that way? Are we going hockey reports here at some point?
No, we won't. No, too many people bet on the NBA, so that'll never happen. But
I'm surprised hockey's been allowed to stay that way, frankly.
Seriously, yeah, it's you got to get those cultures ingrained, and you're good to go. Good on Adelman. Make the plea from the podium. Finch is trying to do the same thing. Like that's a part of the battle that these guys have to deal with now. Is The coaches will do their best to try and angle things their way from the podium. I honestly, Andy, Chris Finch complained about the free throw disparity, but also shooting fouls wise, it wasn't that off, and Denver was the aggressor in the game,
which Dwayne Wade did keep talking about. You reward the aggressor in the playoffs,
and when Ant is got a bum knee and he's not attacking as hard and he's going to the pull-up more, he's not going to get as many fouls. So that's what that team is dealing with right now. Naz Reid having a hard time being able to get downhill. You're just not going to get as many fouls. The Nuggets will gladly foul Rudy Gobert. They'll do that all night long and let him go and brick free throws or airball free throws, whatever it may be. So, this is a part of the podium game. Call out Julius Randle. Well done. Finch is going to complain about the free throws. Ultimately, if the Nuggets play the way that they did in Game 1, I think they'll have a good whistle again tonight. Game 3 is where it becomes kind of a bigger story. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's hear the Nuggets star players talk about a couple of their key role players from Saturday's win. Let's start with Nikola Jokic, talking about Christian Brown, who had 12 points and 8 rebounds, but it was really CB's on-ball defense, specifically on Anthony Edwards, in that game. Jokic talked about Christian Brown's value defensively.
Yeah, I mean, just, I think there's just accepting his role, and he know what he's doing, just be annoying the whole game, just guarding somebody full court. I think, just for a player coming to the game that you're going to be guarded full court, even if it's a good or bad defender, someone's going to be next to you the whole time. So you need to definitely prepare for that. And I think CB is doing a really good job, and he's aggressive, he's trying, he's fighting over the screens, he's mixing up, so he's doing a really good job. I think, okay, maybe after the injury he was a little bit, and then he's doing a good job right now.
He mentioned specifically him fighting over screens. Christian Brown wasn't good at that when he got to the NBA. And to be fair, most rookies are not. he's taken that to another level. In addition to 12 points, 8 rebounds, knocked down 2 threes in that game, held Ant to 7 of 19 shooting, 2 of 9 from 3. And he was, you look at the plus minus column, he broke even, did Christian Braun in his minutes. I mean, I can't talk enough about how important he was in that game. That was a brilliant game one from Christian Braun. Maybe some more run-out dunks every now and then, but other than that, I don't need anything more out of Christian Braun in these playoffs than to do that against Anthony Edwards, to later do that to Stephon Castle and De'Aaron Fox, and then later do that to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his life now.
Yeah, just like you said, just give us a few more of what you gave us. Give us that same energy, the good defense, good for him. I think it's funny because Jokic said in that cut, maybe after the injury he was a little bit, I'm afraid everybody's been a little bit after the injury, frankly. Yeah. So he's not alone.
High five.
All right, how about Jamal Murray talking about Bruce Brown, who had 8.7 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals off the bench for Denver. Dan Hyatt tweeting us, the first time a Nugget had 5+ steals playing less than half the game. That's pretty cool. Jamal Murray on how big it is to have Bruce Brown back. They didn't have him the last time they played the Wolves in the playoffs. Here's Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I think he's some guys might get mad at me, but I think he's our most effective on-ball defender. When he comes in, he's up underneath guys. He's not even fouling. And if he does foul, it's stopping him from getting 2 points, And he has really good hands, plays with a lot of energy. So, I think he was huge tonight, even if, he doesn't show up in a stat. Just a deflection that leads to a run out to a layup for somebody else. Those plays change the game. So I just feel like he was just super effective every time he was in the game. Whether he made shots or missed or whatever, nobody was worried about that part. It was how he was creating extra possession for us and just playing positional basketball against their really good players.
Energy changer. I told you in the car, it reminded me of what he was like back in 23 when they went to the championship. He was so key being that burst of energy off the bench. It's just he feels. You and I said before the year, Katie Wingy told us, Scott Hastings warned us, Kaz talked about it. Everybody was saying, I think even Demps, don't expect the old Bruce Brown. Man, there's so many times during this year, it feels like he is kind of the old Bruce Brown, right? Not having to be the linchpin of what gets you going, but just that perfect energy player off the bench. So it was good to have him back.
He also had, like Spring talked about, the 5 steals, offsets Jokic's 5 turnovers. Beautiful.
High five.
Oh!
Hockey stuff.
Time for hockey. All right, it's hockey time.
Actually, real quickly, one more NBA note. Victor Wembanyama, Defensive Player of the Year. Unanimous selection. The first ever unanimous DPOY in NBA history.
Yeah, and you got a little look as to why last night in that playoff game where there was a point where a whole bunch of Blazers did not want to shoot anything in the key. Anything. They wouldn't go towards the rim. It was unreal.
As long as he plays 65, he's going to win, I think, the next 10 of these awards.
Yeah, good luck, anybody.
Go ahead, Spring.
Avs have a 1-0 series lead following a 2-1 win over the Kings yesterday. Jared Bednar talking to the media today. So Ross Colton was a healthy scratch. Didn't play in game 1. Kivi Ranta got the spot on the 4th line. Parker Kelly moving up to that 2nd line. Jared Bednar today, what's the message to Ross Colton? Is the message just stay ready?
Yeah, well, that's exactly the message. I think it's tough decisions, this time of the year. We got deeper at the deadline. We're fully healthy, so everyone's available at this point. And it's just kind of looking at, the way we want to shape our lines, what we want them to look like, and, what each line provides, and what is the identity of those lines and what other roles did they play. Special teams had a lot to do with that one. Keeping some penalty killers in the lineup and guys that we trust defensively. For example, the Drury line. Parker Kelly's play has kind of really been on an uptick, so there's some tough decisions there. But the message is you got to stay ready and be ready to come in and keep an eye closely on the series so you know what's going on and be ready to make an impact when you get an opportunity, because there's no doubt it's going to come.
Listen, Ross Colton, one of our favorites on the team, reality is he's had a tough time potting the net, potting the goals, putting the puck in the net. And Parker Kelly, what do you have, finished 21, 22 goals on the year? Parker Kelly's been scoring the puck, okay? And I mean, if you want to feel any better, wasn't the third line yesterday like Nichushkin, Kadri, and Landeskog? I mean,
Waugh out there.
Kadri, Waugh, and Landeskog. Yeah.
It was like you've got a lot of depth on this team.
Fourth
this
line,
is what's going to happen.
Should have had 2 goals. I mean, they had
They
one.
should've,
They should have
yeah.
had 2.
Yeah.
Like,
so,
that's how good they were. There's just not a spot available right now.
And again, Colton just has not been scoring the puck this year. He's been snake bit, and I feel bad for him. But, reality is, you need goals in the playoffs.
Betsy mentioned Parker Kelly. He was great yesterday. Sam Mayday-Malinsky and Brett Kulak, I thought both played really well yesterday as well.
And Logan O'Connor.
Yeah, very pleased with their play. The Avalanche. They're pretty good. Good luck, Kings. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, and finally, both Nuggets and Avs games were physical. In the Avs game, Adrian Kempe, a Swedish forward, teammate of Gabe Landeskog as recently as the Olympics, after a stop puck, just grabbed Cale Makar's stick. Cale's just trying to go about his day, and he's just shoving him down to the ice. Gabe Landeskog stood up for Cale Makar. He was asked about that after the game, as well as how they thought they just managed the intensity and physicality of playoff hockey.
I thought we did a good job. I thought we got all 4 lines going. I think sometimes that's the best ways to manage your emotions is to get into it, get physical, give a hit, take a hit. Whatever you got to do to get involved physically, that tends to settle you down a bit. And I thought the guys did a good job.
Gabe, speaking of hits, you went after your countryman. You can't go after Cale.
There's no such thing as countrymen in a playoff series like this. So, that's. I think that's the game within the game.
Yeah,
Kinda
Gabe
makes me
won.
laugh.
Got a little retaliation on Kempe. Also, Makar took a little shot at him. He can handle his own business as well. Got a little 4-on-4 hockey after all of that. Andy, this is just what the Kings are going to do, okay?
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of gloves and faces. It's going to be a lot of stupidity. It's going to be a lot of taking extra runs at Makar and McKinnon. And guess what? It doesn't end with game 1 of the opening round. That is going to happen the rest of the playoffs to the Avalanche.
I also like the countryman thing. Who cares?
No countryman.
I don't. I spend 2 weeks every 4 years with this guy,
Right.
or whatever it may be, right?
Exactly. Yes. They were Olympic
That
teammates
means nothing.
for Sweden.
He's a neighbor. That's it.
Yes. And if Gabe Landeskog is willing to do that to somebody that will slice his knee with a skate and then drill a puck directly into his gonads, you know that he means it.
Didn't Makar also give Kempe a little how-do with the stick?
With the stick, yeah. Yeah, that guy
he
can
wasn't
handle himself.
completely innocent in what
Yeah.
he did. So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
he got him in the jewels a little bit.
he gave him a little hello.
Exactly.
You wearing a cup?
We have got another keyword for you on a Nuggets playoff ticket Monday. You want to win tickets to Game 2 tonight? You want to be there? We got a keyword for you to text in right after this. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. And then, Andy, we have got highlights from Game 1. Connor McGahee's calls of the Avalanche and the Kings. Prime Cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner right after this. K&L, it is time for some Prime Cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. Right after I give you a keyword. I caught it in the middle of the read, Spring. I did, I swear. Game 2 tonight against Minnesota. You got a chance to win tickets. There are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/playoffs, but this is your chance to win. Text the keyword valuable right now to 303-504-0925. Valuable to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. It's all brought to you by the Will Hite Law Firm, giving you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword valuable. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. So there you go. That is the 3 Nuggets Award finalists. Tim Hardaway Jr. for 6th Man of the Year, Jamal Murray for Clutch Player of the Year, and Nikola Jokic for NBA Most Valuable Player. Defensive Player of the Year, by the way, awarded earlier today to Victor Wembanyama. 100 of 100 first-place votes. First ever unanimous winner in the awards history.
Is he going to fight some of the resistance like Nikola Jokic does when he tries to compile MVPs? Or will we all just...
Wemby?
Yeah. The DPOY is not the same heralded award, so we won't resist him just piling up all the trophies like you talked about, because I could see it. I think you're right.
Isn't he like so? Because defensive player, it's so interesting. Why has there never been a unanimous defensive player of the year winner? Because defense oftentimes is like about taste, so to speak, right? It's a very subjective award. Not to say that the guys that are up there aren't all brilliant defenders, but sometimes you're like, well, the best defender has to be the best shot blocking big. And others may make the argument of, no, the best and most important defenders are guys on the perimeter that do not allow their defense to get broken down. And so the award kind of ends up becoming about like what you prefer in your defensive player of the year. Wemby is just so damn good that he kind of makes it an entirely moot point. MVP is, like, believe it or not, almost a more simplified award, isn't it?
Yeah, I get it. My point.
Best player on best team?
Well.
That's usually what it is.
But Nicola's not on the best team this year,
and
I think he's got a hell of a case.
He's got a hell of a case, but he's not going to win.
He should.
Shai's going to win this year.
I'm aware, but
Jokic, Jokic got it on a 6th seed. So was it 6th or a 5th? I don't remember. Anyway, Russ got it on a 6th seed, but it was also the year that he averaged a triple-double. Yeah, you got to have either insano numbers or you got to be the best player on the best team. That's one of the two things.
I'm just being snarky to the
Jokic is not going to win
the pearl
MVP,
clutching of making sure Nikola doesn't win too many
His 4th
MVPs
MVP.
by some of these folks.
I hear you. Yes,
that's all I'm saying.
Yes,
because you're right. You're not going to be able to give it to anybody else but Wemby. It feels like for the next decade if he has health.
Yeah, but also, like, I don't think anybody's going to have a problem saying Wemby's the best defensive player they've ever seen. Right? Sorry, I caught you mid-chug.
Well, Dennis Rodman was pretty dang good.
He's no Wemby. Yeah, he's
he
not.
Used to lock down guys bigger than him.
Yeah. There's nobody bigger than Wemby. Otherwise, he probably would lock that guy down. Yeah, I don't know if he's ever gone up against Simbular or not, but he would probably lock him down as well. By the way, who has the most DPOYs? Is it Rudy with 4? How many
is it?
How many did Ben Wallace
win?
How
many
does
Draymond have?
I think he only won 1 or 2.
Did our test ever get one? Wasn't our test pretty good?
Meta World Peace, you mean?
Sure. Whatever we're going by these days.
Yes. Dikembe, Ben Wallace, and Rudy all got 4. Dwight Howard, 3. Sidney Moncrief, Mark Eaton, Dennis Rodman, Hakeem Olajuwon, Zoe, and Kawhi all got 2.
None for your guy, Meta World Peace?
No.
Or on our test?
No. I don't think anyone's going to care if Wemby passes Rudy Gobert or Ben Wallace or Dikembe, even as great as Dikembe was.
Okay.
Yes. So to answer your question, to answer your snarky point, Andy, no. Let's dive into it. It is time for Game 1
Are we doubling
highlights.
up the prime cuts? Like, is this both games? How are we doing this? We could have.
Thanks for reading the Twitter thread today. We're just
I didn't. I won't even pretend. I won't even pretend.
We're gonna.
I saw the message from Spring going, yeah, we could do both.
Yeah.
Shut your mouth.
Let's find out.
We're on the air right now. Prime Cuts is brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. This is just going to be
I had some beef this weekend.
I have
beautiful steak tips.
I have some beef right now.
You're getting beefy as we speak. I'm going to beef
Treat
you up.
yourself
This is how
a
it feels
round
when
of
nobody reads
sausage.
your weekend tweets there, Kreckman. Your weekend messages.
They were from.
I have some sausage, too, as a matter of fact.
They were from 4 hours ago, but okay.
That's still the weekend. The weekend ain't done for me till 3 o'clock, guy.
until Thursday.
I wish.
We get
once upon a time.
We get a 4-minute chunk in there where Andy's in the week.
Locked in.
Okay.
Let's go. Beef tweets. Colorado beef. We love beef. It's what's for dinner, Nate.
It's not beef tweets. It's Prime Cuts, Andy.
I don't even remember. Prime Cuts. You're right. It's Prime Cuts.
All right.
There's too many things happening. We were
Andy
talking about the
smoked
other one.
angel dust in the last commercial break.
While I was smoking beef.
All right.
Go ahead. Nuggets game. Game 1. Nuggets. They tipped off.
Will you shut up? We're doing Avalanche highlights, you jackass.
Why? That makes no sense. First game was Saturday.
They played.
Just
they played
go.
yesterday. Numbnuts. Let's try and do this.
Don't
okay.
we usually go in order? Just go.
Spring. What are we doing?
Play it.
We're doing Avs highlights.
We're doing Avs highlights.
There are
This is a
fewer
good game.
those.
It was a good game. It was a close game. We weren't going to do Nuggets highlights since they played on Saturday, but apparently one of us has an issue with that.
I thought we were doing both.
We're going to play the Avalanche highlights now.
Avs highlights. And guess what? Tomorrow, you'll get Nuggets highlights.
You'll get Nuggets highlights.
That is correct.
Are
In
we going
the
to pick
prime-
a fantasy team again tonight?
No, we already picked for the
No,
round.
mine lost. Mine sucks. Mine's out. I know this. You don't have a Marty Natchez highlight, do you?
You're the one that took Marty Natchez in the first
I've never
round.
regretted anything more.
Andy's having a rough weekend.
God, how many did he send over the cage? Are we going to start with the Nathan McKinnon goal that was Nate's top pick because I decided not to pick him?
I was gonna start with, if it's okay with you, I am going to start with Drew Doughty missing a wide open net. Is that good?
Yeah, I want to hear Connor call this.
I do. I do as well. This is why I picked this one, because it's a prime cut. Brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, I have it with Andy. Here we go. 3 minutes remaining. First period yesterday.
CC back with it. 3:12 to go in the first. Uh-oh, Trevor Moore. Save made by Wedgwood. Rebound is turned aside. Somehow Trevor Moore came out of nowhere. Drew Doughty now throws it towards the net. Save made Wedgwood. Rebound is not clear. Doughty missed a wide open net. Byfield up top. One-timer off a body, and it goes off the far glass. Boy, Wedgwood a couple of big saves, and the Avs get a break, and a huge miss from Drew Doughty on an open cage.
How did he miss it, Andy? How do you bonk that thing wide?
I still don't. They got the close-up replay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a guy miss a more wide-open, sure-thing goal in a playoff atmosphere.
Especially a guy that has, 2 Stanley Cups? That guy's he's not phased by the moment.
Now you mentioned it. Yeah, that dude's probably, I can't say I know the history of Drew Doughty. He's had some pretty big moments for them to raise a couple cups.
Hey, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Dude, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know because Wedgwood had no shot. I'm not even sure Wedgwood knew where it was.
Good blocker saved by Wedgwood. Puck bounced back to Doughty. I mean, Nate just whiffed on the clear. Byfield deflected it off Burns. Somehow it ended up right on the stick of Drew Doughty and just bonked it wide. Woo! That was a close one. Let's go to the second period. 13-14 remaining in the second. And Logan O'Connor scores, except he doesn't. I want to hear how annoyed Connor is here. If we have the highlight available to play, which we may have or not. because Mark Springer has a very intent look on his face as he
computer betraying
stares.
I got a computer issue here.
At the
Logan O'Connor working with Jack Drury. O'Connor cuts to the deep slot. Now the near side circle. He scores! No, it's waved off. Oh! Drury was headed towards the net front, and it's immediately waved off by the referee.
Colorado is challenging that there's no goaltending interference.
Yeah.
After Colorado's coach is challenged, the ruling on the ice is confirmed. There is no goal in the play. There's goaltending interference.
I need the goal and the stop mid. I need that again.
Scores now.
He pulled out of the call quickly.
Very much so.
Wow.
That was goal
That was
callus
not edited?
interruptus
That
out of
was
Connor
crazy.
McGahee. He was on it, man.
He had the throat growling and it just
Nope.
just gone.
Down the near side circle. He scores! No, it's waved off.
Oh my gosh. That almost feels AI
Doing
to
the
me.
whole thing, and then he wasn't.
Wow.
Very well done by Connor McGahee.
I'm impressed.
So the goal gets waved off for interference on Jack Drury as he was knocked by Doughty into Anton Forsberg. Bedsy challenge. It's worth a challenge, even if he wasn't going to win
Did you like
it.
the challenge, though?
I did. You got to try. It's a goal.
I felt like because the ref was so quick
Demonstrative.
that I don't think I'd have challenged. Now, they didn't need it at the end of the game. It didn't matter.
It's a
and
goal,
they didn't
though.
score in the power play.
Goals are good.
Yeah, I get it, man.
I like goals.
I love goals, too.
You it's a real limb you just went out on. There's a hockey fan there.
Hot take. I like when my team puts one in the net during the Stanley Cup playoffs, especially it gives them the lead. But I'm just saying, when the ref's that quick to it, I just don't know that I don't know.
So no goal.
No goal. Nothing still.
4.5 minutes remaining off the face-off. Avalanche on the board. Spring.
Marcus Free McKinnon has it towards the net. Save made. Forsberg. Rebound score! We're up all night to get lucky. Mr. Dependable, always when you need him, Arturi Lehkonen cashes in on the doorstep. His 27th career goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the deadlock is broken. The ice is cracked. 4:31 to go in the second. Lehkonen has the Avalanche up 1-0.
Yeah, Drew Doughty couldn't clear it up the boards. McKinnon on the half wall. Lehkonen goes to the front of the net. I mean, great play by McKinnon, and I mean the skill by Lehkonen. It was tip, it was rebound, it was kick, it was score. I don't even think he saw the net when he put it in because Drew Doughty wasn't giving him an inch. That was just a marvelously skilled, composed play by Arturi Lehkonen.
Yeah, I've got a Lecky question for you here when time allows, maybe at the quarter till.
Okay. Your keyword, by the way, is valuable. Text valuable to 303-504-0925.
Wait a minute, what was the middle one? Clutch?
Clutch. We were
sixth?
Clutch.
Oh, who was the clutch player? Was that Jamal?
Jamal
so they
Murray.
were all three
finalists.
Yes.
For the awards.
If we were making you have beef with the show, this might have kicked in sooner in my head. Your partner doesn't know what the hell's going on in your high while it won't play. How much have you hated this segment?
We need to. I tell you what, Andy. We've still been. We're for the lifetime. We are shut out. I think this is the segment we send to the Colorado Broadcasters Association. This is the one that's going to break through for us. Okay.
That'd be how it would work.
Yeah.
We'd finally win something.
Yeah.
Here's what I figure out.
Listen, you dorks. This is what it sounds like when nobody read the text thread and our computers don't work.
You and I don't belong though.
We don't.
We don't. We probably don't belong in their archives.
We don't belong, and we don't
belong.
belong.
We're not members of the association.
No, we're
Isn't that
not.
part of the issue?
Probably.
Don't you have to pay your $20 to be eligible?
I'm not giving them my $20.
Is that what it costs?
I don't know. But it's not. I tell you what, if it is, it's overpriced.
Should we keep this part of the conversation?
Send this to him. Mark, are you listening to this right now?
Yeah.
Put it in next year's entry.
Lead it off with this.
Yeah.
Kreckman and Lindahl, 2026, $20.
Yeah.
You kidding me? In this economy?
I'll tell you something about your little association.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were a runner-up, though, once.
Yeah.
You got a certificate.
I do. Of merit.
Good for you, bud.
Didn't our show then get one the next year, too? I think we did.
Did we?
I think we did.
I don't recall. Maybe we did. I don't know.
I've got two. Well, one of them, we were co-employee of the month one year, too.
We were
we
that.
interviewed Tone Loke.
Let's keep playing the hockey
What the
highlights.
hell from this show do we put on our resume?
I
might need to know in a month, so I need you to dig something up.
The Colorado Broadcasters Association listened to this show. They go, have these guys ever done radio before?
Are you kidding me? The guy in Wyoming that got the entry was like, hell no, hell no. You realize
now we do it in Green River.
Yeah, you realize there's a guy in Scranton that doesn't think we're good enough for an award. Just so you know. Anyway, hey, what's the last goal? Is that what we're doing?
Let's play the actual Logan O'Connor goal from Connor, who, by the way, always wins these awards. Go ahead, Spring.
And barely out of the zone, off a fingertip. Drury back with it. Sends it off a stick. Here's Logan O'Connor off the weird bounce. O'Connor, he scores! OC's playing, baby! The first one got called back because of goaltender interference. This was a broken play at the Kings line. Not many knew where the puck was except for Logan O'Connor. Over the head of Edmondson, over the broken stick, and he goes high glove on Anton Forsberg.
Yeah, extremely lame clear attempt by the Kings, and Jack Drury was just like, all right, well, flip it back in. And then it turns out Logan O'Connor's the fastest human being alive, pounces on that thing, top shelf, glove side, 2-0 Avs.
Sweet goal.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Sweet goal.
Yep, should have been 2 on the night for Logan O'Connor. Can't believe he did not score in the regular season, had a chance to have 2 in the first playoff game. And finally, we are going to play the one goal that the Kings scored. Let's hear how annoyed Connor is.
Panarin had to receive it on the backhand. Couldn't get the one-timer loose. LaFerriere in the corner. Panarin again at the deep slot trying to get it towards the net front. They score. It went clean in. I believe it's Panarin. And the Kings get a power play goal and get on the board with 2:22 to go in the third.
Kopitar was camped on top of Wedgwood. Panarin shook Drury and boom, got it past him. So the lone goal of the night for the LA Kings.
He wasn't too annoyed. That was what are you going to do?
Yeah.
That is a goal scorer sniping a goal with traffic in front.
It was well done. Yeah.
I mean,
it was a seeing eye puck, got through.
How weird was the end of the game, by the way?
You mean with like the penalty?
The penalty, and
Josh
they're trying
Manson
to pull
got
the goalie, and then I felt like the Avs let him have the possession, which I didn't totally understand. Maybe they wanted the empty net. I don't know. It was such a weird end of the game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You pull a goalie, and then you're still playing 5-on-5, high sticking on Armia. Whacked Manson in the face. That's a really bad penalty for them, though. That's the Kings not having any composure because they're not actually that good. And they tried more shenanigans when the game ended. It's like, get over it, fellas. You didn't have it tonight. The Avalanche showed up, and let's be honest, game one. And I'm not saying they played terribly poorly. There's some things to clean up. Got to chill on some of the overpassing that was going on. Nazem Kadri had a really bad overpassing game, I thought. And Marty Necas, please bury some of these. But largely, the Avalanche just kind of showed up and won because they're way better.
Yeah. Yes, the bigger test looms for them, and I think they know it.
Yeah.
That's why I say in some ways, but it's the playoffs, man. Get up, get this thing handled, get done. I don't know.
Andy, your keyword is valuable.
Valuable. You know what's valuable? Opening up your Twitter thread.
Valuable. Text valuable right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. But this is for a chance to win tickets to tonight's game, Denver and Minnesota, Game 2. Again, text the keyword valuable to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Get your hometown coverage of Nuggets playoff basketball on Altitude Plus. Watch live pregame coverage 1 hour before tip-off with Nuggets Live. And then after the game, tune in for Nuggets postgame live for full highlights and analysis. Subscribe now for a monthly or annual plan at altitudeplus.com. Worth having, guys. Get that hometown commentary right there. Don't just watch the national stuff where they immediately change the topic and start talking about the Lakers. You don't have to do all that. You can get Vic and Demps and Katie and Hans and the whole crew, Scotty and Marlo, talking Denver Nuggets basketball from the perspective of people that are, watching the Nuggets all the time. So catch it at altitudeplus.com. It is well worth the investment because we don't have local television coverage for the opening round of the playoffs, and it sucks.
Playoffs? But you still got pre and post, so
we do. Tonight, by the way, Scalabrini and Austin Rivers with Michael Grady on the Peacock call tonight.
Is that a 9? Is that available on 9 as well? Big
I believe
NBC?
So, yeah. I believe that's a big NBC affair. I do believe so. Don't quote me, though, because watching sports is such a pain in the ass right now. Like, I don't have channels. I don't have 652 I don't have ABC right now. Scripps is engaged in a shut up, Comcast. Just give me my channel.
Cool, Carl.
Then I try to watch a game on ESPN Plus and playback not available. Blah, blah, blah. It's just like stop taking sports away. Stop making it so hard to watch. Gonna get off on my rant again. All right. Send that to the Colorado Broadcasters Association. Why is it so hard to watch sports anymore? That's what I'd like to know. Anyway.
Sports, am I right?
Let's listen to Kaz.
Yeah.
I want to hear.
Yeah.
Give me the Jokic and one. By the way, Art But Make It Sports had a great post on the Jokic and one against Rudy in the fourth quarter, with Rudy just, again, over-pursuing and getting beat, and then Jokic waiting for him and baiting him and getting the call. And even Rudy had that. You could see the look in Rudy's eye after this play of just like, damn it, he got me again. Here we go. Roll it, Spring.
Denver led by as many as 15. Gordon has it on top over to Jokic. Spins on Gobert. Jumper. Got it! And a foul as well on Rudy.
Remember, first half, Rudy got that steal, went down early and tried to get it again. This time, Joker holds him up just long enough and then runs into his body, and then the unbelievable touch to get that shot to fall.
Yeah, that was Jokic in his full bag by the fourth quarter the other night. Let's hear the most fortuitous possession of the entire game. It wasn't going well, and Jamal Murray had to heave it from half court. However, he got just enough rim that it led to a bucket.
5 on the clock. Jokic knocked out of his hands. Turns it over. Loose ball Murray from half court. Banked it no good, but that's a rebound. Rebound comes down to Denver, and now Denver can play more clock. Down low is Gordon. Got 2 hands! That puts the Nuggets up by 7 with 1:45 to go. And thank God Murray hit that rim from the half court line.
Good eye by Kaz. I did not see it hit the rim.
No, and the play-by-play on Amazon was confused, too. They were like, wait a minute. No, it's Kevin Harlan. Harlan's like, wait a minute, that didn't hit the rim. And then they finally did see that it scuffed the rim just enough. By the way, that wasn't even Gordon's best play of the night.
No.
How about the one? How about the pass? Gordon got Jokic S, where he fed it back to – did you see the one? It was like a quick rebound. I mean, he just whipped it crazy over to Jokic without barely possessing the ball. I thought it was nuts.
How about his dunk? I mean, his dunk in the first half in transition, got a little 7-0 run. He had the dunk, and then he had the corner 3. And again, that was just that was the Nuggets playing with pace, which is what they need to do. When you get stops, push the ball up the floor and force Minnesota to guard you, which they did. We mentioned Cam Johnson earlier. I thought Cam was brilliant in game 1. I know he didn't have the best shooting numbers, but I loved the shots that he did take. Cam Johnson, 12 points. He was 5 of 12, 2 of 7 from 3. He's going to do more and more. By the way, he didn't have a rebound. He should have a rebound in this game tonight. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Cam Johnson will have a rebound tonight, his first rebound of the series. But also, Cam iced the game with a floater late.
1 minute to go in game number 1. Bounce pass off over to Jokic. Top of the key, Cam Johnson. 10-footer. Jumper's good.
Dagger. Andy, if the Nuggets don't, by the way, get that AG second chance bucket, it was 106-101. That thing gets real interesting.
Felt like it's in that way.
Yeah, it was because like Bruce missed a 3, AG missed a 3.
Felt like they were getting cold and the Wolves are feeling themselves a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Nuggets, their closing kick was not great in this game. They got a little bit fortunate. All right, Andy, biggest thing that Denver has to do tonight to win game 2.
Shoot better. How about that?
Yeah.
Shoot better, get the lead, do your thing. I don't know. Like you said, it was a good game 1 overall. Slow start, but overall a good game 1.
Yep.
And let's hopefully get some bench points out, keep the Jokic minutes the way you did. Like, again, just start off better shooting, and I think you'll be fine.
Jokic, 25 points, 13 total rebounds, 11 assists. He had the 1 offensive rebound, but it was on a putback. 25 on 19 shots. Not the most efficient game 1 from Joker. He was 2 of 7 from 3. I tell you what, when I'm looking for an offensive adjustment out of the Nuggets tonight, it would be I do want to see Jokic on the block a little bit more in this game. If they come out and play him straight up with Rudy again, go to the post and do it in the first quarter. Like if that's the way that they're going to play you, I want to see Jokic take 5-6 shots in the opening quarter of this game. I think the Nuggets can kind of take control, maybe get Rudy in a little bit of foul trouble, and I would like to see them do more of that in this game tonight. My guess is Minnesota will probably shorten their rotation this evening, and the other thing about it is I do think the Timberwolves will shoot better. They were 11 of 34. So my guess is Nuggets are 7.5-point favorites. You know, that sounds about right to me. Win this game tonight by 8-9 points. Go back to Minnesota with a 2-0 lead in the series. But I think you're going to see a spirited effort and a more desperate effort tonight out of the Timberwolves.
Yeah, don't chase the series. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Don't chase